Billionaire's Quarry. A Billionaire Bad Boy Romance Audiobook. By Michelle Love. Blur.
She glared at me like I'm trash, and it lit a fire I can't shake. I'm a billionaire, used to getting what I want, but this spa manager's not playing my game. Her strength, her curves, they're a challenge I'm hell-bent on winning. She thinks I'm just a spoiled playboy chasing a prize. Maybe I was, until her defiance cracked something in me. I push, she pushes back, and the heat between us is dangerous. But she's hiding something, and I'm too deep to walk away. One slip, and she's out of reach. I've never needed anyone, but her? She's my obsession, and I'll risk everything to make her mine.
The Prey. Mercy.
When a 2.5-year-old little girl gets pissed, everyone knows it. She makes sure of it. I inherited my niece and nephew 2 years ago when their parents and my parents were going out for a night on the town, while I stayed home to babysit the 2 little ones. A terrible auto accident claimed all 4 lives that were in my father's car that night. The accident changed me from the fun aunt to responsible mother in the blink of an eye. I've taken to it well, I think. It made me hurry up and figure out what's real in this life. I was 24 when that happened. Still young and free, single and alone. With the responsibility of the kids, I grew up overnight. It became apparent that I needed to start making money. I had my business degree and had done nothing with it at that time. With a few interviews, I managed to gain a managerial position at a Dallas luxury spa, and I've done well. I have to say, the hardest part of being a parent is dropping the kids off at daycare. They just never seem to want to go. I suppose because it's so early, and they'd much rather be sleeping. I know I would. I have to get up an extra hour early every day to get them to their daycare so I can get to work. At times I do wish I had help. A man to even out some of the chores that come along with taking care of a feisty 4-year-old boy and a 2.5-year-old girl might be nice. But then again, he might just get in my way. Mia holds on tight to the car door as Carter stands in a sleepy daze, waiting for me to drag his sister away from the car and into the little building which they call home every Monday through Friday, from 6 in the morning until 6 at night. I wish there was another way, but so far I haven't found it. Mia, baby, please come on. Let go of the door, honey. You're going to have fun. You always do, I beg her. No. I want to go with you, she screams at the top of her lungs. Another mother passes by as she takes her sleeping kids past us as quickly as she can. One crying kid can set off a chain reaction. No one wants that. She gives me the stink eye, and I duck my head with feelings of inadequacy and continue to beg my niece to stop being a drama queen. Mia, how about we make a deal? I promise to take you kids to the pizza place when I pick you up. You can play in the ball pit, and I'll give you all the tokens you want. Please. Do it, Mia, Carter says with an air of authority in his 4-year-old southern drawl with a slight lisp. Miraculously, she stops crying and screaming and says, "'Kay." Her hands release the car door and she turns to hang on to me, slipping her arms around my neck. I love you, Aunt Mercy. Running my hand over her disheveled blonde locks, I try to tame them a little. With her tantrum, one would never know I not only brushed her hair but ran my straightener through it too, to calm her unruly curls into some type of submission. Now they're everywhere like a wild child's. Carter slips his hand into mine as we finally make our way up the sidewalk to the front door of the yellow building with a red roof. That's how I initially got the kids to come inside of the building when we first came here, 2 years ago. It resembled a McDonald's, and they didn't cry one bit. Until I left them here, that is. The kids suffer a bit from separation anxiety. We've been in counseling to help with that. When one's parents walk out the door with a kiss and a hug and a promise to return but never do, it can leave a scar on your brain and your soul. Since I lost my mother, father, and only other sibling in the accident, I can empathize with the kids. It's not easy to take each day as it comes. Sometimes you just want to kick something or someone because life doesn't seem fair. Life is hard, and you have to become hard to deal with it. I try not to let that philosophy of mine rub off on the kids. Mostly because our therapist told me not to. She's pretty strict with me. She lets me know that I can grieve and feel somewhat sorry for myself now and then, but my main responsibility to the children my sister left behind is bigger than anything else. She's right, and I know that. My sister, Hope, and I were only 2 years apart. She was the oldest, and I was the baby, though not treated very much like one. We were treated like twins. She and I looked a lot alike. And we wore the same size. I inherited her wardrobe as well as her kids, so that was a plus, as her husband kept her in the latest styles, a thing I couldn't afford on a part-time salary as a waitress at that time. I spot the teacher for my niece's room and hand her over. Mia is all smiles now as she goes to the older woman. "Hi, Mrs. Jensen. Guess what?" The woman smiles and tweaks her nose as she holds her on her hip. "What do you have to tell me, Mia?" With a huge grin, she says, "Aunt Mercy is taking us to get pizza and play games after school today." "How nice of her," she says, then puts Mia down and sends her off to put her little backpack, filled with her things, away. "So, being a Friday, have you made any fun weekend plans?" I shake my head as I watch Carter go to his room down the hallway. "Bye, Carter. See you at 6, I call out after him. Just before he goes into the door, he looks back at me and waves. My heart melts a little as I see he's smiling, as I guess he's thinking about tonight and how much fun he's going to have playing the games at the restaurant. Such little things can make them so happy, it's amazing. Mrs. Jensen takes my attention as she says, "You know, Mia, my daughter is taking some childhood development courses. She could use the practice and would babysit for free if you'd like to make some plans anytime. She's free most every night. It would actually be a help to her, as she has to clock a lot of hours with one-on-one time with children of various ages. It would help her a lot if you let her babysit even a couple of weekends a month. The kids already have to spend so much time away from me because of work. I hate to do that to them," I say as I turn to leave. "But thanks for telling me, anyway." "Mia, you need a life, young lady," she calls out after me. I wave back at her and walk away. No one knows what it's like to have so much on your shoulders and be all alone with it. My life is with those kids. I am their life now, and there's really no room for anyone else anyway. I suppose this is how spinsters are made.
Jude.
The shrill sound of Ariel's voice as she yells at the woman doing her pedicure has me flinching. I look at the phone in my hand as I sit in the chair across from her and try to act as if she's not with me. "You're a moron," she shouts. Briefly, I glance up and see the poor woman who has the misfortune of getting Ariel as her client today seems to be upset. Her hands are shaking and her face is pale. I should say something to Ariel about not treating people so harshly, but then she might turn that nasty temper on me, and I'd rather not deal with that. Ariel is from a wealthy family, just like I am. Rich from birth, has us a little less tolerable of people. I can't explain it. It just is that way. I'm not as bad as she is, but then again I'm from Texas and she's from New York. The South demands a certain amount of hospitality and manners, whereas the New York socialites don't seem to care too much about such things. I live in a monstrous mansion that my grandfather had built when they discovered oil on his ranch. Since that time, some 60 years ago, he managed to buy several more properties where oil was discovered, and now we are rolling in the dough. I've lived a carefree life, full of the things which come along with an endless supply of money. I've been to the best schools for reasons I do not know. College is where I met my occasional gal pal, Ariel. She was an art major. She nor I do anything with the degrees we've earned. I'm never going to do anything but live off the money that goes straight into accounts for me. My degree is nearly useless. To me it is, anyway. I hold a master's in kinesiology. I know every muscle and every way to get them in the best possible shape they can be in. I use the information I have acquired for myself, and that's about it. I've built a home gym others can only dream about. I also have a body most others can only dream about. Some might call me arrogant, but I think I'm just being honest about my fantastic attributes. I do work hard on making my body this buff, after all. Why not be proud of basically the only achievement I've ever really made? I'm the oldest in my family of 6. Mom and Dad are still together by some miracle, and they had the 4 of us each 3 years apart. I just turned 30 a couple of months ago, and we all went to Greece for the occasion. To say I'm spoiled is just a matter of opinion. Do I get anything I ask for? Well, yes, I do. Do I ask for a lot of things? Again, the answer is yes. I want the latest things just like anyone else does. A robot butler, an expensive drone, expensive watches that I never wear. Those are things I like to call eccentric collections. They're fun to purchase and mess with now and then. It makes life interesting. Much like Ariel is making the lives of the staff here at the luxurious Dallas Day Spa interesting on this Friday afternoon. With another quick glance at the shrieking Ariel, I see another young woman has joined the poor older woman who was doing Ariel's toes. She seems as upset as the other woman, and I don't see how anyone will be able to calm the mad hen of a woman down. This is frustrating for me, as I had high hopes this little spa day would settle her a bit. She's had jet lag since she flew in last night and has been unable to satisfy my physical needs. I foresee leaving her at the mansion on her own this evening and finding a nightclub full of women who've drunk away their inhibitions and are ready to get down and dirty with me. We'll have to see how this plays out. I want to speak to someone in management. Ariel yells, drawing more little women out of their private little cubicles to see who is causing all this racket. I will not tolerate being handled like a piece of crap. She points at the shaking woman in front of her. You have no business touching anyone's feet. None whatsoever. I am so sorry, ma'am. I didn't even know I nicked your big toe. There's no blood. There's not even a red spot where you say I did that, the woman says. I put my phone down to watch Ariel's reaction to anyone telling her such a thing. This should be good. Listen to me, you little nitwit, she shrieks at the top of her lungs. How dare you tell me that I'm lying? No, ma'am, the woman says as she shakes her head and wrings her hands. I did not say that, ma'am. I never would say that. How can you say you didn't call me a liar? Ariel asks as loud as she can. You told me there's no blood or even a red mark. Do you think I can't feel my own body? Do you think I can't feel the horrible pain at the tip of my big toe where you cut it? I didn't say that, the poor woman mutters as she looks around for help. Her eyes land on me, and I quickly pull my phone up to avoid any eye contact. She knows Ariel is with me, and I can see her asking for my help. But all hell will break loose if I get involved. Ariel will make sure of that. I'm not about to pay for this. You can be sure of that. This entire day will have to be comped, Ariel says with a huff. Your little mistake just cost your company thousands of dollars, as my friend and I have both had massages, facials, manicures, pedicures, and the deep skin treatment that costs $3,000 each on their very own. I hope you're proud of yourself. A hush falls over the group of employees who have gathered together to ease the situation with Ariel. I find myself looking up to see why. May I ask what the problem is here? I hear a sweet feminine voice with a delicate southern drawl say. She's coming down the hallway, and I've yet to see the woman behind the voice. Back to work, please. The others disperse quickly, as the woman who is being accused of mutilating Ariel's big toe stands still with her head down. Miss Harmsworth says I cut the tip of her big toe. There is no cut or even a red mark there. Ariel turns up the volume as she shouts, I will not. The woman emerges from the hallway and lays one hand on Ariel's shoulder. I find I can't breathe as I look at the woman. She's absolutely gorgeous. Thick blonde hair hangs to her waist in a satin sheet. Her curves have curves, and they are perfectly accentuated by the form-fitting white suit she's wearing, with a skirt that goes to just above a beautiful set of knees. Knees aren't always beautiful, but hers are. Her lips are a shade of pastel pink that matches the blush on her high cheekbones, then her deep blue eyes make my heart skip a beat. Thick lush dark lashes surround those brilliant blue eyes and set them off perfectly. She turns a little, and her profile shows me her nose is a little turned up on the end, and so cute I could just kiss it. Now, Miss Harmsworth. No need to shout. I will be happy to take care of things for you. I watch Ariel's face go from red to pink, as she seems to calm down immediately with the young woman's touch and words. This lady is a miracle worker.
Mercy.
The red head in the pedicure chair has flames coming out of her head, but she seems to be calming down as I touch her shoulder. It's a technique my therapist taught me to calm people down. I find it often works well. The lady, who looks to be about 30 or so, holds up her right foot as she wiggles her big toe. "See," she says with a little whimper following it. She just about took the end of my toe off. Although I don't see a thing to corroborate her accusation, I pat her shoulder and say, "My, that does look painful." "It's excruciating," she moans. "I doubt I'll be able to wear closed-toed shoes for a month with this horrific injury." Stifling a laugh, I say, "Thank goodness it's summer and sandal season. I'm so sorry about this." I walk past Rhonda, the employee who's on the ropes here. "Rhonda, can you go to my office and wait for me, please?" She nods and leaves as I go grab a carafe of mint julep from behind a desk in the little room. I notice a man is in here with her and has decided to sit quietly instead of helping to diffuse the situation. Putting ice in a couple of tall, skinny glasses, I toss a piece of fresh mint into each one and fill them with the alcoholic drink that will hopefully calm her the rest of the way down. I walk over to the very handsome and built like a brick house man and hand one drink to him. He smiles and I smile back, then go take the other drink to the over-the-top woman who's acting as if her toe has been chopped off. "Miss Harmsworth, I'll be comping your visit with us today. Plus, that of your," I gesture to the man who is sitting quietly, sipping his drink. "A boyfriend?" She shakes her head. "We're just friends." She gives me a wink, then whispers, "With benefits." We share a giggle, and I cut my eyes to find the handsome man's cheeks growing pink. Pulling a card out of my jacket pocket that I keep for these occasions when our guests find themselves put out with my staff, I hand it to the woman. "Well, how would you like it if I sent you two out on the town this evening in our VIP chauffeur-driven, brand-new, state-of-the-art limousine? This is a voucher for one of Dallas' 5-star restaurants. Anything you want will be taken care of." I pull out another card and hand it to her. "Then you will be taken to the newest nightclub, where only the most elite people go. It's new and completely upscale. It's usually a members-only kind of place, but this will not only get the bouncer to let you in, it will get you anything you want and the check will be on us." She looks at the man and asks, "How does that sound to you?" He nods without saying a word, and I find him way too handsome to be with this piece of work. He seems laid back and cool and she seems like a nightmare. But that's what some of these rich men want. A complete pain of a woman. It makes no sense to me. She seems pleased as she says, "This will do. Thank you for being so professional with me." I find that refreshing. Our bills will be very high today. I wave my hand at her. "Think nothing of it. And I'd love it if you came back to visit us again. I can promise you won't be getting any of our services done by Rhonda again." She nods and tilts her head to the side as she says, "I may. You have been more than nice about what the woman did. I hope you take care of her. She is not fit for this type of work." "I will take care of her, ma'am." "That is a promise," I say as I gesture to the dressing room. "Your clothes are in there. We've moved them to that dressing room for you. Please do not hesitate to give me a call if you need anything else. My name is Mercy Noland. It's written on the back of the card, attached to the VIP card I gave you." The man in the room, who has been very quiet, is already dressed in a very nice casual suit, in a chocolate color that makes his tanned features even more attractive. He gets up as I start to leave the room, and the other woman gets up and limps to the dressing room. Her antics are amazing. As I walk down the hall to go back to my office, I feel a hand touch my elbow and sparks shoot through me. "Oh. Sorry, did I startle you?" the gorgeous man asks me. He seems to have followed me, and I have no idea why that is. "A little. What can I do for you, sir?" I ask as I try hard not to look into his big brown eyes with a hint of green in them, and drool. "I'm sorry about her. She's not very even-tempered," he says, then extends his hand. "I'm Jude Hurst." I shake his hand and recognize the last name. "As in Hurst Oil and Gas?" He nods. "That's the family business. So what's your story?" Walking slowly along the hallway, I have to wonder what he's getting at. It's boring. Just a normal girl in a normal world. Nothing that's anywhere near as impressive as the people in your circles, I'd imagine. "Try me," he says as he takes my arm, stopping my retreat. "I'd like to get to know you, Mercy." My stomach lurches, as he seems to be hitting on me. "Mr. Hurst." His fingertip touches my lips, stopping me. "Jude. Please call me Jude." He pulls something out of the breast pocket of his jacket and places it in my palm. My body goes crazy as he grazes his fingertip over it, and I find a little business card in my hand. "Look, sir, I don't make it a practice to fraternize with our clients. I'm sure you understand." He shakes his head. "I don't understand at all. You see, I'm not really a client. This is my first visit. If there's a problem going out with me because I come here, then I won't come here for your services again. It's just that easy. So how about you give me a call later on when you get off work and we can go out for a drink and see what happens after that. You have a date for the night, Mr. Hurst. I just set that all up for you," I say as I cannot believe this man's audacity. "She can take someone else. She and I aren't a thing. She stays at our place when she's in town. She was bored and came for a visit. I have brothers that would love to accompany her this evening." The back of his hand grazes my cheek. "So what do you say? Drinks after work with me, Miss Noland?" With a shake of my head, I walk away and say over my shoulder, "No thank you, Mr. Hurst. Thanks for asking, though. I assure you, I am not a woman who you would be interested in, and I'd hate to take up your time." The elevator doors open, and I quickly step through them and hit the button to take me away from the very handsome and totally out of my league man. What a day.
Jude.
Watching her walk away, with the slight swish of her skirt being the only noise at all in the quiet hallway, I'm left more than a bit stunned by her answer to my offer of a drink after work. Who the hell declines a drink with a billionaire? "Jude? Where the hell are you?" I hear Ariel screaming as she looks into the hall. "Oh, there you are. Come on. Let's get out of this dump." I turn to leave, then stop and say, "You have that private car waiting on you, and I brought my Jag, so you go ahead. I'll tell Zeke to escort you on your evening out." "What?" she shrieks yet again, and it's a sound I am completely tired of. "No. I want you to come with me, Jude. Come on." She comes to where I'm standing in the place that woman left me so callously, and grabs my arm. "You come with me. Zeke can be so handsy, and you understand it when I say I'm tired. He doesn't. Plus my toe hurts like hell." I look down at her exposed toes as she has on these little flip-flops, and see absolutely nothing on either of her big toes. "Which one is hurt again?" "Don't worry about that. I took care of the bill, didn't I?" she asks, spreading an anger through me, as I had an idea she was being scammy, but now I know she was. "Ariel, you may well have gotten that woman fired," I hiss at her as I take her by the arm and lead her to the lobby so she can get the hell out of here. "So," she asks as she comes along with me, pretending to limp as we go. "You aren't hurt?" It's wrong. I can't believe I have to tell her this. "It doesn't matter. These people can get hired right back on at another place. It happens all the time. They're a dime a dozen. And since when did you get all Good Samaritan, Jude? She looks up as a young man comes from behind the main desk in the lobby, walking toward us. Miss Harmsworth, my name's Dave and I have your car ready for you and your friend, he says as he comes up to us. He has a basket full of fruit and wine, and I see some expensive cheeses in there as well. Please accept this gift from us at the Dallas Day Spa. We're so sorry for your pain, and want you to let us know if you experience any type of medical problem or treatment of your injury. We will be more than happy to pay for that. He looks down at her feet, then frowns and looks right back up at her. Her brown eyes narrow as she silently dares him to ask her a thing about her supposed injury. He heeds the warning, and I am glad to say he thinks better about saying anything. Instead, he motions for us to follow him out the side door of the huge lobby. Past the fountain with a mermaid rising from the center and 3 dolphins seemingly swimming around her. We go as we follow the man, all dressed in white scrubs that fit a lot better than any I've seen before. You work out? I ask him as I hold Ariel by the arm and pull her along faster than her fake limping allows. Yes, sir, he says as he looks back at me with a smile. Every day, twice. You know, with the right nutrition and the right exercises, you don't have to work out twice a day to stay in the shape you're in. I work out 1 hour each day, and along with the right foods and nutritional supplements, I manage to keep my body very fit. He opens the side door and looks me over. Wow. How do you manage that? Please don't tell me steroids because I'm against them. I shake my head. I have a master's degree in the fitness genre. I know where each and every muscle is and how to make it work to its best capacity. Do you have a gym or a private training gig? He asks as he opens the car door for us. No, I have a home gym and my own regiment. I could make out a program for you, if you wanted me to. No charge, I say, surprising myself. When the hell did I get so chatty, or offer anything to anyone? Ariel slides into the very nice, deep black, leather-covered backseat and reaches for a bottle of chilling champagne immediately. Look, drinks. Looking inside the car, I say, so off you go, Ariel. If you don't want Zeke to go with you, then I'll ask Rose to. You two can make it a girls' night out. You really are leaving me like this? She asks as she glares at me. Really? What else do you have to do, Jude? I'd rather shovel sheep crap than go anywhere with her after what she just pulled. That was low in my book. The woman has more than enough money. When you add in the fact I was going to pay for everything, it really ticks me off. She pulled the scam just to prove something to herself. I have to take care of some business, Ariel. I'll see you around. I close the door before she can squawk at me anymore. I give Dave a nod and a thumbs up, and he tells the driver to take her without me. As we walk back inside, I tell him, I want to pay the bill anyway. I completely understand, he says without adding any more to it. I like a man who knows when not to ask too many questions. The fact she was being a crazy, conniving complainer is pretty obvious. But when people with vast amounts of money complain, people do what they want with no questions. I've seen it done all of my life. The rich may pay for extravagant things, but let there be the least little complaint about virtually anything, and they get it free with no hesitation at all. I think it's ridiculous. I don't mind spending my money. Even when things are subpar. I have it, I may as well pay for the things I want. There's no reason to scam anyone. Following Dave to the front desk, I take out my wallet to get my credit card as he looks at the computer to find the bill. Let me see here. Oh. Well, I'm sorry, the bill has been removed from the system. I suppose our manager did that. Looks like your spa day was free after all, Mr. Hurst. With a shake of my head, I say, that's not going to do for me, I'm afraid. I live in this town, and I won't have my name bantered about as a person who doesn't pay his bills and pulls scams on the local companies here in Dallas. I'm afraid I'm going to need to see whoever is in charge here. Dave looks at the time on his watch, then back at me. Sorry, she's left for the day. She leaves at 5:30 sharp every day. You missed her by mere minutes. I can tell you that once she puts her mind to something, she never changes her direction. If she took this bill off that quickly, then she's not going to change things. I want to pay. This makes no sense. Can't you just call her and get her to come back? I look at my phone and see it's only 3 minutes past the time she left. She's probably still in the parking lot. Just call her. I'll wait. I watch him do as I've asked, and am not happy with the results as I hear him telling her things, then saying the words, "Yes, ma'am." After he puts the phone down, he says, "Like I thought. She's compensated the bill, and she won't be changing that. She told me to tell you to have a nice weekend, Mr. Hurst." Well, she's made that impossible, hasn't she?
Mercy.
After giving Rhonda a 3-day weekend with pay, so she can recuperate after that she-wolf made a meal out of her, I'm on my way to pick the kids up from daycare and thinking about the phone call I just received from Dave. It seems Mr. Hurst wants to pay the bill anyway. Perhaps he's found out his girlfriend is a huge liar. Or maybe he just wanted another chance to talk me into drinks with him. Either way, I'm not buying into any of it. The company can handle the loss. It's not that bad at $10,000. Bad reviews would have been worse than the lost profit. I tap the steering wheel as I see our private car pulling out behind me. Miss Harmsworth, the horrible complainer, is inside of that car. Along with that, thinks he's so smooth, Mr. Hurst. So what if my body heated when he touched me? It's been over 2 years since I've had any male attention. It's to be expected for my poor body to react to his touch. The crazy thing would be if I didn't react at all to the man's touch. Jude Hurst is tall, dark, and handsome. The way his dark hair stays perfectly in place is pretty cool. His eyes are a combination of green and brown and shimmer all on their own, like he has a little secret he wants to tell you. His lips are the color of a pink swirled caramel, and pretty damn luscious. The bottom one is a touch more full than the top one, which has a cute little Cupid-esque bow right in the middle of it. I wonder how those lips would feel on mine. What's the matter with me? Shaking my head to clear it, I notice our limo pulling up next to me at the stoplight, and wish my windows were tinted darker. I can almost feel his eyes on me, as he's probably looking out the window at me. I wish I could see that, to be sure. And maybe to get one last look at him. Oh my goodness. What has gotten into me? I take a left at the next light to get away from them, even though it will take me 15 minutes longer this way. I just can't have him staring at me like I assume he was. Easing off the gas, I notice a chocolate-colored Jaguar hauling ass behind me. They must have somewhere important to be, so I pull off to the side to allow the speeding car to pass me. It's him. Wait, I can't be sure that was him. He was going too fast to really see. Great, now I'm seeing him all over the place. What has he done to me? And why wasn't he with the horrible woman? My curiosity is too much, and I hit the button on the screen to call the front desk back at the spa. Dallas Day Spa, Dave speaking. How can I help you today? Dave, it's Mercy. You can help me by telling me if Mr. Hurst accompanied Miss Harmsworth in our car earlier. He did not, Mercy, he tells me, and it sets something off inside of me. A little heated triumph. Did he say why he didn't go with her? No. But if you ask me, he seemed to be ashamed of her. How come you didn't let him pay the bill, Mercy? He asks. I have my reasons, I say. I don't even know myself what they are. Stubborn pride, I guess. You didn't happen to see what he drove, did you? A dark brown Jag. It's a beast of mechanical engineering. I saw it when the valet brought it up to the front. I happened to be standing there with him talking about things. He's a nice guy. Not stuffy, like a lot of the rich guys who come here are. He asked a few questions about you. What? I asked like a teenage girl. What did he ask about me? Oh gosh. What did you tell him? Oh my gosh, Dave. Please tell me you didn't tell him anything about me. Whoa. Calm down, Mercy, he says with a laugh. You seem a little frazzled by the man. He's just a man, Mercy. Anyway, he asked about your personal situation. If you had a boyfriend or a crazy ex-romantic partner he might have to contend with. Contend with? I ask, feeling somewhat confused. There will be no contending. He asked me out for drinks. I told him no. See, no need to contend with anyone or thing. Another laugh erupts out of Dave, then he says, okay, no need to contend. And that's what I told him. Wait, you told him I had no one in my life? I ask, feeling embarrassed all of a sudden. What did he think about that? Did he think I'm a complete loser for being all alone? Not at all. He seemed happy you were all alone. He also asked me where you usually hung out on your days off, he says. My gosh. What did you tell him, Dave? I shriek at him. I told him I didn't know, he says. Because I don't know. What do you do on your off time, Mercy? I've kept my private life mine and mine alone. I don't go telling my story to anyone. I don't like the sorrow-filled eyes looking at me with pity and asking how I'm doing with it all. Never mind what I do. I do plenty, I say, because I do a lot on my off time. I probably work harder on my days off than I do at work. Being a mom isn't a very relaxing job. Not with a 2- and 4-year-old anyway. Did he ask anything else? No, his car pulled up and that ended our conversation. Mercy, why would you tell the man no about having a drink or two after work? There's nothing wrong with that. Never mind, Dave. You'd never understand. Thanks for filling me in. I appreciate your help. You should get back to work. I've taken up too much of your time on this silly thing as it is. Bye now, I say, then end the call before he can try to dive into my personal life any further. The daycare comes into view, and my heart sputters as I think about the kids and wonder how their day went. I love those little midgets. I hope they don't protest too much that I have to stop off at the house and change my clothes. I can't go into Pizza Palace dressed like this. I do foresee a fight though. As I pull into the parking area, I think about that awesome Jag and the awesome man who was behind the wheel. His fast driving was dangerous, and he's nowhere near the kind of man I would need in my life. I need a safe man who's responsible and great with kids. I need a man who drives slow and watches out for other traffic. A real defensive driver is what I need in my life. Not a reckless man who thinks he's invincible. No, Jude Hurst is not the man for me. There may not be a man for me after all. It might be me and the kids forever and ever. Oh my, that sounds a little depressing, doesn't it? Maybe I should think about finding a man. Not Jude Hurst, of course. But someone to share my nights with. Not that I have room in my nights, anyway. Not with getting up to take Mia to the bathroom, at least twice a night. No, I'm better off alone. The kids need me.
Jude.
Armed with the knowledge that Mercy Noland is free of any men, I'm making my plan to find her this weekend. A little chance encounter might break open some of that person she has closed off. The guy at the spa who works for her gave me some insight into the woman. She's extremely professional at all times. He's never witnessed even one occasion in the last couple of years since she took over the management of the facility where she lost her cool. I'd like to see that woman let her guard down, even just for a moment. Seeing her truly vulnerable and unrestrained would be something. From the way the guy talked, it seems like she hasn't had anyone significant in her life these past couple of years. That makes me highly interested in her. Almost like a new bloom, fresh and ready to be picked. She thinks she can throw me off. But I'm a long-time hunter, and she's in for a surprise with me. An infinite amount of patience is required in hunting, and I have all the patience I need to make her mine. She has no idea about me. I get what I set my eyes on. Always. My sights are set on her now. She is my prey. I have many tricks to catch my quarry. I'm above nothing when it comes to getting what I'm after. Pulling into the private road that leads to our family estate, I see my father has purchased a few more longhorn cattle to reside on the left side of the road. A black and white one and 2 red and white ones. All have extremely long horns and seem to be getting along well with the other 8 he already had. The members of my family have different things they collect. Dad has his cattle of various breeds he keeps separated by miles of fences. Mom has her little dogs, also of various breeds. They are not separated at all and roam freely all over the house. Mom has a maid just for the dogs and the cleanup required, as they rarely like to venture outdoors to do their business, even though they have a yard exclusively for them, and that business they do a hell of a lot of. My younger brother Zeke collects antique cars. My sister Rose collects porcelain dolls. She's 24 years old with a room that adjoins hers, and it's full of her dolls. It's weird if you ask me. Then there's the youngest of us all, my baby brother Ram. He's 21 and as wild as they come. He collects motorcycles. He also rides them wherever and whenever he can. He's a daredevil who's broken several bones in his young life. I collect guns. I have so many guns, I had to use the spare bedroom next to mine for them. 6 gun safes hold my personal arsenal in that room that I keep locked up tight. It was my mother's father who taught me how to hunt. I was the firstborn, and he took me under his wing when I was just 5 years old. I'd go sit with him in his hunting blind. Depending on what time of the year it was, we'd hunt everything from deer to squirrels. He also taught me how to clean and prepare them. We never wasted a thing on the animals we took. I miss that old man. I lost him 5 years ago to cancer. He taught me so much about nature and how to respect it. None of my brothers or sister ever wanted to go with Grandpa. They found hunting boring. Not me, though. I loved it. A bad day of hunting is better than a good day of work. One day, I hope to have a son or two to pass down what all Grandpa taught me. Though I haven't even begun to settle down yet. I haven't found the right woman for me. Everyone I know is wealthy and spoiled in ways I don't care for. I know I'm spoiled too. I've gotten every single thing I've ever asked for. Well, now that you count Miss Mercy Noland and her not giving me what I want, I can't say I've gotten every single thing I've ever asked for anymore. I'll have to change that. As I pull up, I hear my old hunting dog I inherited from Grandpa barking as he hears my car pull up. The old hound dog knows the sound of my car, and he only gets excited when he hears me pull up. He could give less than a crap about any other member of our household. Well, that's not entirely true. He likes the cook, Mrs. Juarez, too. But that's only because she gives him all the bones he could ever want. He has his own yard right off the kitchen, and his weight is showing that as he waddles around to the driver's side door to greet me. Rubbing his red head, I say, "How's my puppy, Sebastian?" He makes odd little growls and groans as his answer, which I assume means he's seen better days. He follows me along to go inside the mansion. It's a large 3-story number that my parents have added onto at least 3 times since I can remember. All of us have our own suite of rooms, and my old dog follows me as I go toward mine. A shrill cry has us both groaning as it hurts our ears. I see Ariel has made it home first. I didn't even notice the limo out front. "What are you doing here? Where's the car?" I ask. I let it go. "I don't want to go alone, Jude. I want you to go with me." "Since you won't," I told the driver to leave. I kept the vouchers, though. That way you and I can still go out and have fun. Only you can drive us. "Doesn't that sound better?" she asks as she waves the cards around. I hold out my hand and ask, "Can I see those?" She hands the cards over to me as she walks toward the guest house. "I'll be getting ready. I want you to wear something better than that suit. It has no tie or anything. I'm thinking since that one club is private that you should wear a tux. I like the way you look in a tux anyway." I spot Mercy's name on the back of one of the cards, And underneath it, there's a little note saying to call her with the amount of the bill, and there's a phone number. It might be her cell phone. I cross my fingers that I'm right as I walk up the staircase that leads to wing of the house my rooms are located in. Ariel finally figures out that I'm ignoring her and turns to look at me with a loud yell, "Did you hear me, Jude?" I nod and walk up the stairs. There's no way I'm going to take her anywhere. I have my sights set on Mercy and Mercy, alone. She seems to be the kind of woman who wouldn't give the time of day to a man she sees as a player. To get her attention, I will have to camouflage myself as a one-woman man. It's not that I couldn't be one. I can be whatever I want, after all. I've just never seen fit to before. And after I find out more about the young woman, I may release her back into the singles pit where she came from. Or I might keep her as a trophy. Then again, I might make her my pet. One never knows what they'll do with their prey once they've managed to trap them.
Mercy.
With both kids in the giant pit of plastic balls, I take the time to myself to use my cell phone to Google Jude Hurst. And just like that, I see a few pictures of him on social media. His Facebook page has a link to it, so I click it, and the next thing I know, I'm stalking his page. What am I doing? Well, I am here anyway, so I may as well see what he's really about. The first thing I notice is his profile picture is new. Like today new. He's wearing the brown suit he had on earlier, and that same little smile that makes people think he knows something no one else does. He has a lot of friends on his page, and I have to say most of them seem to be wealthy too. There are a hell of a lot of pictures of people on yachts and private jets, and in exotic places. No, I am not in his league at all. Then I see one picture of him wearing camouflage with his arm around an old man who is also wearing similar gear. An old red bloodhound is standing in front of them, with a duck in its mouth. Jude's grin goes from one ear to the other, and he seems to be very happy. A few more pictures are here with him doing some type of hunting in them. So the man is a hunter. I didn't call that one. I mean, the wealthy men I've seen at the spa don't seem the hunter type. But then again, I have a mindset that most men who hunt are named Bubba, and have long beards and smell kind of funny. Jude didn't smell funny at all. Quite the opposite, he smelled wonderful. Stop. I have got to stop thinking about this man. Not only am I not in his league, he's not what I need or want. He's a fast man, and I know he only wants to get into my pants, then he'll leave me wanting more as he goes off to Peru or Russia on his next billionaire excursion. That will leave me heartbroken at home with 2 little kids. I couldn't even drink my pain away after he leaves me, because I have to stay sober to take care of my niece and nephew. No, he's a risk. He's a heartbreaker. He's dangerous. But damn it, he's attractive. Oh, look here. It says he has a master's degree in kinesiology. Maybe that's why he's so well built. Here's a picture with his shirt off, and oh my. My body just went about 10 degrees hotter, and I can't seem to take my eyes off the picture of the man with massive muscles all over his chest and those abs. He's built like a statue. He can't be real. That picture has to have been doctored. No man is that perfect. No man. My cell rings and I find myself juggling it, as it startles me. Once I have it steady back in my hands, I see it's a local number that I don't recognize. But it could be important, so I answer it. Mercy Noland here. Well, hey there, Mercy Noland. Guess who this is? The sound of the male voice on the other end is soft, deep, the tiniest bit gravelly, and I know who it is immediately. How did you get my private number? I ask. How do you think? He asks back. I pop my forehead with my palm, and remember that my cell number was on the back of the voucher for the private club, so I could pay the bill over the phone for that woman tonight. So you found my number. Are you two having fun? I hope you are. I meant for you too. Is Miss Harmsworth doing better? I hope she is. I want to apologize again for her injury. It was a misfortunate accident. Please tell her. Mercy, he says, cutting me off. I'm not with her. I'm in my bedroom, thinking about you. And it sounds like you're at some badass club, having a great time. So tell me where you are, and let me come join you. He could not be more wrong about where I am, and it makes me laugh. Huh? I'm not at a club. And I'm leaving soon, anyway. It's getting late, I have to get back home. It's 8 o'clock, Mercy, he says with a deep chuckle that makes my toes curl. It's so manly and sensual, and oh my, I have to stop thinking about him like that. All ready? I ask, as I really had no idea it had gotten so late. The kids still need baths, and the house is 15 minutes away, and they need to be in bed by 8:30 or they'll be so cranky, and then it'll be hard to get them to sleep. All ready? He asks, chuckling again. Mercy, that's not late at all. Not one bit. Now come on and let me in on where you are, so I can come see you. I miss you already. A little chill runs through me with his choice of words. Then I shake that off and realize he's such a player. Miss me? You don't even know me, Mr. Hurst. Making my way to the ball pit, I start the long process of trying to get the kids' attention with a whistle and a wave. But like all the other mothers, I'm completely ignored. I know that, Mercy. I want to get to know you. What's the harm in that? He asks. I kick off my flip-flops and head into the pit of despair to gather my niece and nephew and say, sorry, Mr. Hurst. I really have to go. Goodbye. With a swipe of one finger, I end the call and put the phone in my bra as I fish for the kids. Carter, Mia, come on. It's getting late. A voice comes out from under the plastic balls. No? We aren't ready yet. It's Carter's voice I hear. I start to dig in the area I heard his voice come from. I know, Pumpkin, but it's getting late and you both still need baths. A ridge forms underneath the balls, and I see two little figures bolting away from me. Making a lunge to intercept them, I grab the back of a shirt and pull up kids that are not mine. Hey, leave my kids alone, comes a shout from an angry mom. Sorry, I let them go and reach into the balls at another lump in them. There you are, Carter. Grab your sister and let's go. Aw man, he whines as he pulls his hand up and his sister dangles from it. We have to go, Mia. Aunt Mercy is being a grumpy old lady again. Pulling them along with me, I head out of the noisy pen of kids and balls, getting knocking in the head by one, and listening to laughter fill the air as whoever threw it is being high-fived by a bunch of the little scoundrels. As I pull the kids out of the pit, I think about what I could be doing right now instead of wrestling them and dodging incoming tiny plastic balls. I could be sitting across a small table, sipping some fancy little drink while staring into the green-brown eyes of one of the most handsome men I've ever seen. Instead, I'm pulling some very stinky socks onto a pair of stinky little feet and cramming them into a pair of stinky tennis shoes. Why did I tell him no?
Jude.
Well, that was a bit rude. I didn't think she'd be so abrupt. I didn't think she'd give in to me either. But I'm laying the groundwork. You have to keep your target aware that you're still there. Still on the hunt for them. The key is to let them in on what your plan is, so they have a fighting chance at making an escape. It's no fun if there's no challenge at all. With that little phone call, I let Mercy know a few things. 1. That I have her number. I have access to her when I want it. 2. That she's on my radar. And 3. That I'm not about to give up. Now those things are settling into her brain. This is when she'll try to come up with her own plan to stay hidden away from me. Maybe she'll think about going on vacation for a week or two, and hope I'll lose interest in that amount of time, or move on to some other quarry. Maybe she'll fake an illness and stay at home, leaving her phone turned off so she can rest. Or maybe she'll do something smart, like turn the tables on me and become the hunter herself. That happened to me once when we were tracking a mountain lion in Wyoming. It was only when we saw the tracks behind us did we figure out we had gone from being the hunters to being the hunted. The only thing is, that didn't stop me from taking the prize in the end. It just meant we had to have a battle, and I happened to win that one. So even that tactic will not stop me from getting what I want. Loud bangs fall on my door, making me jump. Jude, are you ready yet? Ariel calls out from the other side. I'm dying of thirst out here. I need a drink and you to hang on to while I drink and dance. Come on. If you play your cards right, I'll sleep in here with you when we get back. My stomach twists on itself, and I stifle a gag. I'm not going, I say as I go to open the door. When I open the door, she looks me up and down and realizes I haven't changed like she told me to, and her face goes red in a flash. Jude, damn it. I came all the way out here from New York to hang out with you. It's been months since I've seen you. You seem to be staying to yourself far too much. I came here for you, not myself. Which is not a thing I usually do. Now come on. I guess you can go like that. I mean, you look okay. She grabs my hand and attempts to pull me. With one hand on her shoulder, I push her gently away from me. Go ask Rose to go with you. I'm not going, Ariel. The sound of feet pounding the stairs has us both looking toward them, and my youngest brother's filthy body emerges from them. Hey, he says with a wave. What happened to you? Ariel asks him with wide eyes. Nothing, he says as he stops and looks from me to her. I was riding out on the bike track. You look pretty, Ariel. Where are you two headed? Out, she says as she looks at me. Only Mr. Stubborn here is refusing to go along with me. Hell, I'll go with you, Ram says as he looks at me. Is that okay, Jude? With a nod I say, it's fine with me. Ariel and I are not a thing, Ram. Ariel's head jerks as she narrows her eyes at me. You don't need to say it like that, Jude. You and I have been intimate, after all. It's not entirely out of the realm of things that we could be together. It is too, I say with a little laugh. Anyway, there's your date for the evening. I hand her the vouchers. I've put Mercy's cell number on my phone, so I won't need to hold on to the card any longer. Ram kicks up his heels, then shoots down the hallway to his suite. I'll be ready in 10 minutes. Wear a tux, Ram, please, she calls out to him. He laughs as he goes into his room. I let her in on what's about to happen, but only a little of it, or she won't accept him as her escort for tonight. He won't be wearing a tux or a suit. He's a blue jeans and boots kind of kid. And you'll want to make sure he eats at dinner. He can drink a lot more than most men can, but he has to have food on his stomach first to be able to handle it. I'm not about to be his babysitter. I'm not into raising children, Jude. How old is he again? He just turned 21 last month, I say and watch her bite her lip. She makes a humming sound and looks down the hallway as she says, Would it upset you if I spent the entire night with him, Jude? A snort comes out of me. No. I don't know how much clearer I can be with you, Ariel. I'm not looking for a relationship. That's not me. Be with whoever you want. Her brown eyes move up to mine as she says, Really, Jude? I mean, you've never thought about me and you, and making a thing out of us? With a shake of my head, I tell her, no. Sorry, Ariel. It's not a thing I've ever thought about. Not even when you held me in your arms after we were intimate, she asks. I hate when women do this crap. Not even then, Ariel. Look, I'm just not ready to settle down. And I have to be honest with you. You're not what I'm looking for in a girlfriend. I like down-home women with down-home style. I like manners, and I like nice behavior. I can't stand people who treat other people badly. Get it now? She nods and runs her hand over my cheek. You want a country bumpkin, and I'm a New York lady who will never fully capture your attention. Okay. I get it now. Will I stop vying for your attention? No. She gives my face a little slap and walks away, shaking her little butt as she goes. See you on the morrow, Jude. You have a nice night yanking your wanky all alone. Stepping back into my bedroom, I shake my head, as the woman is just so clueless. There are plenty of rich East Coast jerks who she'd get along with well. Why does she want a country boy like me? Settling back on my bed, I pick up my phone and see it's 9 o'clock. So I think it's still early enough to send a little text to my intended. In bed yet? I wait and pick up the remote to the television. Then I see my screen light up on the phone and pick it up to see she has replied. I wasn't sure she would. Not yet. I had some things to do when I got home. I hope you have a nice night with Miss Harmsworth. Good night. Man, she's really getting under my skin. I'm not going out with her. I won't be going out with her anymore. As a matter of fact, her ways don't suit me. Your ways are something I'd like to know more about. How about you call me and we can talk over the phone? And now I wait and wonder if she will call me. Bet she will.
Smoke. Mercy.
The phone sits on the bed next to me as I watch television with the sound low, so I don't wake the kids who climbed into my bed after their baths and fell asleep after their long day. It's been 30 minutes since I got a text from Jude Hurst asking me to call him. I haven't responded at all. I hope he gets the hint. I don't want to get into the specifics with him about why I'm not a viable candidate for his harem of women that I'm sure he has. The kids make it a bit problematic. He surely will move on and stop this nonsense with me soon. He has to. I don't know how long I can hold out. His voice alone makes me want him. Add in his gorgeous face, attractive body and that charm. Well, let's just say I am only human. A human who has other humans to think about now. I foresee an office full of flowers when I go back to work on Monday. Perhaps a few boxes of expensive chocolates, and maybe a bottle of wine to inebriate me into giving in to him. He underestimates my resolve in keeping men at a distance for the foreseeable future. I suppose when the kids get grown, I can date. That's merely 16 years away. I'll only be 42 then. Whoa. No way. I can't wait until I'm 42 to start dating. That's just crazy. Now I'm back to looking at the damn phone and wondering what the hell I'm doing. How do single moms know when they can have a life again? How old do the kids need to be before introducing a new person into their little family pack? I wish there was a solid plan all single parents could follow. That would be so helpful. But there isn't, and I'm not prone to following advice, since our situation is fairly unique. There are plenty of nights when the kids sleep in their own beds. But there are also plenty of nights when one of us needs the support and comfort of the others. Even me from time to time. Thinking about my lost family is a thing I try not to do. It always brings me heartache and pain. And not in that cathartic way our therapist talks about. It's in a way that leaves me weak. It leaves me on edge, and wondering if I can really do all that I need to do. My niece and nephew have no one else. Their father was an only child, and his parents had him when they were older. Both of his parents died before he married my sister. There are no other relatives that we have who are near the age where they could care for the kids. I am it for them. If I don't keep myself on the straight and narrow, then they'll have no one. No one to hold them when they miss their parents and grandparents, who they were very close to as well. No one to know what kinds of little things make them happy. No one to love them the way only a family member can. Gazing at my phone, I know I'd be all over that man if I was still a single woman with no kids. But I am, so I can't be. I suppose I could talk to him and let him know what my problem is. I have a feeling he wouldn't care. It's not that I think kids would scare a man off. I've seen plenty of men take on women with their own kids. It's not unheard of. It's just that I think a man would complicate our lives at this point. We're still kind of a mess. There are still nightmares all three of us have on occasion. There are still odd times when one of us bursts into tears for reasons others would never understand. I try very hard never to fall apart in front of the kids. I do fall apart though. Mostly after they've fallen asleep, and I'm in the shower to drown out my cries. I do have my weak moments. What man would understand that? What man would want to be a part of this mess? Not the ultra-wealthy Jude Hurst. I know it. He might not, but I do. If I let him, he'll take what he wants from me and that's it. And that man could completely steal my heart. I know he could. My heart has pounded with only a few words from him. What would happen if I got an actual taste of him? If I felt his hands all over my body, what would happen then? The light from my cell phone screen shines. I have the phone on vibrate so any incoming calls won't wake the kids. And I see it's him calling. I guess he decided not to leave it up to me. But I won't answer. I can't answer. I shouldn't answer. The light fades as he's hung up. And now I find my heart really pounding. What if he needed something? What if he's in trouble? I shake my head with the stupid thoughts. I'm nothing to him. He'd never call me in the event of an actual emergency. I'm being stupid and making stuff up to make an excuse for why I need to call him back and make sure he's all right. The screen lights up again, and it seems he sent me a text. I pick the phone up and see that he's sent a message. Pick the phone up when I call you back in 5 minutes, please. Okay, so now I know he's fine and I can stop lying to myself that he needs anything other than a booty call. So I text back, I'm asleep. Don't call. Not even a second passes by, then he's texted back. Baloney. Answer your damn phone when I call you in 4 minutes. Well, now he's cussing at me. I can't accept being treated that way anyway. Thank goodness he's making this easy for me. So I text back. No. There's nothing coming back. I thought there would be something coming right back. A vague threat of him showing up at my door. Or the promise of a special night with him. Something to tell me he is not giving up. But nothing is coming back. Maybe he has given up. Maybe he understands now that I am a woman who means what she says. No matter how ludicrous it might be, that I do not want to go have drinks with a man who is gorgeous and loaded, as well as completely charming in his own right. No, I'm a woman who has her reasons for her actions. All the things I do are calculated for the risks involved. And Jude Hurst is a risk. A huge risk. A risk that is so not worth taking. What am I saying? He is completely worth the risks involved, but I don't have the freedom to take that risk. Not any freedom at all. I'm held accountable for 2 little lives after all. Why did he have to look at me the way he did? Why did he have to touch my cheek with the back of his soft hand? Why did he have to look into my eyes with those mischievous eyes of his? I swear the man has little secrets that must be wonderful, because his eyes dance when he looks at you. When he looked at me, anyway. When he took that picture earlier today and posted it to his profile, he had that look. I wonder why he did that. Quickly, I open up Facebook and stalk his page again. And I find another interesting thing there. Before, when I checked his relationship status, it said single. Now it says it's complicated, and guess whose name is under that status? Mine. I cannot believe he's added me to his social media profile. So I do a friend request. It's not because I want anything to do with him. It's simply because he's seen fit to put my name up there with his, and we've yet to even have a simple discussion. He's so presumptuous. An instant later, he has accepted my friend request and has sent me a direct message full of kissy faces. Then my phone starts vibrating as he's calling me. Well, now what do I do?
Jude.
After 3 rings, I'm feeling a bit tempted to hang up and send her a barrage of direct messages. But then something happens. Hello, she says in a whisper. Hey, I say as I'm kind of caught off guard. Why are you whispering? Is someone there with you? Because that guy Dave said you didn't have any man in your life. No. No one's here. I just don't want to talk loud and bother the neighbors who may be sleeping is why I'm whispering. I hear a shuffling sound, then she says in a normal tone of voice. So why did you think it would be okay to put my name on your Facebook profile, Mr. Hurst? Why were you stalking me, Miss Nolan? I wait to see how she'll take that because I think she might take it kind of badly. I make it my business to know as much as I can about men who want to go out with me. So I use the resources society affords me to do that, comes her viable answer. Oh, I say as I was preparing myself to get scolded. That's smart of you, Mercy. Very smart. You seem like a smart woman. I am, she says with not one word after that. She just states a fact and stops, so I ask, are you always so professional? Of course not, she says, sounding very professional. I know how to act appropriately in many kinds of ways. Our relationship is a business one, so I will remain on a professional level with you, Mr. Hurst. I am never going to your spa as a client again, Mercy. So you can lose that tone with me. Look, I know you're probably a very nice man. I'm just not available right now. It's nothing about you. I'm not trying to play hard to get in order to entice you. I'm merely unavailable. Can you understand that, Jude? She called me by my name. Now this is progress. Why don't you tell me why you are unavailable, and I will tell you if I can understand that or not. And thank you for finally saying my name. It sounds sweet coming out of your mouth, I say and lay back on my pillows. Talking to her as I lay in bed reminds me of my high school days. Talking to a girl on the phone before I was old enough to simply bring them home with me, or stay at their place, or take them to a hotel room. It takes me back to simpler times. I just am. I don't like to talk about myself. You can understand that, can't you? She asks with a sweet lilt to her slight southern accent. Did you grow up here in Dallas? I ask her, as I just have to put a place to that accent she has. No, I grew up in a tiny town called Utopia. It's in the southern part of central Texas. Have you ever heard of it? She asks. I settle into the pillows and reach over to pick up the beer I've been nursing, as I've been waiting for her to call me. To be honest, I had to give up and call her. Not a thing I usually do, once I've put out a text to call me. I have a lot of pride after all. I have heard of it. So when did you move to Dallas? I ask and take a sip of the beer, finding it warm now, and get up to go get me a cold one from the mini fridge in my bedroom. My parents and I moved here a little over 4 years ago. My older sister had gotten married and moved here with her husband. They met in college. They both went to the University of Texas. She was a cheerleader, and he was a football player, and they fell in love very quickly. Anyway, they got married after they graduated, and when she became pregnant, we all felt like we wanted to be closer to them. To enjoy the baby, you know. I do, I say. Who doesn't want to enjoy the new baby in the family? So that brought you here to our fair city then. And how long do you plan to live here? I'm not sure. I suppose for at least the next 16 years. I do like my job. It pays well and I should stay in one place, she says. Why do you need to stay in one place for 16 years? I ask, as that sounds odd to me. Oh. She's quiet for a moment, and I find myself freezing in front of the little fridge in a panic. Crap. I've hit a soft spot with her. Not that it's any of my business. So let's go on to another subject. When I accepted your friend request, I went to your page and noticed you haven't used it in a long time. Why not take a selfie and put it up there so I can see your gorgeous face? I'll think about it. I'm too busy to get on it. I think it was a little over 2 years ago when I was on it last. I use the site for the spa now. I post a lot on that site, she says. Nothing personal though, I say as I pull out a beer and pop the top open and go back to my bed. No, she says. Personal things aren't meant to go on that site. So who does know you personally? I ask, then take a drink of the cold beer. Not many. I'm just so busy with work and she just stops talking. And? I ask. Work, that's all. I'm very busy with that, she says. What do you do? When? I ask, then feel stupid. I mean, I don't have to work. I do things like travel, hunt on occasion and stuff like that. How rewarding, comes her sarcastic reply. I'd love to get offended, but she's not wrong. I know. I've been kind of consumed with trivial things. Like drinking, carousing for wild women, and wasting money. I need a positive influence in my life, Mercy. Do you know anyone who might be of help to me? She laughs, and I love the sound. It's the first time I've heard her laugh. It's sweet and honest. Not premeditated to enchant me. Not rehearsed to sound exactly on pitch, like I've heard so many times from the pretentious women I now know. Are you talking about me being a positive influence on you, Jude? I assure you I have very little influence over anyone, she says. Then I hear her sigh and wonder why that is. Mercy, do you ever eat breakfast on Saturday mornings? I ask her. Because I know you don't do drinks after work on Friday nights. So I was thinking a little coffee, a few pancakes, maybe a donut or two, and a little conversation would be a thing you might like to do. Really? She asks me as if she doesn't believe me at all. Really, I say, then put my beer down. I don't want to merely get in your pants the way I know you're thinking I want. I want to get to know you. That's like the one thing I can't allow, Jude. I really am sorry. It's just so complicated, she says. See, the thing about that is it's all right with me. Didn't you see our relationship status, Mercy? It says those actual words. So I'm cool with complicated. And I'm only talking about an hour or two for breakfast in the morning. I'm kind of aching to see you again. Aching? She asked. I tell you what. Can you let me call you around 9 or 10 to let you know if I can make it? The only answer I have for her is a quick yes. Wow, we may have a date.
Mercy.
Nervously, I pace back and forth as I tell the babysitter, Mrs. Jensen's daughter Becky, where the cheese and crackers are that stop Mia from crying and where the first aid kit is. Then she assures me she brought her own. Wow, you are prepared, I say as she nods her head. I am. And I have your number. I promise to call you if anything at all happens to either of them. I've been in the classes for 6 months to learn all kinds of ways to take care of and interact with children. You can trust me, Mercy, she says with a sweet smile. I know I can, Becky. Thank you. I'll only be an hour, I say, then turn to leave but turn back. Or 2. Will that be a problem if I'm 2 hours instead of 1? Heck, stay all day. All night even. I can handle these 2. Have fun. Mom told me you haven't gone out at all in 2 years. Since it all happened. So who is this lucky fella who has you finally going out? I hesitate to say his name, then think maybe someone should know who I'll be out with. One never knows who might be a killer or a kidnapper after all. That's what Mom used to say. His name is Jude Hurst. We're going to meet at the Denny's down the street. I don't want him to know where I live. Not yet, anyway. I completely understand. And are we talking about a member of the Hurst family that owns that huge oil company? She asks as her hand goes to her slim hip. Becky is a young 20 and looks all of 16 with her high ponytail and classic sweet kid looks. Yes, he's part of that family, I say as her mouth drops open. Okay, girl, she says, then holds her hand up for a high five. I laugh as I give her the high five she's requested and feel kind of giddy. Okay, I am out of here. I will call you if it goes past 2 hours. With a wave, I leave. We purposely put the kids in the backyard to play with a puppy she brought to distract them from my departure, which I found pure genius on her part. My hands are shaking as I hold the key fob in my right hand and press the button to unlock the Mazda that was my sister's. I inherited that too. I have 3 cars now. Hope's little red Mazda, her husband Jasper's 4-wheel drive truck that I have never driven, and Mom's Suburban. That's what I use when I have the kids with me. I realize that's been most of the time. As I sit in the soft leather seat of my sister's car, I sink back into it and turn the radio up. It's been a month since I've been anywhere in this car. And that was a quick trip to the grocery store while the kids were still at daycare, and I got off early from work to do the grocery shopping. I don't like to take the kids to the store with me because people ask too many questions. Questions like, "Are those your kids, and do you kids love your mama?" People actually say that crap. I can't lie to them right in front of the kids. So I have to tell them I'm their aunt, and then come more personal questions like, "Why do you have them, and where is their mama?" It comes to me that the reason I keep to myself so much is that talking about what happened isn't easy for me, so I'd rather be alone. My therapist says that's unhealthy. And she might be right. I shake it off and put the car in reverse and leave the garage. My sister and her husband had a very nice home in a very nice section of a suburb of Dallas. The house has 3 bedrooms and baths with a 4-car garage. The garage is nearly as big as the brick house is. The other vehicles I inherited were also Jasper's and also things I haven't driven and never will. A couple of Harleys are parked in the other parking space of the garage. I should sell them and put the money in the kids' accounts. That feels like a thing I should wait on though. Carter might want them when he gets older after all. So I make sure to start every vehicle once a week on Sundays and let them run for 30 minutes to keep their mechanical parts moving. I find myself singing along to the song on the radio as I make the left turn to get to the Denny's where he said he'll be at 9 this morning. I haven't talked to him since 8. He sounded a little tired, and I felt like I should have told him to forget about it, but when I started to say something, he stopped me and told me to meet him, that he'd be there waiting for me. And as I pull into the parking lot, I see his chocolate Jag and feel a smile move over my entire face. He's here. I forgot to tell him what I was driving, and I just realized he wasn't the one to tell me he has that car. He'll know I did more asking about him if I walk up to it. So I text him that I'm here in a red Mazda and see him get out of his car and wave at me. I can't feel my feet as I get out of the car, as I'm nervous as hell. I purposely came here in the same fashion I always spend my weekends in. Hair in a ponytail, makeup free, and shorts with a little top and flip-flops. I have to dress nice every day of the week, so I take my weekends seriously and dress down on them. So let's see if he likes the real me. My voice cracks as I say, "Hi Jude." Thankfully, we both laugh. He's in shorts too and a light green button-down. He has the sleeves rolled up on about a quarter. He's wearing flip-flops too, as I told him I was coming very casual. It makes me secretly happy he dressed down for me. His expensive sunglasses have some name on them I can't even pronounce, and he pulls them off as he gets to me, extending both hands. I take them and give him a smile. "Is it possible?" he asks as his thumbs run over my knuckles as he holds both of my hands. "Is what possible?" I ask as I have to focus so my legs don't give out with how his touch excites me and makes me want to lie down on the pavement of Denny's parking lot and let him have his way with me right here on a Saturday morning. He pulls me closer and kisses my left cheek, then says, "That you look even better without any makeup." I laugh with an elation I've never felt before. Then tone it down. "Jude, you're silly." He lets my hands go but puts one arm around my shoulders. "No, I'm serious. Anyway, you seem nervous and I don't want that. I'm ordering you some happy face pancakes this morning. I want to see that beautiful smile for our whole date." "That's the other pancake place. But you can ask. For you, they'll probably do it," I say as we walk in the glass door and the 3 old men at the counter look at us. And already I feel all eyes on us. This man is too damn good looking.
Jude.
Her silky blonde hair is pulled back into a ponytail, and I can picture it with a cute little pink camo hat, and her hanging out with me in my hunting blind. She has no makeup on at all, and seems completely comfortable, and is still mesmerizingly beautiful. She gets in on one side of the booth, and I have to take the other because the sides are meant for one person only. It dawns on me that might be the exact reason she picked this place. I asked her to go with me to the very classy Regency Hotel for breakfast, And she told me, no way. So here we are at a place I've never been to in my life. But I'm going to pretend I've come to these little chains tons of times. You have to act at home in the praise territory to get them to feel safe around you. An old and extremely heavy-set woman with yellow hair comes to us with an orange pot of coffee, I assume, as she's also carrying 2 little off-white cups. She places them on the table and fills them with some steaming hot black-as-night coffee. Here you go. Now, do you two need a minute, or do you know what you want? Gosh, what kind of manners are those? How about a pancake with some bacon and a couple of fried eggs for the lady? Put that all in a smiley face fashion. I'll have the same. And a couple of orange juices, I say. Mercy quickly adds, make mine an apple juice. Her eyes cut to me. I'm allergic to oranges. Reaching across the table, I take her hand that's resting on it. Oh, you shared something with me. She slaps my hand and looks back at the waitress. And can we have some fresh cream for our coffee? Mercy hands the woman the little silver pitcher with a thick drizzle of cream hanging on the side. She takes it with a smile on her wrinkled face. Of course, doll. Now that special order will cost you extra, you know that? She asks as she looks at me. The sky's the limit, I say. Feel free to toss your freshest fruit on the plates too. And remember, there's a hefty tip waiting for you, if you can make this special and memorable. This is our first date. You don't say, the woman says, then points to her yellowing name tag. Well, as you can see, my name is Lola, and I will be your server this morning. And I will be right back. She sachets away, and I catch Mercy smiling. You have a beautiful smile, Mercy. You have all the right words, Jude, she says, then laughs a little. So, you have managed the happy face breakfast. What other magic do you know? I lean forward and take both her hands, which are conveniently resting on the old brown table. I have so much magic stored away, you have no idea. And I want to thank you for your call this morning. I was worried you wouldn't call, and I'd have to call you again and beg you to do something else. She looks away, then bites her bottom lip, then looks back at me. So, you sounded tired when I called. Did I wake you up? You did, I tell her. I couldn't fall asleep very easily, as you were heavy on my mind. I was, she asks, and I see a light in her blue eyes. That's the one thing lacking in the young woman. There is no real light there in those beautiful eyes. I find myself wanting nothing more than to put a light there. Then I find myself entwining our fingers and wishing like hell she was closer so I could kiss her and bring her that light I know I can. You were. Hearing your voice last night made me think things I never have before, I say. Like what? She asks. The waitress comes out with a big bowl of assorted fruit, and one noticed there are no oranges in it. I give her a smile. You listened. Great job, Lola. Thank you very much. The rotund woman leans in and whispers, I have some vodka in my purse. If you want, I could spike your drinks. She gives me a wink. I shake my head. Thank you. That's very kind of you, but not this morning. I think I'd like to keep my head straight. She nods and leaves. Mercy and I laugh quietly, so as not to embarrass the woman. She meant well after all. Taking only one of her hands again, I take a piece of banana with my fork and hold it out for her. She takes the bite and picks her fork up and gives me a plump cherry. I take the sweet fruit and eat it, then say, was that metaphoric? Her face goes beet red. Oh my gosh. Why did I give you that? She laughs, then points at me. Hey, wait. You gave me a bite of banana. I think it's not metaphoric as much as it's Freudian. I have to laugh too, and find I've never felt this relaxed this quickly with anyone. She's amazing, and it's been like 5 minutes. So I go for it, my plan to keep her with me all day and into the night. Do you like boats? After placing a grape in my mouth, she answers, who doesn't? They're boats. I have one, I say, then put a piece of apple into her mouth. She nods as she chews, then swallows. I bet you do. She stabs a pineapple and places it in my mouth. I bet you have every kind of vehicle they make. I pick up a grape that refuses to be forked and gently place it on her lips. She parts them and takes the small fruit in, her pink lips wrapping around the orb of purple before it disappears into her mouth. And she isn't even trying to be seductive. Dear God, how can I keep my head on straight with this woman? My voice is a little shaky as I try to think about what she said and add to the conversation instead of jumping over the table and boning her right here in the small booth at Denny's. I don't own even one motorcycle. That's true. My youngest brother would covet it if I had one. I have two of them, she says, then takes a tiny sip of her black coffee the waitress still hasn't brought fresh cream for yet. A couple of Harleys. Damn. She's perfect. Wow. You ride? I ask as I sit back and really look at her. I never pegged her as a motorcycle chick. She shakes her head, making that blonde ponytail flow over her right shoulder and across her tit, which looks completely edible under her little white top. No, but I own two of them. There has to be a story behind that, so I ask, did you win them? Another shake of her head answers me. No. I'd rather not talk about how I got them, if you don't mind. Of course, I say. But the fact she doesn't want to talk about that has my curiosity piqued. I'll let it go for now, though. So, how about a morning boat ride with me? I ask. She sits back in the booth and crosses her arms in front of her chest and seems to be thinking about it. My fingers are crossed, my breath is held, and I am waiting for her answer.
Mercy.
I know I should not be doing this. I know I should be going back home to be with the kids, but the idea of a little boat ride on this gorgeous morning is too much to pass up. And let's face it, hanging out with Jude is more than a little fun. Dashing off to the bathroom after breakfast, I made a call to Becky to let her know what I would be doing, and she said the kids were doing great. I heard them playing in the background, so I think this is okay for me to be doing. I do feel kind of selfish for taking this time away from them, with all the time I already take away from them with work. Then I look over at the completely attractive man in the driver's seat, and that pretty much flies out the window. I left my car in the Denny's parking lot, and am riding with him to the marina on some big lake about 45 minutes away. I watch him change the radio station, then his hand moves toward me instead of the steering wheel, and he takes my hand and holds our hands on the little leather armrest that's between us. Your car is really nice, I say because I don't know what else to say. I kind of hate being trapped in a car with people. It's one of my little quirks. You just never know what to say. Thank you, he says, then lifts our clasped hands and kisses the side of mine. I nearly yank my hand to get his mouth to touch mine instead of just my hand. I realize I'm holding my breath as he looks at me from behind his dark sunglasses, and a half smile is on his lips. Letting out the breath, I say, so, how much farther is this lake? Your voice went kind of high there, Mercy, he says with a little chuckle. Am I making you nervous? No. I say with the same too high tone. Of course I'm nervous. The touch of his lips on the side of my hand made my insides heat and a pulse start in my lower regions. If I don't watch myself, this man will have me naked and writhing in passion underneath him in minutes. Oh gosh, why did I have to make that image in my head? Now I'm aching a little for him to fulfill that little scene my mind created. Imagination can be a truly awful thing. Mercy, when was the last time you were kissed? He asks as he looks at the road. I'd rather not talk about that. Just for the record, I do not want to know when you were last kissed, okay? I say, then look out the window and find the glimmer of water filling in the areas between the tall pine trees that grow along the edge of the road. Is this the lake where your boat is? It is. Have you ever driven a boat? He asks, then gives my hand a squeeze. No, I answer and try not to think of us alone on a boat in the middle of this big lake and what I'll do if he kisses me out there with no one around. Well, you will today. I'll show you how to do it. It's fun. he says, then lets my hand go as he pulls into the small marina with quite a few very nice and expensive-looking boats pulled into separate stalls. You trust me with your boat, Jude? I ask as he pulls to a stop. I'll be right there. Right behind you, making sure you don't get overwhelmed. He runs his hand over my arm and up to take my chin in it. Let me get your door. "'Kay," comes my weak response. I watch him get out of the car and have to adjust myself as he walks around. He has me feeling nervous, and I don't know why I agreed to this. It was the worst idea ever. Alone with him. Him standing behind me as he teaches me to drive his boat. The door opens, and I see I've forgotten to take off my seatbelt. He leans in to do it for me, and is closer to me than he's been so far, and I'm nearly shaking with how bad I want to grab him and kiss him right now. So I close my eyes and feel his lips graze my cheek as he moves back across me and takes my hand, lifting me out of the car. Come on. I can't wait to get you out on the water. Opening my eyes, I follow along until he pulls me up to walk beside him and lets my hand go, running his arm around my waist. I can't stay out here very long, Jude. Maybe an hour. He stops and gets in front of me, taking both my hands in his as he looks at me. Why? He just stands there looking at me, waiting for my answer as to why I can't stay out on this lake with him for more than an hour. I'm like a deer in the headlights. I have no idea of what to say to him, so I make something up. Laundry. I have a lot of laundry to do. He laughs and moves back around to my side, slipping his arm around me again as he says, I can help you do it later on tonight when I take you home. I've never done laundry before, but with you it might be fun. When he takes me home? I have no idea what to say now. He can't go back to my place. I can't bring him into the kids' lives yet. I never can, really. Just the way he drove us over here was a bit hard to take. He drives fast everywhere he goes. Like he's trying to beat some time limit to get from point A to point B or something. I'm sure he's a real daredevil, and the children can't be subjected to that. Not when their parents died in a car wreck. That would be emotionally damaging to them. Jude Hurst can be no more to me than a little secret side action. And even that will have to be kept in check. There cannot be any intimacy between us. Not ever. This man could make me fall for him so easily. I have to keep my guard up or I'll get hurt. I know I will. Here she is, he says as he gestures to a very badass-looking boat. It's white with canary yellow striping on it. A little canopy is pushed back, I assume, so he can drive it faster than the canopy would allow if it was up. He walks onto the flat deck up front, taking me along with him. There are 2 little steps down into the main area of the boat. 4 seats are in the front, and 1 long seat goes across the entire back of the boat. It's so long we could both stretch out on it, and the canopy could be raised to make shade and a little privacy. Oh my. I'm already scoping out a place where we could be intimate. What's wrong with me?
Jude.
For reasons I cannot fathom, Mercy seems to be trying to figure out reasons why she can't hang out with me for much longer. She's having fun. The smile hasn't left her face very often at all. It can't be because she's bored or doesn't like what we're doing. Maybe she just doesn't like me. No, that can't be it. There has to be something she's hiding. Something she's ashamed of. Maybe she's a hoarder and doesn't want me to see her place. Maybe it's not like that at all. Maybe she's a freaky chick who has a dungeon and likes to play the mistress part in kinky intimate games with strange men. Oh wait, that's one of my fantasies. Whatever it is, I will get to the bottom of it, because I'm keeping her all day and into the night. Whether she protests or not, she's going to hang out with me until she gets past this weird thing she has about going back home all the time. Do you have pets, Mercy? I ask to see if that might be why she wants to get back home so quickly. She shakes her head, no. Why? Do you? Well, that's not why. I have an old hunting dog I inherited from my grandfather who passed away a while back. So no pets, huh? I pull out of the boat slip and back up slow and easy. She shimmies in the seat next to mine and seems a little nervous. Where are the life jackets? Look under your seat, I tell her. She looks and sees one of the orange life jackets there. Oh, okay. That does look easy to get to if I need it. Have you ever wrecked a boat before? No, I have not. I've been driving boats since I was just a kid. We have a yacht too. There's a captain for it, but he lets us all try our hand at driving it when we want to, I say as I start to pull away from the marina. The lake is smooth as glass this morning. The air is warm, and the sun feels amazing. I don't suppose you have sunscreen on board, Jude, she says. No, I say, then wish like hell I did have some. See, we can't stay out long or I'll get a sunburn. So keep it under an hour, she says with a smile on her face like she's found her out. The first aid kit is in the glove box, so I pull it out and toss it to her. See if there's some in there. I took Mom and Dad out a few weeks ago, and I think Mom might have put some in there. She sighs and opens the little kit and pulls out a tube of the thing she thought would get her taken home sooner than I want to let her go. Yes, there is some. Would you mind putting some on my face? I don't want to burn either, I ask her, so she has to run her hands all over my face, and I've been wanting to see how that would feel. Going slow out of the marina, I let the wheel go and turn in the seat so she can lather me up. She squeezes the tube and a glob of white lands on her palm. Then she rubs her hands together, getting them all white, and stands up, coming to me and places her palms on my cheeks. The beard usually keeps those covered just fine. But you've already greased it, so go for it, Mercy, I say as her hands move over my face. The sensation makes me hard as a rock, and I can tell she and I will be very compatible in the sack. Her hips are begging me to rest my hands on them, so I go for it. Getting a little handsy there, aren't you? She asks as she rubs the lotion in. I'm holding you steady, Mercy. Geez, don't go jumping to conclusions. Right, she says with a little laugh. There, you're all safe now. I hold her by her hips and look up at her. How about a little kiss before I have to let you go? She leans down, and I ready myself for some much sought-after lip action. Then her lips touch the tip of my nose, and she stands back up. There you go, player. Man. I let her go, and find I'm going to have to put in more time if I want to get to the goods with her. She has some restraint, that's all I have to say. Taking her seat, she lathers the lotion all over every spot of her skin that's not covered by clothing. Get ready to go fast, Mercy, I say just before I throw the throttle back and let her rip. What? She screams as the engine reaves and the nose of the boat comes up high as we go fast. I glance over and see her gripping the seat, and her lips are pressed together in a hard line as she looks ahead. She seems on the edge of being terrified. So that's good. It's not a good ride if you're not a little afraid it's going to all go south in an instant. I decide a little more intensity is in order and shout, "Hold on tight." Her head jerks to look at me. Tighter than I already am, she screams as her head shakes back and forth, trying to let me know not to do whatever it is she thinks I'm about to do. I nod and pull the wheel hard to the right, taking us in a hard circle and watching her knuckles go white as she holds tighter to the seat. It makes me smile like a lunatic as her mouth comes open and she shrieks the entire time. Easing the speed a bit, I give her the idea I'll be slowing down now. Then I rev it up and take off in the opposite direction. She sits back, still holding onto the seat as I fly over the water. Waves from another boat make our boat bounce along on top of them, and she looks at me, then back in front of her. I think another bounce over the waves is in order. I make another hard turn and go back over the waves, catching air 3 times. Her scream is worth it, and I laugh as I watch her coming unglued. Man, this crap is fun. Slowing the boat, I reach over and touch her arm. Her body is shaking, and she has goosebumps. I did good. Okay, Mercy, your turn to drive, I say as I pull her from her chair and onto my lap. No, I don't want to drive like that, she says with chattering teeth. You scared me half to death, Jude. Pushing her ponytail to one side, I kiss the back of her neck. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not really sorry. I got what I wanted. Her on my lap, shaking like a leaf and needing me to calm her down. Moving my hands over her shoulders and down her arms, I take her hands in mine and put them on the steering wheel. I rest my chin on her shoulder, then turn and kiss her neck as I say, "Just drive it like you would a car. We can go slower now." "Kay," comes her slightly less shaky voice. I have her right where I want her. In my lap. Life is good on a Saturday morning on the lake.
Mercy.
This man is something else. After the wild boat ride that left my heart racing, he's now whispering sweet words in my ear as I sit close to him, steering the boat slowly. His arms are wrapped around me, and from time to time, he brushes a gentle kiss on my shoulder, sending warmth through me. At first, I was too shaken to notice, my nerves on edge from the speed. But now his presence feels comforting, and though part of me knows I should step away and keep my distance, my heart won't let me move. Instead, I lean into the moment, letting out a soft sigh as his kind words linger. It's like my body is acting on its own, drawn to his warmth without my permission. His hand grazes my arm lightly, then he turns the key, shutting off the engine. His voice is soft against my shoulder as he murmurs, "This feels right." In a smooth motion, he stands and takes my hand, guiding me to the back of the boat. We settle on the long bench, side by side, his arm draped around me as he pulls me close. His eyes meet mine and he smiles, a warmth in his gaze that makes my heart flutter. I know I should pull back, but instead, I rest my head against his shoulder, feeling the steady rhythm of his breathing. His presence is warm and comforting, like a promise of something sweet and familiar. I hear the soft hum of a motor, and the canopy slides out above us, shielding us from the sun. It's like a little escape, a moment just for us, and it's even better than I could have imagined. His hand brushes through my hair gently, loosening my ponytail with care. I mirror him, running my fingers through his soft, dark hair, marveling at how natural it feels. I can't believe I'm here, doing this. This wasn't my plan today, not at all. I meant to keep things simple, to avoid getting too close. So why am I letting this happen? My heart hasn't felt this kind of connection in over 2 years, and it's aching for more. I find myself leaning closer as he shifts to hold me tighter. His embrace feels steady, grounding me in a way I didn't expect. He murmurs something soft, his voice full of care, and I smile despite myself. I know this moment is fleeting. I know he might move on, leaving me feeling more alone than before. But right now I can't help but stay. His fingers trace the edge of my sleeve, careful and slow, as if asking permission. I take a deep breath, gathering my strength. The woman inside me knows what she deserves. She's not here to be anyone's fleeting moment. I pull back slightly, meeting his eyes. "Jude, we need to slow down." He looks at me, his expression soft but intense. "Mercy, I'm not rushing you. I just want to be close, to know you better, to feel this connection. Nothing more, I promise." His hand rests gently on mine, and I let myself relax, trusting his words. He said it's just about being close, sharing this moment. I can handle that. I think. His hand stays on mine, warm and reassuring, and he gives me a gentle squeeze. My heart races as I lean into him again, feeling safe in his hold. But as his hand lingers, I feel a rush of warmth that's hard to ignore. I know if we keep going, I'll lose myself in this feeling, and that's not fair to either of us. I place my hand on his chest, creating a small space between us. "I can't let this go too far," I whisper. "I don't want to give you the wrong idea." "Why not?" he asks, his voice gentle as he brushes a strand of hair behind my ear, his touch light but steady. "It just can't," I say, my voice firmer now. "This is more complicated than it seems." "I'm not trying to complicate things," he says softly, his eyes searching mine. "Just let me be here with you." His fingers graze my cheek, and I feel my resolve waver. That's even harder to resist. My heart pounds as his kind words wrap around me, each one making it harder to pull away. "Jude, you're making this tough," I say, half laughing. "Then don't fight it," he teases, his smile playful but sincere. "Just be here with me." His hand rests on my shoulder, steady and warm, and I can't help but smile back. My body relaxes under his gentle touch, and I let myself enjoy the moment, even if just for a little while. Our eyes meet and there's a spark in his gaze, intense but not overwhelming. Mine probably show a mix of nerves and hope, though I'm trying to keep my feelings in check. He's letting himself fall into this moment, but I'm still holding back, guarding my heart. I lean closer as he wraps his arm around me again, and I let out a soft sigh as his warmth surrounds me. This feels good, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. Did I just say that out loud? He chuckles, pulling me a little closer, and my heart skips a beat. It does, he agrees, his voice low and warm. I know this man isn't giving up easily, and part of me doesn't want him to. He shifts to hold my hand, his touch gentle but firm, and I feel my worries slip away. There, he says, his smile softening. Now that we're here, let's enjoy the rest of the day. I'd love to spend more time with you, Mercy. What do you say? One word slips out before I can stop it. Yes.
Jude.
With Mercy fully relaxed, we have managed to have a remarkable day. She made me take her back to the dock so she could use the bathroom to freshen up, but other than that, she hasn't said one word about going back home. The sun is setting over the water as we eat a couple of hot dogs I bought from a vendor at the marina, and we sip on some beers I bought from the marina store as we end the first part of our date. After taking the last bite, she puts her head on my shoulder and sighs. This used to be the most favorite part of my days when I was a kid. There was a clear river near where we lived, and almost daily, I'd make the short hike through the woods to it and sit by it as the sun left the sky. I too love a good sunset, I say, then put the last bit of hot dog into my mouth and wrap my arm around her. We sit in silence while the sun disappears. It's the most comfortable silence I've ever been a part of. Come on, I say as I get up off the dock and pull her up with me. I need to get you home so you can shower and change, then I'm taking you out dancing. No, really, I can't do that. I really cannot do that, Jude, she says as her eyes go crazy wide. You don't dance or what? I ask as I wrap my arm around her shoulders and continue taking her to my car. We don't have to dance. We can drink a little and gaze into each other's eyes a little. When a slow song comes on, I can hold you and rock with you with a little swaying motion. Nothing hard. I can dance, she says as she rolls her eyes. I just can't go out like that. If I go home, I need to stay there. I couldn't possibly go back out after being gone all day like I have. Opening the car door for her, I pull her to the side and press my body against hers as I kiss her neck with soft kisses. Why is that? Because it's like that. And I really should be getting home. I'd like to be all settled in very soon. The time has gotten away from me. My kisses are doing nothing to settle her down, so I stop making an attempt to get her to change her mind that way and try a different tactic. I help her into the car, then get in myself. With a smile, I take her hand and kiss it, then say, I get it, Mercy. You aren't a social butterfly. Going out to clubs isn't your thing. She sighs a deep and long sigh, then says, Thank you for understanding, Jude. That's just not my scene. It's cool, baby. I can go to the liquor store and pick us up some wine and maybe a little popcorn, and we can watch a movie at your place. We don't have to go out. Or would you like to come out to my place? We have a home theater and a bowling alley. I pull out of the parking lot and find her chewing nervously on her lower lip. How can I put this without making you think that I didn't enjoy our time together? Because I did. I really did. Way more than I thought I would. I do like you. And we can talk on the phone if you want. But I have to get home. I can call you around 9, and we can talk all night if you want to, she says, then smiles at me with a devastating smile that is sure to haunt my dreams tonight. If I manage to sleep at all, as I think about what the hell this chick is hiding. A thought pops into my head, so I ask, do you have asthma or some other condition and have to wear a funny-looking breathing treatment mask? Is that why you don't want me to come over? Are you afraid I won't like you anymore if I see you have a special contraption you need because of a medical condition? Because I will not stop liking you over a thing like that. I swear to you, it won't affect me at all. I don't have a weird mask I have to wear, no, she says with a laugh. Just take me to my car. We can have a good night kiss, and then we can go our separate ways. Maybe next weekend, or the weekend after that, we can see each other again. If you want. What the hell are you talking about? I ask as I make a sideways glance at her. I want to see you tomorrow. I want to take you out to my place so we can ride horses. I want to introduce you to my parents. They always have Sunday barbecues and it's very laid back. You'll love it. And I know they're going to love you. That is so nice of you, Jude, she says with this really high voice. But I can't do that. Maybe we could schedule that for next Sunday. I can only do something one day out of the weekend. The other, I'll need to stay home. Were you raised super strict or what, Mercy? I ask with my own high voice. I mean, who can only go out one day out of the weekend? And what about after work? I want to pick you up and take you out to dinner, and maybe a movie or something. I want to see you every day. I want us to hang out together, a lot. Not once a damn week. That shit's for the birds. Oh, she says, then runs her hand over my cheek. How sweet you are, Jude. Cool, so you get it now. I like you. I want to spend time with you. Lots and lots of time with you. I'm glad you finally understand me. It feels much better to be on the same page. No, it changes nothing. I have a tight schedule. So if you want, you can schedule me and you for next Sunday. Whatever you want to do will be fine with me. I do like you too. I would love nothing more than to spend a lot more time with you and get to know you better. Unfortunately, at this time, that's impossible. I pull up in the parking lot of a Piggly Wiggly grocery store and stop the car, then turn to face her as much as I can in a car. Why? She gets this deer in the headlights look and her mouth drops open. All I have to say is, she better have a good excuse, or I don't know what I'm going to do.
Fire. Mercy.
Staring back at Jude as he glares at me, I have no idea of what to say to the man. His want to see me again and often is unexpected. I never in a million years saw this coming. I thought he'd be glad I didn't want to take up all of his time. So I make an offer instead of giving him the real answer as to why I can't see him more than once a week. Jude, how about this? How about we do lunch a few days out of the week? Tell me why, Mercy, he says with an icy glare. Tell me why you're so adamant that we see each other so damn much, I counter. I've told you. I like you, and I want to get to know you much better. You're being so damn difficult, it's making me wonder if you're hiding a husband at home or something even worse than that, he says, then he reaches across the armrest and takes my hand in his as his eyes grow soft and he loses the glare. Mercy, this is crazy to be arguing over. Yes, I'll take the lunches with you. Be prepared for me to pick you up every single day and take you somewhere nice. Maybe then you'll see I'm only trying to get to know you. I should have just been intimate with him on the damn boat. Then he'd be rushing to get me to my car instead of doing all this. I know that, how come he doesn't? Okay then. Lunches. Not every single day though. Once a week on Tuesdays, I have a lunch meeting with the owners of the spa. Then on Thursdays, I stop there because that's the day I go to the daycare and eat lunch with the kids. So I make something up. I go to my dentist and get my teeth cleaned and whitened. There, that should do it. He laughs as he shakes his head. Do you expect me to believe you go to the dentist for that once a week? Your teeth are brilliantly white and really gorgeous, but once a week? Come on. Let me in on the real reason Thursday lunches are out. His thumb grazes my knuckles as he continues to hold my hand. Maybe I should tell him. Maybe he'll give up then. Or maybe he'll push to meet them. I can't have that. This man is very pushy already. He's right, no one goes to the dentist that much. I'm so not practiced at lying. You're right, that's not what I do at lunch on Thursdays, I say as I chew on my lip and try to come up with something quick. I knew it, he says with a triumphant shout. His free hand does a fist pump into the air, and I find myself laughing. Really, Jude? He nods. Tell me the real reason. The real reason is pretty embarrassing to me. Do you really have to know? I ask, stalling for time to come up with something that sounds viable. I suppose the word embarrassing hit him, and I watch him change from the have-to-know man to a man who must value his privacy some too. No, you don't have to tell me if it will embarrass you. I'm sorry. Sometimes I push too hard. I'm used to getting my way. Now I realize I'm being pretty bratty. It's a thing I hate to see in others, and here I am being the same way. Wow, I mumble. Then I lean forward and touch his lips with mine for only a moment. That was something to see, Jude. Thank you for understanding. With a nod, he turns back and repositions himself in the driver's seat and takes off again. So, can I call you tonight then? Or are you tired of me? I'm not tired of you, I say as I reach over and take his hand. And yes, please call me around 9 tonight. If you want to, that is. No pressure. He frowns and glances at me, then back at the road. Not like the pressure I've been putting on you, huh? I'm not sure what to say to that. The man has been putting on the pressure. So I try to ease the tension he has going on in his body with a laugh. Jude, your pressure is something I never thought would happen today. The fact you'd argue with me just to spend more time with me is a thing I find almost endearing. No one has ever fought for more time with me. He squeezes my hand as he says, I'm not like most men. I'm a hunter deep down. When I spot what I want, I always get it. And I want you, Mercy. I want to get to know you and see where that leads. A chill runs through me with his words. He's a hunter. He's looking at me like prey, I guess. I don't know if I like that. My silence has him glancing at me again as he asks, Did what I say put you off? I shake my head, but it did a little. I can't be stalked. Things have to be safe in my little world with the kids. I can't have some man set on making me his. I have to do something to get him not to like me so much. I'm not sure what though. There are so many things men hate for women to do. Whine, be clingy, be lazy, and I don't think I can do any of those things. Pulling into the Denny's parking lot, I see my car is still there, safe and sound. He parks next to it, then pulls my hand to his lips. Let me let you out. I nod, and he lets my hand go and gets out, then comes around to my side of the car. Taking my hand, he pulls me up and then he has me wrapped in his arms. His eyes search mine for the longest time. I see so much in his dark eyes with a bright yellow Denny's sign reflecting in them. I wish I could spend more time with him right now. I wish I didn't have the responsibilities I have. Or the guilt for leaving the kids with someone else while I mess around. Then I feel awful for thinking that, and I sigh and lean my head on his shoulder. He doesn't say a word. He only holds me and rocks back and forth a little. His lips touch the top of my head, and I find myself wanting to tell him everything. Only I can't yet. It's too soon. He knows I have a secret. I can feel it in the way he's holding me. He's trying to let me know it will all be all right. But it won't. Not anytime soon, it won't. My life isn't really all mine. My life is part of 2 others. 2 very important people to me. 2 little people who have no one else, nor do I for that matter. He starts moving with me, dancing me backward toward my car. I put my hand on his shoulder as he hums a slow tune and takes me to my car. His lips touch my cheek, then his hand takes my chin and I look up at him. His mouth comes to mine and we kiss. Sweet and slow. A good night kiss at 7 in the evening, in a Denny's parking lot, on a Saturday night. Man, I'm lame.
Jude.
Fighting the urge to follow her out of the parking lot and back to her place, I watch Mercy drive away from me. She's got a lot on her shoulders and isn't willing to tell me a thing about it. I think I'm going to have to light a fire under that girl to get her to trust me. She seems set on taking things way too slow for me. My chest feels heavy for some reason. I guess it's because this is the first time I've ever really felt disappointed in my 30 years. That's a little hard to even wrap my head around. In 30 years, I have always managed to get my way, and this little lady shuts me down pretty damn easily. What's happened to me? I'm not the guy who takes no for an answer. Yet she's made me do something I almost never do. She's made me think about her and her feelings. She's made me think that she's got some things going on in her life that are pretty complex and hard to understand. I should probably just walk away from this thing. It would most likely be the smartest thing to do. Walk away and let her have all the space she wants. I know I should do that. Driving through the city to get out to the ranch, I noticed the difference in the temperature. The streets keep the city hot, and when you go down a little two-lane road with thick green grass on each side of the road and tall trees to give shade all day, it gets cooler. The nights out at the ranch are amazing. You can see more stars than you can in the city. You can smell cleaner air that invigorates you. I wanted to bring her out here so badly. I wanted to show her off to my family. I wanted them to see that I had brought home a real woman. Not a version of a woman made up of Botox and plastic surgeries. A real flesh and blood, completely natural beauty. Instead, I'm coming home empty-handed. I hate coming home with no prize. After parking my car, I go inside and find no one around. Though not unusual, it brings home the fact that I'll most likely spend the entire evening alone in my suite. I don't like to be alone. Going to the kitchen, I find it void of anyone, and I guess my parents gave the cooking staff the night off. Then I go back out to the garage and see everyone has left. So I pull out my phone and call my mother. She answers the phone with a laugh. "Jude, where are you? Did you forget?" I slap my forehead as I recall the date. It's Mom and Dad's anniversary party. I did. Damn it. I'll get dressed and be there as soon as I can. I'm sorry, Mom. Okay, sweetheart. We'll be here all night. Bring a date if you want to, she says, then hangs up. Bring a date. I wonder if she'll do that for me. Making another call, I hurry up the stairs to shower and change. My heart skips a beat when she answers. "Jude?" "Yes, it's me again. Look, I know you said you were swamped and all that, but I have only one more choice if you turn me down, and I sure don't want to have to take her." "What?" she asked. "What are you talking about?" "It's my parents' anniversary party tonight. I forgot all about it because I got myself all wrapped up in thinking about you, and only you. Do you miss me?" I ask as I get to my bathroom and get out of my clothes, then start the shower. "Jude, you're silly," she says with a laugh. In the background, I can hear someone saying something to her, and she asks me to hold on a second. I listen hard to see if I can make out any of either of their words. The only thing I figure out for sure is she's talking to another woman. "Good, no, man?" I'm back. "So, your parents are having an anniversary then?" "That's nice," she says. "It's a big thing downtown. I need a date. I know it is short notice, and I know you said you can't do anything else tonight. If you can't go with me, I'll be forced to take Ariel. You wouldn't subject me to that torture, would you?" I cross my fingers. Some type of jealousy will make her accept my invitation. "Hold on," she says, then I hear her mumbling, and the other woman's mumbles are added to hers, then she's back. "I can't leave until after 9, and I'll need to be back before dawn. And I'll take a cab there and back home." "You sure have a lot of stipulations, Mercy. But I'll take them. I'll text you the address and leave here when you tell me you're calling the cab. I'll meet you out in front of the hotel." "Thank you." She sighs a deep sigh. "No, thank you. I'm glad you asked me and gave me the chance to go instead of just taking that vile woman. I'll leave here at 9, okay?" "Okay, I can't wait to see you again. Get all dolled up. I can't wait to see you like that. Dress sensual, I end the call with a growl and put the phone down, then step into the hot shower. I don't know how I just managed that, but I'm damn glad I did. Singing as I wash my hair, I've never felt more on top of the world. Then the bathroom door opens. Through the glass shower wall, I see Ariel. Her red hair is all up and seems to have been professionally done. Her green dress is sparkly and skin-tight, and she's looking at me through narrowed eyes. "Where in the hell have you been all damn day, Jude Hurst? Do you mind getting out of my bathroom, Ariel?" I ask her in a calm tone, so as not to escalate her sour mood. "Yes, I do mind. You've had your phone off all day. I need you to hurry up. I'm starving and bored. Everyone else left over an hour ago, and I was all alone here waiting for you." "Oh hell. Why is that?" I ask as I finish the shower and grab a towel and wrap it around my lower half that seems to keep catching her attention. "I'm going to the party with you. I didn't want you to have to go alone," she says as she starts fanning the room with the door to let the steam out. "I know how to get her out of here now. The steam is making your hair fall and your makeup run." "No." She hauls ass out of the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Now to figure out how the hell I can get her not to go to the party. And with a glance at my phone as a text shows up, I have it all figured out. I hope. Making sure my towel is secured, I walk out and find her snooping through the top drawer of my dresser. She picks up a row of rubbers and wiggles them. "Think you might be wanting to take any of these with us tonight, stud?" Not for her, no. I'm not going to the anniversary party. It's a bore, and I've already set something up with some friends of mine. They'll be by here in 10 minutes to get you. Since I'm running late, I'll join you guys once I get dressed, I tell her and watch her face droop. "Do I know any of these people you're about to put me in a car with?" she asks. "You know Shelley, and I think you know Lyle too. They're partiers like you are. And there's food in the limo so you can eat. And you'll come as soon as you get ready?" she asks with a little shine in her eyes. "Okay." She's all perked up and I'm free. "Okay, go wait for them at the front and I'll see you in a little while," I tell her and watch her walk away. As long as she has something to do, she's fine. I hope she'll stay the hell out of my way for the rest of the night. Tomorrow I'm jetting her ass back to New York.
Mercy.
I can't believe I'm going out after all. But when he said he would have to take someone else and that someone else would be that horrible woman, I simply had no choice. At least that's what I'm telling myself. Becky is able to stay, and I'll put the kids to bed before I go, so I do feel a little bit better about that. They didn't seem upset that I was gone all day, and that was a plus. Another plus was that Becky taught Carter how to tie his shoes. He was so proud, as he showed me his new accomplishment. And Becky had a very good idea about Mia's middle-of-the-night bathroom visits. It's so simple, I don't know why it didn't occur to me before. Simply end the drinks with dinner. No drinks after that. If Mia can sleep through the night, then that means I can too. What an accomplishment that will be. I have to be honest with the kids this time, about my going out. I'm all dressed up in a dress that was my sister's. It's tight black and the most sensual thing I've ever worn. Along with some sky-high black pumps, I'm kind of kick-ass looking. Becky helped me with my hair. I have it piled on top, with little tendrils dropping out of the pile every now and then. We found some pretty hairpins with little diamond-looking stones in them, that she placed randomly in the pile on top of my head. Going in to tuck Carter into bed, I sit on the side of the bed and ask, "Do you think I'll get laughed out of the fancy party, Carter?" His little fingers move over my dangling diamond earrings, which were also his mother's. "Nope, you look like a princess, Aunt Mercy. The most beautiful one ever." I kiss his forehead, and think he may be biased, but I'll take the compliment. "Thank you, Carter. You're the sweetest little boy ever. Now you have some sweet dreams, and I will see you in the morning." With a smile, he nods and closes his eyes as he snuggles down, and I tuck the blanket around him nice and tight the way he likes it. I love you, Aunt Mercy. Have fun and dance a lot with the prince tonight. I smile as I walk to the bedroom door. I will. I love you too, good night. Closing the door only halfway, I go to help Mia into her pajamas. She likes to try to put them on all by herself, but never gets it quite right. With a knock on her closed door, I ask, "Can I come in?"
Yes, Aunt Mercy, she says with a little sniffle.
She sneezes as I come in and my heart stops. Do you feel okay, Mia? Oh my, don't let her get sick right now. She runs the back of her hand under her nose. No. I'm just cold from the bath and my clothes won't go on. Hurrying to get her dressed, I notice she has little goosebumps. Oh my goodness. Let's hurry up and get you warmed up, Mia. Once she's dressed, I pick her up and put her in her little bed, and tuck her in tight, then sit next to her and run my hands over the blankets to make some friction, and in no time her cheeks are pink and she's smiling. I'm warm now, she says. Her eyes are already heavy, as she wiggles her head to make it more comfortable. Do you need a story tonight? No, she says. I'm really sleepy. We did a lot of fun stuff today. I like Miss Becky. She's fun and funny. She always has bubbles in her apron pocket. That's fun. I see. I kiss her forehead and find her already breathing slow-paced breaths, meaning she's well on her way to sleep. While very glad they had fun with Becky, it does point out to me that she knows what she's doing and I do not. Carter has made it all the way to 4.5 without me teaching him to tie his shoes. To be honest, it didn't even occur to me to try to teach him. The only reason I knew how to potty train Mia was because I was around when my sister, Hope, was training Carter. They died before he was fully trained, so I got my practice in with him. Thinking even for a fraction of a second about their deaths has me feeling a little sad and melancholy. I shake it off and go get my phone to call the cab service. If I didn't have the kids, I'd just let Jude come get me. But I do, and I don't want him to know where I live yet. Maybe never. Most likely never. After making the call, I text Jude that I'll be leaving soon and my phone rings as he calls me. Hey, he says. His deep, smooth voice is so nice to hear even if he did just say one word. Hey, I say back as I play with a diamond necklace, also my sister's. Can you call me instead of texting me, he asks. I like to hear your voice when I'm talking to you. I giggle and feel a warmth move all through me. I suppose I could do that. I just didn't want to bother you, is the reason why I texted. You will never be bothering me, Mercy. I mean that. So I'll take off and meet you in about 30 minutes. You know I'm going to hold you in my arms all night, right? The warm feeling turns to heat, and I know I'm flushing. You promise. He makes a little moaning sound. I do. You know it's at a hotel. My parents booked a lot of rooms there. I'm staying in one and I'd love it if you stayed with me. I freeze. Stay the night with him. After only one date. Well, this technically makes it 2 dates. Wait. If you count the breakfast as 1, the boat as 2, and this party as 3, then that's 3 dates. That's the rule, isn't it? 3 dates have to go by before intimacy happens? I shake my head and laugh. You're too bad. I'll see you there. He groans a little, then says, Fine, I had to try. See you there. Making my way down the hall, I check in on both kids and find them both making little snores. They're fast asleep and won't even miss me while they sleep. Everything seems okay. I find Becky in the living room, reading a book as she sits on the sofa. You can stay in my bedroom, Becky. I'll sleep on the couch when I get home. No, I'll take the couch, she says. It's not a problem. No, you will take my bed. After all you've done for me today, you're taking the bed, I say with that stern tone I use for work. She smiles and nods, okay boss. And thanks for this. I promise I won't be slamming you with babysitting requests the way I've done today. I love hanging out with them. Please ask me anytime you want to. I still live at home with Mom and my 4 brothers. This is like a vacation for me, to be honest with you. I laugh and look around. Where's your puppy? I left him in the backyard. I'm not about to bring him inside of your home. Nonsense, I say with a wave of my hand. Do you keep him inside of your home? She nods. I do. But this isn't my place, so he can stay outside. It's fine. No, it's not. Bring him inside. I insist. The cab honks outside. I have to go now. You can leave in the morning. I don't want you driving home late. Have breakfast in the morning with us, please. She smiles and nods, then goes back to her reading as I leave. For the first time since I took the kids over, I feel a little normalcy is back in my life. Thanks to the competent young woman.
Jude.
Waiting nervously for the first time I can remember since I was a kid, I spot a cab pulling up at the front of the hotel where my parents' anniversary party is being held. When she steps out of the back of the cab, I blink and shake my head as I'm not completely sure it's her. Long toned legs go all the way up to a short black dress that has a daring plunging back, showing off some more toned and tanned skin. Loose spirals of golden blonde hair fall out of a nest of loose curls on top of the woman's head. The lights catch small diamond-like sparkles that have been placed all through the curls. She turns her head and looks at me with a smile on her red lips. Her blue eyes are outlined in a darker shade of blue, and she's beyond anything I've ever seen before. The apples of her cheeks spring up as her smile grows, and she waves at me. Are you just going to stand there and look at me, Jude? The sound of my name brings me out of the daze she's put me in, and I mumble, coming. I can't feel my feet as I go to her. She does a little turnaround and asks, is this okay? I was worried about what to wear. You're perfect, Mercy. Absolutely perfect, I managed to say. Her black heels are high and shiny, and make her legs look amazing. They looked great in her shorts and flip-flops, but now they look out of this world. My fingertips graze the side of her exposed thigh, as I move my hand up to take hers and slip it into the crook of my arm. Moving my body in so she's closer to me, I hear her breathe what sounds like a sigh of relief. I know I'm not perfect, but thank you for saying that. I was so worried I was over or underdressed. I've never dressed like this before. I Googled what to wear to fancy parties, and something like this outfit popped up. I'm so nervous. Can you tell that I'm nervous? You have no idea how my stomach feels right now. Sometimes when I'm nervous I talk too fast and too much. Tell me if I do that. I don't want to, she stops talking. Because I've stopped her with a kiss. My hand holds her face still as I caress her jawline. As I kiss her, I can feel the tension leaving her body. No need to be nervous. Everyone at the party is most likely already a little tipsy, and will love you no matter what. Not that there's a thing not to adore about you. You look amazing. You're gorgeous without a spot of makeup on your face, and wearing normal clothes. Put on your best face and style your hair, toss on some nice clothes and make me yours, Mercy. You're making me insane for you. You'll do well to get out of my arms at all tonight. She laughs a little, and puts her hand on my chest as her eyes cut off to the sides. Jude, people are looking at us. I bet they are. You look like a movie star. I move back to her side, and lace our fingers together, as I lead her to the elevator that will take us up to the club my parents rented for their party. My parents have a few singers here for the entertainment tonight. Have you ever heard of George Strait? Shut up, she says as we get on the elevator that goes up to the club. You're messing with me. So you've heard of him then? I ask with a smile. He's here, along with a few of his friends, Alan Jackson, this little guy named Kenny, and some guy named Willie. He's old and wears his hair in braids. He's funny though. And he sings pretty good too. For real, Jude? She asks as her jaw hangs open. I'm really about to freak out. Oh my gosh. Don't freak out. They're just people like you and me. The elevator doors open, and we step off of it as I run my arm around her waist. Here we are. What do you think? The room is dim with lights randomly lighting up areas for milliseconds, as the strobe light spins in a circle above a large dance floor that's full of people. I turn my head to look at Mercy, and her eyes are large as she takes everything in. A waiter walks by with a tray full of drinks and stops. "Pick anything you want." I choose a small glass of dark liquor, while her shaking hand picks up a champagne flute. "Thank you," she says to the man, then she looks at me. "And thank you. This is so beyond what I thought it would be." After a sip of my drink, I lean in and say in her ear, "This is just the tip of the iceberg when you're with me." She takes a long drink as she looks at me. "So show me around, I guess." Going to find my parents' table, I whisper to her, "Now don't be all professional with them. Talk to them the same way you talk to me." She nods and gives me a thumbs up. She's so funny. Her appearance is that of a sophisticated beauty. Her actions are that of a young woman who thinks she's nothing special. I wonder if she's really looked at herself in a mirror lately. She is magnificent. Out of nowhere pops my 3-year younger brother, Zeke. "Hey bro." He hugs me, then gestures to Mercy. "And who do we have here?" "This is Mercy Noland. She's my date for tonight," I say as I look at her with adoring eyes. My brother, in typical Zeke fashion, holds out his arms. "Well then, get over here, beautiful." In this family, we hug our hellos. I'm Zeke, this ugly guy's younger and much more attractive brother. Mercy looks at me for only a moment before Zeke has her in a hug. Her cheeks turn red, but she maintains her composure. "Nice to meet you, Zeke." He takes her hand and pulls her along with him as I follow behind. She looks over her shoulder at me, and I give her a nod. This is what he does, after all. We make our way to my family's table, and my father gets up as Zeke says in a very loud voice, "Look who Jude brought to the party." Her name is Mercy, and our boy Jude looks like he's gonna need some of that tonight. I take Mercy back as she blushes and drops her head. My arm goes around her shoulders and I whisper, "The introductions are the worst, I know this. But they'll be over with soon." She takes in a deep breath and looks up again. My father comes to us and brings Mom along as he says, well, we were wondering what was taking you so long, but now we know. You were up in heaven, bringing this little beauty down to earth with you." He takes Mercy's hand and kisses it. If I wasn't already hitched, I'd have to give my boy here a run for his money. He laughs and Mom hits his shoulder. "Don't mind him, sweetie. He's all bark and no bite." She shakes Mercy's hand. "I'm Jude's mother, Loretta. His father's name is Jim. It's nice to meet you. I'm so glad you could come tonight." The lights go down as the music is about to start, and I take Mercy to sit down as everyone else takes their seats. Sitting side by side, I put my arm around her shoulders. She looks at me with a smile and lays her head on my shoulder. "This is the coolest thing ever, Jude." "Thank you." With a kiss to the side of her head, I say, "No, thank you." And for the first time in my life, I really mean it.
Mercy.
This doesn't feel real. Not one bit. Jude is holding me in his arms as we dance to a slow song sang by the man who made it, and is sitting on a stage not far from where we are. It's too unreal. Everything is so unreal. His lips brush over my neck as he says quietly, "Tell me what you're thinking. It would sound stupid to you." He spins me around then says, "Nothing that comes out of your mouth ever sounds stupid." Okay, I was just thinking that this doesn't seem real. I kind of think I'm going to wake up and it will all have been a dream, I confess. He laughs a deep throaty laugh. "Mercy, this is real, and your life is about to become something people only dream about. If you let it, that is. How I wish I could let it all change. But I can't. I'm not about to spoil this night for him, though." "Why me? Why not you?" he asks, then spins me around again as the song ends, then he kisses me. A hand touches my shoulder and he ends our kiss. I turn to see a young woman smiling at me. She has Jude's green-brown eyes, and I can tell she's his sister even though her hair has blonde streaks in the deep brown color. "I'm Rose," she says as she holds out her arms. In this family, we hug hello. So I've heard, I say, and find Jude letting me out of his arms, and I go into his sister's. I'm Mercy. I know. I heard Zeke when he yelled it out, she says as she lets me go, and I find Jude's arm back around my waist, pulling me tight to his side. I just wanted to introduce myself. You're like the first real woman that my oldest brother has ever brought around. That can't be, I say as I look at Jude, who's smiling like crazy. Rose nods. It's true. My brother usually has a certain type of girl he hangs with. Rich as hell and fake as hell too. You seem genuine. The real deal. Thank you, I say as I can't seem to take my eyes off of Jude's as they dance around in a sensual and mischievous way. Let's sit this one out and get something to eat and drink, baby. He leads me to another area, off of the loud dance area. A few people are in the smaller room, with a large buffet and a bar. Wow, that buffet is huge, I say as I see an 8-foot-long table full of all kinds of food. My mother is the type who wants everyone to get exactly what they want. So what are you in the mood for? He asks me as he takes me to look over the vast array of food. Those steaks look good. Then again, so does that tray of enchiladas. How am I going to choose? I ask as I look at all the great food. He lets me go and picks up a plate, placing a steak on it and one enchilada too. Have both. There are no rules. I laugh and put a spoonful of mashed sweet potatoes on the plate too. We have to have a vegetable, I say as I pick up a little bowl of green beans. Then we go to a small table, as Jude waves at a waiter. 2 beers on tap, please. The man nods and goes off to get our drinks. Jude pulls the chair out for me to sit in, and pulls the one he's about to sit in closer to mine. When he sits, our legs touch and I find it sweet and charming. He can't seem to keep his body away from mine. He's the first man to ever want to be around me this much, and in almost constant connection too. Rose comes into the room with a young guy trailing after her. Her date, I guess. They make plates while Jude and I share our plate as Jude cuts the steak and gives me a bite. Rose and her date come and sit across from us. A thing that has Jude frowning a little. Who's your date, Rose? He asks. Oh yeah, you haven't met him yet. This is Donald Pendergrass, she says as she gestures to the shy-looking young man. We met online. He's from London. Hello, he says with a quiet voice. I notice that Jude isn't introducing us, so I do that. I'm Mercy and this is Jude. Nice to meet you both, Donald says, then looks at his plate as Jude's quiet behavior is unnerving. So London? I ask. Did you fly over just for this event? His eyes cut to Rose and she shakes her head, then says, I've had Donald over here for about a month. He's staying in this hotel, as a matter of fact. Why is that? Jude asks as he looks at his sister. Why have you been hiding him from us? And when did you start meeting men online? Do you know how dangerous that is? And that right there is why I hid him from you all. I knew everyone would get all over me for meeting someone online. Anyway, he's here and I'm introducing him to everyone now. Gosh. I'm not a baby. I'm 24 years old. When will all of you stop treating me like a baby? She whines. Placing my hand on Jude's leg, I ask Donald, so what is it you do for a living, Donald? I'm in between jobs right now. I've been a professional gamer, back in London. I've yet to find employment here doing that yet, he says as he looks at me, then right back down at his plate. Jude's body tenses as he asks, so my little sister is supporting you? Donald nods and Rose looks pissed as she says, that is none of your business. God knows how much money you've blown on tramps, dear brother. Whoa, I say to try to ease the situation. No reason to get all up in arms about anything. This night is about your parents and nothing else. So let this go. I look at Jude as I touch his chin to make him look at me. Okay. He nods and cuts another bite of steak and gives me a bite. For you, Mercy. He glances his sister's way, then looks back at me. Only for you. With a nod and a smile, I place a little kiss on his lips and he smiles back at me. All the fire in his eyes is gone, and he laughs, then gives me a bite of the enchilada, which I find is spicy. Grabbing the beer, the waiter placed in front of us only seconds ago, I chug it all down as they laugh. Jude takes a bite and then a little drink of his beer, then says, "It's not that hot, Mercy." The waiter, noticing my distress, brings another beer to me, and I manage to only take a sip of it. Then Jude is placing a forkful of sweet potatoes into my mouth. "This should cool you off." It does the trick, and when he holds out another bite of that hot as Hades enchilada, I shake my head, making them all laugh. I can see the kind of family they are now. A bunch of sadists.
Jude.
At the stroke of midnight, the actual date of my parents' anniversary, the music stops, and my parents are going up to the stage to give a speech. Mom beckons my brothers, me, and my sister to come up on the stage with them. "Will you be okay here alone, Mercy?" I ask before I let her go. "Because I can take you up there with me if you want." She shakes her head as her eyes go really big. "No way. I'm fine. You go on up there. I'll be right here waiting for you." With a little kiss, I leave her at our table, along with the other people my siblings brought, and follow my family to the stage. Once we're all up, the lights come up, and I see someone has made it to the party and is making a beeline for the stage. Crap. Ariel looks drunk as hell. Her fancy updo is down, and her red hair is flowing wildly around her bare shoulders. Her dress is hitched up in the back. My mother and father both look at me with frowns on their faces, and I look at Ram and whisper, "Can you get those friends of yours you were on the football team with to run some interference with that crazy chick?" He nods and makes a loud whistle that catches the attention of the 3 guys he invited to the party. With a wave of his hand, all 3 guys go toward Ariel and take her past the stage to stand at the side of it with them. A few people noticed her, but not all of them. With Ariel secured, I look out to see if Mercy noticed her, and I can see that she did as she's holding her hand to her chest and watching Ariel. Crap. Mom gets a smile on her face as she sees the situation is under control, and nudges my father to begin his speech. "Hey, everybody." Dad shouts over the microphone in his hand that Mom's flipped the switch on to turn it on. "How are you enjoying the festivities?" A ton of hoots and hollers sound off as the crowd lets him know they're having a good time. In true Texas fashion, the crowd, though full of wealthy people, still sounds like a barroom full of hicks. The crowd quiets as Dad continues. 32 years ago, I made this little filly my wife. Has every day been a picnic, you ask? The crowd laughs. No, it has not. Mom smacks him in the arm. OWW. Mom takes the microphone away from him. Give me that thing, Jim. She looks out over the guests she handpicked. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for coming tonight to help us ring in this 32nd anniversary we're having. And I'd like to tell you all a little story about me and old Jim Hurst here. You see, he had a hell of a time getting me to say yes to his proposal of marriage. Now they don't want to hear that, Loretta, Dad says, making the crowd laugh again. Just bypass that little tidbit of history, would ya? Mom shakes her head. I will not. Anyway, this man here was a suave man with lots of money, and he set his sights on me. I didn't understand why. I was a girl from a middle-class family. I wasn't rich or even popular. I was plain as they come. Oh, come on now, honey, Dad says as he wraps his arm around her shoulders. You were always a great beauty. He kisses her cheek, and I have to smile as Mama blushes. In his eyes, I suppose I was, she says. But in mine, I wasn't fit to be the wealthy man's wife. So when he asked me one night in July, as we sat on the bank of a creek and fished in the moonlight, if I'd like to marry him, I told him no thank you. Everyone laughs and claps. Then my father says, she nearly broke my heart with those words. I wanted her to be mine so bad, it made me crazy when she told me no. But did I give up on her? The crowd shouts the answer, no. Dad laughs and says, you're damn right I didn't give up on her. Mom laughs too, then says, So a month later, at the roller rink on my 20th birthday, this man right here asked me to marry him again. This time, he produced a large diamond engagement ring. A thing he hadn't before. My heart leapt with joy as I looked at that ring. But you know what I told him? The crowd answers, you said no. Mama nods. I told him no. I still thought I wasn't enough for the man. I still felt like a rich woman, a woman in his league, could come along and take him away from me if she wanted to. So I turned him down again. She really broke my heart that time, Dad says as he looks into my mother's eyes. I'd went out and bought a big old rock for her to put on her finger and let the other boys know she was taken. But she pushed that ring back in the little black box and gave me the answer I did not want. Did I give up? The crowd answers, no. Dad shakes his head. But I almost did. I left Dallas and went to Europe to get the little filly out of my head. I was gone a whole year. When I came back, my little Loretta was 21 and more beautiful than I remembered. I fell right back in love with her, and for once, she looked at me with something in her eyes that had been missing before. Mom takes up the story. I'd graduated from college. With hard work, I had managed to graduate with honors, a thing I didn't think I was capable of. Not only did I graduate college, but I also had me a boyfriend. A nice, normal, middle-class boyfriend who was nice enough to me. But he never looked at me the way this man right here did. Dad looks at Mom and says, and you never looked at him the way you looked at me. Mom's hand runs over his cheek, and I feel a little shaky inside as I think about Mercy and wonder if one day that might be us. I wonder too if my mother's story is sinking into Mercy's head. I know she sees me as a man who's out of her league. But the truth is, she's out of mine. But I'm not going to let that stop me. Mom continues as she looks at Dad. No, I did not. She looks back out at the guests as she says, so with my newfound faith in myself, when Jim asked me to go with him to a very fancy restaurant here in Dallas, I accepted. Dad adds, she also finally accepted my proposal, and 6 months later I made her mine forever. They kiss as everyone awes. I find myself looking out to find Mercy, and our eyes meet from all the way across the large room. I throw her a kiss and she acts like she catches it and holds her hand to her heart. Then I hear a shout, what the hell was that? Crap, Ariel.
Mercy.
The red-headed tramp shouts, bringing everyone's attention to her. Which is a thing she absolutely loves. The three guys who are around her take her by her arms, holding her in place so she can't make her way over to me. I give a silent thank you to the Lord above, and look back at Jude, who's pale, and looks more than a little pissed as he points for the guys to get her out of the room, and they do as he's told them to. His parents look mad, but his mother quickly tries to fix things as she says, okay then. Who's ready to spend the next couple of hours listening to our good friends, George and Alan? The cheers ring out and Jude leaves the stage, coming straight to me. Come on, he tells me as he takes my hand and pulls me up, then leads me out. Just as we make it out the door, I see those men have Ariel in the hallway too. Jude spins us around as Ariel shrieks, what the hell, Jude Hurst? You lied to me. I look at him and ask, what did you tell her? That I wasn't coming here, he says, as I find Ariel struggling in the large men's hands. Did you tell her we were in the shower together earlier? Ariel screeches. Jude turns around and shouts at her, that's a lie, Ariel. Tell her you're lying. Ariel looks at me. I was in the bathroom. His bathroom, and he had no clothes on. A loud slap rings out and I find my hand stinging as I've slapped Jude. My gosh, what have I done? I haul ass away from him. My mind is a blur. I have no idea why I did that. That's so not me. Damn, Jude shouts as he comes after me. Mercy, don't. She's making more out of it than it was. I swear that to you. Leave me alone. I yell as I try to get on the elevator without him. He grabs the doors before they close and gets into the elevator too. Wait. Jude, just let me go home. I'm too old for this crap, I say. I have a job and responsibilities, and I have no time for this kind of thing in my life. Thank you for the nice evening and good night. Go back to that woman. She obviously has a thing for you, and you must have one for her too, or she wouldn't have been in your bathroom when you were taking a shower. Jude looks over his shoulder and tells the guys who still have a hold on Ariel, "Can you put her ass in one of the hotel rooms my parents have here? Lock her in." One of them gives a nod as Ariel shrieks again, "I will not be locked away, Jude Hurst. You can be locked in a room, or I can call the cops and you'll be locked up for public intoxication. It's up to you, Ariel," he shouts back at her. She shuts up and goes along with the guys, who walk to another bank of elevators. Jude moves into the elevator, letting the doors close behind him. He reaches out for me, but I take a step back. "Don't." "Mercy, I promise you, she's exaggerating what happened. I thought I was home alone, and had no idea she was there. I should have locked my bedroom door, but I didn't because I thought I was alone. She came into the bathroom, but nothing happened." "An awkward moment?" I ask, crossing my arms and distancing myself from him. "I'll admit, there was a moment. I was thinking about you, and how excited I was that you were coming to this event with me. Then I got a text from some friends and sent her off to join them." "And she was okay with that?" I ask with a frown. "Because she doesn't seem to be okay with that now. I lied to her, and told her I would show up wherever they were once I got ready. I told her I wasn't coming to this thing. I lied to her to keep her away from here. And away from you. I'm putting her on our private jet tomorrow, and sending her back to New York so she won't be an issue in the future." "I thought you two were just friends," I say and take a step back as he takes one forward. "We are. But not anymore. Not after she pulled that stunt at your spa. I can't hang with people who do crap like that. I meant to ask you this. You didn't fire that lady, did you?" "No, I gave her time off with pay for what she had to endure from that woman. So why did she think it was okay to walk in on you in the bathroom?" I ask as I move my arms away from my chest and down to my sides, as I begin to calm down and notice the redness in his cheek where I slapped him, and start to feel like a jerk about that. She and I have dabbled in the intimate department. We were never exclusive, and it was only a handful of times in the last few years. No big deal really. That fact must have made her think she could do that. He moves to my side and takes my hand, then kisses it. "I'm really sorry this happened." I look at the mark one left on his handsome face, then run my hand over the cheek I slapped. "I shouldn't have hit you. It's not a thing I've ever done before. I can't really tell you what came over me. You and I have just met. I have no claim on you. That was completely out of character for me." He grins, which I find crazy, then he says, "I think you found a shred of jealousy over me is why you did that." "Why in the world are you smiling over that, Jude?" I ask as he must be insane. "That isn't normal. We've only been around each other for one damn day, and here I am acting like I own you. That was wrong of me. It won't happen again." "You're damn right it won't," he says with a laugh. "Want to know why?" "Because you never want to see me again. I completely get it. I'm obviously not meant to date right now. I have too much on my plate at the moment. That much is obvious." He shakes his head. "No, that's not why, silly girl. It won't happen again, because I'm not going to give you any reason to do that again." He pulls me into his arms and kisses me. Just as the elevator doors open, he ends the kiss and leans his forehead against mine. "I'm going to let all the women who have been in my life know I'm in a serious relationship with you. Via social media. How about that? How can I tell this man that I'm not available to be in a serious relationship?"
Jude.
"Come back up with me, please?" I ask as we stand in the elevator. Ariel's not around. It's just us now. Mercy looks at me, her eyes softening, then nods. "It'd be rude to leave without saying goodbye to your parents." I press the button to take us back up, then lean in, brushing my lips against hers. Her arms wrap around me, and she melts into the kiss, her warmth pulling me closer. I press her gently against the wall, keeping her steady as my heart races. Her hands slide along my sides, and I feel the edge of the keycard to my hotel room in my pocket. A spark of hope flares, and I decide to ask one more time, praying she'll say yes. I pull back, meeting her gaze, her eyes bright with emotion. "Come to my room with me." She traces my lips with her fingertips, hesitating, then whispers, "I can't." I sigh, disappointed, but kiss her again, softer this time, letting her know how much she means to me. My hands stay on her shoulders, holding her close as our breaths mingle. The elevator stops, and I reluctantly pull away, but my heart urges me to try again. I hit the button for my floor, 3 levels up. "What are you doing?" she asks, her voice breathless but curious. "I want you with me," I say, pulling her into my arms. She wraps her arms around my neck, and I lift her slightly, her laughter filling the air. The doors open and I carry her out, her lightness making me grin. "Jude, put me down," she says, her tone playful but firm, her eyes wide with surprise. I glance down the hallway. It's empty and my door is just steps away. "Not yet," I tease, reaching my door and leaning her gently against it. Grab the card from my left jacket pocket. She pulls out the key card, sliding it into the slot. The door beeps and she pushes it open, her smile hesitant but warm. I carry her inside, my heart pounding now that we're alone. Before she can overthink, I kiss her again, slow and tender, pouring my feelings into it. But she pulls back, shaking her head. "Jude, we can't go further." "I'm not ready." I pause, searching her eyes, and see her sincerity. "Mercy, this isn't just a moment for me," I say, my voice low. "You're special. This means something real." She softens but holds firm. "Let me up, please." I step back, helping her to her feet, my heart sinking. "What now, Mercy?" She straightens her dress, smoothing her hair with a few quick motions, pulling out the remaining clips to let it fall naturally. She's radiant, even in her resolve, and I ache to change her mind. She looks over her shoulder, offering a small smile as she places her hand on the doorknob. I give her my best pleading look, hoping to sway her. She presses her palm to her lips, blowing a kiss across the room. It's her answer, gentle but final, and my chest tightens. "Well, that's that," I murmur, but her smile lingers in my mind as she slips out the door.
The chase. Mercy.
With one hand on the doorknob, I look at Jude and blow him a goodbye kiss. The man is crazy if he thinks he's getting me into his bed after our first day together. I have to admit, I might have led him to believe I would be sleeping with him. I may have started to take off his clothes, a thing I shouldn't have done too. After falling back onto the bed, he leans up on one elbow as he looks at me with puppy dog eyes. His shirt is open, revealing his tight muscles and mounds of abs. He wiggles one finger at me, and I shake my head. I know I should be opening this door already and walking away, but I can't stop looking at him. His lips part as he says, "Mercy, what do you think will happen if you and I sleep together? Do you think I'll have what you think I want and be done with you? Because that's not how it is at all." I hesitate as I think about what he's said. He wants more from me than I have to give right now. The thought has crossed my mind that if I give in to him, then he might show his true colors and stop chasing me so hard. Weighing the options, I let the door handle go and walk toward him. A smile moves across his lips and grows with each step I take. "You sure about that, Jude?" I ask. "Are you sure that me sleeping with you on the first night we've spent together will not make you think I'm easy and not worth your time?" I push the thin strap of my dress down as I take another step toward him. He shakes his head and sits up. "I know you're not easy. I know you want this too. And I promise you this won't change a thing." Well, that's not true. It may have me wanting to spend even more time with you. It may have me wanting you in my bed every single night. His words make me stop dead in my tracks. This isn't going to go the way I thought it would. Then again, he is a guy. Guys will tell you what they think you want to hear to get to the goods. Every girl knows that. So I move forward again, certain he's just saying whatever he thinks will work to get me where he wants me. This is my chance to reconnect with him after so long, and I'm not going to let it slip away. I slip off my heels and set my necklace and earrings on the nightstand, feeling a flutter of nerves and excitement. My dress feels heavy with the weight of the moment, so I let it slide to the floor, revealing the simple slip I wore underneath. I step forward, my heart racing as I meet his gaze. He reaches out, his hands gentle as they rest on my waist. His eyes are warm, searching mine as he pulls me closer. "You're breathtaking," he murmurs, his voice low and full of feeling. My cheeks flush as I run my hands over his shoulders, easing his shirt off. The fabric falls to the floor, and I marvel at the strength in his frame. He draws me into his arms, his touch light but steady, and presses a soft kiss to my forehead. My body hums with warmth as I lean into him, standing close by the bed. His hands move to my back, holding me as if I'm something precious. "Come here," he says, his voice deep and inviting. He lifts me effortlessly, setting me down so I'm sitting on the edge of the bed, our faces level. I laugh, surprised, as he grins, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Comfortable?" he teases, brushing a strand of hair behind my ear. "Very," I reply, my voice soft. I rest my hands on his shoulders, feeling the connection between us deepen. The sheer curtain by the window glows with the Dallas skyline, casting a dreamy light over us. It's like the world outside fades, leaving just the two of us in this perfect moment. His fingers trace gentle patterns on my arms, sending shivers through me. "You have no idea what you do to me," he says, his gaze locked on mine. My heart skips and I close my eyes, letting the warmth of his words wash over me. His touch is tender, grounding, and I feel myself melting into it, every worry slipping away. "You're making this hard," I whisper, smiling as I open my eyes to find him watching me with such care. "Good," he says, his voice playful but sincere. "I want you to feel how much this means." His hand cups my cheek and I lean into it, my breath catching. The moment stretches, sweet and endless, and I can't help but smile. "Yes," I say, my voice barely audible, but it's enough. My heart feels full, alive in a way it hasn't in years. I reach for him, pulling him closer, and he wraps his arms around me, holding me like he never wants to let go. The skyline sparkles outside, but it's nothing compared to the spark between us. He shifts, sitting beside me on the bed, and takes my hand. "I want to show you something," he says, his tone softer now, almost nervous. He opens the drawer by the bed and pulls out a small velvet box, his fingers brushing mine as he hands it to me. "Open it." My hands tremble as I lift the lid, revealing a delicate silver bracelet, simple but beautiful. "It's perfect," I whisper, tears pricking my eyes. "Just like you," he says, fastening it around my wrist. His touch lingers, and I look up to see his smile, warm and full of promise. This is more than I ever dreamed of, and I know I'll cherish it forever.
Jude.
Now that she's here with me, I want to show her why she'll want to stay by my side. I rest my hand gently on her shoulder, feeling her relax under my touch. "I want you to know you're special to me," I say, my voice soft but firm. "Tell me you feel that too." She's sitting on the edge of the bed, her blue eyes meeting mine with that stubborn spark I've come to adore. "I'm not ready to say that just yet," she replies, a teasing smile tugging at her lips. She's as headstrong as they come, and I love it. I grin, giving her shoulder a playful squeeze, and she laughs, the sound warming my heart. "You're making this tough, Mercy," I say, leaning closer. Her laughter fades into a soft sigh as she tilts her head, studying me. "You're not exactly making it easy either, Jude." I shift to sit beside her, our shoulders brushing. The closeness feels electric, but I keep my movements gentle, wanting her to feel safe. "Would you like to tell me what's holding you back?" I ask, my tone light but curious, as I tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear. She shakes her head, her smile softening. "I'm just not used to this, feeling so much." Her honesty catches me off guard, and I feel a surge of protectiveness. I take her hand, lacing our fingers together. "I'm not going anywhere," I say, my voice steady. "I want you to know that." Her breathing quickens, and her eyes glisten with something unspoken. I pull her closer, wrapping my arms around her in a warm embrace. She melts into me, her hands resting on my chest as she leans her head against my shoulder. The way she fits against me feels right, like she belongs here, and I can't imagine sharing moments like this with anyone else. "Jude," she whispers, her voice barely audible. "You're making me want to believe in this." "Then believe," I murmur, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. Her hands tighten on my shirt, and she arches closer, her trust in me growing with every second. I hold her steady, savoring the warmth of her presence. I pull back just enough to meet her gaze, my heart pounding. "Tell me you're with me, Mercy. Just say you're mine, not because I'm pushing, but because you feel it too." She bites her lip, her eyes darting over my face as she thinks it over. I can see the wheels turning, and I wait, giving her space. Then, instead of answering, she leans in, her lips brushing mine in a soft, tentative kiss. It's sweet and full of promise, and I kiss her back, keeping it gentle but pouring every ounce of my feelings into it. When we part, she's breathless, her cheeks flushed. "You're trouble," she says, but her smile betrays her. "And you love it," I tease, pulling her back into my arms. She laughs, the sound bright and free, and I know we're on the verge of something real. I shift, lifting her chin so she's looking at me. "Mercy, I'm serious. I want you, only you. Tell me you understand that." She hesitates, her expression softening. "I'm not seeing anyone else, Jude," she says finally. "I can promise you that. But I need time to figure out what this means for me." Her words are honest, and though I want more, I respect her for it. I nod, brushing my thumb over her cheek. "That's enough for now," I say, my voice low. "But I'm not giving up on you." She smiles, a real unguarded smile that makes my chest ache. "Good," she says, leaning into me again. "Because I don't want you to." I pull her close, settling us back against the pillows. Her head rests on my chest, and I run my fingers through her hair, feeling her relax completely. "Let's stay like this for a while," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. She nods, her hand finding mine. "I'd like that." As we lie there, her warmth against me, I feel a spark of hope. She hasn't said the words I want yet, but the way she's holding onto me tells me everything I need to know. I press a soft kiss to her hair, my heart full. "You're mine, Mercy," I whisper, more to myself than to her. "And I'll wait as long as it takes for you to see it." Her fingers tighten around mine, and she murmurs, "Jude, I'm starting to."
Mercy.
I have never felt more relaxed and fulfilled in my entire life. Laying here with Jude wrapped around me, I have to wonder if I can actually keep him separate from my real life. He holds me tight even in his sleep. I know it has to be late. I need to get back home, and I know this man is not going to make that easy. I take one of the pillows and move it slowly under his arm, then move stealthily slow as I exchange my body for the pillow. Since I've snuck out of bed so many times in the last couple of years, I'm sort of a pro at this. He makes a little snore and I stop as I'm getting off the bed, then he goes back into a deep rhythmic breathing pattern, and I know it's safe to get off the bed. As I gather my things off the floor, I can't help but look at him. His handsome face looks so peaceful as he sleeps. All satiated and satisfied, after all the fantastic things we both enjoyed through most of the night. I know this night will be hard to top. Then again, he might just be able to pull off even more. Where he's concerned, I don't think I've seen more than the surface of what all he can do to please me. He is full of surprise, that's for sure. Tiptoeing to the bathroom to get dressed, I begin to feel a little badly about leaving him without waking him up. But I know he won't let me leave if I do that. After dressing and pulling my hair into a ponytail as it is wild as hell after all we've done, I leave the bathroom and pick up my shoes. Then I notice my jewelry on the nightstand and grab it. A pad of paper and a pen from the hotel are also on it, so I jot a little note to him, so he's not too disappointed when he wakes up without me. Had a really great night. Thanks so much. And I get it if you don't call. I won't be mad at you. We both got what we wanted. It was fun. Bye. Putting the pen down, I turn and leave the room. The hallway is quiet, as everyone is asleep on this very early morning. Pulling my phone out of my little purse, I see it's 5 in the morning. After calling the cab company to pick me up, I get on the elevator and go down to the lobby. As I get off the elevator, the non-judging eyes of the staff hit me. Then the shame creeps in and I feel like crap. Why did I do this? The one saving grace is that I see a yellow cab right out front, and I duck out the doors without making any eye contact with anyone. Getting into the cab, I tell him where to take me and look up at the Grand Hotel and hope Jude isn't hurt by my leaving him like that. That's the last thing I want, is for him to be hurt by me. He is so much more than I thought he was in the beginning. But the man is spoiled-ass rotten. He can't take no for an answer about anything. I don't really know how I could handle him if he and I were to become a real thing. I watch the sky turning pink at the dark edges of the horizon and have to smile. It was about 3 years ago the last time I came in at dawn. The night was nowhere nearly as memorable as this one was, but I was young and free, and that's what this sunrise is reminding me of. The easy days before I had responsibilities. The cab stops in front of my house and I pay the man, then get out. The sidewalk is cold under my bare feet as I hold my heels and walk inside. The wood floor is also cold under my feet as I pad across it to the sofa and crash on it. I'm exhausted. Completely and utterly exhausted. Grabbing the little throw on the back of the sofa, I pull it over me and close my eyes. I'm home. Safe and sound. In mere hours the kids will be up and my day will begin. Who am I?
Jude.
The sun's light comes through the window, hitting me right in the eyes. With all of last night's activities, I forgot to close the blackout curtains over the sheer ones. I groan and stretch. From being smashed into her tight recesses so much last night. And now for a little morning love action. I roll over and have to stop myself. I thought I'd be rolling into her, but I'm not. There's a damn pillow where Mercy is supposed to be. Maybe she's in the bathroom. I sit up and rub my eyes and find that door wide open and the light off. Then I look over the edge of the bed and find her things gone. Some writing on the notepad next to the bed draws my attention. Picking up the pad, I read some nonsense she's written on it about understanding if I don't call her. She's out of her mind. I'd like to say I can't believe she would do this. But I did have a feeling she might try to do something like this. I did, however, think I would hear her if she got up. She's one sneaky chick. Checking the time on my phone, I see it's 10 in the morning. So I tap the screen to call her, and am not at all surprised to find it going to voicemail. So I send her a text, telling her to call me as soon as possible. Waiting for a few minutes, I find myself getting pissed and go to cool off in the shower. If that woman told me what I wanted to hear and meant none of it, I am going to wring her neck. The water is cold as it hits my body when I step into the shower, and I wish it was colder so it could soothe this fury that's coursing through my body. I showed her an excellent time. I treated her like a princess. Why would she even put that in that note? Does she really think that after all we did last night, that I merely wanted to sleep with her? How could she? I was gentle with her some of the time. I held her afterward and whispered sweet things into her ear until she fell asleep. I did everything I could to make sure she knew she was special. Not some piece of ass. And for what? For her to leave me with a little damn note that says she won't be mad at me if I blow her off. Well, now I am the one who's mad. Mad as hell. If she thinks for 1 second she can blow me off, she has another think coming. I get what I want. If I set my mind on it, then it is mine. She's about to get a real taste of what it feels like to be in my sights. I never miss what I aim for, and I am now completely aiming for her. All of her. Not a piece of her. I want all of her, and I'll chase her stubborn ass down if I have to.
Mercy.
After getting out of the shower, I see Jude has woken up and has called and texted. I get the uneasy feeling he's not happy about my leaving. So I give him a call and cross my fingers he won't try to guilt me into seeing him today. Because I just cannot do it. I have to spend the day with the kids. Hey, why did you leave? He answers my call. Good morning to you too, Jude, I say with a laugh. Mercy, answer me, comes his stern reply. I had to get home, and I knew you'd try to keep me with you. That's why I left, I tell him as I walk out of the bathroom in my robe to go put some clothes on in my bedroom. My body is sore as hell, but in the best possible way. I'm walking funny, and it makes me smile as I walk down the hallway. I wanted to take you to breakfast, and then I was going to take you home, he says with a little huff at the end. I'm sorry I messed up your plans. But I wasn't about to go to breakfast wearing that dress from last night. I looked like something the cat had dragged in, and I needed my own shower and the shampoo and conditioner that works best on my hair. Plus, I have things to do at home today. So I'm afraid I can't play with you today, Jude. What was that note about? He says in a growly voice. He does get grouchy when he doesn't get his way. Well, I wanted you to know there would be no hard feelings if last night was all you wanted. That's all I meant by that note. No big deal, really. You must have really missed me this morning, I say with a laugh. You have no idea, he grumbles. And while we're talking about that, do you want last night to be our only night? Of course not. I say very quickly. Much more quickly than I even realized, as I hear him making a long sigh of what I believe is relief. Good. You had me worried. And just to be clear on everything, you did mean all the things you said last night, right? Crap. I'm sure he's talking about when I was all high on the intimacy. I had a feeling he was going to press this issue. So I say, well, sure, most of it. What parts? He asks with a very stern tone to his deep voice. I'm not going to see anyone else. I never planned on even seeing you, so I don't know why you even thought you needed to bring that up, I say as I put the phone on speaker so I can get dressed before Becky leaves and I have to start the day with the kids. Okay, then you meant that part and that's good. That's what I wanted to hear. So you do understand what it is that I want then. He sighs again then says, so give me your address and I'll come by. Huh? I ask as I pull a t-shirt over my head. I didn't say anything about that. Don't act like you didn't understand me, Mercy Noland. I said things very clearly. I want us to be a thing. Not a some of the time thing, an all of the time thing. I know you understood me, girl. I do understand what it is you want. I want to be with you. I really do. And we can do things like we talked about. You remember, lunch every other day during the week, then one day on each weekend. You get to pick the days even. I shimmy into my blue jean shorts and slip into a pair of flip-flops, then go to put my damp hair into a ponytail, so I can finally get this day full of chores and activities started. Mercy, I want more than that, he says in a sweet voice that I just know he has used for decades to get his way. I want to hold you while we sleep. I want to do that every single night. Didn't you like that too? I pick up the phone and take it off speaker, then sat on the bed as I think about how good it felt to be held tight in his arms as I slept the little I did. It was like nothing I ever knew I even wanted. I did. Believe me, I did. But I have things that will keep that from happening. I do promise that I'll spend the night with you on the one day of each weekend. That's good, right? I ask as I run my hand along my whisker-burned cheek. Then my hand goes between my whisker-burned thighs and I stifle a sigh. One night a week? Really? He asks with a groan. Well, we might be able to manage a quickie or two a week when we have our lunches, I say as some type of encouragement. I get it if I'm too much of a pain in the ass. I do. I don't want to do you this way. But if you will recall, I said I am a very busy person with tons to do. As a matter of fact, I really need to get off the phone and get to the 2,000 things I have to do since I blew everything off yesterday. Tonight then, he says. Let me come over tonight. You should be done with all these extensive chores by then, and I'll come over and we can do some mundane thing, like watch television while I rub your feet. Please, Mercy. Ah, I say, as I think about how he's most likely never begged anyone to let him come over and do such boring things. You are a doll. You really are. If there was any way I could do that, I would. But I can't. Now on Monday, you can come get me for lunch. That's good, right? I hear something being kicked, then it sounds like it's bounced off a wall, as he says through what I am pretty sure are gritted teeth, that isn't good enough. I want to see you today. Bratty much? I ask, as I'm beginning to get tired of this man wanting what the hell he wants and nothing else. Listen here, Jude. I'm plenty used to dealing with demanding children. I shut up and clamp my hand over my mouth, as I can't believe I've said that. So I fix it as quick as I can. Some of the clients at the spa are real brats. So here's the deal. I can deal with you the way I deal with them. Is that how you want it? Damn it, Mercy, he says with the tiniest trace of a whine in his deep voice. You make me crazy. But you're right. I am being bratty. I'm sorry. I'm just not used to people telling me no to what I want. And I want you more than I've ever wanted anything in my life, and I have wanted a lot of things. Ah, Jude, that's so sweet. If I'm going to be truthful, I have to tell you that I want you too. You really are sweet, and I would rather be spending all the time I could with you. And I am doing exactly that. The time I'm giving you is really all of the extra time I have. I swear that to you. Mercy, why won't you tell me why I can't come over to your place? He asks just as the kids bust through my door screaming for me. I hit the mute button so he won't hear them, and wish like hell my life was less complicated.
Jude.
After making my youngest brother, Ram, take the jet back to New York to be sure Ariel got the hell out of town, I spent a very frustrating day at home, wondering what the hell Mercy is hiding. She talked to me for about an hour last night, before she fell asleep on the phone. I called her first thing this morning, and she rushed me to get off the phone, and now I'm waiting in her office for her to come back in here so we can go to lunch. But I have a real surprise for her. I brought lunch, and we're going to eat it in here. Then I'm going to take her right there on the sofa, in her large office. I go over to it to test the squeakiness factor, and find there's a little squeak, but it's not loud enough to matter. If it gets too loud, then I can pick her up and hold her against the wall and finish her up. I think that would work. Of course, there's always this nicely tiled floor. I could toss down a fluffy white towel they have so many of here at the spa, to cushion her knees as I take her from behind. Yep, there are many possibilities. Even her office chair has physical position potential. I sit in it and spin around, then stop as her office door opens and she steps inside with a smile on her gorgeous face. Wearing a nice white pantsuit, she looks every bit the professional she is. Too bad about those slacks, I say as she comes in, closing the door behind her. She looks down and runs her hands over them. What's too bad about them? They may get wrinkled, I say as I get up and go to her, taking her in my arms and dropping my lips on hers. Her arms wrap around me as she kisses me back, and I can tell she did miss me. Easing the kiss, I let my lips leave hers, even though they did not want to. Miss me at all, baby? A blush covers her cheeks as she looks at me. More than I expected to. I give her a quick kiss, then say, good. I missed you more than I wanted to. She tries to pull out of my arms, but I hold her tight. Where are you taking me for lunch? You're here, I say as I use my head to gesture to the Chinese food I have a few containers of sitting on a small table. Then I kiss her again. Her mouth moves in a way that tells me she's more than willing to stay in for lunch. But then she pulls back and looks at me as she shakes her head. Everyone will wonder what we're doing in here. Let them wonder, I say with a laugh, then pick her up and go to the sofa and sit down with her on my lap. So I'll let you make the decision. I take you to bed before or after we eat. We can't do that in here, she says as she shakes her head again. I take her head in my hands to stop her. Baby, you've got to stop shaking your head like that. I'm afraid you might get whiplash. Let me show you a better motion if you want to exercise those neck muscles of yours. I move her head back and forth while I push my cheek out with my tongue, making her laugh. You're silly. She wraps her arms around me and kisses my cheek. But we really can't do that in here. That's where you're wrong, I tell her as I gesture to all the areas I've picked out. The sofa is an excellent place to start. She laughs as if I'm joking. Then her face gets a little pale. You're serious, aren't you? With a nod, I say, as serious as a heart attack. You only give me an hour and a half every other day, and I want to make every second count. I start unbuttoning her neatly pressed white blouse, and she smiles, tugging my t-shirt over my head. Her hands glide over my shoulders, and she makes a soft, contented hum. Is this what you meant when you said you wanted to spend every moment with me? She asks, her eyes twinkling as I help her slip off her jacket. It is. I stand, and we carefully drape our clothes over a chair in her office. For our next date, I'm thinking a fancy restaurant, just the two of you and me, stealing a quiet moment by the window. Her cheeks flush as she laughs, shaking her head. You're wild. You have no idea how much fun I can be, I tease, scooping her up in a gentle hug and carrying her to the sofa. Her laughter fills the room, and I realize I'm falling for her faster than I planned. She's got me completely captivated with just her smile. I set her down carefully, mindful not to rush. Sorry, I'm getting too excited, I say, settling beside her. My heart races as I take her hand. I've missed you so much. Her fingers brush my cheek warm and soft. I missed you too, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. I pull her closer, wrapping my arms around her in a tender embrace. I should have brought something special for today, I joke, thinking of the little surprises I planned but forgot. She giggles, picking up my jacket and pretending to search the pockets. What, no flowers or chocolates? Just me, I say with a grin, pulling her back into my arms. Is that enough? She nods, her lips curving into a playful smile as she leans in for a kiss. Our lips meet softly, and her hands rest on my shoulders, grounding me in the moment. She's always so warm, so present, and it makes me grateful for every second we steal together. I shift to hold her closer on the sofa, keeping my movements gentle. Let's take it slow, I murmur, and she nods, her eyes bright with affection. Her head rests against my chest, and she traces lazy circles on my arm. You're making it hard to focus on work, she teases, her voice light. Good, I reply, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Her touch sends warmth through me, and I can't help but hope this moment convinces her to let me see her tonight. I pull back to meet her gaze, my heart full. What do you say we make more time for this? I ask, my tone hopeful. Maybe dinner tonight. She smiles, her fingers lacing with mine. You're relentless, she says, but her eyes say she's considering it. Let's see how the rest of the day goes. I grin, pulling her into another hug. That's all I need to hear.
Mercy.
My back is against the door as Jude gives me a goodbye kiss. He's made lunch a lot more interesting than it usually is. I'm more relaxed than I bet anyone else in the spa is, and that's saying something. How about I pop by later on tonight? I'll come after 9, he says as he runs his hands over my face, holding it tight in his strong hands. I'll be quiet so I don't wake those shitty neighbors of yours that have you whispering to me on the phone at night. He has no idea how much I wish I could let him come over. Don't ruin this great lunch, Jude. A frown moves over his gorgeous face, and I wish like hell I could get him to understand why it's such an impossibility. Just last night, Carter woke up screaming for his mother. I ran into his bedroom, and he mistook me for her and called me Mom. It broke my heart, and I ended up crying too once I had settled him down. Little meltdowns happen all too often at our house. I can't have him seeing all that. I can't have his presence making the kids think he's the daddy, come to take their daddy's place. It's not right. They'd never understand if things ended up not working out for us. Jude's great, but the fact is he is spoiled. I have no idea if he has tendencies to get bored with women and move on to the next. I would kind of assume he does have that tendency. He is 30 and single as they come, after all. It would break my heart, and that's bad enough. But it would break the kids' hearts too if I let them get to know him, and let him stay at the house the way he's nearly begging me to. His little kisses pepper my face. Okay, I won't bug you. But if you get home this evening and you change your mind, even if it's the middle of the night, call me and I'll be there. I laugh and lean my head on his chest. Okay, but that won't happen, so don't hold your breath. Come on, I'll walk you out. He holds me still and gives me one more kiss. Okay, walk me out, Miss Noland. He laces our fingers together as I open the door. The first person I see is a small young woman named Amanda. Her cheeks go red instantly, and she mutters that she's sorry. I pull Jude along with me to the restroom across the hall to check my hair and makeup, as she shouldn't have thought anything that bad to make her blush. And in the mirror, I see where he sucked a purple spot on my neck. He smiles sheepishly. Did I do that? He rubs his thumb over it. I roll my eyes. This is so not professional, Jude. What am I going to do? He pulls my hair out of the high ponytail I put it in and uses his fingers to push it around until it covers my neck. There you go, not a problem at all. Except now everyone is going to think you and I got all wild in my office, and that's going to start gossip about me, and I can't have that. Oh, this was a mistake. He isn't having any of that kind of talk. I can tell by the way his hands grip my shoulders, and he turns me around to look at him. Intimacy is natural mercy. Not at work, it isn't, I counter. I wouldn't know about that, he says. I've never had a job. And that just made me think of a great idea. Hire me to work here. I can be a personal trainer or something like that. I'm qualified. Moving my hands to my hips, I use my best boss voice to let him know that will not be happening. You don't want me to be your boss, Jude. I wouldn't call you that. Mostly because I am the boss in this relationship. By the way, did you see my social media sites? I made it official. I changed my status to being in a serious relationship with you. He kisses my cheek and plays with a lock of my hair. Why would you even do that? I ask, as I have no idea why people do that at all. That's personal information. That's between me and you, Jude. Not the whole world. You like to keep your business way too private, Mercy. Let everyone know. Hell, most women in your unique position as my girlfriend would be shouting it from the rooftops. You're almost hiding it. And I can see the brat coming out in him as he lets me go and crosses his arms over his chest. Give me a position here and tell everyone that I'm your boyfriend. I walk away from him and open the bathroom door. This is not the place or the time to start your demands, Jude. Come on, I have work to do. He follows me out, because he really has no other choice. He quickly catches up to me and grabs my hand, lacing our fingers together again and pulling me close to his side. As we go into the lobby, I see Dave give Jude the thumbs up. Looking at Jude, I notice they have a little bromance going on as he makes that little call me sign to Dave. So I have to ask, what's that about? He wants me to make an exercise regimen out for him and a nutrition plan. Some people like me and want my help, he says as we walk out the glass doors under the covered entrance. He gives the valet a $100 bill and a wink. I watch Bob run to get his car, and it floors me that he didn't even have to guess which one was his. Getting to know my employees, are you? I am. You got a great bunch of guys working here. You know, both of those guys thought it would be such a smart idea to have a person here who can help people get physically fit. Possibly adding years onto their lives. He puts his arm around me and gives me a squeeze. I can send you my resume. There is not a ton of work history on it. Well, there's none actually. You know what there is, though? I shake my head. What is there? A ton of college. There is a lot of that. And guess what else there is? he asks me as he continues to squeeze my shoulders in an attempt to show me just how strong he really is, as if I didn't already know. What else is there, Tarzan? I ask him as I push at him to release his death grip on me, which he doesn't do. There are many, many recommendations from my professors. I tell you what, you have that meeting with the owners on Tuesdays, right? Well, I'll get you that resume before that meeting, and maybe you could ask them what they think of the idea. You know, Dave let me know there's an entire room that's not being used at all. When I told him I could furnish it with exercise equipment, he about crapped his pants. I'll make sure to add a whole business plan about what all I can do for this spa to help the owners make a decision. Jude, this will not work. You can't just come to work here. That will make things very hard, I say as the valet comes back with his car. With a kiss to my cheek, he lets me out of his grip and gives me a smile. What's it going to make hard, baby? You keeping secrets from me? He gives Bob a high five as Bob gets out of his car, then he adds, "Your serious boyfriend? Oh my, what's he trying to do to me?"
Jude.
With my plan in action, I find Mercy calling me just as she gets off work, just like I thought she would when she got my resume, and notice that I sent a copy to the owners as well. "Hey baby," I answer my cell. "Why did you send a copy of your resume and business plan to the owners?" "I was a little afraid you wouldn't give it to them. I am an initiative taker, Mercy. I told you when I want something, I get it. And I want to be around you more than your schedule will allow. So I made a plan to make that happen. You could make it a hell of a lot easier, and just let me come over some, and you can come to my place some, until we see if this is a thing we really want to pursue and move all the way in together." "Geez, Jude, you're spoiled completely rotten," she shouts over the phone. "I am not," I say defiantly. "I just know how to get what I want. That's not spoiled. It's innovative. Use all the words you want to describe your behavior. The bottom line is I'm giving you all I have to give and you still want more," she says, sounding exasperated, which pisses me off. "You're being closed off for no reason, Mercy. There is absolutely nothing that you're hiding that I can't cope with. Maybe it's me who can't cope with it. Did you ever stop to think about that? Maybe you aren't the only person on the planet, Jude. Maybe, just maybe, there are other people and their feelings to consider before dropping a person into lives that might not be able to handle it if things between us don't work out. It's been a total of 3 days since you and I got together. 3 days, Jude. Who are these people that our relationship will affect?" I ask, as now I think she might have some kids somewhere. "Never mind," she says with a huff. "No, I will not. Never mind. Do you have kids you don't want me around? Or you think I'll dump you because you have some bratty kids? 'Cause I won't end this because of some kids who can learn how to act right," I let her know. "I do not have kids. And you are by far more bratty than any kids I've ever known in my life." "Well, that's pretty rude, Mercy," I say as I pull away from the liquor store where I bought some wine and cheeses to take tomorrow, when I make a surprise visit at her meeting with the owners who sent back an email asking me to join them. But since she's being so mean, I'm not going to tell her that. "If you don't have kids, then what do you have?" I ask as I look for her car, pulling out of the spa parking garage. "Where are you, Mercy? I want to give you one last kiss before you head home to your mystery cave, or whatever you live in that has you ashamed to let me come over." "I see you, Jude," she says. "And I'm not stopping. I have to hurry. I have important things to take care of. There's absolutely no time for any goodbye kisses." "I don't see that little red car. Where are you?" I ask again as I look all around. She laughs and it makes me crazy as she says, "I see you looking around. You won't find me, Jude. Now go on about your business and let me go on about mine." Damn it, girl. Where are you? Why do you have to be so damn stubborn? I look around and can't see anything even close to resembling her car. "I'm on the highway now." "You miss me," she says with a laugh. I suppose I'll hear from you around 9. Or are you too pissed at me to call me now? I am pissed at you, I say as I pull away from the parking lot and head toward my place. Hey, my little sister is calling me. Let me call you right back. Wait, she says. It's too late, I've already switched calls. Hey little sister, what's up? I ask. I'm at the gas station filling up my car, and a woman who looks like the one you took to Mom and Dad's party is filling up a tall and very masculine four-wheel drive pickup truck, bro, she tells me. What's she wearing? I ask to be sure she has the right lady. All white. Like a pantsuit thing. I'm going to go say hi and see what's up. Your lady friend may have herself another man, big brother. She hangs up without telling me where the hell she's at, so I can go there too. So I call back, but she doesn't answer. And now my heart's pounding. If Mercy's with another man, it just might kill me. Or it might him.
Mercy.
Hey Mercy. I hear a feminine voice call out to me as I put gas in my brother-in-law's truck. I knew it was a great idea to take a car Jude doesn't know about to work today. I had a feeling he'd try to follow me home. I look around and see a girl I recognize from somewhere. Hi, I say as the girl gets closer. Crap. It's Jude's little sister. Hi Rose, right? She nods and comes up, then leans against the truck. Killer wheels, Mercy. I'd never have pegged you as a 4x4 junkie. Oh, I'm not. This isn't mine. Well, it is, but I didn't buy it or anything like that. It belongs to. She finishes the sentence for me. It belongs to a man, doesn't it? Her eyes go narrow as she looks me over. My brother really, really likes you, Mercy. So I need to know what is up. Damn. Here I go with that deer in the headlights look again. I can't tell Jude's sister about my dead brother-in-law. That will lead to telling her about my dead sister, and then my dead parents, and then how I have my niece and nephew, and things will just go downhill from there. So I say, it is a man's a truck. But I'm not seeing him or anything like that. Your brother's heart is safe with me. She looks me up and down. What is it you do, Mercy? She's just about as intimidating to me as her brother was to her boyfriend. I find that kind of funny. I'm the manager of a spa. I just got off of work. Her head cocks to the side. Jude hung around the house moping all day yesterday over you. How come you won't let him come over to your place? This girl gets straight to the point. My reasons are very personal, I say as I take the nozzle from the gas pump out of the tank and put it back up. Can I be straightforward with you, Mercy? She asks me as if she hasn't been completely straightforward so far. Yes, I'd appreciate that, Rose. If you have kids and things with Jude, he has no patience with them. Her words hit me hard. I don't have any. But how do you know this for certain? I ask as I screw the lid on the gas tank and climb up on the rail that runs along the underside of the truck, so I can reach the door handle that's too high to reach without the step. Well, when I was a kid for one. He never let me play with him, she says. Yeah, but aren't you like 6 years younger than him? I ask because that's what he told me. She nods. Yeah, but that's not all. You see, I have this friend of mine and she has 2 little kids. I let her come over to swim, and she brought her kids who absolutely adored Jude. But he couldn't be bothered to even tell them hello. He acted annoyed they were even there. Oh, I say as I get this sinking feeling in my stomach. She nods. Yeah, and he also dated this woman for like a minute until she told him she had 2 kids who lived with their dad. He dumped her with a text. It was pretty mean. Even if you don't have kids, you look like you're about the age to start wanting them. I can tell you that Jude isn't the fatherly type. He just isn't. Well, thanks for the insight. We really aren't anywhere near close to talking about that kind of thing right now. It's been 3 days, that's it. Only 3 days, Rose. No reason to get into a discussion about kids just yet, I say with a laugh, but I really feel like crying. You're right, it is too early. So do you want to tell me whose truck this is, or are you going to make me get the information myself? One way or the other, I will find out, she says with a crooked smile. It's mine. It's registered in my name. It seems you Hursts look out pretty close for one another, I say as I climb in the truck, feeling much better up and away from the young woman. We do, Mercy. She steps back as I close the door. And we have a lot of money to make sure that anyone who hurts a Hurst gets what's coming to them. That's not a threat, Mercy. That's what you call a promise. With a nod, I roll the window up and start the truck. Damn, that chick is intense.
Jude.
My cell rings as I'm hauling ass home, and I see it's my sister. Where are you? I called you to find out what gas station you were at, so I could go over there. Okay, it doesn't matter now, she says. Something's not right with her. She's cagey. Why do you say that? I ask. Whose truck was that? What did she tell you? Did you get anything out of her? Hey, she yells. Shut up so I can tell you. Damn, Jude. Sorry. Okay, I'm just kind of freaking out. I really like this one, Rose. You have no idea. She's so perfect for me. She calls me out on my shit. She makes me feel 30 times better than any other woman has ever made me feel. If she's got another man, I'm going to go insane. I know I will. Jude. Crap. Rose yells at me over the phone. It's been 3 days, man. What's gotten into you? I don't know. That's just it. I don't know. This woman has me craving her. All of her. So tell me what you found out, please. I tap the steering wheel, nervously with my fingers, as I wait to hear what I think will be terrible news. The truck is hers. But I want to caution you about her. I breathe out a sigh of relief that the truck is hers. It makes no real sense as she isn't a four-wheel drive kind of woman, but at least it's hers and not some man's. About what, Rose? I ask as I pull into our private drive. I saw a look in her eyes when I was asking her if she had any kids, she says. Does she? I ask as I press the brake for no other reason than I think I should go slow to hear this news. She said she didn't. But I can see it in her eyes. She's going to want kids, Jude. She's not the one for you, she says. I'm not following you, Rose, I say as I press the accelerator since I know now that she doesn't have kids. You hate kids, she says. No, I don't. I laugh as I drive up to my parking spot and see my old dog coming to see me. What makes you think that? Because I've seen you with them. You don't like kids, Jude. This woman will want them. You should end it with her. You two are not compatible. Plus, I feel like she's hiding something. Something big. If it's not a man, then I can handle anything else.
Unexpected brood. Mercy.
The smell of antiseptic stings my nose as I sit, waiting with Mia on my lap for the emergency room physician to return and let me know what my poor 2-year-old niece has that's making her temperature rise and making her throw up like the girl from The Exorcist. Carter is curled up on the hospital bed, sleeping. It's 2 a.m, and not exactly what I had in mind for tonight. I've needed to catch up on my sleep since Saturday night was so eventful. The fleeting thought of Jude and his strong arms as he held me the little I slept that night has me aching inside for him again. I sure could use him right now. The sound of fabric swishing as someone walks quickly toward our little curtained-off room makes me pick my head up, as it seems to have fallen on top of Mia's for a moment as she's fallen asleep snuggled into my chest. The curtain is slid back, and the young doctor steps inside of our tiny domain. It's that virus that's been going around. It usually lasts only 24 hours. She should be fine by then. Okay, I say as I get up, holding Mia, and I look at the sleeping Carter and hate that I not only have to wake the little 4-year-old up, but I have to make him walk too. The young doctor looks at my situation and frowns.
No, Daddy.
His light blue eyes look at me with more than a bit of sorrow. I shake my head. Nope. So I guess it's the usual thing for her. Plenty of fluids and rest? He nods and goes to pick up Carter. I'll take him out to the car for you. I breathe out a sigh of relief and he hears it, and it makes him frown even more. Thank you, Dr. Stevens. I really appreciate it. Chances are he'll get this next and he really needs his rest. He follows me out, carrying the still passed out Carter, and says, "It's really none of my business, but why don't you let their father help out? Even if you guys aren't together, he should still help." I slowed down so he can walk next to me. Their father passed away 2 years ago. Their mother did too. I'm their aunt. Their single aunt. Oh, he says as his cheeks go pink with embarrassment. Sorry. I didn't realize that. His silence is why I avoid telling people about my situation. It's uncomfortable, and people always try to find something to say. Some special words to make it all better. Guess what? There are none. The walk to the car in complete silence is excruciating. I know it shouldn't be. Maybe because I tell so few people about the tragic events that led up to me being a single mommy, is why I feel so uncomfortable. I don't know or care, I just wish it wasn't this way. Grabbing my keys, I unlock the doors on the Suburban and point at the back passenger side door. That's where his car seat is. Just set him in it. I'll buckle him in after I get her squared away. Thanks, Doc. Walking around the car, I put Mia in her car seat and pray she doesn't spew again and make a mess that will make me sick too. I notice the young doctor strapping Carter in anyway, and it makes me smile. After he's done, he looks up and smiles at me. Do you mind if I ask you something? Sure, I say as I finish the job of securing my precious cargo. He points to the back of the car. Meet me at the back. I close the door and wonder what he could possibly want. But to the back I go and find him waiting with one hand on the back as he leans against the black car. Yes, Dr. Stevens? My name's Colin. I graduated from college early because I started it when I was 15. I became a doctor last year. I'm 25. Young for a doctor. He looks me over, and I suddenly feel really uneasy. I have on an old t-shirt, a pair of elastic waist shorts, house shoes that have seen better days, and a tacky red robe because Mia puked all over my good one. My hair is pulled back into a very messy bedhead ponytail, and there's no way I look attractive in the least, yet I think he's about to ask me out. You must be one of those geniuses, I say, then feel really stupid for saying it. He nods. Yeah, anyway, what I wanted to talk to you about is really none of my business, but I feel I have to say something. Now I'm getting uneasy, and shift my weight to my left foot as I cross my arms over my chest. What is it? He looks at me with a smile and says, Have you seen a therapist about this? Damn. I nod. I see her once a month. At first it was once a week, but she thinks we're making progress. Is my insanity really that obvious? He laughs. I wouldn't call it insanity. I would say you're taking this all on yourself, and that you shouldn't be. Don't you have a friend who you could lean on during the hard times? Only the daycare workers know about me having the kids. I like it that way, I say as I shift my weight again and feel very awkward. Here I was thinking he was about to ask me out, and instead he's thinking I'm a lunatic. How embarrassing. Why is that? He asks me, then reaches out and unfolds my arms and holds both of my hands. You don't have to close yourself off to me. I'm not judging you. I only see that you're making things harder for yourself than they have to be, and I don't think you have anyone around you that's told you that. A lump forms in my throat as tears start to fill my eyes. Their mother was my only sibling. We were very close, like best friends close. She and her husband went out on a double date with our parents. Within 15 minutes of them leaving their house and me with the kids, our entire family left this world forever, leaving us behind alone. His hands tighten around mine as he says, That must have been very hard to deal with. All alone with a couple of little kids. You said 2 years ago, So that means Mia was just a baby, and her older brother was only 2. That's hard for the most seasoned mother to take, much less an aunt. I nod and feel the tears spilling down my cheeks. It is. You know, I bet if you really look around and stop trying to keep all this to yourself, you'll find at least one person who you can feel comfortable talking to about this. At least one person to help you with this tremendous burden that was placed on you. He pulls me in for a hug and rocks back and forth with me as I start bawling like a baby. Damn doctor. I hate when this happens to me. It's never happened when anyone else was around. I've always managed to keep my outbursts private. Then this damn young man comes along, sets my emotions free. I sniffle and get a hold of myself. I'm sorry. He takes me by my arms and holds me back as he looks at me. Don't be. And do yourself and those kids a favor, and find that friend who can help you with this. We all need help. We're not meant to take on things like raising a family all alone. And with his words, I feel terrible. I feel terrible because, as well as he means, he has no idea what it's like. He has no idea of the huge responsibility I have to make sure those kids never get hurt again. Letting in another person is just too risky at this point. How come no one can understand that but me?
Jude.
Making my way to the meeting room where the owners of the spa are with Mercy, I take the wine and cheese basket I brought for them and walk down the long hallway. Some lady who works here pointed me down. Behind the clear glass door, I see Mercy sitting with her back to me and an older couple sitting across from her. I push the door open, making Mercy spin around in her chair and look to see who has interrupted their meeting. "Jude," she says as she hurries to get up. "What are you doing here?" Her boss, Lester Cofield, lets her know why I'm here as he says, "Mercy, we invited him." She spins back around and looks at her boss. "Oh, I had no idea." I place the basket on the table and take Lester's wife, Janice's hand. "A pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Cofield." "You too, Mr. Hurst." "My, you are so handsome," she says with a blush on her pale cheeks. "And you are gorgeous," I say with a smile. Her husband laughs and stands up to shake my hand. "Jude, great to have you here." "Thanks for allowing me some of your time, Lester," I say as I shake his hand, then take a seat right next to Mercy, who is pale with dark circles she's tried to conceal with makeup under her eyes. Under the table, I run my hand over the top of her thigh, which is covered by a pale blue form-fitting skirt she has a white silk shirt tucked into. "Mercy, how are you doing today?" She gives me a nod, then says, "Fine. Anyway, like I was saying, our sales went up this last month, and I think the advertising we came up with is doing that for us." Lester looks at the wine and then at me. "Mind if we open that up, Jude?" I get up and open the cellophane that's holding in the delicious contents. I made sure there were 4 wine glasses and a corkscrew added to the contents of the basket, filled with 2 bottles of red wine and some cut-up fruit and cheese packages. Mercy seems tired and distracted as I open the wine. "Mercy, would you get the little fruit and cheese packages out so we can enjoy those with the wine?" She gets up and takes the rest of the things out of the basket and places them in nice little piles on the platter I bought for them to go on. "Looks like there'll be no need to go to lunch after our meeting today," she says as she arranges everything perfectly. "Nonsense," I say. "I've made reservations at Abacus for us at 1. Lester smiles at me. "You don't say. How extravagant of you, Jude. And appreciate as well." Mrs. Lester adds, "I haven't eaten there. I've heard great things about the food, though. And after the trip in from our place in Montana, I could use a fancy meal." "Thank you, Jude. You're not only handsome, but very sweet. So, would you like to tell us what you can add to our little spa?" "I would," I tell her as I place a glass of wine in front of her, then hand one to Lester before I hand one to Mercy and take mine with me to sit down again. I rest my hand on her leg again, with no one the wiser, as it's hidden under the table. "You did get my business plan in the email I sent you, right?" "We did, and I have to say it looks great," Lester says as he picks up an apple and tops it with a piece of cheddar cheese. If we decide to take you up on your offer, you do understand our girl Mercy here will still be making sure you run your section up to our very high standards. You don't have a problem taking orders from a woman, do you? I look over at her and watch her take a drink of the wine. Nope. Great, Lester says, then pops the food into his mouth. Is there anything you'd like to know, Mercy? I ask her. She shakes her head. No. Mrs. Cofield giggles and asks, is it his good looks and great body that have you acting so meek, dear? Mercy chokes on the wine as her face goes red. I pat her back and take the glass out of her hand to help her as I laugh a little. You okay? She nods, then stops coughing. I'm fine. And his looks aren't a problem. Well, not to me, anyway. Mrs. Cofield grins as she pulls the glass to her lips. Of course they're not. Lester gestures to Mercy as he says, our girl Mercy here is not normally this quiet, Jude. She's a great gal and knows how to run a tight ship. She'll eventually get used to you, and then you can bet she'll tell you how to streamline your process and let you know the most efficient and profitable way to run your section of our spa. I think it would be best if the two of you had a few meetings to get to know one another and make this thing work for us all. You can do that, can't you, Mercy? You can have a few private meetings with Mr. Hurst and talk to him to find out how we can make his gym and personal training center work best, right? Of course, Mr. Cofield. You know you can count on me, sir, she says with a slight nervous tremor to her voice. I feel like something's wrong with her. Like something's bothering her that she's not told anyone about. I don't think it's merely my presence here. Moving my hand over her upper thigh, I feel it tense up. You know, I think you should let me do a bit of personal training with you, Mercy. Then you'd know what it is I do and can do to make this business more profitable for the Cofields. Mrs. Cofield claps her hands as she says, that's a marvelous idea, Jude. Mercy, you could really learn about what he does to make his body so perfect, and you could get all fit absolutely free, dear. Sounds great, she says as she takes another drink of the wine. So I'll get to work on that project as soon as I get time. Lester picks up another piece of cheese as he says, make that the top priority, please, Mercy. I want to get things going ASAP. Yes, sir, she says, and I can't shake the feeling she has something going on she's trying to hide. So I press it a bit to see if she'll come clean with any information. How about this evening, after you get off of work? I can take you to my gym at home and show you what it is I do. No, she says so quickly it startles Mrs. Cofield, and she drops her apple slice. No. Lester asked. No, I can't do anything after work hours. I can't, she says, then fans herself with her hand. Mercy, we'll gladly pay you overtime to do it, he says. We don't expect you to do anything without being compensated for it. Mrs. Cofield adds, we will need you to work a few extra hours each day until we have that new section running perfectly. You should realize that, Mercy. And let's be honest, spending a few hours after work with Mr. Hurst here will most definitely be very enjoyable. Mercy looks at me with huge eyes. Her lips are forming one straight line, and she seems to be mentally telling me that this little venture of mine is messing up her life. Well, now what the hell do I do?
Mercy.
Damn this man. Mentally, I'm throwing daggers at him for making things so difficult for me. Not only did I get very little sleep last night, as both kids started puking as soon as we got back home from the emergency room, but I had to call Becky and get her to babysit, since they couldn't go to daycare and I couldn't miss this meeting. I had plans to take off after lunch and go home to take care of the kids, but now it seems like I'm going to have to make Jude and his venture into the spa industry my everything. And he's only doing it so he can spend more time with me. If my bosses weren't sitting here looking at me like I'm crazy, I'd let Jude really have it. He's so completely spoiled, he doesn't even realize he's asking too much out of me. Mr. Cofield looks at his watch and says, well, look at the time. If we're going to make that 1 o'clock reservation, we better get a move on. We'll take the new limo we bought for the spa. I'll just freshen up a bit and meet you all out front. I say as I get up and hurry to my office to take some aspirin for the headache this business of seeing to Jude and his whim of making some type of a personal trainer space here is giving me. Closing the door behind me once I'm in the safety of my office, I lean against the door and fight the urge to start crying. Calm down, Mercy. It will all work out, I say to myself. Then a tap on the door makes me jump. Mercy? Jude asks. Stepping away from the door, I run my fingers underneath my eyes, just in case any tears have slipped out of them. Yes. He opens the door and comes inside. He scoops me up in his arms and I want so badly to cry and tell him everything. But I can't, so I simply rest my head against his wide chest and let him hold me. His lips press against the top of my head as he asks, "What's wrong, baby?"
Nothing, I mumble.
I'm just really tired. He holds me back and looks at me. And why is that? Because 2 little kids puked all night long, and I had to take care of the poor little things and a doctor made me cry. But I say, I had trouble sleeping. You should have called me. I would have come over, he says as he pulls me back close to him. Maybe you couldn't sleep because you missed me. I know I missed you. Wrapping my arms around him, I hug him tight and wish like hell I could lean on him. But I can't, and I need to set myself straight. Jude, I wish you wouldn't make things hard on me. He eases the hug and pulls back to look at me. Is my opening a personal trainer thing here really too much work for you, Mercy? How can I tell him that I can't possibly spend more time than I already do away from the kids he knows nothing about? Jude, you heard what they said. A few hours after work, that'll make it around 9 before I get off. He frowns at me, then sighs. Look, I can let this thing go. For you, I'll let it go. You really would? I ask as I look into his eyes. With a kiss to the tip of my nose, he says, I'd do anything for you, Mercy. Anything. I hug him again and wish this could all be swept away. Only I know now that the owners want this. It will have to be done. You know Mr. and Mrs. Cofield aren't going to let it go, Jude. His chest heaves with a sigh. Mercy, can you tell me what it is that has your time so taken up? It's just that I have to have a certain amount of downtime. That's all, I lie. It really won't take any time to set things up. I don't need your help. I can pay people to do it all. You and I can go eat dinner, then make a stop back by here to make sure things are done each day. If they're not, then I will take care of that. You don't need to do a thing. I'll pamper you like you've never been pampered before. So you'll have better downtime than you could ever get at home alone. How I wish it could be so easy. How I wish I could do that with him, without it hurting the kids. I can't go days hardly seeing them at all. And right now they're both sick. Can you take care of things on your own, and we'll just let my bosses think I'm helping you, Jude? I ask as I give him a sad face. It's just that I need more rest than most people. Even the great downtime you're offering me isn't what I need. I need sleep. Why is that, he asks. Do you have some condition you don't want to tell me about? Can you call having kids a condition? No, I just need more rest than most people. I wouldn't call it a condition. I'm just more tired than most people. I let him go and walk to my desk to get my purse. We need to go, I'm sure they're waiting for us. He nods and waits for me, then takes my hand when I walk back to him. I need a kiss first, he says, then his lips touch mine as his arms wrap around me and I feel lightheaded. My body melts into his and I want to let him hold me and take care of me and never stop. Then he ends the kiss and rests his forehead against mine. Mercy, what you do to me is unreal. Jude, that's very sweet, but you and I both know you've kissed many a girl in your time, I say as I pull out of his arms and open the door to my office. Now let's get going. I really have a lot to do and had planned on leaving right after lunch. That little training session is a thing that will have to wait. But I'd like you to keep that little secret for me, please. Okay, he says as he follows me out, placing his hand on the small of my back as we walk down the hall. You look so tired, I'm not going to press you about anything else today. I breathe a sigh of relief, that he's going to go easy on me for once. At least he can see that I really am tired. My bosses smile at us as we get into the limo, and Jude sits next to me, being careful to leave a gap between us so they don't get a clue about our real relationship. Mr. Cofield gives Jude a nod and says, "I see you've had a little conversation with our Mercy, and she seems to be feeling a little less tense with you now. She'll warm up quickly, you'll see. I think you two will work together very well." Mrs. Cofield's light blue eyes light up and she winks at me. "You'll thank us one day, Mercy." And just like that, I can see the conspiracy in my boss's eyes to help me get a real life. Who knew the old couple was a couple of cupids?
Jude.
As lunch went on, I watched Mercy growing more and more exhausted. Her usually perky eyes were heavy, and she barely talked at all. When Mrs. Cofield noticed a light sheen of sweat form on her brow, she asked Mercy to go to the ladies' room with her, and when she came back out, Mrs. Cofield informed me that Mercy had become ill, and she sent her home in a cab. All of my calls have gone unanswered, and I'm beginning to get very pissed at the woman who seems so dead set on keeping things to herself. I mean, how could she not even let me know she felt sick? Did she really feel sick, or was it nerves? Whatever it is, I want to get to the bottom of it. And I want some answers from her. I got her address from the lady at the front desk of the spa when I told her we had a meeting later, and she forgot to give it to me. So I'm on my way there now to make sure she's okay and doesn't need to go to the doctor and make her let me take care of her. Pulling up in front of the house, I see the yard hasn't been mowed in quite some time. The screen door is hanging by one hinge and it looks deserted. I can't believe she lives like this. Maybe this is why she never wanted to let me come over. I can see why. I wouldn't blame her, though. Well, not really, anyway. I mean, she does live alone, and this place does look like it might be hard to keep up. It's in an older neighborhood, and maybe she doesn't like to be outside much after she gets home. I don't know. Now that I think about her wanting to spend so damn much time in this place, I really don't get it. I walk up onto the little porch and knock on the door. I can't hear a thing going on inside. No television, radio, or anything. I knock again. I'm sure she's asleep. Then it hits me that there are no cars in the empty drive. An old woman comes out on her porch as I walk around to the back of the house to see if there's a back door I can knock at. "Can I help you, Sonny?" she calls out to me with a crackly voice. "I'm looking for Mercy Noland," I say. "They moved," she says. "That house has been empty for about 2 years, I think. If I'm recalling it right. A man, woman, and their daughter lived there. Then they up and moved away one day." "Odd, really?" I walk up to her and ask, "Do you remember if their last name was Noland?" She shakes her head. "Not really. It might have been. Boy, my memory ain't what it once was. Now ask me anything about when I was a kid, and boy, you betcha I can recall it like it just happened. But ask me about what I ate for lunch, and I couldn't tell ya." She laughs, revealing her lack of teeth, and I shudder a little. "So no one lives in the house then," I say to myself. I wonder why she'd give this address as hers if it's not. I give the old woman a wave as I leave. "Thanks for what you could tell me, ma'am." "You betcha, beautiful." She breaks into a fit of laughter again that leaves her hacking and coughing and stumbling into her little house. An old mailbox is at the end of the walkway, and there are a couple of letters still left on it, revealing an N and an A, so it's a clue as to the name of the people who did live here. Noland could have been it. But what in the hell is Mercy hiding from even those she works with? Now my curiosity is out of control. I have to know what the hell she's hiding. Just as I get back into my car, my cell rings and her name pops up. I answer it. "Hey you." "Hey," she says, sounding really weak. "I've got a virus. I hope you kissing me didn't give it to you. But to be on the safe side, you should stay home for the next 12 hours in case it hits you. Because when it does, it hits you like a brick wall." "Mercy, why in the hell wouldn't you tell me that you felt sick?" I ask as I pull away from the old house and find myself really mad at her. And also, why do you have some address on file at your work that's not really yours? Huh, she asks, then I hear her blow her nose. What are you talking about? I'm leaving an abandoned house that I think may have been yours when you lived with your parents. That's the address they have for you at your job. Why is that? Why would you ask that? And why are you looking for me? I told Mrs. Cofield to tell you what happened to me. You knew I was sick, and yet you stubbornly tried to track me down anyway. Jude, that's so beyond uncool, she says. Then I hear the phone fall on what I think is the floor, and her footsteps beat the floor as she runs. Then I can hear puking, and I know she really is sick. I wait for her to come back to the phone as I drive toward my place, as it's evident Mercy has left a path of lies to cover her whereabouts. Not only from me, but from everyone. Some scuffling fills the phone, and then I hear more footsteps. Then Mercy says, "Oh gosh. Did you say anything?" I listen hard and hear nothing. Then I can hear a door close and Mercy is on the line. "Jude?" "I'm still here, Mercy." "Who took the phone to you?" I ask with a ton of apprehension in my voice. "Huh?" she asks, obviously stalling for time so she can think with her fevered brain to come up with some lie to tell me. "Mercy, who's with you?" I ask as I pull into a parking lot and stop. My hands are gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles are white. My body is tense and I can't tell if I'm mad, upset, or afraid she's with a man. "Jude, I have to go. I'm going to puke again." She ends the call, leaving me hanging and unsure of anything. I wish I could understand why this chic has gotten so far under my skin, so damn fast that she has me this messed up over her. My heart is pounding so hard in my chest I think it just might explode. So I turn my car off, take the keys, and get out of it. Then I do what I do when I have a lot on my mind. I run. Running out of the parking lot and down the sidewalk, I try to clear my head. Okay, why am I doing this to myself? Why am I letting this woman make me crazy? She obviously has some real issues. There is something she's hiding from the world, not just me. So I should let her go. I should move on and forget about her. I know I should. She's a mess with hidden things in her life, and I should just hang it all up and walk away. She'd let me too. I know she'd let me go, and never even attempt to contact me if I sent her a text telling her I can't do this anymore. I wouldn't even have to listen to her cry or ask why. But why would she let me go that easily?
Mercy.
I fall on my bed in a heap as I drop my phone on the bed beside me. I should be more thankful. The kids have gotten better and are sitting like a couple of quiet little angels watching cartoons at the foot of my bed. They seem to understand how I feel. I guess them getting this first gave them more empathy than they usually have. Everything on my body hurts. It even hurts to think, but I'm still doing it. Why was Jude at my parents' old house? And what must he think? I should have known he'd eventually ask someone from work what my address is. Since I never wanted anyone from work finding out my story, I simply gave them my old address. Then I'm reminded of the fact that I haven't gotten around to putting the place up for sale. There's absolutely no reason to keep it. But something about the process of completely cleaning it out and having to pack away or give away my parents' things is way too depressing for me to take. When it all happened, I made a couple of trips back home to get my things, leaving everything else there. Not really knowing at that time what I should do about any of it. With their death, the mortgage was paid off. Once a year, I pay the taxes that come due on it. I've shut all the utilities off there. I never really even think about that house. It hurts too much to. My cell lights up with a text and I don't even have the strength to pick it up and see what it is or who it's from. I'm fairly sure it's from Jude since I have no friends. I have no friends. My gosh, how horrible that sounds. Even thinking it makes me feel even worse than I already did. When we first moved out here, I still talked to my old friends from back home. I still talked to my college friends up until the day of the accident. Then I went silent. I had to turn my cell phone off because I didn't want to talk to any of them. I didn't want to hear anyone tell me that things were going to be all right. I didn't want anyone to ask me what they could do for me, because no one could have done what I needed to be done. I needed my family back. Now I know it was shock that had me that way, and I should have gotten back in contact with my friends after it wore off. After a whole year of living in a foggy daze, except when I was at work, the shock finally began to wear off. When I realized I had to go to work, I developed a part of myself that pretended nothing had ever happened to me. I went to my interviews, and I was the woman I had been before the accident. When I got the job as the manager of the spa, I put on a whole persona. That of a confidant woman with no troubles. Nothing personal ever comes up because I won't let it. There are times when I'm walking down the hallways of the spa that I overhear the employees talking to each other about what's happening in their lives. It almost always sends a twinge of need through me. A need to join them and get in on the camaraderie they all share, but I leave myself out of it. I'm not an idiot. After 2 years of maintaining that nothing is abnormal with me, it would make the people who work under me look at me with wonder at how I kept that to myself for so damn long. The thing about keeping things to yourself is that there is a limit on the time you have to let others know about your personal trials and tribulations. What would anyone think of me if they knew I've been single-handedly taking care of kids all this time? What would they think of me if they knew my whole family was killed and I've never told even one of them about it? I can't even recall the number of times I walked in on conversations people were having about their kids and the funny things they did or the terrible things they did. I never made a comment. I never added anything about my kids. I'd simply give a smile and a nod and add nothing to the conversation. If I did, then I'd be asked how I knew anything about kids. Then I'd have to actually lie and say I didn't have any. I don't consider myself a liar. I think of myself as a person who keeps their personal information to themselves. My therapist tells me I have to open up with other people. I tell her I do. I open up to her and the staff at the daycare. Well, I open up about some things with the staff at the daycare. They don't need to know how I cry so much when I take showers. No one really even wants to know that. My cell screen lights up again and Carter says, "Aunt Mercy, are you going to answer that? It's probably that man you were talking to a while ago." With my eyes still closed because they feel better this way, I answer him, "It might be. I'm too tired to talk to him right now." "Yeah, when I was sick, I was too tired to talk to," he says, then his little hand pats me on the leg. "It won't last too much longer, Aunt Mercy." "Thanks, Carter. And thanks for being so good while I'm sick." "I really appreciate it, baby boy," I say as I press my face into the pillow to keep myself from crying. I feel so weak and lonely and sad. Most of the time, I don't allow myself to feel so sorry for myself, but this damn virus is making me weak in every way possible. It's been years since I was sick. My mom was the best at taking care of us when we were sick. She'd make homemade chicken noodle soup that would fill the house with the aroma. That alone would make me feel a little better. She'd bring the soup and saltine crackers to my bed and prop my pillows up and help me sit up. She had this tray she decorated with yellow daisies to perk up her patience, is what she told me. I can taste the cold, bubbly lemon lime cola she made us drink. She said the bubbles, along with the citrus juice, which I think there was no real juice at all, made us get better faster. Maybe it did. I don't know. I just know her tender, loving care made me feel better. She had a way of making you feel loved with such small gestures. When we were little, she'd cut our sandwiches into heart shapes with cookie cutters. When we were teens and hard to make happy at all, she'd surprise us with concert tickets every now and then, or do a random load of laundry for us. Now that really made my day. Dad was different. More reserved with his affection. He loved us and he told us now and then, but not like Mom did. No one left the house without knowing Mom loved them. No one. That woman loved everybody. But she loved Dad, me, and Hope the best. Until Kater and Mia came along. But once they came along, everybody loved them the best. Even Dad. He told those kids he loved them constantly. I can still hear the last words he said before they all left this house that night. Papa loves you. How come they all had to be taken away?
Jude.
So it's been 15 minutes since I left the text asking Mercy if she wanted me to leave her alone forever. Still nothing. Jogging along the sidewalk in the humid heat, my suit is soaking wet. I've had several cars pull up next to me to ask if everything is all right. And I think I've ruined these dress shoes. And everything is Armani. Heading back to my car, I try to get it through my head that something's wrong with Mercy. Something is wrong in her head. Very wrong, and I know I should take her silence and set myself free with it. The woman has consumed me since I met her. My thoughts have nearly all had something to do with her. No woman has ever done this to me. Why does it have to be this closed-off woman with apparent secrets? I've known tons of women. Women from all walks of life. Women of great beauty and poise. Strong women, weak women, and women who wanted me to make them my wife. None of them caught me the way Mercy has. Now why is that? So I ask myself, is Mercy gorgeous? That answer is yes. Her shiny blonde hair is full and wavy and smells fantastic. I think she gets her shampoo and conditioner from the spa. It has to be expensive, and I don't think she's the kind of woman who shells out a lot of money on something as trivial as that. Her body is perfect. Soft where it ought to be, and firm where I like it to be. Her laugh sends joy through me. Her smile fills me with butterflies and rainbows. Her voice can make me hard all on its own. She has this kind spirit. There's a strength about her that I've never seen before. And just behind that strength is a weakness I've never seen before either. There's been a couple of times now that I've held her and felt her body trying to tell me things her mouth wouldn't. Her body has melted into mine with abandon. It's felt as if it was letting me know she needs me, but is too afraid to tell me that. So what is her problem? Why won't she just tell me what is going on that has her so secretive? As I get to my car, I feel a little lightheaded and pull my suit jacket off. I think I may have gotten too hot. Getting into the car, I turn it on and turn the air conditioner on full blast. I may have overdone it in the suit. Then my stomach clenches, and I have to open the door and lean out as all the contents of my stomach come out. With a moan, I lie my head back and feel as if the world is spinning. Crap! The virus has hit me. Sitting perfectly still to try to stop my head from spinning, I find myself unbuttoning my long-sleeve shirt and opening it to let the cool air in to help my body cool off that feels way too hot. This isn't normal, I say to myself. I can't drive like this. So I make the call to Zeke. Hey bro. Sup, he answers. I need you to get someone to come with you. I'm going to send you the place I'm at, and I need you to come get me, and someone will have to drive my car home, I say, then feel my stomach lurch again, and open the door and puke like I don't recall puking before. Have you been drinking, Jude? Zeke asks. It's like 3 in the afternoon, dude. So not cool. No, I say as I reach into the glove compartment for something to wipe my mouth with. I have a virus. Mercy had one, and I kissed her. What an idiot I am. Damn man. You sound awful, Zeke says. I'm coming for you, bro. Don't try to drive. Rosa's boyfriend is here. I'll bring him with me. What? I say. That little user. Screw that, Zeke. Not him. Sorry, bro. No one else is home. So you really have no choice. You can let him drive your car. I cut him off. No way, Zeke. Or I can drive your car, and you can ride in mine with him, he finishes what he was saying. I don't even want to spend 5 minutes with the little British bloodsucker, I say, then another wave hits me, and I have to open the door to puke again. Chill, Jude. We're on our way, Zeke says, then hangs up. After I get rid of things I didn't even know were still inside of me, I lie the seat back and breathe heavily. As my head swims, I think about my poor Mercy, and how she must be so sick she can't even see the text I sent her to be able to answer me. Then it hits me that I'm a selfish jerk who needs to be shot. Why did I send her that text at this time in her life? She's sick. She really is. And now so am I. I call her and almost cry when I hear her answer, Jude? Honey, please tell me you didn't read the text I sent you. I burp and it tastes awful and almost sends me into another round of barfing. No, I don't really like to open my eyes. They burn too bad when I do. I'm sorry. Here, I'll read it now, she says. No. I shout and feel bad that I did that because it really hurts my head. Don't read it. Delete it. I was being a selfish damn creep when I wrote it. Ignore it. I didn't mean any of it. What was it about, she asks, sounding weak as hell and making me feel like complete crap. It was about me being the spoiled brat you tell me I have been on occasion, I say as I laugh, then stop because it hurts to laugh. Oh, Jude, what did you text me? She asks, and I can hear the disappointment in her voice. Okay, I'll tell you, I say. I'll come clean even if you won't. I asked you if you wanted me to leave you alone, forever. I wait a beat. But I don't care if you do, because I can't leave you alone, baby. I love you, Mercy. I love your body. I mean it. Jude, are you drunk? She asks me. I laugh and stop very quickly. No. You gave me your virus. You nasty girl. But I love you. I really do. If I gave you this virus, then your mind is about like when you're drunk, so I won't hold you to what you're blurting out right now, she says. So you won't tell me that you love me, Mercy? I ask as I close my eyes to make the world stop spinning. Jude, she asks, and I open my eyes and try hard to focus because I'd like to recall everything if she's about to confess her love for me. When I tell you those words, I'd like to see your face. Oh. It's not exactly what I wanted to hear, but kind of close. This feeling sucks, Mercy. The virus or what? She asks. All of it. Why can't you tell me what you're hiding? I swear to God I won't judge you. I mean it. Just tell me, baby. I can take anything. I belch then add. Even if it's that you have a man. My heart stops as I wait to see if the virus will make an honest woman out of her. It's not a man. Then what the hell is it?
Mercy.
Jude's words are still ringing in my ears. I can't believe he told me that he loves me. And I have no idea how I'm going to be able to get him to allow me the space I need to keep my family life separate from him. He's more than persistent. He's what I would call obsessive. He's managed to gain a place at where I work in just a matter of days, for the love of God. What the hell am I supposed to do about that? How can I continue to keep him away from my home and the kids if he's insisting on getting close? How can I tell him that whether he loves me or not doesn't matter? I still can't give him any more than I already am. The kids slept in my bed with me. They wanted to cuddle with me to make me feel better. The little sweethearts. It helped too. I feel a lot better. Weak as hell, but much better. The doctor was wrong about one thing. The virus lasted only 12 hours instead of 24, a thing I'm grateful for. His diagnosis of me taking too much on by myself is probably right, but I'm not about to change anything about that yet. I made it through these 2 days of hell all alone with them. I can take more. Not that I'm asking for more. It's 5 in the morning, and I'm trying to decide if I should get up and try to go to work or take a sick day. I deserve a sick day. I have never taken one in the 2 years I've been at the spa. Carter rolls over and slaps me in the face with his little hand. It might be small, but damn it, it still hurts. I roll over and shield my face from the kid, and find myself looking at my niece, Mia. Her soft curls are in a perfect nappy mess around her chubby round face. Her little rosebud lips are pursed as if she's ready for a kiss. My heart fills with the love I have for her, and I kiss her cheek. My decision is made. I'm staying home with the kids all day. We can order in some Chinese food for lunch, and I'll get some egg drop soup for us all to help build us back up. Sure, it's not Mom's homemade chicken noodle, but it'll do in a pinch. I think I need to learn how to cook better. I certainly need to learn how to make that soup. My cell phone lights up. So I sneak out of bed, careful not to wake the kids up, and get my phone and head to the living room. Picking up my bottle of water, I head out and look at the phone, which shows me that Jude's awake and texting. I settle on the sofa and take a drink of water, then wrap myself in the throw that's laying on it. It seems he's doing better and wants to know how I'm doing, so I call him. He likes to hear my voice, and I have to admit I like to hear his too. He answers, "Hey gorgeous." "Hey you," I say with a smile plastered on my lips. He sounds a little sleepy and sensual as hell. I bet he looks like a hot mess, and man how I'd love to be cuddled up with him right now. "Thanks for the virus," he says with a chuckle. "It's the first thing you've given me." "You are so welcome. I'm glad it was a short one." I take another drink of water. "You are getting plenty of liquids, aren't you?" "I have a mini fridge in here. I need a nurse though. You think if I sent someone for you, you could come and hang out with me today? You know you're not going into work." Man, how nice that would be. Laying around with him all day. "Can't," I say. "I see," he says, then gets quiet. That kind of quiet that's full of tension. I know he wants to ask me why, but maybe he won't since I'm still weak. I cross my fingers just to be safe. To change the topic, I ask, "So do you still love me, Jude?" He chuckles again, sounding deep, manly, rugged, and sensual. "You recall that, huh?" I do. I laugh to let him know I know he was out of it. "The things you say when you think you're about to die, huh?" Mercy, I know I said it in a fevered fit, but I still have the same feelings. I do love you. I let that hang in the air for a moment, then say, "Jude, we don't even really know each other to make that kind of a statement yet." "Mercy, if you think I throw that little phrase around a lot, I want you to know that I don't," he says. "And I don't even want you to say it back until you mean it. But I want you to know that I love you. I have so many plans for us, it's not even funny. It's not funny nor possible. Jude, don't make plans where I'm involved. You know when I'm available, and when I'm not. Just because you said you love me doesn't change that one bit," I let him know. "Maybe not to you. Maybe not yet. But it's changed something inside of me. I don't think I've ever really loved a woman before. I know I've never thought about any woman as much as I think about you. You tore up my dreams last night, girl. You were all up in them. And that's how I want life to be from now on. I want you all up in my life. Every aspect of it." "Jude," I say, stopping him. "That's very nice to hear. It really is. If things were different, well, I'd love to hear you say those words. But things aren't different. So for now, can we just take things slow?" His silence worries the hell out of me. Can he let this thing between us go slow?
Jude.
After a day of recuperation, I'm ready to get back on track and get this thing with Mercy going. She only talked to me twice yesterday because she said she was busy with sleeping and trying to get well. But she never sounded sleepy. I'm taking Zeke's car to the spa this morning so mine can be cleaned up. It reeks of puke and I can't take that. His windows are tinted to the maximum darkness they can legally be, so I look out my window at the car that's pulling up next to me at the stoplight. It's a black Suburban, and I do a double take as I swear it's Mercy driving. She's talking to somebody and looking back. I can't see through the darkly tinted passenger window to see who she's talking to. But I do see that she isn't noticing me at all. I drop back behind her as we leave the light and follow her. Now I'm sure to find out what she's been hiding. Only 3 blocks up, she turns and I stay back far enough so she doesn't figure out I'm following her. Then she takes a sharp right into a fenced-in parking lot. Parking across the street, I watch her as she gets out of the car and goes to the passenger door right behind the driver's seat. I look at the sign of the little yellow building with the red roof and see that it's a daycare facility. Maybe she's dropping off some neighbor's kids. She opens the door, and it takes her some time to get the kid out. Then out comes a little boy. She takes his hand, then goes around to the other side, and I can't see what she's doing. After a minute or so, I see her walking up the sidewalk. The little boy is walking beside her, holding her hand, and she's carrying a little girl. The little girl has blonde hair just like Mercy's, only the girl's is really curly. A woman opens the door for her. Mercy kisses the girl on the cheek, then hands her to the lady. Then she kneels down a little and kisses the little boy on the top of his head and pats him on the shoulder and says something to him. I roll my window down to see if I can hear anything. Then I hear her voice as she waves and turns to walk back to the car. I love you too. Be good. I'll be here at 6 to get you. That's not the way anyone talks to a neighbor's or friend's kids, is it? Mercy has kids. And she lied to me when I asked her that question. Why would she lie to me? Following her to the spa, I can't even think about what I'm going to say to her. She lied to me. I'm too pissed to face her right now, so I take the next left and change my plans for the day. I won't be going to the spa today. I have no idea if I'll be able to contain my pissed-off state. Instead, I think I need some more information, and I think I might know how to get that. Mercy may not be willing to let me in on why she's hiding those kids from me, but there's more than one way to skin a cat. A little phone call has me well on my way to finding out what her deal is. Hi, I was wondering if you would be willing to accept a donation of children's books. The woman answers enthusiastically, of course. I thought so. Can I bring them by this morning? That would be great. Any time will be fine. Just ring the bell, and I can come check your ID and let you inside. Your name is, she asked. Jude Hurst, I tell her. Quickly she asked, oh, of Hurst Oil and Gas. Yes, ma'am. Our company is helping out some of Dallas daycares, and I picked yours. She squeals with delight. Will the news media be with you? No, this isn't a public outreach program. This is private. Very private. What are your policies on reading to the kids? I ask as my wheels are turning in my head, as I'm trying to figure out how I can get to talk to at least that little boy who seems like he's old enough to be able to carry on at least a little bit of a conversation. If you're talking about you reading to them, that will be fine. Your reputation is very public. You have no criminal history, and that's what we care about. So when can we expect you? I'll set up a little reading time today if you want. How about around 9? I'll bring some fruit trays so the kids can snack while I read them a few stories. I really love children, I say as I head out to a bookstore to load up on some books. That sounds wonderful, she gushes. See you then. As I drive down the road, I get the sudden urge to give Mercy one more chance to come clean with me before I go all undercover on her. She answers her phone. Good morning, Jude. Will I be seeing you this morning? No, I say. I have things to do this morning. Oh, okay. This afternoon then, she asks, sounding a little disappointed. Well, so am I. I'm not sure yet. Mercy, are you sure you don't want to tell me why you are so busy? You know, the real reason why you can't do more with me, or let me come to your house. Jude, for G's sake, let it go. Crap. She sounds exasperated, and now I am too. I mean, damn. I told her kids were not a deal breaker, so what the hell is her problem? Fine, Mercy. Forgive me for caring about you. I'm sorry, Jude, she says as her voice goes very soft. Call me when you figure out if you're coming to the spa today or not. Okay? I will, I tell her, then hang up. Why the hell would she hide her kids from me? Or is there more than kids she's hiding?
Protective urges. Jude.
Carrying a box full of children's books, I ring the bell outside of the daycare and find a young, dark-haired woman answering the door. She's all smiles as she looks at me through the glass window. Then I hear a buzzer and the door opens. "You have to be Mr. Hurst." "I am," I say as I go inside. "And you are?" "The kids call me Miss Abigail," she says as she leads me down the hallway. "Follow me." I have the older kids in the reading room, and they're pretty excited about the new books. As we walk into the room, the kids jump up and down and cheer as if I was carrying in toys for them all. But all I can do is scan them all for the little boy who has on a Spider-Man shirt and a pair of khaki shorts and short blonde hair. The one I saw with Mercy early this morning. It would be great if I knew his name too, as I see 3 little boys wearing similar outfits. All of them have short blonde hair too. Crap! I did not see this coming. So I adjust my plan and place the box on the table the young lady is gesturing to. "Here you go," I say as the kids rush to the box. "Hold on, kids," Miss Abigail shouts. "First things first. What do we have to say to Mr. Hurst for giving you all these books?" "Thank you, Mr. Hurst," they all yell at the top of their lungs. One of the little blonde Spider-Man shirt-wearing boys hugs my leg and looks up at me. I run my hand over his head and see no resemblance to Mercy, but give the kid a smile anyway. "Thanks for the hug. What's your name?" I ask as I pat his head like a dog and stop because that just seems wrong. "Hank," he says, then lets me go. He points to the other 2, who also have on the shirts. "These are my best pals, Cody and Carter. We all wanted to match today." He tugs at his shirt. I wave at the other boys and ask, "So who wants to pick out a book for me to read?" The kid named Cody raises his hand, and the kid named Carter takes a seat. His eyes are a little glassy, and he has slightly dark circles underneath his little blue eyes. Mercy has blue eyes, and if she had that virus, I bet her kids did too. So I ask the kid named Carter, "Hey man, you feeling okay, buddy?" He nods and looks down. He's shy too and quiet, and the way he moves his arms to cross over his chest reminds me of how Mercy does that all too often. So I grab a book out of the box and go take the tiny chair next to him. "Do you like books about dogs, Carter?" He nods and runs his hand over the cover that has a bloodhound puppy on it. "I like dogs," he says. "I happen to have me an old dog that looks like this guy on the cover," I tell him, then decide to add, "Have you been sick recently?" He looks up at me with wide eyes. "Yes." "How did you know?" "I threw up like crazy the other day." "I had a virus too the other day." I run my hand over his little head. "It was awful. I can see it really took a lot out of you." He nods. "It did. Me and my little sister both had it. My Aunt Mercy took her to the hospital late at night. Then when we came home, I got sick too. It was terrible. Aunt Mercy got sick the next day. It was a terrible way to start the week. And I have it all now. The kids are her niece and nephew. Now why would she feel she had to hide that?" So I dig deeper. "I see. That does sound terrible. But why did your aunt take you instead of your mommy or your daddy?" He looks down again, and his arms go back to cross his little chest as he whispers, "They're dead." My heart stops, and I find the words coming out of my mouth, even though I should shut the hell up. "Dead? They're dead?" Suddenly, Miss Abigail is touching my shoulder. I turn to look at her, and she motions for me to follow her. I get up and go to a corner of the room where she whispers, "That's Carter. His parents died in a car wreck 2 years ago, along with their mother's parents. Their aunt took them over as her own. We don't like to talk about it, because it still upsets him. You understand, don't you?" I nod. "Sorry, yes. I won't ask him anything else like that. How is his aunt handling all that? It has to be rough on her. Does she have anyone to help her?" Miss Abigail shakes her head and looks sad. "No, she has no help and won't allow any. She's taken them all on her own and refuses to really talk to any of us. I have no idea about her personal life. But as far as the kids talk, they spend their time alone with her. No mention of friends or boyfriends or anything like that. I feel as if I've been punched in the stomach. My heart aches for Mercy, and I've been a jerk all this time. But now, more than ever, I know I have to get her to let me into her real life. She really needs me. Going back to the kids, I take the book Carter has and ask, "Would you like me to read this one, Carter?" He nods and says, "Please." Such a nice kid. So I sit down in a chair that Miss Abigail has pulled out from behind her desk so I don't have to sit with my knees up around my ears in one of those tiny chairs, and I hold out my hand to Carter. "Carter, would you like to sit on my lap and help me read this book to your friends?" He nods and smiles and climbs right up on my lap and leans his back against me, and I think I might just cry. A lump in my throat has me swallowing it down, and I clear my throat to completely get rid of it. Then I start reading the story and wonder how I can get Mercy to let me in.
Mercy.
The whole day has gone by without a word from Jude. I'm not sure what to make of it. And I have to admit, I've not only missed the sound of his voice, I've missed seeing him too. The man has managed to grow on me very quickly. As I went to check out the empty space where his training facility will be, I found myself thinking about running into him around the spa. And maybe little secret sessions in my office and his. It had my mind occupied all day long, as I thought about us taking lunch together every day except Thursdays, when I eat with the kids at their daycare. And I did think about letting him do some personal training on me. It had my pulse going faster with just the thought of it. Since I'm on my way to pick the kids up, I think I should give him a call before I have them with me. So I make the call and find it goes straight to voicemail. Just like it has the other 5 times I've called him today. Man, I can't believe I've turned into one of those women. I'm sure he's just very busy today with something. Or someone. Please don't let him be with another woman. I know I've been holding him back with a 10-foot pole. But the fact is, I wouldn't be if it wasn't for the kids. I'd be all over that man if I didn't have them to consider. My phone rings and I jump as I see it's him. "Hi." I answer all fast and breathless. "I missed you today." Did that really just come out of my mouth? "Good," he says. "I've really missed you too. Want to grab a bite to eat with me?" "Damn it," I say. "I can't." "Oh," he asks. "Well, that's too bad. I guess I won't see you until tomorrow then. I'm about to leave the place I've spent the day. I was hoping to take you to dinner, but if you can't, then you can't." Wow, you took that awfully well, Jude. I'm kind of surprised he isn't asking me why I can't go to dinner with him the way he usually does. So where did you spend your day? Just doing some community PR work for the company. You know how people love to hate oil companies. So from time to time we do things to reach out to the community, to let them put a face to the company. I hear a woman's voice call out to him. "Honey, can I call you later?" "Sure," I say as he ends the call, and I find myself feeling kind of lonely and sad. I do wish I could go out to dinner with him. I wore this nice bra and panty set in hopes of him being at the spa today, and I've been itching to feel his hands run all over my body like crazy. And now it seems he decided to spend the day with some other people, and at least one woman. If I could let him in, I would. Why does this have to be so damn hard? The daycare comes up on the right, and I turn into the parking lot and get out of the Suburban to go inside and get the kids. A melancholy feeling flows through me, and I think I need to have a heart-to-heart with Jude later tonight. Maybe I could let him in on the fact I'm getting pretty excited about seeing him at work every day. Maybe that will keep him interested in me. A fear is creeping in that if I keep being too distant, he'll move on and forget about me. And I have to be honest with myself and say that thinking of never being in his arms again, or feeling his lips on mine again, is a thing I would miss more than I can even imagine. As I go into Mrs. Jensen's room to get Mia, I find her sitting in a corner of the little room designated for the 2-year-olds, looking at a book. "Hey, Mia." She looks up and jumps off the chair, tossing the book on the floor, holding her arms out as she hollers, "I missed you, Aunt Mercy." Grabbing her up, I hug her tight. "I missed you too, Mia." I give her chubby cheek a kiss, then carry her over to gather her things into her backpack. "And how was school today?" She giggles as she runs her hand along my ponytail. "It was pretty great. We got new books." "How nice," I say. The teacher's chair turns around, and I see it's not Mrs. Jensen in it. "Hello," the older woman says. "I'm Miss Daphne. The teacher got sick earlier and I came in to sub for her." "Is it that awful virus?" I ask. "Did it get her too?" "I think so. They told me she hauled booty out of here. When I came in, a couple of the other teachers were spraying disinfectant everywhere. I feel relatively safe." She laughs and spins around in the chair like some kid would. "It was nice to be here today. I'm getting up there in age, and my kids don't come around much. I liked being around the kids today." "That's nice. I'm glad you enjoyed your time with them, instead of looking at it like a chore." I gather up the filled backpack and head out to get Carter. "Bye. I'm sure I'll be seeing you tomorrow. I had that virus the other day. It wipes you out." She waves at us as we leave the room. "Bye, Mia." Mia waves back as she looks over my shoulder, then she says, "I like that lady. She's very nice." "That's good. I'm glad you liked her," I say. Then she wraps her arms around my neck and hugs me tight. "I really WUV you, Aunt Mercy." With a laugh, I hug her back and say, "I really WUV you too, Mia." Turning into Carter's classroom, I see that it's empty. I get his backpack and see a note on the desk saying they're in the reading room, so I head out with his things and go down the hallway. "Do you know if Carter's teacher got sick today too, Mia?" I ask, as I've never had to go find any of the kids before. "Nope. Some man brought the books and stayed all day. He's very tall and I think he's cute," she says, then giggles like crazy. "So the big kids went to the reading room to listen to him read. I heard one story when he came and read to us at nap time." "How nice," I say as I turn into the door to the reading room. "Carter, I'm." When I see Carter and see him sitting on a man's lap, I freeze. "Hi," the man says. "What the hell are you doing here?" I shriek. Miss Abigail comes quickly toward me. "Miss Noland." "Language." Mia turns her head and points at the man I have already recognized. "That's Mr. Hertz," she says. I correct her, "Mr. Hurst, baby." "Carter, come on." My eyes stay glued on Jude's as he smiles at me, and Carter climbs off his lap. "You must be Carter's aunt. He's told me so much about you," he says. "How could you?" I ask as tears fill my eyes. "How could you do this?" Carter comes to me and takes my hand. "What's wrong with you?" Carter asks me. I can't even talk, I feel so sideswiped by Jude. I just tug at Carter to come with me, as I have to use everything in me to hold back the tears and rage I'm feeling.
Jude.
I don't know how I thought that would go, but I didn't ever picture it going the way it went. I jump up and hurry after Mercy as she hauls ass out of the building. Not saying a word to her, I stay just behind her as she takes the kids to her car. Then I step up as she unlocks the doors and offer my help. "Let me help you get them into their car seats." Mercy spins around, and I can see the tears rolling down her red cheeks. "Don't." "What's wrong with you, Aunt Mercy?" Carter asked. "Nothing, just climb into your seat, Carter," she says with tear-filled words. "Get away from us, Jude." I can't just get away from her, but I do back up and let her get the kids put in their seats, remaining quiet as I have no idea what I should say. This is not going well at all. After she gets Carter in, she slams his door and takes the little girl to the other side. I follow and wait quietly. When she's done, she slams that door too and reaches for her door. I reach out and take her by the arm. "Mercy, stop." Her body is shaking as she turns back to look at me with eyes filled with anger. "You get your hand off of me right now." "Mercy, we have to talk," I tell her. "You need to get away from me. We're done. I'm going to tell the Cofields that you're some kind of a stalker, and to forget about doing any kind of business with you. Now leave me alone forever, Jude Hurst." I have to let her go, as I think she's on the verge of having a stroke, and there are also people looking at us now with their mouths hanging open. Taking a step back, I let her go and let her drive away, then go get into my brother's car and follow her at a safe distance. I know this is just more stalking on my part, but I can't let her shut me out. Not now that I know why she's been so closed off this whole time. The woman really does need me. But I do stay back so she doesn't figure me out. I'm not about to approach her right now. I just want to know her address so I can approach her later tonight. Much later when she's had time to calm down. After 15 minutes, I see her pull into a driveway. The home is brick and in a nice neighborhood. A garage door opens on a 4-car garage, and she drives in, then closes it behind her as I stop a little ways down the street. The garage is attached to the house, so I know I won't be seeing her again. So I make a note of the address and leave the area. I feel like a huge jerk and can't really figure out how to fix this damage. My father and mother keep coming to mind, so I head home to talk to them about what it is I've done and how bad it really is. I didn't mean to hurt her, and it's clear that I've done just that. I call Mercy to see if she'll talk to me at all and nearly faint when she answers the phone. "Jude." "Mercy," I say. "The thing you have done is unforgivable. I meant it when I told you I never want to see you again. I'm blocking your number." Then she ends the call. My body is shaking with fear. She can't really mean it. So I call back, and it tells me she has blocked my number. I can't believe she can cut me out this quickly. Pulling up to our house, I see Dad out on his little gator, riding around with his longhorns. I stop and get out of the car and wave him down. Then climb over the fence when he heads my way. "Dad, I think I've really messed up." "Oh, come on," he says as I get into the vehicle with him. "What could you have done so bad, son?" "Dad, I thought Mercy was hiding something from me. I followed her this morning." "You did what?" he asks as he stops and looks at me. "Not intentionally. I saw her at a stoplight and I followed her. I found out she was dropping a couple of little kids off at daycare. Then I called the daycare." Dad stops me again as he holds up his hand. "You called the daycare? Son, why would you do that?" Putting my head in my hands, I press my fingertips into my skull and whine, "I don't know, Dad." But it gets worse. "What else did you do?" he asks, sounding very worried. "I bought some children's books and donated them to the daycare, then stayed there all day reading to the kids. And getting to know her nephew, Carter." I raise my head and look at my father. "Dad, he's such a sweet kid. And he told me his parents had died in a car accident, along with his grandparents, Mercy's parents. She's taken them on as her own, and she doesn't tell anyone about any of it. Only the daycare workers know the story." "Oh, son," Dad says as he shakes his head. "How did Mercy take it when you told her what you had found out?" "I didn't get to tell her that. I guess I should have handled it like that. I suppose I should have left the daycare after I found that out, and went to her and confessed everything, but I didn't do that, Dad." "What did you do?" he asks me as he puts his hand on my shoulder. "She came to the daycare and I was still there. I had her nephew on my lap and was reading him a book. I just smiled at her as I watched her face fall and her spirit right along with it. I am as close to crying as I have ever been. I look at my father, and all I see is that I may have messed up too bad to get her back." "Oh my boy," he says, then starts heading toward the house. "You need professional help with this one. Your mama may be the only person who can help you. But I wouldn't hold out much hope. You really have gone kind of crazy, stalker man, on the poor girl." Dad's words make me feel even worse. I know I've overstepped my bounds this time. I've really messed up. What if I told you that I really, really love her, Dad? I look at him to see what his reaction is, and see a frown cover his face. Boy, I'm afraid me and your mama always gave you kids what you wanted the moment you asked for it, and it might have spoiled you kids a little. You don't know how to wait for things. And people take time and patience. I'm not saying that you don't love this girl, but you needed to wait to let her catch up to you with that. I know, I moan as we pull into the garage. I wish I had realized that before I went and pulled such a dumb stunt. But now I know. Dragging myself into the house, I pray that Mom has some idea of what I can do to fix things.
Mercy.
I'm throwing things around as I try to make dinner for the kids, but find myself so mad at myself for letting anyone into my life at all. Mia goes and picks up a small pan I threw on the floor and brings it back to me. Oops. You dropped this. She comes back and hands it to me, and I stop. Thank you, I tell her, then put it on the counter and go to the fridge and pull out a bottle of wine that's been in there since I came to live here. I have no idea if wine has an expiration date, but I have to calm myself down, so screw it. My hands are shaking as I take the corkscrew out of the drawer, as the kids climb to their places at the dinner table and watch me like I'm some kind of a television show. I stop what I'm doing and walk to the living room and turn the television on. You guys come watch this instead of me, okay? They trot into the living room, and I see Carter has a book in his hand. He tosses it on the sofa, and I see a puppy on the cover. He sees me looking at the book, then says, "Mr. Hertz gave me that book 'cause I like dogs and he has one like that. He told me that one day he'd like me to come see his puppy." Hurst, I correct him. His name is Mr. Hurst. And we are never going to go see his stupid dog. I walk away to get my damn wine. I need more than any crackhead has ever needed their fix. His dog isn't stupid, Carter shouts after me. And why are you acting crazy? He's a nice man. Little footsteps come up behind me as I grab the corkscrew again, and a second set follows them. I turn back to see Carter looking at me with a frown, and Mia is mimicking him, with her hands on her little hips. I thought I told you two to go watch television, I say as I turn back to grab the wine from the fridge now that I have what I need to get it open. Well, I want to know why you are so mad and why you were so mean to him, Carter says as he wags his little finger at me. He has horses too. And even some ducks on a pond. He said he would love us to come over. He has a swimming pool and a big yard to play in and some cows too. Pressing the corkscrew into the cork, I feel it push in way too easily, then the cork splits into dry pieces and a terrible smell comes from the bottle. Crap. I hold my nose as I pour the sour stuff down the drain in the kitchen sink and feel like throwing a real tantrum. That was all the alcohol I had in the house. And it's no good, and now I have to figure out how to calm down all on my own, and I've never been so mad in my entire life. Mia says as she shakes her little head. You not posed to say that word, Aunt Mercy. I look at her sweet face with a big old frown on it, and the one on Carter's too, and decide I have to do something about myself. Who wants pizza? The frowns turn upside down and they start to cheer. I'll call a cab to take us, because I'm going to have a few beers while they play. I know it's not a very motherly thing to do, but it's either that, or tear the house apart as I throw things around until I feel like I've dealt with my anger and frustration. Just as I pick my phone up, it rings with a number I don't recognize. I put on the professional voice I can bring up any time, any place as I answer it, Mercy Noland. Hey sweetheart, this is Loretta Hurst. My heart stops and I know I can't hang up on this nice lady, but damn it, I want to. Look, I know what you want to talk about, but it won't do any good. My son is a mess right now, and I feel like I have a hell of a lot to do with that. So could you spare me a moment? Mother to mother, dear, she asks. So he's told them everything I can see. I look at the kids and point them to the living room. You guys go watch television while we wait. I have to talk to someone about business, okay? They nod and walk away as I plop into a chair at the dining room table, and prepare myself to hear some crap about how her son is great and I'm an idiot. Can you talk now? She asks me. Yes, ma'am, I say as I sit back, kick off my heels, and put my feet up on the table. Look, my son has done something inexcusable, she says. Great start, I say as I'm impressed she can see his faults. So you understand why I can't see him anymore. Well, I didn't say that. She pauses, then says, he told me about your family, and darling, I want to tell you how very sorry I am to hear about that. It's a terrible tragedy. I know there are no words to help you, I do know that. But I also know that you've shut yourself off from people. That's not good for those kids. And I know you know that deep down. He isn't the answer either, I say as I look up at the ceiling, and wish this was all a dream and that I had never really met Jude Hurst. I'm not saying he is. All I'm saying is, being alone with all this isn't helping any of you all. Those kids need you, but they need more than just you. What would happen to them if something happened to you? She asks me, making me take my feet down and sit up straight. Please don't say that. You have no idea how much I'm afraid of that happening. I can feel the anxiety welling up inside of me. I'm sorry if I'm upsetting you. But you need to realize that it's hurting those kids to keep this up. I'd like to come visit with you and the kids. I'd like to invite you out to our place for Sunday dinner this week. Please tell me you'll come. It's not you, Mrs. Hurst, I say. She quickly says, call me Loretta. Okay, it's not you, Loretta. It's Jude. He went too far. He did. I'm not going to make any excuses for him. What he did was wrong. He'd like to apologize to you and the kids, she says. No. I say quickly. I don't want that, and I don't want to see him. You can tell him that you told me and that I said, thanks for the apology. I forgive him. I knew he was spoiled rotten, and it's all my fault for seeing him in the first place. This is all on me. You can tell him that. I have no hard feelings against him. He'll be glad to hear some of that, she says. But I'd like to say that I doubt you'll find another man who cares so much for you. Her words hurt me to my core. I probably won't ever find a man who tries so damn hard to get to know me than Jude has. But then again, I never wanted any man to get into my life anyway.
Jude.
She's going to need time, son, Mama tells me. I shake my head and have to disagree. Mom, that's all she's had is time. It's been a little over 2 years since they all died. She's been alone with this for that long. She needs someone now. Not a month from now. Right now. Well, she doesn't want to see you. She did say she forgives you, if that makes you feel any better. Mom runs her hand over the back of mine as I sit at the kitchen table and look at the glass of scotch Dad poured for me. I can't touch it though. Mercy is over there all alone with the kids. Mad as hell at me. And I don't deserve to be able to get drunk and forget that fact. I wonder what she would do if I just showed up over there, I say as I look at the way the dark liquid makes swirls all on its own. She'll most likely call the cops on you, Jude, Dad says. So don't do that. Give the girl some time. Then maybe go see her at work or something like that. My cell phone rings, and I see it's Lester Cofield. Crap. I get up and walk away. I have to take this call. Walking out to the back patio, I answer the phone. Mr. Cofield, how are you doing? I'm kind of confused, Jude. That's how I'm doing. I called Mercy to see how things went today, and she told me you had pulled out of the deal, he says. Oh, she did. I see, I say as I have no idea what the hell to tell the man. That doesn't tell me a whole hell of a lot, Jude, he says, and waits for more of an explanation. Only I don't have one. Lester, did you know that Mercy is taking care of her dead sister's kids? What? He asks with a very high voice. Since when? For the last 2 years, I tell him. I know she's going to be pissed at me, but let's face it, she already is. No, he says, then sighs. How did you find this out? I saw her on her way to work this morning, and fell in behind her. When she stopped at a daycare, I saw her drop off a couple of little kids. I decide to embellish my story a bit so the man doesn't find out I'm a complete stalker. It just so happened that I had a box of children's books my company had given us all to donate to various children's daycares. You know, a little good PR. So I made a quick decision to give my box to that particular daycare. And you found out all of that about our Mercy? He asks. Yes, sir. It seems her sister and brother-in-law were going out on a double date with Mercy's parents, while Mercy watched her then 2.5-year-old nephew and 6-month-old niece. They were in a wreck and all 4 of them died. She took the kids as her own after that, I tell him. My gosh, that's terrible. I can't believe she never told us that, he says. When she came to the daycare to pick the kids up, I was still there. I was reading to her nephew. He's 4 now. And she kind of lost her cool. She also doesn't live at the address she has on file at work. That's her parents' home. I'm afraid she's been hiding the kids to hide the tragedy, so no one asks her about it. I wait to see what he has to say, and hope he has some kind of a great answer for me. Damn it. I guess we have no choice in the matter, do we? He asks. I guess we have to fire her. What? I ask, as that was not what I intended at all. No. No, you can't do that, Lester. I didn't mean you to take it like she's some type of a crazy woman, or anything like that. I just wanted you to know she has a lot on her plate, that's all. Gosh, please don't fire her. I pace around and don't know what the hell to do. Everything I'm doing is screwing her world up even more. Jude, it's just good business. Poor Mercy has been lying to us for 2 years. We can't have that, he says. Then I hear his wife asking him what's going on, and pray she can talk some sense into him. I hold on as he relays all I've said, then hear her terrible words. Oh no, we have to let her go. Screw me. No. I shout again. Lester, please. Sorry, son. But we can still do our deal, he says. No. I tell him. If that's the way you do business, I want no part in your company. Please rethink things. Please. If you keep her on and never say a word about this, I'll keep the deal. I cross my fingers and hope he takes the offer. But when I hear him clearing his throat, I get prepared for the age-old speech about it all being just business, nothing personal. Jude, this isn't personal, son. I let it all go and end the call as I fall to my knees on the ground and look up at the darkening sky. Why gosh. In some kind of answer to my desperate cry, I hear thunder off in the distance, and then the weather alert goes off on my phone. As I look at it, I find there's a tornado warning for the Dallas area. Wouldn't you know it? The suburban areas highlighted in red include the one she lives in. I put my phone into my pocket and head through the house to the cars. I stop in the living room where Mom and Dad are watching the news. Oh son, look at this. There's a tornado warning, Mom says as she points at the television that's hanging on the wall. I know, I say as I make quick strides across the room toward the garage. Dad, I'm taking your 4-wheel drive to get Mercy and the kids and bring them out here. Oh, that's a bad idea, boy, he calls out after me. You're gonna get yourself thrown into the jail for sure. I hope not. Even if I do, I deserve it. I just managed to get Mercy fired from her job too. Mom shrieks, how the hell did you accomplish that, Jude Hurst? I shrug and shout back. I have no idea. As I get to the truck and hop in, I push the button to open the garage door and can already hear the sounds of sirens going off far away in town. I back out and head out as fast as I can to get to them. The woman may not want me, but I sure as hell won't be leaving her alone with 2 little kids during a time like this. I may have completely screwed her world up, but damn it, I'm not leaving them alone to deal with a natural disaster too.
Mercy.
So it seems God is completely against me getting any alcohol to help me deal with my anger. A sudden storm has come up, and now there's a tornado warning keeping me trapped inside. To top off that fun, the kids are clinging to me as sirens go off outside constantly, and the electricity has gone off. All I have is the flashlight on my cell phone, and my battery was about dead when this all started. So, I have no idea when we're going to be left in the complete darkness, but I bet it will be pretty soon. So I have us sitting on the sofa, wrapped together tight in a blanket to make sure they both feel really secure. Well, as secure as one can feel with this kind of crap going on. The wind is howling so loud it's hard to hear much else, except the loud sirens that I'm supposing won't stop until the tornado or tornadoes are back in the sky and off the ground. It would be great to know if one was headed our way and about to turn us into Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz. But then again, why would anyone want to know such a thing like that? A pounding at the front door has me looking up, and I pick up both kids and carry them on my hips as I go to see who the hell is at the damn door. I suppose it's most likely a fireman or some other emergency person coming to tell us the tornado is headed our way and we're about to die. As I open the door, a tall man wearing a hooded yellow raincoat pushes his way in quickly, closing the door behind him, then pulls me by the shoulder. "Where's the bathroom?" he asks with a gruff voice. "Over here," I say and point my phone light to the hallway. He pulls out a big flashlight from his raincoat pocket and shines it down the hallway and pulls us along with him to the bathroom where he closes us all in together. "We're safer here than anywhere else," he says, then pulls the hood back and I see who our emergency man is. "Jude!" I shout. "Not now, Mercy." He looks at the bathtub and pulls us to it. "We need to get into that." So into the tub we go, standing side by side. Carter holds his arms out to Jude. "Mr. Hertz, will you hold me?" "Little traitor." Jude takes off his wet raincoat and tosses it out onto the floor, then takes Carter. "Hide your face against my chest." "Mercy, you hide her face in your chest." I move Mia around so she can hide her face, and watch Carter snuggle into Jude's wide chest, then feel one of Jude's strong arms pull me into him too, and he holds us all against the wall. His body shielding us all. He smells like sweat and rain, and I've never smelled anything more comforting in my life. His warm breath is stirring my hair as he breathes calmly and steadily. He's like a rock. A sound so loud it sounds as if a train is coming right through the house, has both kids covering their little ears. I think they might be screaming, but it's too loud to tell for sure. I close my eyes as I hear some crashing sounds and feel Jude's arm tighten around me. His head is pressing down on mine and then the sound fades. Both of our phones' alerts go off, making us all jump, and Jude grabs his, shutting it off, then he takes mine out of my hand and turns it off too. The wind is still raging outside, but the crashing sounds and the train sounds are over. I look at him and mouth, "Thank you." He says, "You're welcome, baby." My body is trembling as the sounds fade further away, and I realize I'm holding Mia way too tightly. I loosen my tight hold and say, "Should we go see what happened?" "I'll go," he says as he hands Carter back to me. Carter looks at me with the widest I've ever seen the kid's eyes. "What was that, Aunt Mercy?" "That was a tornado, Carter," I say as I hug him. "But no matter what, we're okay, aren't we?" He nods, and when Jude opens the door, I almost fall down. All I see is rain falling in the darkness. The top of a tree isn't that far from us, and there's a big brown truck sitting in that tree. "Dad's not going to like where his truck ended up," Jude says as he looks back at me. I just start crying and hugging the kids. "You saved us. You saved us, Jude. If you hadn't come at that moment, we'd have been right there on that couch and we'd have been." "Don't," he says as he closes the bathroom door and comes back to us, stepping back into the bathtub and gathering us back into his strong arms. "Just don't, Mercy." He rocks us back and forth for a minute as I cry, and then the kids join me, and I know he was sent to us. I know it now. I look up at him and say, "I'm sorry." He merely shushes me and places his big hand on the back of my head and pushes it down so I have to bury it in his chest like the kids are doing. I really don't know why he came here, but I'm glad he did. A knock comes on the bathroom door and I find myself saying, "Who is it?" Then I immediately feel like a fool. "Fire department, ma'am. Can we come in?" Jude smiles at me, then kisses my forehead. Come on in, guys. The door opens and a bunch of lights shine in our eyes. And in that blinding light, I swear I see my sister standing behind one of the firemen. Hope! I call out. Hope, is that you? I move around Jude as I hold the kids, and I can't see her anymore. Hope! Jude wraps his arm around me and kisses the side of my head. It's okay, baby? I shake my head and blink as he takes Carter from me, and we step out of the tub and let the firemen help us get out of the house. It's still raining, only nowhere near as hard. The lights from the fire trucks and other emergency vehicles light the place up. As we're led to a police cruiser, I turn back and see the front part of the house is just gone. The back part is there. The 4-car garage is there. My purse is hanging from a tree limb, so I point at it. Hey, can somebody get that for me? Some nice tall man grabs it and I see it's still zipped up, and since it is leather, I can be fairly sure all my important things are still there, including the keys to all the cars and the motorcycles. The officer who meets us at the car says, there's a shelter open at the high school. That's where we're taking everyone. I hold up my purse. I have the keys to my cars that are in that garage. And when the electricity comes back on, you can get them, he says. Jude gives my shoulder a squeeze. Come on, let's go to the shelter and we can figure things out from there. The most important thing right now is to get us all to somewhere safe. I can't stop looking at Jude with adoration. That and complete gratitude.
Jude.
One phone call to Dad and he came to the high school gym and got us all. Then I took Mercy and the kids to my bedroom, where we all are cuddled up after showers, and everyone is wearing my t-shirts, as the kids are snuggled in between us. Mercy can't stop looking at me with such adoration in her blue eyes, and I can't stop thinking about how I'm going to tell her how I cost her job with my fast-acting mouth. Her hair is damp as I run my hand through it, and gaze back at her as the kids fall asleep. You okay? I whisper. She nods. Because of you, we are. Don't go putting me up on a pedestal, Mercy, I say with a light chuckle. I'm not. I'm putting you where you belong. You're our hero, Jude. Our real-life hero. She takes my hand off her head and pulls it to her mouth and kisses my palm. I frown at her, my heart tugging. Oh baby, no. She smiles, glancing at the sleeping kids nearby. Sorry. I know we're here with them. Not the right time. Then she leans closer, her eyes sparkling as she whispers, but you're so irresistible right now. I wonder if she'd feel the same if she knew she lost her job because of me. I'm not ready to tell her that though. Instead, I return her smile, brushing my fingertip along her cheek, tracing the curve of her jaw. The warmth of her skin sends a shiver through me, and I stop before I get too carried away. Mercy looks down at the two kids, now fast asleep, and whispers, "Why don't we slip out of this bed and go to the next room with that cozy little living area?" My heart leaps. She's choosing to be here with me, and I love it. I nod, watching as she carefully slides out of bed, moving with a grace I hadn't noticed before. I follow her lead, marveling at how effortlessly she navigates the quiet space, like she's done this 1,000 times. I wait for her to round the bed, then scoop her up in my arms, carrying her to the other room. The way she gazes into my eyes sends chills down my spine. Her fingers gently stroke the back of my neck, and I can tell she's fully present, ready to share this moment. Who knew all it took was being there for her, to make her feel this close to me? I sit on the leather sofa, keeping her in my arms, and she nestles against me, her breath warm against my cheek. Her lips meet mine in a soft, lingering kiss, her hands framing my face with care. The tenderness in her touch unravels me. I slip my hand under her shirt, lifting it just enough to pull it off gently, breaking our kiss. Her eyes meet mine, molten with emotion. "Jude, I love you." Her words stop me cold. I know she means them, but I don't want her to say them just because I helped her today. "Mercy, you don't have to." Her lips crash onto mine, silencing me. She tugs at my shirt, easing it off, and our kiss breaks again. Our breathing grows heavier, charged with longing. Her eyes hold a depth I've never seen before. I do love you, Jude, she says, her voice steady. She tosses my shirt to join hers on the hardwood floor, then stands, her hands resting on my shoulders. I look up at her, seeing the truth in her gaze. You don't have to prove anything, I say softly. I know you're grateful, but this is more than that, isn't it? I am grateful, she murmurs, her fingers brushing my cheek, sending warmth through me. But I'm here because I want you to know how much you mean to me. I cup her face, seeing the love in her eyes, clear and undeniable. I love you, Mercy Noland, I say, my voice thick. I think I've always had a place in my heart waiting for you, even before we met. Standing, I pull her into my arms, guiding her to sit beside me on the sofa. Her arms open, welcoming me, and I settle close, my hand tracing her arm as goosebumps rise under my touch. You feel like home, I whisper, pressing a kiss to her temple. You feel like forever, she whispers back, her voice trembling with emotion. I can't believe this is real. I've wanted her like this since the moment we met, and now she's here, open and honest. But my heart aches, knowing I haven't told her everything. As I hold her, she leans into me, her head resting against my chest, her fingers lacing with mine. Her warmth invites me in, promising everything will be okay. I want to believe it. I want her to be mine, more than I've ever wanted anything. Her breath hitches and she murmurs, Jude, I'm yours. Her words spark something fierce in me, and I pull her closer, my arms tightening around her. Show me, she whispers, her voice soft but certain. Show me what it means to be yours. I press my forehead to hers, overwhelmed by her trust. My hands frame her face, and I kiss her deeply, pouring every ounce of my love into it. Her fingers grip my shoulders, and I feel her surrender, not weakness but strength in her choice to be here. But as I look into her eyes, seeing complete devotion, a pang of guilt hits me. She's giving herself to me fully, and I'm holding back a truth that could change everything. I don't want her to lose herself in me. I want her to stand strong, always. Mercy, I say, my voice low, you're not just mine, you're you, and that's what I love most. She smiles, her eyes shining. I know, she says, pulling me back into her embrace. And I choose you.
Mercy.
Jude slows his movements and looks at me, his expression shifting from intense to tender. He releases my wrists and gently guides my arms around him. Softly, he kisses my lips, transitioning from his earlier roughness to a gentler, more caring touch. One of his hands moves up to cradle the back of my head. He pulls away slightly, trailing kisses along my neck until his lips brush my ear. You are my princess, he whispers. I run my foot along the back of his leg as my hand moves up his back. I'm whatever you want me to be, I whisper back. He groans softly, holding me close, and his tenderness makes me feel more connected to him than ever before. His lips return to mine, and his kiss feels like a dream, pulling me deeper into the moment. I've let go of everything, no more fighting to keep him out of my life, no more hiding my fears or shielding the kids. I'm done pretending I can do it all alone. I need him. I want him more than I've ever wanted anything. I'm done pretending to be strong. I'm as vulnerable as I've ever been, and if he wants me, I'm his. I can see a future with him, a forever that feels real and possible now. I love you, Mercy, he whispers, his voice hoarse with emotion. Finally, I let the words escape. I love you too, Jude. He kisses me gently, his lips swollen from our shared moments. I lean up and playfully tug at his bottom lip with my teeth, making him laugh softly. He kisses me again, and the connection between us feels complete. No more pretending, what we have is deep and real. I feel confident that he'll always be here for me and the kids. Lifting his head, he ends the kiss and looks at me. Since I have you in this position, he says, his hands moving down my arms to hold mine firmly. And you can't hit me, I have something to tell you. Something you need to know before morning comes and you start worrying about work. I take a deep breath, my mind racing with thoughts of what I need to do. I can't possibly go into work, and the kids are still shaken by everything. Taking them to daycare feels wrong. I need to take time off to handle everything, maybe even next week too. Oh, work? I really don't know how I can do it all, I say, looking away from him. So, it wouldn't devastate you if you didn't have to worry about that? He asks, a small grin on his face. Of course, it wouldn't devastate me. But I still need to figure out how to handle the important things. Talk to the insurance company and be there for the kids. They're pretty freaked out. His laugh interrupts me, and he touches the tip of my nose with his lips. Great. Well, you don't have to worry about work. How about that? I laugh, noticing he hasn't let go of my hands. If only that were true, Jude. Now let me go, I kind of need to go. It is true, and I don't want to let you go just yet. You see, I have something to tell you, and I think the first thing you'll do is start waving your arms around. A nervous feeling washes over me, replacing the euphoria I felt moments ago. What do you have to tell me? I got a call from Lester, your boss. He wanted to know why I was pulling out of the deal. Oh no. I shake my head. I can fix that. You can still do it. It'll be fine to work together. I overreacted earlier, but I can fix it all. No, you can't, he says, and his hands tighten on mine. You see, I kind of told your boss everything, and he fired you. No, he didn't, I say with a laugh. He didn't call me or anything. In situations like that, you aren't told until you get to work. Then the boss shows up, usually with security, to let you know you need to gather your personal things and hit the road. He ends with a little kiss that doesn't do much to stop the aching in my stomach. My gosh. Just because I have some kids I'm raising, he fired me? I think he said it was because you'd been lying to them for 2 years. I tried to fix things, but he and his wife were very adamant. You are out of there. Don't worry though. I've got you, baby, he says. That should be making me feel better, but it's not. Jude, I can't let you do that. My mind starts racing and I feel like crying. I can't face them. I can't. I have $200 in the bank, and there's going to be some type of deductible for the insurance to fix our home, and I'm out of a job. How did things go from great to completely shitty in a matter of seconds? His hands loosen and he gets up, pulling me up with him. Come on, let's take a shower and I'll make you forget about this. It's great, really. Now you and I can make our own thing. Whatever you want, baby. Anything. As we walk, hand in hand, to his huge bathroom, I realize that we didn't use protection. My heart plunges into my lower regions. Jude, how can you be two completely opposite things? On one hand, you're a godsend. Then on the other, you seem to have been sent to me by the devil himself. So now what am I supposed to do?
Baiting the trap. Mercy.
With our home halfway blown away, I've decided the kids and I can move into the old house my parents and I used to live in. It's only a small 2-bedroom, but it will do while the home that was once my sister's and brother-in-law's is repaired. I swallowed my pride and let Jude pay the $500 home insurance deductible so the reconstruction could begin right away. I also swallowed my pride enough to take him up on the offer of staying at his place until I could get all of the utilities turned back on at the old house. But now it's Monday, and I just received the call that told me the electric was on at the house now, so I have to break it to Jude that we'll need to be going. He's playing with the kids in their massive swimming pool, and all 3 of them are having a ball, I see as I open the sliding glass doors to go out to them. Watch me, Aunt Mercy. Carter yells as he climbs up on Jude's wide shoulders and jumps off. Yahoo! I laugh as I don't recall the last time I saw that kid having so much fun. And I know I'm about to have 3 very sad faces looking at me when I break the news. With the tornado and the helplessness I felt with the destruction of our home, I had a lapse in my usually good judgment and leaned far too much on Jude. It's not that he's an unsafe man to place my trust in, because he is. It's because I need to stay self-sufficient. If I learned nothing else by my family passing, I learned not to depend on anyone for everything. I need to meet with my bosses and let them know I'm not going to be fired without a fight. I didn't do anything wrong. My personal life isn't a thing that needs to be open to everyone. So I made a phone call while I was upstairs getting our things together, and let my bosses know I needed to meet with them later this afternoon. I told Lester that Jude had told me everything, and I deserved a chance to explain things to them. He agreed, and at 4 they'll be in my office, and I'm getting my life back on track from what I'm now calling Freaky Friday. The day my world turned very close to upside down, and now I have to make it right again. I've dealt with far worse, so this isn't anything new to me. Where's your bikini, hot mama? Jude asks me as he looks me up and down. I thought you were borrowing one from Rose. As I get to the edge of the pool, I see how Mia is hanging onto him and running her little hand back and forth in the clear water. He looks so natural holding her as Carter swims all around him with his little arm floaties on. They look like a perfect little family, and I'm about to make them all mad at me. But I have to. Taking a deep breath, I ready myself for the onslaught of protests, then say, the electricity is back on at my old house. So it's time to get over there and start cleaning it and stocking it with food. Later this afternoon, I'm going to have a sitter come and watch the kids while I have a meeting with my bosses. So I need to get going. So it's time to get out of the pool and get real life going. Ah man, Carter says as he starts to swim toward the deep end of the pool. No. I don't want to get out yet. Jude pulls his aviator-style sunglasses down and peers at me over them, looking like a sensual model. I'll send some of the staff over to clean up the other house, and have our cook stock the kitchen for you. Plus, I'll have them move all of your clothes and personal things from the other house to that one. I'll watch the kids while you have your meeting. Okay. I fall back into a lounge chair, and look up at the sky, and ask whoever is listening up there if this man is an angel or a demon, because he's helpful to the point that is sure to spoil me. A little voice speaks back to me inside my head, let him help you. Then I find I'm saying out loud, but I need to be self-sufficient. Jude's voice brings my attention back to him as he says, there's plenty of time for that, Mercy. I'm not trying to steal your independence. Things are tough right now. Let me help you. Yeah, let him help you, Aunt Mercy. Carter shouts at me as he climbs up on the side of the pool and jumps back in. I nod, I know when I've been beaten. But I still need to be taken, so I can pick up one of my cars, so I make another attempt to get them out of the pool. I need to go get one of my cars. You can use my Jag, comes Jude's quick response. I'm afraid to drive that expensive car, Jude, I whine. What if I do something to it? Then insurance will cover it, he says with a laugh. Go find Rose and get on a bikini, and get your little fanny back out here so we can play with the kids together, Mercy. Scat. Yeah, Mia says with a giggle. Scat. Getting up to go back inside, I find myself a mixture of happy and sad. I'm happy and appreciative I have someone in my life to help me now. But sad that I'm losing the strength I felt I had built up after my family left us. The massive rooms of the estate are overwhelming. I haven't ventured away from the path through some media room off the patio and through another room that seems to be a library. Then there is a large staircase that leads up to the wing where Jude's suites and those of his siblings are located. Near the end of the hallway is Rose's rooms. I knock and wait for her to answer. When she opens the door, I find her wiping her eyes, which are red-rimmed. Oh, hi, Mercy. Hi, Rose. Your brother told me to ask you for a bathing suit. He's adamant I join him for a swim, I say, then ask, you want to talk about why you're crying first, though? She shakes her head and goes to grab a suit out of one of her drawers. Just man trouble. If you can call him a man. What happened? I ask as I follow her into her room. He's been using me, she says with a sniffle. Donald has been using me all along. He has a wife back in England. I've been supporting that deadbeat and his wife all this time. You have to get him the hell out of here before your brothers find this out. They'll kill him. I say as she starts to wail. I know, she cries, then grabs me and we hug as she lets it all out. I thought he loved me. Poor girl, I think to myself. She's so pretty and nice when she wants to be. Come on, I'll help you line up a plane ticket for his rotten ass and we'll get him out of your life forever, I tell her as I pull back and look at her. I'll help you. This can be our little secret. You can tell your family that you decided to end it because he wouldn't get a job. That way they won't question your judgment and give you a bunch of grief about this. She sniffles and looks at me through the tears. Thank you. You don't know how bad they can be. This isn't the first time a man has used me for my money, and I know the whole family will treat me like an idiot if they find out I've been fooled again. Your secret is safe with me. Now come on, let's get out of Texas, I say, then we get to work, making the arrangements to get him on the first flight out of Dallas. Rose looks at me with a smile on her face. You're acting a heck of a lot like a sister, Mercy. I like that. I smile and nod, but a lump forms in my throat as the thought of my real sister moves through my head. Will I ever get past missing them all?
Jude.
An evening rain starts with a loud clap of thunder, sending Mia, Carter, and I into the house as we were just about to go on a ride with my father around the ranch. Abandoning the topless Jeep, I grab Mia, who holds my neck as if it's a lifeline. Oh no, she shouts. It's okay, Pumpkin, I tell her as Dad picks up Carter so we can get inside faster. It's not like the last time. Don't you worry. Once inside, we can hardly tell what's going on outside. The kids perk right up and Carter laughs. This place is like the mall. You have no idea it's even raining. Mia wiggles to be let down, so I place her little feet on the floor, and she and her big brother run to play with the toys I bought them. Dad and I take seats on the dark leather sofa in the playroom. Mercy's at the meeting with her bosses, and I've yet to hear from her. I have to admit, I don't mind if she gets that job back or not. I have my own idea about a training gym, and I'd like her to manage it. I'd like her to do more than just that, though. I want her to become my partner in it. If she's able to keep the job at the spa, then I think that will have her holding off on my project. Where is everybody? I hear my sister shouting. Dad yells, in the new playroom, Rose. Her eyes are a little puffy as she comes in and joins us on the sofa. I have news I want to say only once, so you two can let the rest of our nosy family know that Donald Pendergrass and I are over. He had a specific amount of time to find a job, and he didn't do it, so I sent him back to England, spending the last amount of money I will ever be spending on him again. I'm more than a little shocked. We've had to help her with the last 3 men she ended up taking care of. My sister is beyond naive when it comes to men. They always take advantage of her. Are you growing up, sis? I ask as I look at her, and notice the end of her nose is red too. She was crying, but at least she took care of the deadbeat on her own this time. I just might be, she says, then looks at the kids. How are they taking the news they have to go away after Mercy gets back here? Placing a finger to my lips, I shush her, then say, we haven't told them that yet. I'll let Mercy deliver that bit of news to them on her own. And I do plan on trying to get her to stay at least one more night here. Dad sighs, and I see he looks deep in thought. You know, son, that young woman has a lot going on inside of her. Don't push her too hard, or you may end up driving her away. She's been through a lot, and I can see something in her that isn't ready to give up and hand the reins off to anyone, no matter how capable they are. With a nod, I agree with my father. I know. It's so damn hard to not take over for her. But I know you're right. Rose giggles out of nowhere, then says, she's a good one though. I'd love it if you got to keep her around. She's the first real person any of us have ever brought home. I like her. You do? I ask, as she was just telling me before the storm hit Mercy's house that I should leave her alone, so her turnaround has me a bit confused. She looks at me and pats my hand. I know I was against this at first. The kids, though, that's what made me see you two in a different light. You're doing so well with them. I've watched you 4 together a few times this weekend, and you already seem like a little family. It's cute. But go slow, son, Dad reiterates. She's fragile. I can see it. Too fast and she'll bolt. She's skittish. Okay, I can hear people talking, but I can't seem to find you, I hear Mercy shouting. I jump up to go get her. The house is enormous, and she seems to get lost in it very easily. Stay put, I'm coming for you, baby. I find her only 2 rooms away, and she looks mad and hurt, so I pull her into my arms. They said they couldn't trust me. They said I could argue all I wanted, and it would do no good. They told me if I used them as a reference, they'd say I was dependable but secretive. So I can't even use them. I'm back to square one, Jude. She lays her head on my shoulder, and I feel her body shaking as she holds back the tears I know are threatening her. It's going to be okay. I'm in your corner. I have an idea anyway, and if you had kept that job, you'd never accept my offer. Moving to sit in one of the large chairs in the main dining room, I hold her on my lap and stroke her hair. She looks at me with worry-filled eyes. Jude, I have to do this one my own. I have to. You can't hand me everything. I have to know how to pull myself back up on my own. This is important to me. And you will do it all on your own. You see, I want to partner up with you and open a gym, but one like no other. I want to hire personal trainers that I make out plans for them to follow. I want you to manage the entire thing. It'll be a lot of work and will take a lot of ingenuity. But the best part is, I want it to have a childcare center. That way the kids will be right there with us. Her eyes are sparkling as she searches mine. Then she shakes her head and throws me into a tailspin. Why can't she just accept help?
Mercy.
I can't be your partner, Jude. I have no money to invest, I tell him as he holds me on his lap. He looks dejected as he says, but I want you to be my partner, 50-50. I want it. Just say yes and don't make me beg you to become rich, Mercy. In the end, you will accept it anyway. It'll be the best decision you've ever made to join me on this venture. I'll accept a job as the manager, but how could I possibly accept a partnership without putting any money into it? I ask him as he has that determined look in his dark eyes. He's going to be bratty about this, I can already tell. Mercy, this is a great opportunity for you. Don't let your foolish pride get in your way. If you were offered this deal by anyone else, you know you would take it. He leans in and kisses me with a delicate light kiss that sends my head into the clouds. But no one would offer me such an outlandish deal, Jude. So you can accept my offer to become the manager, or I can look for something else, I tell him as he narrows his eyes at me. I need you to be more than that. I need you to make up a business plan, head up the whole thing with me. We'll have to make this thing from the ground up, and I'll be counting on you to do the majority of the project management aspects of this endeavor. I need you, Mercy. I've never had one goal in my life, and now that I have one, I need someone's help to see it through. I want your help. I need you, Mercy. I cannot stand his puppy dog eyes as he stares at me. So I finally say, all right. He's elated as he gets up and tosses me into the air, making me scream, then he catches me and hugs me. You've made me the happiest man ever. If he's this excited over giving me something like this, how much happier could I make him? Jude, you're crazy, I say as he spins me around with him. Stopping the spinning motion and leaving me a bit on the dizzy side, he says, first thing in the morning, we'll go scout out places to either build the place or find a place that's already built and we can revamp it. And tonight we can work on a name for the place. You need to stay here so we can do that. I really should go to the house. The kids need to get settled in. I stopped by there and your staff has it looking 10 times better than it had ever looked. They really know how to clean. And the bunk beds in my old bedroom are appreciated. The kids will love that since they have to share. He looks at me with a determination I've yet to see in him, then he sighs. Okay, let me come too. To the new house? I ask. What will the kids think? I mean, you'd have to sleep with me, and what would they think? Oh no. You can't do that. He pulls me in tight and rocks us back and forth as he presses his forehead to mine. You and I and those kids have slept in the same bed for the last 2 nights. So what's the big deal if I share your bed? I don't know. Damn, Jude. You just don't understand. I feel like I have to keep a stable situation for those two. Right now, they think you're my very good friend. We don't kiss or touch too much in front of them. They'll know there's more between us if you're spending the nights with me in my bedroom, I say as he starts kissing my neck, making my knees go weak. They'll handle the news we're a couple just fine. Give the kids some credit. I'm positive they'll be fine with us in that way. They already love me. Mia told me while ago I was her cute boyfriend and that she loved me so much. Great, see? She thinks you're available. She'll be devastated when she sees you and I as a couple. This is never going to work. I should just let you go. His arm squeezed me tight. I never want to hear those words come out of your mouth again. Not ever. You can't just let me go, because I will never let you do that. I can be very determined when I set my mind on something, and my mind is set on you, girl. Your Jag is going to look stupid in that driveway, I say as I know he's going to get his way. You know that, right? He laughs and kisses me. He's going to come home with me, to my old house, and he's probably going to try to stay every single night with me. And I shouldn't let him. I should put my foot down and tell him no. I know it's not a word the man hears much, but I know I should do just that. But his mouth is making my stomach tighten. When he pulls his mouth from mine, we're both breathing hard. I win, he says with a chuckle. Well, now you've gone and messed up, Jude. I can't let you win, I say with a giggle as he runs his hands up my sides. I won. Admit it. His fingers move over my waist as he begins to tickle me, and I giggle some more. I'll never admit that. You didn't win, I just changed my mind is all. His laughter along with mine has the kids seeking us out, and I hear little screeches of laughter pealing through the air as they run into the dining room. Carter grabs my leg and looks up at me. What's so funny in here? Mia is tugging at Jude's pants leg and holding up her chubby little arms. He lets me go to pick her up and kisses her cheek. There's my girl. She puts her little hands on both of his cheeks and kisses him on the tip of his nose. My cute boyfriend. Jude cuts his eyes at me, then cocks his head to the side and says, You know I love you, Mia. But your Aunt Mercy is my girlfriend. You can accept that, right? Mia's little eyes go wide as she looks at me. Your cute boyfriend, Aunt Mercy? I nod, hesitantly. Are you okay with that? She shrugs her little shoulders. Sure. As long as he's one of our cute boyfriends. Carter claps his hands and jumps up and down. We have an uncle now. Jude and I lock eyes. And now there is nothing I can do to stop this from rolling forward. The kids are over the moon about him, and he's a part of us now, no matter what I say. How can I be letting myself get so completely tangled up with this man so damn quickly?
Jude.
The house is tiny, and not anything I've ever stayed in before. But I want to be with Mercy, so I'm trying to make myself comfortable here in these surroundings. It's been a while since anyone has lived here, and I swear it feels like it's been abandoned, and shadows seem to ebb and flow throughout the small house. The kids have to share a bedroom, so I had a set of bunk beds brought in, and the old double bed that had been Mercy's before her family was killed was taken out and given to the local thrift shop. I also had new bedroom furniture put in the bedroom that had been her parents'. I tried hard to erase some of the things that might trigger bad or sad feelings in her. Mercy comes out of the bathroom with Mia wrapped in a towel, and sighs as she walks toward the bedroom that was hers up until that terrible night when the accident left her with a couple of huge responsibilities. Responsibilities she's taken great care of, but it's taken a toll on her. Anyone can see that. Getting up off the couch, I call out to her, I'll start the water for Carter now. Thanks, she shouts back at me. This one bathroom thing is a real pain in the badonkey-donk. I laugh with her colorful use of language. Watch your mouth, young lady. She laughs, and I hear Mia giggle too. He told you to watch your mouth, Aunt Mercy. Unky Jude is too funny. Yes, he's a real riot, Mercy says. After I get the tub ready, I go try to pry Carter away from the television and the cartoon he's been watching. Bath's ready, Carter. Okay, he says without taking his eyes off the television screen. I'll go in a minute. Well, the water's warm right now. It'll get cold if you wait. You should also hurry, because the bubbles I put in it will all be gone if you wait, I tell him, in an attempt to entice him into the bath he desperately needs. The kid has played hard all day, and he smells like pure little kid funk. The bubbles worked, I see, as he jumps up and sprints toward the small bathroom. Bubbles. Yes. His clothes are hitting the floor as he goes, and his little butt is bare just before he gets inside the bathroom. I laugh and go along behind him, picking them up and putting them in the hamper. Holler when you're ready to get out, and I'll help you, buddy. He splashes into the bubble-filled tub and smiles like a kid on Christmas morning. Okay. Closing the door halfway, I make my way to see how Mercy's coming along with Mia. I find Mia dressed in some cute little Hello Kitty pajama set, and Mercy combing out her wet hair and putting it into a braid as they talk. Leaning on the doorframe and watching them without either realizing I'm there, I listen to their conversation. He's so nice, right, Aunt Mercy? Mia asks as she plays with a little Barbie doll I let her pick out before we came here. I let both kids pick out a toy to start their new toy collection here. Yes, he is, Mercy agrees, making me smile. And he's so cute, Mia says. Mercy makes a long sigh. Yes, he is. And he'd be a good daddy, Mia says. Mercy nods but doesn't say anything. So I clear my throat to let them know I'm here and say, looks like you have her pretty much squared away, Mercy. I'm going to run over to that little store on the corner up the street and get you and I some adult beverages to enjoy after we put these little cherubs in bed. Do you want anything else? Some beef jerky or anything like that? How about a bag of those hot pork rinds and get that low-carb beer? I need to get my figure in check if I'm going to be the owner of a fitness club. She looks at me and gives me a wink. Oh, I'll get you into shape. We can start your workout tonight, I say and give her a wink. I have all kinds of great ideas. She blushes and looks away. I bet you do. Stopping off at the bathroom to see how Carter is getting along, I ask, you good for 10 minutes, buddy? I'm running to the store? I'm doing good. I'm going to be in here for a while, playing with these bubbles. And how about you get me a nice ice cream, he asks me. Not before bed, but nice try, Carter, I say with a chuckle and head out. Oh man, he says as I make my way out the front door. The houses in this neighborhood are all older wood frame homes, and Mercy was right, my Jag looks out of place here. Night has fallen since we got here, and the place takes on a whole new look. I can see quite a few people sitting outside of their homes. The sound of music creeps around in the warm night air. I can hear some man cussing out someone, then a screen door slams and a car starts up and peels away. I slip into my car and notice a few men walking up the street. I pull out of the driveway and head toward the little corner store. As I pull into the parking lot, all eyes are on me and my car. You're in the wrong part of town, mister, some skinny meth-head-looking young guy says. I nod and walk away, pressing the lock button on my key fob. As I get to the entrance, I notice a young woman wearing the shortest blue jean cutoffs I've ever seen and a black bra. That's it, nothing else, not even shoes. Her dirty blonde hair is pulled back into a messy ponytail, and she looks stoned. You need a date, mister? She asks as I make sure not to touch her as I go inside and shake my head as my answer. This is not a place for Mercy and the kids to be living. I have to change this up and quickly. Around 10 people are milling around the store that's too small for that many people to be hanging out. But they're doing it anyway. I grab the beer and the pork rinds and make my way to the cashier, who is a man behind a bulletproof glass window. You want lottery tickets? He asks me as he rings up my purchases with a handheld scanner he holds outside of a hole only big enough for his hand and the scanner to pass through. No, thank you, I answer him as I notice I'm the center of attention. You're not from around here, he says. You don't belong on this side of town. Are you looking for a prostitute? I know of 3 right here, right now. I can get you laid if that's why you're here. Oh, no thanks, I say as I grab up my things and head out. Wow, that is a man who wears many hats. Cashier and pimp. 2 scraggly-looking teens are leaning on my car, and I'm pissed off immediately, but I'm not about to lose my temper here. Hey kids. Gotta go. Mind getting off my car? I don't want to hurt you when I pull out. Buzz off, one of them says with a snarl. I unlock only the driver door and get inside the car. As I pull away, one of the kids falls and starts cussing and shooting the finger at me as I drive off. Nope, we are not staying the night here. The neighborhood looks run down during the day, but at night it looks like a third world country. This is not a place for anyone with kids. So now I know I have to bait a trap for Mercy. I have to get her to agree to let me get us a place while the other house is repaired. When I get to the driveway, I park all the way at the back of it so I can see the car out of the kitchen window. I go inside the door there and make sure to leave the porch light on. Leaving the things on the kitchen table, I go find Mercy reading a book to Mia, and Carter is still in the bathtub. I stop by the bathroom and say, "Hey Carter, time to get out and get in those pajamas." "Oh," he says. But I hear him pull the plug and the water going down the drain. "Thanks, buddy." I take a towel out of the cabinet and toss it on the vanity. "You got this from here?" "Yep," he says, so I leave him in the bathroom and go into the living room to try to talk Mercy into letting me take us all to a nice hotel. "So, what was life like here a couple of years ago, Mercy?" I ask her as I take a seat next to her on the couch. "Quiet," she says as she closes the book she's finished reading to Mia. Mia takes the book and heads off to the pile of them to get another one. Well, it's not quiet anymore. It's pretty rough and not at all safe. So let's get the kids and let's go to a hotel room. Tomorrow I can find us a nice place to rent while the other house is getting fixed back up. She laughs at me and says, "You're just spoiled, Jude. This is an old neighborhood. Most of the people are old and the streets shut down as soon as it gets dark." "No, they don't. Not anymore. Come here," I say as I get up and take her out on the front porch, leaving the porch light off. The eerie sounds of people arguing, televisions up loud, radios on, and dogs barking meet us. The squeaks from some bicycles come from the left, and we look to see about 7 young men riding them down the middle of the street, and one of them throws a bottle right in the driveway. "Screw you," one of them yells as they pass us. "See," I tell her. "It's chained." She looks at me with a frown. "Jude, I can't keep moving the kids from place to place." "I can't." "We can't keep them here, baby." She nods and runs her arms around me. My world is a mess. I hate this. Running my hands over her back, I say, "I know. Let me take care of things. Everything will be all right." Her arms tighten around me, then she lets me go and turns away from me. "I can't continue to let you fix everything." What the hell does that mean?
Mercy.
How can one tornado mess up my life so badly? I ask myself. Jude is standing next to me, and I suppose he's taking offense at my words. Messed up? Mercy, I'm here with you. You're not alone in this at all. And I can fix it all. Sitting on the cement stair of the small front porch, I feel like crying. The house Mom, Dad, and I shared is no longer the home I knew. The neighborhood has gone to hell, just like my life has. Jude doesn't understand me, and that's hard to take. He sits next to me and sighs. Talk to me, baby. You wouldn't understand. No one can, I say as I look up at the black sky. You can't even see the stars here. He puts his arm around me. Talk to me anyway. I managed to pull myself out of shock and get a job within a month of my family's departure from this world. I had to gain access to all of their bank accounts, not an easy thing to do. I had to call the insurance agencies that I had to dig through tons of files and paperwork to find in the first place. And I managed to get it all taken care of in a month's time. And if you were all alone, you could manage it again, he says. But you don't have to. I love you and I'm here now. I swallow the lump in my throat and whisper, but what about if one day you're not? Mercy, no one knows the future. He kisses my cheek. I'm not going anywhere though. And the future I'm building with you will always be yours, no matter what. I look at him and have to wonder if this is all true. If this is real, and if he was sent to us. No matter what, I'll be a full partner in that business? I ask. Even if you and I don't work out? He nods. I'm going to make it legal. I can't pull it away from you, no matter what. It's not sinking in. Maybe because at this time, the new business is in the talking stages. There is nothing concrete to make it seem real yet. And maybe it will never get past this stage, and I will have wasted precious time. Jude, I'm having a hard time with everything. All of it. You, the new job. Not a job, Mercy, he says as he shakes his head. Opportunity. Okay, the new opportunity, you, the fancy houses, expensive cars, all of it, I say, then lean my head on his shoulder. All of it. It doesn't feel real. And now that I've lost all I've worked for, I feel lost. I don't have the luxury of feeling lost. I have to stay strong for those kids. And you are doing that. He takes my chin and makes me look at him. Mercy, you are an extremely strong woman. I don't want to take that away from you. I merely want to be a part of your life. A person you can count on. Everyone should have that, shouldn't they? I'm beginning to feel like a burden. 2 kids and myself, that's a lot to ask anyone to take on. When you add in that I'm pretty much homeless right now and jobless, well, it really makes me feel like a freaking loser. You can do better, and you know it. No, I cannot, he says, then his soft lips touch mine. You are the best, I can do no better than you. I don't feel like you or the kids are burdens at all. I feel like you all are enhancements. I had no goals, Mercy, until I found you. Do you have any idea how boring it is to live a life with no goals or aspirations? No, I say. I've always had them. So can't you see how you and those kids are helping me too? You all are helping me to be more human, more present, more of everything. I need you guys just as much as you need me right now. So let it all go for a while. Take it easy and let me handle things. I'll get us set up in a nice home, and things will start falling into place. Just you watch. Gazing into his eyes, I want desperately to let him take care of me. Take care of all of us. But I know that's not his job to do. A little voice comes from behind us. I'm sleepy, Mia says through the screen door. Jude looks at me and whispers, can you let me take over for a while? I nod and lay my head on his shoulder. Take over, Jude. I'm giving in for now anyway. I'm too weak to do any more anyway. He looks back at Mia and now Carter, as he's joined her at the door. Go grab your toys and books and put them in your backpacks. We're going to a nice hotel to spend the night, and tomorrow we're moving into a nice home, because you all deserve that. I jump as the kids start screaming, yes. Carter starts running off with Mia right on his heels as he shouts, this place is scary anyway. Jude gets up and pulls me up with him. Thank you, Jude. I hope one day I can repay all this kindness you're showing us. Don't even think about it, Mercy. As we go inside to pack up once again, I'm left with an odd feeling. I've given up. I've given it all to him to take care of, but the weight is still there. Nothing feels awesome like I thought it would. Why is that?
Jude.
It took a whopping 2 days for my mother to track down one of her friends who has a house in Preston Hollow, a posh Dallas neighborhood full of mansions and much more like home to me. The owners actually live in Italy, and the house is more of a tax write-off for them than a home they use. Mercy and the kids love it with a tennis court, swimming pool, and tons of spacious rooms. The first thing Mercy did was make a map of the house to help us get acclimated to our new surroundings. The house had a skeleton staff, but a full one was easily brought in to keep things running smoothly here. Mercy and I are lounging by the swimming pool while the kids are getting swimming lessons, and I've never felt more calm and complete than I do right now. Mercy's on her notebook, looking at properties to build the fitness center on, and holds it up. Look at this place. It was an indoor shooting range. The owners closed it up 3 years ago, and it looks spacious enough and in good condition. We could have it up and running in no time, Jude. She hands me the little thing, and I look at the pictures. I think you're right. Would you like to call about it and set up an appointment? I would, she says with a broad smile. Jude, this could be it. I smile back and say, it could. Call that number, girl. She hops up and runs into the house to make the call, and I watch her go, wiggling with excitement. Then a thought hits me, and I ask the 2 women who are teaching the kids to swim, how much longer will the lessons last? An hour, sir, one of them answers me. Cool. I'll be back by then. Be good kids, I say as I get up and go inside. Mercy is just getting off the phone when I walk in, her eyes sparkling and her smile radiant. How about 5 this evening? Perfect, I say, sweeping her into my arms. And we've got an hour to ourselves. How about we spend some quiet time in our bedroom? Her arms wrap around my neck, and she peppers my cheek with soft kisses as I carry her down the hall. I nudge the door shut behind us and gently set her on the bed, grinning. Get comfortable. She nods, slipping off her jacket and kicking off her shoes, settling against the pillows. I join her, shrugging off my own jacket, and notice her watching me with a warm, excited glow. Happy? I ask, sitting beside her. She nods, her smile widening. Very. You? Beyond happy, I say, pulling her close. Her laughter bubbles up, filling my heart, and I brush a strand of hair from her face. You're absolutely beautiful. Her hands cup my face, and she pulls me into a tender kiss. I rest my hand on her shoulder, feeling her relax under my touch. Her fingers trail over my arms, then up to my hair, mussing it playfully. I chuckle, loving how easy this feels. I slide closer, wrapping my arms around her, and she nestles against me, her legs tucked beside mine. The pale peach curtains soften the afternoon sun, casting a warm glow over her. Her deep blue eyes meet mine, full of love. I love you, Mercy, I whisper. She smiles, her fingers tracing my jaw. I love you, Jude. As I hold her, my love for her grows stronger, each moment deepening our bond. Looking into her eyes feels like the most intense connection I've ever known. I smooth her blonde hair across the pillow, the sunlight catching golden streaks in it. I want you, I murmur, kissing her forehead. Her arms tighten around me, her voice soft. You have me. I press a kiss to her cheek, feeling her warmth. I need you. She sighs, content. You have me. Lifting my head, I meet her gaze, her eyes shimmering with devotion. Tell me you'll be mine forever. Her smile makes my heart skip. I'll be yours forever. I pull her closer, our hearts beating in sync. We hold each other, our breaths mingling, finding joy in the quiet intimacy of the moment. Her warmth molds to me, and I feel complete, like we're 2 halves of a whole. Our love builds steady and sure, and I know I'm ready to make her mine in every way. Resting my head against hers, I murmur, isn't life sweeter with someone to share it with? She nods, her hand finding mine. It's so much sweeter with you. I brush my thumb over her forehead, teasing, I got your heart racing for 10 minutes. That's cardio, right? We're staying fit today. She laughs, swatting my arm. So you'll go easy on me during our workout later. No chance, I say, tweaking her nose. Tonight I'm planning something special. After our meeting with the real estate agent, let's celebrate with dinner at that fancy restaurant in town. A toast to our new venture together. Her eyes soften, though I catch a flicker of hesitation before she nods. That sounds wonderful. And I had an idea. Becky, the kids' favorite babysitter. What if I arrange for her to stay the night? She can watch them, and I can focus on you. My grin widens. Now you're speaking my language. You take care of me, I take care of you. That's how we build a happy family. Finally, we're on the same page.
Mercy.
For the first time in my life, everything is falling into place. I found the perfect man, and he's brought so much more to my life than I knew was possible. The place we looked at is perfect to turn into a fitness center, and dinner was perfect too. Now we're going back into our bedroom, and I'm feeling like I'm drifting on a cloud or something. Life feels surreal to me right now. Coming home after eating at a 5-star restaurant with a gorgeous man, to a mansion in one of the most prestigious neighborhoods in this town is not a thing I saw in my future. And now I can look forward to plenty of days of living like this. As we step into our bedroom, I notice the staff has left a bottle of red wine on the small table, paired with 2 elegant glasses. The way the people who care for this house think of everything is incredible, I say, dropping my purse on the chair by the bed. I slip off my high heels and sink onto the bed, feeling the day's events melt away. Jude pours us each a glass of wine, his smile warm as he hands one to me and taps his glass against mine. To the start of a great thing. I nod, my heart full. To new beginnings. We sip the wine, the rich flavor lingering, then he sets both glasses on the nightstand. With a gentle touch, he guides me to lie back, his hands brushing my shoulders. His smile is soft, a little crooked, as he sits beside me, his fingers tracing the edge of my dress's sleeve. "You're glowing tonight," he murmurs, his voice low and tender. My body hums with warmth at his words, and I feel completely at ease, trusting in this moment. After the day we've had, I'm grateful for the peace we've found together, free of worries. His hand moves to my cheek, his touch light but deliberate, sending a shiver through me. "You make everything better," he says, and my heart skips. I reach for him, my fingers threading through his hair, and he leans closer, his breath mingling with mine. "Jude," I whisper, my voice catching as a wave of emotion rises. He smiles, pressing a soft kiss to my forehead, and I feel my entire body relax, grounded by his presence. His fingers linger on my arm, warm and reassuring, and I know I'm exactly where I belong. He shifts, pulling me into his arms, and I nestle against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "I've been waiting for this all day," he says, his tone playful but sincere. "Just you and me." I laugh softly, tilting my head to meet his gaze. "You're insatiable." "Only for you," he teases, brushing a strand of hair behind my ear. His hand rests on my back, and I feel a spark of joy at how effortless this feels. The room glows with the soft light filtering through the curtains, and I'm wrapped in the comfort of his embrace. "Happy?" he asks, his eyes searching mine. "More than I can say," I reply, my hand resting on his chest. "You?" "Beyond happy," he says, pulling me closer. His lips find mine in a gentle, lingering kiss, and I melt into it, my arms wrapping around him. The world fades away, leaving just us, connected in this quiet moment. He leans back, his fingers tracing lazy circles on my arm. "You know, this counts as cardio," he says with a grin. Heart rate up, a little sweat, we're staying fit. I laugh, swatting his shoulder. "So you'll go easy on me later?" "Not a chance," he says, his eyes twinkling. "Tonight I'm planning something special. After our meeting, let's celebrate at that fancy restaurant in town. A proper date to mark this new chapter." I smile, warmth spreading through me. "That sounds perfect." He pulls me back into his arms, his voice softening. "You make every moment better, Mercy. I want this forever." I rest my head against his shoulder, my heart swelling. "You have me, Jude. Forever." As we hold each other, the wine forgotten on the nightstand, I know we're building something real, something lasting. This is our beginning, and I can't wait to see where it leads.
Jude.
Mercy took the kids and went on a shopping spree with one of my credit cards, but she told me I couldn't go because it would make her too apprehensive with me there. So I'm taking the day to hang out with my younger brothers. A little barbecuing at the mansion Mercy and I are renting, and some poolside brotherly fun are filling up this sunny Sunday afternoon. She's the one, I shout as I do a backflip off the diving board. When I come up, I see Zeke and Ram, and they're staring at me with their mouths hanging open. Zeke's the first to say, "Are you okay, bro? We thought we heard you say something a little insane, even for you." "What?" I ask as I haul myself up out of the water to sit on the side of the pool. "You mean about Mercy being the one?" They nod and look at me with confusion-riddled faces. Then Ram says, "You barely know her, Jude. You can't know if she's the one yet." But I do know it. And she's by far the best trophy I've ever brought home. I get up and go sit on one of the chairs, after grabbing a beer out of the ice chest Zeke brought that's full of it. The guys join me, getting beers for themselves and taking seats on either side of me. We all lie back and take drinks of the cold beers and let out simultaneous sighs. "What do you mean by trophy, Jude?" Ram asks. "I mean I put my sights on the woman, hunted her down, using my tried-and-true techniques, and brought home the trophy. She didn't stand a chance, really. Not once I decided she was my prey. Once I've made my quarry, there's really no getting away from me. I did have to use nearly every trap in the book, but I have her where I want her now." Zeke holds out his beer as he gestures to the house. Setting her up in this place was a true piece of genius, I have to say. When you want to bring that prey in, setting up an attractive trap is the perfect answer. Ram laughs, then says, "And acting like you accept their pack is pretty smart too. The way to a woman's heart is through her kids, they say. Smart move on making the kids your best friends, bro." We all clank our glass bottles together, and I say, "To the capture of a beautiful woman who will fill my bed every night and become the perfect trophy to mount in my home." Ram cracks up and says through his laughter-ridden words, "And mount her you will." We all laugh and clank our bottles together again as I say, "That I will," over and over again.
Mercy.
My heart has stopped. I came to the back door to let Jude know I was back from shopping. I had Becky take the kids up to their rooms to help them put away the clothes. When I got to the room just off the patio, I could hear them all talking. The beer has them boisterous and loud. I heard Jude say he'd hunted me. I heard him say he used the kids to get to me. I heard it all and I can't believe it. Spinning on my heel, I hurry upstairs to stop the kids from putting all those clothes away. We won't be keeping them. My body's shaking as I run up the stairs. As I get to the room that Carter is staying in, I see Becky and the kids are in there. "Hey guys. Come on, we need to go. I forgot something." I try to steady my words, but my face has to be flushed as it's hot, and I know I have to be exhibiting some signs of being upset. Because I can't recall feeling exactly this way before. Not even with the death of my family. I suppose I feel betrayed or used or something. I'm not sure. I just know I feel terrible, and it has encompassed my entire body as I fly back down the stairs. At least I have my own car. I picked up the Suburban the other day, so I can take it and get the hell out of here. Everything we have here was given to us by Jude as traps to bring us in and make us his or some crap. I have no idea why he'd do such a thing. And the worst thing of all is he used the kids to get to me. How could he be so evil and deceitful? How could I have let my guard down? His handsomeness, the killer body, that southern charm, his tons of money. It's all too much. And I fell for him, hook, line, and sinker. I grab up Mia and put her in her car seat, as Becky puts Carter in his. "Hurry, Becky. We have to hurry," I tell her. She gives me an odd look but does as I've said. "Is everything okay?" she asks. "Sure," I say. "No problems. I just have to get somewhere. I forgot about. We made this plan last night. I just forgot. No big deal. No big deal at all." "Where are we going, Aunt Mercy?" Carter asks as I slide into the driver's seat and start the car up. "To our house where I used to live." We're going to stay there. Jude's got things he needs to do. I pull away from the house, and just as I do, I see Jude open the front door and make a "what's up" gesture. I roll the window down and shoot the finger at him and keep driving. My phone rings and I see it's him. I do want him to know, so I answer the phone. I heard every word you said. You're prey. You're quarry. I can't believe you, Jude Hurst. I end the call and look in my rearview mirror at the man I will never see again. Not ever.
Reckless pursuits. Jude.
I heard every word you said. You're prey. You're quarry. I can't believe you, Jude Hurst. What? I ask. But she just drives away as she ends the call like that's it for us. Hell no. I call her back, but she sends me straight to voicemail. So I take off, heading for the garage to get my car and follow the crazy woman. I don't know why she'd take offense at anything I said. Grabbing the keys off their place on the wall, I get into my Jag and haul ass after her. She doesn't have but one place to go. The house she shared with her parents is it for her right now. If she thinks I'm going to let her go just like that over some stupid words, she's crazy. My tires spin out as I put the car in reverse to leave the garage. Then I throw it in drive and peel out after her. She's out of sight, but I can easily catch up to her. As I get to the end of the long private road, I still don't see her, but the black marks from her tires show me she went toward town. So I go that way and step all the way on the gas pedal. Pushing the button on the steering wheel, I try to call her again. But she ignores the call. I can't believe her. What was so bad about what I said? How could she just run off instead of talking to me like an adult? How can I get her to see reason? The sun's low in the sky and glaring into the windshield, and I left my sunglasses by the pool. So I'm having to squint to see out, and finally I catch the back of her black Suburban. I have the pedal to the floor already, so I can't go any faster, but she's got to be doing the same thing as she's staying a constant distance away from me. I try to call her again, and she answers this time. Go back home, Jude. I see you back there. Leave us alone. Before I can say a word, she's ended the call. She's nuts if she thinks I'm just going to turn around and go back home. I didn't do anything wrong. If anyone did do something wrong, it was her. She shouldn't be driving that fast with the kids in the car, anyway. So I pick up my phone and knowing she won't let me talk, I text her. Slow down. The kids. Her brake lights let me know she's seen the text and is, at the very least, going to slow down. She has to stop at an intersection anyway, and now I can catch up to her. Just as I get close enough to stop and get out and get to her, she takes off across the intersection. I floor it to follow her, and hear the sound of a loud horn. Pressing the gas to get out of the way of the truck I didn't see, I make it across just in time. My heart is pounding, and I see her brake lights come on again, and she's pulling to the side of the road. Then I hear another horn. This one is louder and makes a deeper noise. Oh crap.
Mercy.
Geez. I scream as I see it all through the rearview mirror. Gosh. No. I slam on the brakes to come to a full stop and throw the car in park and get out of the car, running as fast as I can. I can't think as I run toward him. The car is upside down on the other side of the road. The truck that hit him is jackknifed, blocking the traffic, and the driver is coming out of it. Damn, that car came out of nowhere. Just as I make it to Jude's car, I can hear the hiss of hot metal being sprayed with liquid. Do you smell gas? I ask. The truck driver stops and grabs me, holding me tight and dragging me back away from Jude's car. Stay back here. It is gas. Any little spark could set it off. So do you know who's in the car? Yes, it's Jude Hurst. You have to help me. I have to get him out of there, I say as I struggle to get away from him. This is all my fault. The sound of sirens starts to filter into my brain, as the man continues to hold me tightly. No, ma'am. I can't let you do that. Let the pros do what they do best. They'll get him out of there. You wait back here. Jude. Can you hear me? I scream. There's nothing moving in the car that I can see. The top is crushed against the ground. The car is still running, and I think his foot is on the gas as it's revved way up. Please let me go, I say as I start to cry. I have to get him out. The first police cars pull up on the access road, and 4 officers get out and come running toward us. Get back. We'll handle this, one of them barks. The man in the car is Jude Hurst. I'm his girlfriend, I shout. I have to see him. Another officer comes up behind me, and I feel him take me away from the truck driver. I'll take her from here, he says. I look at the young cop and beg, please let me see him. Please don't make me leave. Calm down, ma'am, he says with a commanding tone that's doing nothing to calm me down at all. Then I hear it. The sound of fire. It's a quiet swishing sound, then I see the yellow and orange flames as they crawl all over the car. No. I scream. Get him out now. Now. A fire truck and an ambulance pull up, and several of the firemen get out of the truck and run toward us with fire extinguishers. As they run past us, one of them looks at the officer holding me. Get her out of here. This thing could blow. As he pulls me back, I try hard to stay where I am. I'm already too far away from Jude. I can't just leave him. Not after all he's done for me. I can't just leave him. But the man lifts me up and takes me back toward his car. I'm going to put you safely in the back seat of my patrol car, ma'am. No. I shout. My car is right there. Please let me go to that. My kids are in it. Just as he turns to take me to my car, a loud sound makes my body shake. I can feel heat, and I can hear the crunching and ripping sound of metal, as I look back and see Jude's car has blown up and the explosion has thrown the car into the air. It comes crashing down, right side up with flames everywhere. Jude. The seconds go by like hours as they fight to extinguish the flames. The police officer lets me go to help the others. I feel a hand on my shoulder and turn to see Becky. The kids need you, Mercy. I nod and look back as the flames engulf Jude and his car. Then I fall to my knees and cry and look up and beg, Lord, please don't take him. Please. I will do anything. Don't take him. Hands on my shoulders have me coming back to myself as Becky tries to pick me up. Look, the flames are out. I let her pull me up and hang on to her for support. Please, Lord. Please don't take him away for us. The paramedics hurry to bring a stretcher, as the driver's side door falls off the car with a loud squeaking groan of melting metal. I see one arm fall out of the side. It's limp, but there's no blood on it. I can't breathe as the people in different uniforms surround the car, and then I see a bunch of movement, and the paramedics have him, and are hurrying toward the ambulance. I bolt toward them, and an officer tries to intercept me, but I dodge him and make it to them. Is he alive? They're in a mad hurry, and Jude looks like he's asleep. I see no burns or injuries to his head, the only piece of him that's showing under the blanket they've covered him with. One gives me the briefest glance, then says, he has a pulse and is breathing some. Do you know this man? I do. His name is Jude Hurst. I'll notify his family. Where are you taking him? I ask as I breathe in with a bit of relief. He's not dead. Parkland, he says as they load Jude into the ambulance. I nod and run back to my car. Becky's already made it back, and the kids are crying incoherently. It's okay, kids. It's okay. He's alive. Jude's alive. My hands are shaking as I pick up my phone. The only number I have is Rose's, so I call her. Hey Mercy, what's up? She answers. Rose, I say as I try to steady my voice. Where are you? Home. Why? She asks. Rose, Jude was in an accident. I need you to get the family and head out to Parkland Hospital. I hold my breath to try to steady my body and stop the shaking. Oh gosh. What happened? She asks with a hushed voice. A semi-truck hit his car. He's on his way to the hospital now. I can fill you all in on what exactly happened when we all get there. I find I'm clutching the phone too hard and ease my grip. Hurry, okay? We will. See you up there, Mercy. Looking back at the kids who've calmed down some, I say, it's okay. It's going to be okay. Carter nods at me, and I look at Becky, who's pale as a ghost. Let's get to the hospital. I'm with you, Mercy. Placing my hand on her shoulder, I say, thank you, Becky. You have no idea how bad I need your help right now. She nods, and I take a deep breath to try to steady myself. Then I wipe my eyes and put the car in drive. I've dealt with things like this before. Just stay calm and deal with things as they happen. That's all I can do. Going very slow, I make my way across the median and go up the access road to get to the hospital. I can't believe what I've done. This is all my fault. How can I ever look at Jude in the eyes again after doing this to him? He's going to hate me. He should hate me for what I've done. Why did I run away like a dumbass kid? Should I drive, Mercy? Becky asks me. I look at the speedometer and see I'm going 10 miles an hour. Yes. I stop and get out of the car, passing her as we change seats. She stops and pulls me to her. We hug as she rocks me. Don't beat yourself up, Mercy. If I hadn't run, this wouldn't have happened, I say. She lets me go and looks at me with a frown. He didn't have to follow you so recklessly. Don't blame yourself. I lower my head and pull out of her grip. I have to. Getting into the car, I look back and see Mia's little nose running, and dig in the glove compartment for a tissue. I turn around and hold it to her nose. Blow. She does, then she says, Unky Jude? He's going to the hospital. We'll see him there, I tell her. Then I look at Carter, who is pale and stunned. It's going to be okay, Carter. I want to go home, he says as he looks at me. I want to go back home, Aunt Mercy. Well, we can't right now, I tell him. We have to go to the hospital. Carter starts crying, then Mia joins him, and I nearly start crying too. Then Becky says, I tell you what, Carter, Mia, how about we drop Aunt Mercy off at the hospital, then I'll take you kids back to the house. Carter nods. Okay. I just want to be home. I nod and pat Becky on the shoulder. Thank you. Not a problem. I think it's best to take them to the place they think of as home. The mansion, don't you? She asks. I do, I say. But I wonder if I'll be welcome there, after the family finds out this is all my fault. I wonder what Jude will do. I wonder if Jude will want me anymore. I wonder if he's going to be okay. Becky pulls into the emergency room entrance, and I see Jude's father's truck is already there. Do you want us to come in with you or head home? I look at the kids who've fallen asleep and say, you head home. I'll take a cab home later after I know what his condition is. She nods and I get out and go to face his family and tell them what I've done. I doubt they'll even want me around once they know this is my doing. I don't even want to be around myself. I'm a terrible person. As I walk through the sliding glass doors of the emergency department, I don't see his family in the full waiting room. So I go to the nurse's desk. Jude Hurst was brought in here. Where is his family? She points to the right. In a waiting room down the hallway there. He's been taken into surgery. Surgery? I ask as a knot forms in my stomach. She nods and goes back to doing her paperwork. So I walk down the hallway and know I've found them as I hear women crying. I have to stop and lean against the wall to stop myself from falling apart. The cool tiled wall helps my overheated body to calm a little. Then I step away from the wall and go to face his family. All eyes are on me as I walk into the little waiting room. They're all here. Zeke, Ram, Rose, Loretta, and Jim. And it's Zeke that asks first, what the hell happened, Mercy? I keep standing. I don't deserve to get to sit down. I overheard you guys talking out by the pool. I heard it all. The part where Jude said he had hunted me down. Where he said he got to know the kids and get them to like him to get to me. The part where I was his trophy. Ram shakes his head. Okay, but why did you run off? I mean, that stuff isn't that bad. To me it was. At the time, it was that bad. Now of course, it seems harmless. I can't explain to any of you the guilt I feel over this, I say, then put my face in my hands as I can't hold the tears back any longer. I feel an arm go around me and pull me close. A wide chest is there, and I lean against it as I cry. I can't stop the sobs from coming. Then I feel more hands on me, and I hear his mother's voice say, "Mercy, you can't blame yourself. The doctor told us he had a pretty high blood alcohol level. If he'd been sober, he wouldn't have gone after you like that." I shake my head as I know that's no excuse. No, this is my fault. I accept the blame. Don't blame him. If I would have stopped when I saw him going to his car, then this wouldn't have happened. I was childish and now he's hurt. He drank some 10 or so beers, Mercy. He knew he'd had too many to drive. He shouldn't have done that, Ram says. I look up and wipe my eyes, and can't believe his family is rallying around me like this. After what I've done, they're finding it in their hearts to look past it. I can't believe it. And I don't deserve it. Jim takes my hand and pulls me out of the family huddle, and takes me to sit in a chair. Let me fill you in on what's happening with him right now, honey. I sit down, and he hands me a box of tissue. Taking one, I blow my nose, then say, "Okay. Tell me why he's in surgery." It's his legs. They were pinned and his pelvis seems to be crushed, his father says. I feel another wave of shock flow through me. His pelvis is crushed. No, I mumble. No way. His mother sits on the other side of me and takes my hand. Things could be so much worse. I'm thankful to have him alive. He may not walk again, but he'll be with us. He's going to need you, honey. I nod. I'll be there. I'll never leave him. Unless he sends me away for doing this to him. Zeke makes a huffing sound, then says, "Don't let him." I nod. Did they give an idea of how long the surgery will take? I ask. His mother shakes her head. There's just no way to know that. I nod and get up. I have to call the babysitter and let her know. Leaving the room, I make my way to the bathroom because I have to fall apart. I can't let them see me when I let it all go. I turn into a puddle of a human being, and no one should witness that. I find a small bathroom that I can lock myself into alone, without fear of anyone coming in and finding me. Then I call Becky. "How is he?" she answers. "Well, he has a crushed pelvis and he's in surgery. His family doesn't think there is anything life-threatening, but they have no idea how long the surgery will take. I'm worried because they said he'd had a lot of beer, and the bleeding that comes along with alcohol in the system gives me cause for concern. But I'll keep you informed. How are the kids doing?" They're playing quietly. They're acting a little off, but I'm sure that's very normal with all that's going on. I'll be here. Don't worry about a thing. How is his family treating you? She asks. Great. They keep telling me it's not my fault. It is, but they keep saying it's not. They're blaming the beer for his decision to chase after me. I look in the mirror and see the dark circles underneath my eyes from my crying, and know I'm about to look like a zombie after I fall apart. That's how I looked for at least a week after my family was killed. That's good. Mercy, this isn't your fault. I know you think it was, but it's not. If he'd have been sober. I cut her off because I can't stand that everyone keeps saying that. I know. Hey, I've got to go. I want to get back to the waiting room, just in case anyone shows up with a report on his surgery. I'll call you later, Becky. Thanks again for all your help. Let the staff know what's going on. They all love him. I will. Call me as soon as you know anything, and don't worry about the kids. I'll take good care of them for you. With the call over, I place the phone in my purse and lean my body against the wall, then slowly move down it until I'm sitting on the floor. This is not an ideal place to have a breakdown, but my choices are severely limited. The emotion rises inside of me, then bursts out like a volcanic eruption. I let it all out. The fear, the anxiety, the worry. I let it rise to the surface and feel every horrible little pain in every emotion that's coming up inside of me. Just like my therapist said to do. Don't hold it in. Let it out. Giving myself permission to be weak for this moment, I wail with sorrow for what I've done. I vow to spend every second of my life making it up to him. I vow to always be there for him, and I pray for him. Pray he makes it out of the operating room. Pray he makes a complete recovery. And pray that he can forgive me for what I've done. I cry and cry until no more tears flow. Until the sobs settle in my chest and my brain is a void of spent emotions. I can cope for now. I've spewed out everything and can cope for a little while. A knock comes at the door and I hear a woman say, "Mercy, are you in there?" "Yes," I say as I struggle to get up off the floor. "I'll be out in a minute." "Okay, darling. You've been in here for over an hour. We're worried about you," Jude's mother says. "Sorry, I didn't mean to make you guys worry. I'm going to wash my face, then I'll be there." Looking in the mirror, I see that same woman I saw in it a little over 2 years ago, when my life changed drastically. She's still there, just underneath the surface. I knew she had never left. I knew she was there, waiting for the next tragedy to happen. Expecting it to happen.
Jude.
The sound of beeps and air flowing wakes me up. I try to open my eyes, but they feel too heavy. I hear a man say, "He should be coming around soon." Another man says, "I don't want him told until he has his family around him. Make sure of that, please, Marcy." A woman says, "Yes, sir. I'll make sure of that." I wonder what I need to be told and where the hell I am. It's really cold. I can feel that. I try to wiggle my fingers and don't think I'm doing that. I smell something like rubbing alcohol, and I'm reminded of a doctor's office. But why would I be in one? And why would I be unable to move? A snapping sound comes from right next to my head. Then I hear the man who spoke last say, "Poor man." Right at his prime. Such a shame. When will people learn not to drive under the influence of alcohol? I did that. I don't remember doing that. I don't think that's a thing I'd even do. If I'm drinking, I always hire a driver. So why was I drinking and driving? And why did he call me a poor man? The lady's voice asks, "Before you go, Doc, have you ever seen a case like his where the patient made a full recovery?" It can happen. I know that. I haven't seen one myself, but anything is possible, Marcy. It would be a damn shame if he doesn't recover. They said he doesn't have any children yet, she says. What a shame, the guy near my head says. Another woman in the room says, "Maybe, but maybe he never wanted kids. You never know. I want kids. What happened to me?"
Mercy.
After several hours waiting and praying, we all look up as a man in green scrubs comes into the waiting room. "The Hursts?" he asks. Jim gets up and says, "That's us." "How's Jude?" He's coming out of the anesthesia. His vitals are good for his condition. It's going to be a while before he leaves the hospital, though. And when he leaves here, he'll need to go to rehab for a while before he can go home. It'll probably take near to a year. I can't believe what I'm hearing. A year before Jude can come home. Jim puts his hand on Loretta's shoulder as he asks, "Will he be able to walk again, Doc?" I hate to say yes or no. I hate to give false hope, but I have to tell you that anything can happen. He's in fantastic shape. He seems like he must have a determined spirit. "You have no idea," I whisper. The doctor looks at me and asks, "Are you his girlfriend or something?" I nod. "I am." "Oh well." He stops and looks down at the floor, and moves his foot over it in a nervous-like way. I probably am not in the right by saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. He most likely will never be able to have children. There was extensive damage to some of his reproductive organs. Several gasps come from around me, and one may have escaped myself. Oh. He nods. So try not to bring anything like kids up with him right now. He's most likely not going to take the news he can't walk real well. At his age, most don't. Adding in the inability to reproduce too might cause him to go into a depression, which hinders progress as one can imagine. Okay, I say and smile. The most important thing is we still have him. He nods. That you do. His injuries are not life-threatening. So there are multiple blessings, and that would be best to point out as this news is given to him. I've instructed his charge nurse that his family is to be around him when he's informed of his condition. I'm about to go into another surgery, so my fellow surgeon will be coming into his room after he's finished in the recovery room. We'll be brought in then, right? His mother asks. The doctor nods. Yes, before he's told anything, you will be allowed in. And just remember to keep good spirits. Upbeat attitudes help. But if he needs to cry, let him. Okay, Dad, he says as he looks at Jim. I know cowboys don't cry, but when they lose the use of their legs and their private parts, most do. I find the words coming out of my mouth before I know what I'm doing. He can't have any intimacy at all? Even when the wounds have healed. The doctor smiles an embarrassed smile. We won't know until that time comes. Sorry, I wish I could tell you more, but time will let us know more about what he'll be able to do. Rose asks me, Mercy, even if he can't ever be intimate again, you'll stay with him, right? She looks worried, and it makes me feel terrible. Of course I will. I love him, I say as I look her in the eyes, then move them to look at his mother. Don't even worry about that. Loretta gives me a nod, and then Ram says, he's going to hate that. Probably worse than not being able to walk. Crap. The doctor says, but you don't need to act like that's a big deal. Remember to remind him that he's alive and well loved by you all. Don't commiserate with him. That's never a good thing to do. Let him know there is more to life than those things. Ram looks away and puts his hands in his pockets as he bites his lower lip. Yeah, you're right. Well, I'll leave you all to talk. Someone will come get you when he's put into a room. Goodbye, he says, then leaves us to look at one another. My cheeks are hot with a flush as I think about the talk of him not being able to have intimacy. He'd really hate that his whole family was just talking about that. I think he's going to hate so much about his new condition. I think he's going to hate me. Zeke goes to the vending machine in the little waiting room and gets himself a Coke and takes a long drink. Then his eyes land on me. I know what he's thinking. He's thinking the same thing I am. He's thinking that Jude is going to hate me. Then Ram just blurts it out. Jude may not want Mercy around when he finds this out. Hush. Loretta says, sharply. You just hush up. What's wrong with you? Your brother loves this woman. He's not going to blame her. You'll see. Her eyes cut to me. Don't you worry. He'll deal with this just fine. He's a fighter. If he wants something bad enough, he makes sure he gets it. Don't you worry at all. The sound of the aluminum can as it's thrown into the trash can has us all looking at Zeke. His eyes are narrowed at me as he says, You better not leave my brother, Mercy. After all this, you better not leave him.
Jude.
I can feel my body being moved, and the hardness that was under my back is replaced by a softer cushion. A mattress, I guess. It's pretty evident that I'm in the hospital and have undergone surgery. I feel like crap, sluggish, and kind of nauseous, but not completely awful. I try to move my fingers again as I'm rolled away to somewhere. I still can't open my eyes, but I can tell my fingers are moving as I can feel the sheet moving around them. The sounds come and go as I listen to the constant sound of the squeaking wheels as they roll along the floor. Then I feel the hesitation of a door being pushed open by my bed, and the woman who's walking next to my bed says, "This is Jude. I have to pee like a racehorse, the surgery went so long. Page me when he wakes up, will you, Bonnie?" "Okay, what happened to him?" the other woman asks. "Car wreck. One of those 18-wheelers hit him as he pulled out in front of it. And he'd been drinking, so here's another story to tell those teenagers of yours about when you get home tonight." I hear the door close and feel warm breath on my face. A hand moves over my cheek, then I feel a little pain as something's pulled away from my skin. "Let's get this out of you so you can be more comfortable, Jude." I feel something slipping up my throat and then it's gone. A cool cloth is run over my forehead and the lady starts humming. She runs the cool cloth over my face and then along my arms and the back of my hands. "Time to wake up, Jude." I try to open my eyes and find I'm in a dim room and an older woman is hovering around me. "Hey," I say with a whisper. She looks at me and smiles. "Hi there, handsome. It seems you got yourself in a little accident and landed yourself in the hospital. How are you feeling?" "Tired," I say, and can't really understand why my voice sounds so damn scratchy. "Is anyone here for me?" "I don't know. I'm just the nurse who makes sure you come all the way out of the anesthesia they used to put you under to do surgery on you. I don't know anything else," she says as she looks away to check some lines that seem to be going into me. "So you don't know what happened to me?" I ask as my voice seems to be getting a little stronger. She shakes her head. "Nope. Are you waking up more?" "Yeah," I say. She presses a button and says, "Recovery, paging Marcy Kingston." "Marcy Kingston, your patient is ready in recovery." Then she smiles at me. "Your nurse will be here soon to take you to your room." "I guess you also don't know how long I'll be staying here?" I ask her. She just smiles and says, "I have no idea. I don't even know what they did to you." The door opens, letting in a bright light, and I close my eyes. Ouch. "Good, you can see," the woman's voice I've come to know as Marcy says. It opens again, and some man comes in and starts pushing my bed out of the room. Marcy walks alongside it again and messes with the lines that are attached to me. "How are you feeling, Mr. Hurst?" "Fine," I say. "You can call me Jude." "Okay, Jude. We're taking you to your room, and we'll be bringing in your family. A doctor will be joining us and explaining the surgery you just went through," she says. Then we get onto an elevator, and she looks down at me as we become stationary. She runs her hand over my forehead, and I feel my hair move back. "You don't look too bad for all you've gone through." "Not too bad, huh?" I ask with a chuckle, but stop because it hurts to laugh. The elevator doors open, and the big guy pushes me out into the hallway, where I pass some other poor man on a bed too. Only he's all propped up and looks like crap. "Hi," I say as we go past him. He just looks at me like I'm stupid. My nurse looks at me with a grin. "Don't mind him. He's kind of crabby. He's been here for a week and wants to go home." "Oh, I bet he does. How long am I going to be here?" I ask. She shakes her head. "I don't know. The doctor will be a better person to ask that." "Okay," I say, then my bed is turned and I find myself in a small hospital room. The curtains on the one window in the room are pulled back, and I see that it is nighttime. Wow, it was daytime last I recall. "What do you recall?" the nurse asks as my bed is placed smack dab in the middle of the room, and the bags of fluid are hung up on a new IV stand. The big guy leaves without saying a word, and Nurse Marcy is looking at me, waiting for me to tell her what I remember. Well, I was swimming with my brothers," I say as I try hard to remember why I was driving. A scene flashes in my head, and I see us laughing as I talk about Mercy being the one for me. Then I see the back of her Suburban as it leaves the house. And that's it. But I know something was wrong. "I think my girlfriend was mad at me," I say. I have a distinct feeling she was mad and leaving our house. "Oh," the nurse says. "Okay," I'm about to go get your family. They're all here, and I think there's a young blonde woman with them. Is that the girlfriend? Yeah, that's Mercy, my girl. So I guess she's not mad at me anymore if she's here. Probably not, the nurse says. So I'll go get them if you're ready for them. How do I look? I ask as I have no idea. She smiles and pulls a tray to the bed and presses a button on the bed to lift my top half up. When she opens it, I see my reflection in a mirror. I don't look too bad. I don't look too great either. She nods. There you go. I think you look wonderful, considering what you've been through. She leaves, and I move my hands to lift my body up a little better, and notice my legs are very heavy as I pull myself up. There's no pain, but when I go to pull the sheet back, I stop as I see my hospital gown is bunched up at my side. I see a bag of yellow fluid hanging from the bed rail and pull the sheet back. I'll let the doctor tell me everything. I don't want to see something that might freak me out. The door opens and a tall man walks in wearing a long white coat. Hey son. How are you feeling? He asks me as he looks at a clipboard full of papers. He hasn't even looked at me yet, as his forehead is full of creases. His eyes are trained on the page, then he looks at me. He seems to be looking around for someone else. Is anyone with you, son? Not yet. He looks back down at the clipboard, then back at me. We'll wait. How bad could it possibly be that we need to wait?
Mercy.
It feels like it has been forever since the doctor came and told us Jude was out of surgery and would soon be in his own room. Silence has entombed us since Zeke let me know what he thinks. I don't know how they're going to take it if Jude wants nothing to do with me, after all I've taken away from him. We'll see if any one of them is still telling me the same thing in a little while, when Jude finds out some pretty hard crap about himself. Damn, I caused him. A lady in purple scrubs comes into the room and says, "He's ready." All of us breathe sighs of relief after hours of waiting, and we all get up and follow the nurse down a series of hallways. She walks at a fast pace as I lag at the back of the line of his family. Finally, she turns into a room, and we file into the little room. I see a doctor standing at the end of a bed, and when I get inside, I see Jude laid up in that bed. His family is all over him, kissing, hugging, and murmuring soft words. Our eyes meet, and I find mine burning with tears that are threatening me. He wiggles a finger at me, and I come to his side. "Hi," I whisper. "You don't know how good it is to see you, Jude. You don't know how good it is to see you, Mercy." He takes my hand and pulls me in for a kiss. As our lips touch, my heart pounds and I have to struggle not to cry. I pull back and look at him, then he pats the side of the bed. "Sit with me, baby." I do as he's asked, and he moves his arm around me. I hate how everyone is watching us. I completely hate it. Then the doctor gives us a nod. "Your better half, Jude?" Jude nods. "This is Mercy." The doctor lifts his light eyebrows at me. "Pleasure to meet you. Before I proceed with this information, I'd like to let you know that how you handle this is important to this young man's recovery, Mercy." I nod. "Yes, sir. I've been made aware of that." Jude turns his head and looks at me with an odd expression. Then I kiss his cheek. "It's going to be okay, Jude. Let's hear what the doctor has to say." He nods and the doctor clears his throat. "Jude, you have a crushed pelvis." "What?" Jude asks as he grabs the blanket to pull it back.
Jude.
My father, who is standing next to me, takes my hand, stopping me from pulling the blanket back to see what the hell this doctor is talking about. How can my pelvis be crushed? I can't even feel anything hurting down that way. "Jude, just listen to man, son," Dad says. I look at the doctor. I can't feel anything. How come there's no pain? The doctor frowns as he says, "Parts of your lower vertebrae were shattered, rendering you paralyzed from the waist down." Paralyzed? I ask. He can't mean that. The doctor nods. "Yes. You will have to wait to heal, then undergo extensive therapy, which may or may not lead to you walking again. My mind is going hazy, and I lie my head back on the pillow. How long will I be here? Most likely for several months, he says. Dad asks, if we can get him the proper things, can we take him home and get a private doctor and nurse for him? Well, I suppose you could do that. That's very expensive, the doctor says. Dad just nods and pats me on the shoulder. Money is not an issue, thank the Lord above. We will need him to be here for a few more days to be sure no infection sets in on the wounds, the doctor says. So I have more than crushed bones? I ask with a shaky voice. Mercy holds my hand as the doctor answers me. You had extensive damage to your lower region. Your scrotum was severely lacerated. Whoa! What? I ask as I reach for the bedspread again to check that out. Mercy takes my hand and holds it still. You can't see that right now, Jude. I look around the room at my mother and little sister. You're right. The doctor smiles. It's bandaged anyway. He looks at the chart again, and then back at me. The surgeon made some notes here about your reproductive organs. I'm not sure now is the time to get into that with you. I'd much rather talk about what happens next for you. I'd like to hear what he put about my reproductive organs, I say. Was more than my scrotum injured? Well, there are lacerations in a few places. The underside of your private region has a couple which could lead to erectile problems in the future, but I don't think that's relevant at this time. There's also the fact that with the injuries to the scrotum, you may be infertile now. Another thing that I see as irrelevant at this time, he rattles off. I have to shake my head to clear it. If that's so irrelevant, then what is the relevant news, Doc? Your paralysis, of course, he says. I don't understand, I say. When the bones heal, I'll be able to walk again. He shakes his head. You don't seem to understand. Crushed bones don't just reform and heal up. You'll be in a wheelchair, most likely, for the rest of your life, Jude. No, I whisper. No. Dad looks at me with a stern expression. Jude, we're going to get you the best doctors that money can buy. We'll do everything we have to in order to get you back to yourself again. Don't you worry. Then I look at Mercy and my heart sinks. No kids, Mercy. How do you feel about that? Oh gosh. No intimacy, Mercy? She shakes her head. I love you, Jude. Don't worry about any of that. I'm not. Sure you're not. I'm not, she says. Then she takes my face between her hands and holds it tight. You're alive, Jude. We're so happy to have you with us. You have no idea how hard I prayed for God to let us keep you. We all love you, Jude. I don't care about the rest. I'll be here for you for as long as you want me. You can't mean that, I say and feel myself slowly falling apart. You should have let me die. No, my mother says harshly. Jude Hurst, no. Don't even think that. Lots of people live their entire lives in a wheelchair. You can do it for however long you need to. Don't say anything negative about yourself. We're glad to have you. Well, I don't see how life is going to be worth anything if I have to be in a wheelchair and can't feel anything below my waist. I can't see it at all. I look at Mercy. And you already have your hands full with the kids. I can't glom onto you too. I can't do that to you. You won't be glomming onto me, Jude. I want to be there for you. I want to be with you. I want to take care of you. I really do, she says as tears start to fall over her pink cheeks. You say that now, but you won't. I'll be a burden on you. Just another burden on your shoulders. I can't do that to you. I won't do that to you, Mercy.
Mercy.
We can talk about this later, Jude. I kiss his cheek that's gone red with his anger. You stay calm. Yes, Jude, his mother says. You stay calm. We won't let Mercy carry the work of caring for you all on her own. You let us worry about that, and you just worry about getting better. There is no getting better, Mom, he shouts. Did you hear him? This is me forever, now. Because of one stupid decision, this is me now. Forever. I get off the bed and look at the doctor. Can't you give him something to calm him down? He shakes his head. He's got too many illicit substances still in his system. And frankly, I've never seen anyone who could get so irate with so many in them. You all have a lot on your hands to get him to accept what's happened to him. I'll send in the chaplain. Maybe he can help. I watch the doctor leave the room and turn back to see Jude's face is red and he's pissed at the world right now. So I reach deep down into my own private misery and pull out a bit to try to help him understand things better. Jude, I say, pulling his attention to me. I know this is hard. I do. But you need to be grateful for your life. Take it from someone who's lost nearly her entire family in a matter of minutes. I know how life can knock you out with one punch. I do. You were kept alive and nearly completely intact. Not intact enough, Mercy. Not enough. I won't do this to you. I will not do it. You deserve more. You deserve a real man. Damn, baby. You need a real man to help you. I'm not that anymore, and I'll be damned if I make you take care of me. I'm supposed to be the one who takes care of you and those kids. Not take more away from you. Zeke steps up to bat. Jude, let her take care of you, bro. She's the one who caused it all, anyway. All eyes go to Zeke and all are shocked with what he said. Then Jude asks, how is that? She overheard you talking about how you hunted her down and all that, and got mad and ran off. You chased after her and that's how you were nearly killed. Let her take care of you. Damn. She's the reason you can't walk anymore. You watch your mouth, Zeke. Jim shouts, then he looks at Jude. You were drunk and driving is the reason you're here. Not because of anything to do with Mercy. Jude looks at me with a frown on his handsome face. Mercy, I don't care why this happened to me. I really don't. I just know I'm not about to become another person who takes a piece of you. You have way too much on your plate to have to include me in on that too. Jude, I'm not leaving you. You can say whatever you want to. I'm not going to walk away from you. I'm not this weak woman you make me out to be. I can handle what comes with you. I can do it. So just let me, I tell him. Jude looks at his family then says, I need to be alone with her. They all nod and leave, as I stand there looking at them. One by one as they file past me, they give me nods except for Zeke. He says, you better make this better with him. Or you'll have me to answer to. No, she won't, Jude says. This is between her and I. Not anyone else. Zeke gives me a look anyway. And I know what he means. He has no idea how much I hold myself accountable for what's happened to Jude. He has no idea of how stubborn I can be. He also has no idea how much I love the man. As he leaves the room, I turn to look at Jude and put my hands on my hips. Before you say a word, let me tell you how my day went today. I know yours was hard, but so was mine. So will you allow me to let you in on my roller coaster ride of a day first? Then you can tell me how yours went. He cocks his head to the side as he says, do you really think you can top mine, Mercy? We'll see, I say as I start to walk slowly in front of his bed. First thing this morning, I was met with Mia's wet bed. She was afraid to get up and go pee, and she said she had called out for me, but I didn't hear her because the house is too big. So I put on my list of things I need, a baby monitor. He looks a little sad as he says, I didn't know that. Did she feel awful? I nod. She was pretty upset for wetting her new bed. But I bathed her and dressed her, and told her it was all right, and that I was going to fix that problem today.
Good, he says, then looks at me.
You're very good at problem solving. Has anyone ever told you that? You're the first, I say as I turn and walk back in the other direction as I go on. So I took the kids shopping. Let me tell you how fun that was. Not one bit. I should have never taken them. They wanted everything but clothes. Becky was a help, but we both were running in circles, trying to keep them in the clothing sections of the stores rather than the toy sections. He makes a low chuckle. I bet they were handfuls. They certainly were. Then we took a lunch break, I say as I continue walking back and forth. I pull at my pink shirt. Did you notice that my shirt isn't the one I left the house with today?
No, he says as he shakes his head.
But in my defense, I did nearly die today. I stop and smile at him. That you did. Well, the reason is that at lunch Carter was shoving a hot dog into his mouth like he hadn't eaten in a year, and he choked on it. I had to give him the Heimlich maneuver and the hot dog came out, and he started crying, so I turned him around to face me and hugged him and he puked chili all over my shirt. Poor kid, Jude says as he shakes his head. He must have been so scared. I choked on a cheese stick once. I was so afraid I was going to die, and no one even noticed I was choking until I fell on the floor. I was 6. He was scared and we both were messes. So I had to go to the bathroom and change him. Luckily, I had him some new clothes, so that was an easy fix. I hadn't bought me a thing yet, so I had to put one of the little t-shirts of his on myself, and go back out into the mall with my tiny shirt, looking very trampy, and getting many whistles. I bet you did, he says as he raises his eyebrows.
Jude.
Jude, I know that's weighing heavily on you right now. But you're going to get therapy, both mental and physical, to help you with that. Don't let that be the thing that settles on you. It's just not going to be a healthy thing for you right now, Mercy says as she comes and sits on the bed next to me, facing me and running her hand over my cheek. I grab her hand and pull it to my lips. With a soft kiss to it, I can't help but notice the absence of the usual stirring in my groin. I can't help but notice how when I run my hand through her hair, and she leans her cheek against my hand, how nothing is happening in my lower regions like it has always done for me. This isn't the man I wanted to be for you, I tell her as I take her by the chin to make her look at me. It doesn't matter. You are still the man for me. Can you tell me that you don't love me, she asks. No, I say as I run my fingertip over her red lips. I can't say that. I love you more than I can imagine loving anyone. I love you so much, I can't do this to you. I can't make you take care of a man who can't do a damn thing for you. I think you can figure out how to do lots of things. Given time, she says. Not be close to you, I say as I run my finger down her neck and trace the outline of her breast. There's more than one way to share our hearts, Jude, she says. As long as we feel it in our hearts, that's all that matters. She takes my hand and pulls it to her mouth, leaving a kiss on it, then holding it. I can't stand the thought of you having to push me around in a wheelchair. Then get a motorized one, she says with a light laugh. How can you not be running away from all of this? I ask her. She should be hauling ass as fast as she can. Then I remember that she doesn't have a nice place to live right now. It makes me think that she might be thinking she has to hold on to me. Running away. From you? Never, she says as she leans in and kisses my cheek. You're stuck with me. So just get used to it. I'm not ever going to run away from you. Not ever again. You're not blaming yourself about me, are you? I ask as I can see it in her eyes. I just want to see if she'll be truthful with me. Her head cocks to the side as she says, You want a lie or the truth? The truth, I say. Always the truth. Then the answer is, yes, I do feel I'm to blame. But that's not the reason I'm determined to stay with you. That reason is pure love. Nothing else. I promise you that. I'll let you stay in the house. I'll still take care of all of the bills until your house is ready for you to move into it. I'll still do the partnership with the fitness center, and everything will stay the same. Only I'll set you free. Free of taking care of me, and free to move on to a man who can really take care of you in every way. She looks at me for a long time, then she leans in and kisses my lips. Thank you, Jude. I guess that's her answer. I guess she'll accept what I want. I can't let her waste her life away with me. Half of a man. I completely understand, I say. Do you? She asks as she runs her hand over my chest. Do you really? I nod. I'm not about to let you end your life by being with me. She nods and looks at me, then gets up. So the rest of my day went like this. I came home after one hell of a long day and found the man I love telling his brothers how he had hunted me down, used my orphaned niece and nephew to pull me in, and put me in a gorgeous mansion all to capture his trophy. About that, I say. You don't know how sorry I am. She looks at me with a stern expression. Don't you dare try to explain that. I have to say, I didn't expect her to scold me after all I've been through. But I do believe she's about to give it to me, and I have to say, I don't think I can take it. Not right now. Not with everything that's happened to me. I don't know what came over me when I first saw you. I wanted you like I've never wanted anyone before. And I'm a hunter, Mercy. That's what I am at my very core. So when I set my mind on you, I went into hunter mode. But I swear to the Lord above, I didn't pretend to love those kids to reel you in. I swear that. I genuinely love them. As a matter of fact, I want you to bring them to see me. No matter what our situation is, I want you to know I'll be there for those kids forever. I mean it. So you are admitting that you did some pretty sneaky things to get to me, she asks as she puts her hands on her hips. I nod. Yeah, I did. I made sure you fell into the traps I set for you. I made sure you became mine. I made sure you'd stay with me forever. I know the things I said may have sounded crass. And I did mean them. I'm not going to lie. I meant it when I said that you were the one. I meant it when I said I was going to make you mine. I meant it when I said you were my trophy. Because that's how I see you. You're my golden trophy, and I couldn't be more proud that I'm the one who caught you. Why? She asks as she sits back down on my bedside. Why, Jude? I run my hand through her hair and hold a lock of it, reveling in its softness and wishing like hell the accident hadn't happened. If it hadn't, I'd have given her the ring I have at home. I was going to ask her to marry me tonight. Instead, I'm lying here, half the man I was earlier today. All because I hauled ass after drinking way too much. If I had been sober and in my right mind, I'd have known she'd calm down, and we could have talked on the phone and worked things out. Instead, I drove a car when I shouldn't have and screwed myself up. Screwed my entire life up, forever. This isn't her fault. It's entirely mine, and I am man enough to admit that, and man enough to let her go for her own good. But she has asked me a question, so I answer, because somewhere in time, I think it was written that you and I belong together. I felt it the moment I saw you. When I touched you, it became more evident. As time went on and we made love, it was cemented in my head. You and I were meant to be. So why end it now? She asks as she leans in close and presses her lips to mine. I don't let it get further than that. I turn my head before her tongue moves past my lips. Because I am no longer a man. I'm sorry if you can't understand. This is over. I love you too much to keep you attached to what I've become. The tears that instantly streamed down her cheeks hurt me, but only to my waist because from there down, I feel nothing, and it's evident to me now that numbness will soon move all the way through my body, as life without her is never going to be the same.
Giving up the Mercy.
So that's it then? I ask Jude, as he looks at me with a defeated expression. You're giving up the hunt for me? With a nod he says, how can I do anything now that I'm only half a man, Mercy? You tell me how I can compete with other vital men for you. The answer is, I can't. And you know it. So you want me to walk away from you, and act like neither of us holds any love in our hearts for the other? You want me to turn my back on the man I love, when life's dealt him a sharp blow? That's what you're asking me to do, you know. Leave you when you're at the lowest point in your life. Well, I can't do that, Jude. So suck it up and get ready to lean on me, because I'm not going anywhere. His eyes follow me as he holds his jaw tight. I know the man is used to getting this way, and even I've given in to him on most everything he's wanted from me, but not this time. Mercy, you can't do this to yourself, he says as he presses some button and lays his bed back so he's lying flat on his back. I'm not going to let you. If I have to make you hate me, then I'll just have to do that. But I won't let you waste your life on me. Closing the curtains, I turn back to find him with his eyes closed, and go to his side and kiss his cheek. I love you, Jude Hurst. And I know you're a very stubborn and bratty man. But you're not going to win this fight. I love you too much to allow that. So get ready to hear the word no. Get ready to hear it a lot out of me. Mercy, leave me alone, he growls. I kiss his cheek again, then say no. His eyes open, and I see a ton of anger in the greenish-brown depths. Mercy, damn it. Don't make me hurt you. I cock my head to the side and study him for a moment, then stick my tongue out at him, then say, get used to not getting your way, Jude. I know it's going to be difficult for you, but I'm not going anywhere. If you say mean things, I'll know it's the protective side of you saying them. Not the man I know you are and will be again in no time. You'll see. The door to his hospital room opens, and an older man with a Bible in his hand comes inside. Hello, Jude. I'm Pastor Stevens. I heard about your terrible accident, and I'm here to lend an ear and tell you about some fascinating miracles I, myself, have witnessed. And who is this lovely young lady who stands at your side, Jude? This is Mercy, and she needs to leave me alone, he says with a snarl. I give the man a smile. Nice to meet you, Pastor Stevens. I'm Jude's girlfriend. His live-in girlfriend, and I'm not going anywhere. The man takes a seat in the one chair in the room and opens the Bible. Jude, let me hear your story, son. I raise the bed back up so Jude can talk to the man and get an icy stare from him. Placing another kiss on his cheek, I say, so tell him your story. Not much to tell, Jude says. This morning things were great. More than great, actually. I had ordered something special, and it had come in. I went and picked it up. I had big plans for this evening. Big plans that were crushed like my body was. The end. What was this special thing you got this morning? Pastor Stevens asks. Jude looks up at me and says, it was an engagement ring. I was going to ask this lady to marry me. My heart stops and I stare into his eyes. You were. He nods and the pastor says, so why change things now? You can still ask her. You're not dead, son. Jude looks away from me, and my head is still spinning from what he was going to do, but now it seems marriage is off the table. I might as well be. I'm not a man anymore. The pastor pulls out a paper from the back of his Bible and looks at it. I don't see that here that has happened to you. I see paralysis that might be operable sometime later to restore mobility, and some injuries to your reproductive organs, but nowhere does it say that you're not a man anymore. Nope, not anywhere on this paper. I can't feel anything, Jude says. Nothing is moving or putting out any kind of anything. I'd welcome pain right now. That's how dead it feels. I run my hand over his head and whisper, but you aren't dead, and I, for one, am glad you're not in pain right now. The pastor smiles at us, then looks at Jude. Jude, you have a good woman right there. Don't let your foolish pride rob you of her. I'm here to tell you about some of the things I've seen. Now, nothing happens overnight, mind you, but with time and work anything can happen. Even if it's acceptance of new limits. You haven't even seen a specialist yet, Jude. You never know what can happen. Don't try to throw us away just yet. Give this some time. Give yourself some time. I run my hand over his cheek and smile at him. Use that determined streak in you to move forward. This is a setback for certain, but it doesn't have to be the end of anything. He takes my hand away from his face, then moves it with his and holds it near his heart. I'm sorry, Mercy. I am so sorry I did this to us. I take my part of the blame in this too. So don't say it was all you because we both know it wasn't. Since we made this situation together, let's learn how to live with it, together as well. I pull our hands up and kiss his. I love you, Jude. I always will no matter what. Can you please go get Zeke and tell him I need to talk to him? He asks me. I nod and walk away to get his brother. I have no idea why he wants to talk to him, but I know I need to let him talk to other people about his situation. I know he needs help from everyone. As I walk outside the door, I see his family leaning against the wall, waiting. They all look exhausted, and I know they need to go home and rest. Making my way to Zeke, I touch his shoulder. He wants to talk to you. He nods and goes into his brother's hospital room as the rest of us wait, and I hope Zeke is able to convince his brother to stop trying to protect me and accept the fact I love him and want to be here for him.
Jude.
I honestly don't know what to do, Zeke. I tell my brother, after I've explained things to him about how I feel about Mercy now. The pastor heard every word and seems to be sitting on the edge of his seat, waiting for Zeke's answer. Zeke paces around next to me, then stops and looks at me. You have to ask her. You had planned on doing it anyway. So don't let this change anything. The pastor nods in agreement. He's right, Jude. Don't let this stop you from doing anything. This is where you take the reins and hold tight and let the Lord know you're ready to take this little setback head on. Or you take the other path where you let this terrible thing that's happened to you take away your spirit. Your God-given spirit. Zeke smiles at me and pulls the little black box out of his pocket. Look what I made sure to bring. I hold out my hand and take the box. The diamond sparkles as I open the lid. My plans were so very different from how this is going to happen now. I was going to propose, then we'd be together until dawn. Now I guess I'll propose, and that'll be it. No lovemaking. Maybe not ever again. And here I am back to square one again. I can't do this to her. I can't tie her to my broken body. I can't do that to her. Closing the lid, I hand the ring back to Zeke. I can't do this to her. Zeke takes the box and opens it back up. Look at this, Jude. You spent so much time picking this ring out. You took one of her other rings to the jewelry store to make sure it was made to fit her exactly. You took so much time when you bought this ring. This material thing that would cement you two together for the rest of your lives. Jude, if this accident had happened one day after your wedding, would you ask her for a divorce? Of course not, I say as I look away. But you don't seem to understand. A marriage without the things that make a marriage isn't fair to ask her to be a part of now. Plus, she'll say yes now just because she feels sorry for me. Oh, the pastor asks. You think all that love she had for you has gone away, and all that has been replaced with merely feeling sorry for you? No, I say, and feel utterly confused. Look, I just think this isn't the right time to ask her to join me in what is sure to be a boring marriage. So keep the ring for me, Zeke. If things change later, I'll ask you to give it back to me. For now, though, keep it and don't bring it up. The pastor leans back in the chair and taps his fingers on his chocolate-colored Bible cover. You know, there's going to be lots of paperwork with your recovery. Lots of things to sign and decide, and a spouse can help with all of that. You know, making it all legal will also mean she and those kids you were talking about are taken care of no matter what happens. You did say you wanted that, no matter what. With a nod I say, yes, but I don't want her trapped with me. Trapped? Zeke asked with a laugh. What a horrible trap. Married to a wealthy man with so much financial security that even those kids will have it the rest of their lives, and then some. That's some terrible trap, all right. I look at him and say, trapped in a bed with a man who can't function. Zeke looks at the pastor and asks, can you do me a favor and cover your ears for just a moment? I need to remind my brother of something. The pastor places his hands over his ears and nods. Sure. Zeke leans in close to me and whispers, stop talking like you only have one way to please a woman, Jude. We both know there is more than one way to skin a cat. I want to laugh, but it hurts when I do that, so I smile at him. I don't think that was so bad. The old guy needed to cover his ears for that. The pastor laughs and pulls his hands away from his ears and says, "No, that wasn't quite so bad, Zeke. He's right, you know, Jude. There certainly is more than one way to skin a cat. But isn't there a very good chance that I'll get pretty grouchy and hard to be around, as I'm sure I'll get frustrated a lot by this whole thing?" I ask the man. He nods. Sure. But if you have a loving woman to ease that frustration, it sure does make life easier. Looking back and forth at them, I lay my head back and think about everything. Life would be easier with her in it. Life would suck without her in it, that's for sure. But asking her to marry me now seems wrong. So how do I get around this? Zeke puts the box with the ring in it in my hand and walks away. Come on, Pastor. Let's tell Mercy to come see Jude alone and let him do what he's been planning for some time now. We've been in his way long enough. The pastor gets up and gives me a nod. God bless you, son. I'll be around to visit you every day while you're here. And if you'd like me to, I'd love to officiate your ceremony. I'll let you know. Thanks, guys. Pressing the button to take me back a little more, I hear a buzzing sound coming from my IV and see a drip of clear liquid dropping into the line that leads into my arm. Mercy comes in, and her gorgeous smile makes my heart skip a beat. She looks tired, and there are dark circles under her blue eyes, but she's still so beautiful. Hey, the nurse told us we need to let you rest. So everyone wants to say goodbye before they have to go. I feel a little tired, all of a sudden too. Whoa, I suddenly feel really sleepy. She points at the bag at the very top of the IV stand. The morphine timer went off. You got a few drips to take you into La La Land. I'll be here in the morning to hang out with you, for as long as they'll let me. Can you bring the kids tomorrow? I ask as my words get slurry. Can you put this on the table for me? I hand her the little black box with the ring in it. She doesn't ask, she just sets it on the table and smiles at me. I'll give you a kiss goodnight, and send the others in. I'll bring the kids to see you in the morning. I love you, Jude. I love you, Mercy. I'll see you tomorrow, I say as my eyes start to close. She presses the button to lay the bed back and kisses my lips. You have sweet dreams. I love you. Love you, I say, then I am out.
Mercy.
A week has passed and I've spent every day with Jude. Everything is healing well, and there are no setbacks, which is great. The kids are sitting on the bed, as his doctors have yet to let him get up and into a wheelchair. He's been scheduled for an MRI today to see how he's looking from the inside, and he seems apprehensive about it. I think because the nurse told him a couple of the male nurses would be by to help him get into a wheelchair and position him for the procedure. I can see it written all over his handsome face that he's not looking forward to it at all. To top things off, I keep seeing him glance at the black box that's still sitting on the table where I placed it the night he got here. I know it's an engagement ring, and I'm not about to bring anything up about it to him. It doesn't take a mind reader to know he must think, if he asks me that all-important question, that I'll simply accept because of his current situation. Which isn't true. I would have accepted the proposal before the accident, so why wouldn't I accept it now? Unky Jude, when will you be home? Mia asks him. I hope soon. This MRI will help the doctors decide if I'm stable enough to be moved. He looks up at me, and then back at Mia. And a bedroom has to be all set up for me at my parents' estate. I can literally feel my stomach drop. Why not come home to our place, Jude? I ask him. He just shakes his head. Can't. I'm not about to let him stay anywhere but with me, so I say, there's that large bedroom downstairs that's completely empty. It wouldn't be hard to get that set up. Plus, it's closer to the hospital. Just in case something happens, and you need to get here for any reason. He looks at me as he bites his lip, then looks at Carter. Hey buddy, can you get me that bottle of water on the table? I can't reach it. I get up and grab the bottle. I got it. Here you go, baby. As I hand it to him, our fingers touch and he moves them back very quickly. He's told me to keep my hands to myself. He said the way it used to make him feel is now bothersome. I'm not in his shoes to know exactly what that means, so I've kept my hands to myself. It's been a week since my lips have touched him, and to be honest, it's hurting me more than I knew it would. As I watch him coloring with the kids, I can see how this is weighing on him. He feels so much less than he is. The door opens and a couple of burly men in blue scrubs come in. One is pushing a wheelchair, and I see sweat form on Jude's brow. He looks at me. Get the kids and go, Mercy. The men stand there waiting in silence. I suppose they've done this many times, and know the psychological effect it will have on Jude. Men don't do well with accepting their body has limits. Jude especially doesn't like the fact he can't walk on his own. To be lifted up by some men isn't a thing he wants anyone to see. So I take the kids and leave the room. I'm taking them home to stay with Becky, then I'll be back, Jude. Okay. Whatever you want. You don't have to come back if you don't want to, he says the way he says every time I leave his hospital room. I am coming right back. And I'm bringing some of the shampoo you like. I'm going to wash your hair with that instead of this cheap stuff the hospital has, I tell him, then leave the room. As we walk out of the hospital, I see his mother and father getting out of his truck. They wave and we go over to them. Hi kids, his mother says. She reaches into her purse and pulls out 2 boxes of raisins. Look what Mama has for you two. She and Jim have decided the kids need to call them Mama and Papa. I think it's a good idea too. But Jude frowned when his mother asked the kids to call them that the other day in front of him. He didn't say anything, though. Can we talk for a minute? Jim asks me. Of course, I say and follow them over to a small picnic table under a large oak tree. The kids are busy with their raisins, as I take a seat on one side with them. Jim and Loretta sit down and he says, it's about Jude and when he gets to go home. We've been talking as a family, and he's told us he wants to be taken out to our estate. But we think that would be a bad idea for him. First of all, we have my puppies roaming everywhere and the environment isn't sterile. And you know how they bark when strangers come around. The nurses and doctors coming and going would create chaos in our home, Loretta says. Jim adds, but the biggest, most important thing is, he'd be secluding himself from you and the kids. We think that's a terrible idea. I was just talking to him about that. I told him there's a place we could easily make for him, and he wasn't agreeing to anything I said. So, how do you think we can get him to agree? I ask. Jim smiles. I'll come up with a list of reasons he has to make a place there or stay in the hospital. You and I both know he'll want to get the hell out of here as soon as he can. My stomach flips and flops and I burp. Oh. Excuse me. I've had terrible tummy problems lately. I know it is stress about Jude. Sorry. That's okay, his mother says. I'm sure you're feeling tons of stress. Do you think you can handle Jude coming home with you? Jim asks me. I can. What I can't handle is him not coming home with me, I say as I run my hand over my stomach that's really churning. I better go now. I have to get the kids some lunch and get them home, then come back up here to find out the results of the MRI he's getting right now. Oh good. Loretta says. I can't wait to see how he's progressing. Getting up, I feel a little lightheaded and stop for a second to steady myself. Jim's arm goes around my shoulders as he asks, are you okay? I haven't eaten anything today, I say. I'll eat and be fine. Okay, he says as he lets me go. Now you take care of yourself, Mercy. We can't have you getting hurt or sick. I know, I say as I shake my head and start walking toward the car. I can't get sick now.
Jude.
Being picked up isn't a thing I ever saw coming my way. I'm helpless, and I really can't stand this feeling. My body is slumping in the chair, and I try to straighten up, using my hands and arms to do it. But I can't pick myself up. I need to get back to my weights. I used to work out daily, I say as I try to have some self-esteem, but I'm losing what's left of it very quickly. The two men give me a nod but say nothing. Their silence is somewhat appreciated, as what good can be said about such a thing as being nearly completely helpless? The room where the MRI machine is relatively small, and when we get inside of it, I notice there's a slender table I'm guessing my body is going to be placed on. With no mention of anything, the men wheel me up next to it, and one takes my feet as the other my shoulders, and I'm laid out on the thing before I realize what's happened. Another man comes to me and pulls my arms over my head. "Hi, I'm Bob. I'll be doing your MRI. You're going to hear some loud beeping sounds, and I'm going to ask you to take in breaths and hold them. It's important that you keep it held until I tell you to let it out, or this will take much longer." "Okay," I say as I lie perfectly still and feel a terrible feeling. Fear is coursing through me for some reason. It's stupid to be afraid of this painless procedure, but I feel it nonetheless. "I am going to be putting a nuclear dye into your IV to check for any blood clots. It's going to cause an odd sensation in your lower regions. You'll feel as if you're actually peeing, but don't." One of the nurses who brought me in interrupts him as he says, "He's not feeling anything from the waist down." "Oh, I didn't realize that," the guy named Bob says. "Sorry about that. Okay, just lie still, and this will be over soon and you can get back into your bed." Back in bed is the last place I want to get back to. I want to get the hell up and walk out of here. I'm so tired of this, and it's only been a damn week. I'm not sure how long I can take this. The table I'm on begins to rise up, and the donut hole contraption is coming closer to my body. The table moves my body back and forth as the machine makes beeps, and then I'm up very close to it as the man tells me to hold my breath and my entire body gets scanned. It's over in no time, and wasn't bad at all. Yet I still feel nervous and anxious. How I wish I was a year down the road already and used to this mess. This is terrible, and I keep thinking that it would have been better if I died in that wreck. My body is lifted again by the men and placed in the chair, and I'm going back down the hallway toward my room. I pass an old man in a hospital bed who's being moved, and he looks tired, depressed, and hopeless. We just look at each other as we pass. No nod, no wave, nothing but two men who know this is the worst time in their lives. I see Mom as I'm brought back into the room. "Where's Dad?" I ask. I hear the toilet flush and water running in the sink, then he steps out of the bathroom. There he is. "How'd it go, son?" One of the men moved to take my feet, and I stop them. "Wait, Mom, Dad, can you get out while they do this?" They leave quickly, then the men move me back to my bed. "Your doctor will be here soon to discuss your results," one of them tells me, then they both leave. Mom and Dad come back in, along with a nurse. "Hello, Jude. Let me get you all situated again," she says with a pleasant smile. She moves my IV stand around and fixes the tubes again. Then she throws the blankets back and moves my hospital gown around to make me more comfortable, I assume. You know, I can't tell if it's all bunched up or not, so it makes no difference if you fix it or not. Well, to me it does. I like my patients to look well cared for, Jude. You know that. So how did that MRI go for you? It was okay, I say as she pulls the gown up and carefully examines the bandage wrapped around the affected area. I watch her hand move over the white bandage, which holds its shape firmly, and feel a pang of frustration that I can't sense anything. Then her hand disappears underneath, and I realize she's checking the bandage around the other area. When the results come back, and the doctor approves, we'll remove the bandages and check how the healing is progressing. That'll be a good step forward, won't it? She says with a reassuring tone. Mercy walks in just as the nurse is examining the bandage again, and her mouth drops open in surprise. She quickly clamps it shut, and I can't help but laugh at her reaction. The nurse turns to look at Mercy and smiles at her. "Good you're here?" We're going to get to check out how he's healing in just a little while when the doctor gets here. That's pretty exciting, isn't it? Mercy nods, and then I notice my mother is looking out the window like there's a parade out there or something. I guess women don't like watching men get physically inspected. The nurse pulls the gown back down and the blanket back up to cover me. Then she excuses herself and Mercy can't seem to meet my eyes as she asks, "Are you feeling okay, Jude?" As okay as I can get. I look at her for a second and see a thin sheen of sweat covering her face. "Are you hot?" "Huh?" she asks as she takes a seat in one of the extra chairs they've brought into the room, since I always seem to have more than one visitor. "You're kind of pale and sweating," I say. "Are you feeling okay?" She nods. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Dad looks at her then says, "Come on, Loretta, let's go get something to drink. I think Mercy could use a nice glass of iced tea." "We'll bring you one, honey. You sit tight." Mom and Dad leave the room, and I'm left alone with Mercy. I hate being left alone with her now. I can't stop looking at her long blonde hair as it's pulled back in a ponytail, and I want to pull that rubber band out of it and run my hands all through it and kiss the hell out of her plump red lips. She licks them, and I move my eyes up to find her looking at me. "You seem nervous," I say. "Are you worried about the MRI results?" "Because what else could go wrong with me?" "No reason to worry." "No, I'm pretty sure the results are going to be good. I guess just watching another woman handling you sent something uneasy through me. I can't say I enjoyed that at all." She looks away from me and out the window. "Well, you better get used to it, as I'd guess it's really about to get handled as they check it all out and change the bandages. If you can't handle it, you can leave. But I can't feel anything if that makes you feel any better about it," I say. It secretly thrills me that she's not happy seeing another woman fondling me. It proves she still sees me as a man. And that makes me very happy to know.
Mercy.
Yet another doctor comes into Jude's room just an hour after the MRI was done, and he introduces himself to Jude, his parents, and me. "I'm Dr. Padron. I specialize in back injuries, and I was asked to come look at your MRI results." Jude pulls himself up a bit, and I go to move the pillow behind him, and realize my breasts are all up in his face as he pushes at me. "For Christ's sake, Mercy." "Oh. Sorry, Jude," I say as I back away from him. The nurse who was in the room earlier, checking his bandages, comes in and goes to the other side of him, lifting him some to position the pillow for him. She has obviously been trained how to do that without getting her chest all up in people's faces as she does it. The doctor waits for Jude to get all settled, then continues, "So, as I was saying, the results I've seen let me know there is a good chance I can do surgery to give you a chance at mobility again. With the improved mobility, the nerves may repair themselves as they will be realigned again, and it could occur. You could regain feeling, control, everything." "I could go back to normal?" Jude asks as he looks at his father, then his mother, then me. His eyes linger on mine, then he looks back at the doctor as the doctor says, "I don't like to make any promises to my patients. But I have had success with this type of injury in other people. Especially people who are physically fit. The recovery period is relatively shorter when the patient has the ability to rehabilitate the muscles by exercising according to our guidelines." Jude's face splits into a grin. "I don't know why I haven't thought about this at all. I know most everything about the human body and the muscle systems. I could make sure I exercise what needs to be built back up in order to regain everything." The nurse smiles at him and pats him on the shoulder. "Some good news for you, Jude." The doctor turns what looks like a picture of bones toward us. There are 2 places where the bones look pulverized, and he points them out. "I can replace these sections of destroyed bones with a new technology. We use the bones of pigs to make a fusion between the existing healthy bone. The pieces usually adhere to each end they're joined to and mesh well with the human bones, creating a healthy structure once more. This is amazing, I say as I look at the picture and can easily picture the smashed bones being taken out and a whole bone being placed in the spot that would be left open. Jude looks at me with the first real smile I've seen from him since this happened. It is, isn't it? Another doctor enters the room and introduces himself. I'm the urologist who's been assigned to your case. Dr. Wieland. I'm here to examine you, Mr. Hurst. Dr. Padron gives Jude a nod. I'll get the paperwork going for the surgery and have it given to you by the end of today. Then I'll set up the operating room date and we'll have everything scheduled. If you have any questions about anything, my personal cell number will be on the papers and you can call to ask me anything. Jude waves at the man. Thanks, Dr. Padron. See you soon. With a glance at his mother, he says, Mom, could you and Dad leave us while he does the personal area exam? His mother and father hurry out of the room, and I kind of feel like I should go too. I get up out of the chair. I guess I'll get out of here too. Jude holds out his hand and gestures to me. I'd really like it if you stayed. A lump forms in my throat, and all I can do is nod and go to his side and take his hand. I watch as the doctor comes and pulls back the blanket, then the gown, and the nurse goes to take some bandages and antiseptic out from underneath a cabinet in the room. She hands the doctor a small pair of scissors, and Jude turns his face toward me. I can't watch scissors being used down there. Cover my eyes, Mercy. I nod and gently pull his head to rest against my shoulder, as the doctor carefully cuts the white bandage. He peels back the sides of the bandage, while the nurse uses a cotton swab soaked in antiseptic to clean the area. The skin looks slightly red but is healing well, with no visible cuts. Once the bandage is fully removed, the doctor carefully extracts the catheter. I wince at the sight, imagining the discomfort, though Jude thankfully feels nothing. Jude looks up at me. How's it looking? Pretty good, I say. Do you want to see? Should I? I nod and he shifts to take a look. That doesn't seem so bad, the doctor says, inspecting the area closely. The nurse glances over and nods. It's healing nicely. I step closer to see what they're observing. 2 small areas with about 5 stitches each, both appearing to be healing well. Will those stitches dissolve or do they need to be removed? I ask. They'll dissolve, the nurse replies. The doctor smiles reassuringly. Everything looks good. Now, let's check the next area. Jude glances at me with a small grin. That's where the swimmers are. I chuckle softly. Don't worry about a thing. The doctor and nurse work together to get the bandage off that area, and his facial expression is hard to read, so I step back over and see what he's uncovered. I try to hide my surprise from Jude, as I see 3 lines of stitches that travel around his entire ball sack. The stitches look good, the doctor says. No signs of infection. In about a week, when the stitches have dissolved, we'll check on your progress. For now, we'll remove the catheter to see if your body can function on its own. I can't feel when I need to go, Doc, Jude says. I understand, the doctor replies. We'll use a medical garment to manage that. Your body can still work, even if you can't feel it yet. Will I ever be normal again? Jude asks, his voice tinged with hope. The doctor offers a kind smile. Jude, your injuries need time to heal, so don't rush things. But intimacy and the possibility of a family can still be part of your future with the right care. Jude's eyes light up, meeting mine with a spark of hope for the first time since the accident. I think we've reached a turning point.
Jude.
Laying in my hospital bed, I look at Mercy as everyone leaves after I told them all the great news I got today. Her blue eyes are all sparkling, and her smile is radiant. I wish you could stay the night and cuddle with me, I say as I pull her to sit down on the bed with me. A nurse comes in with a clipboard, and a stack of papers are on it. Here are the forms you need to read and sign for the surgery by Dr. Padron. Just leave them on the table when you get through, and I'll pick them up when I come back later. She looks at Mercy and smiles. And stay as late as you want. I won't tell on you. Mercy smiles at me as the nice nurse leaves us alone. Setting the clipboard aside, I say, "Can you do me a favor and hand me the little black box on the table over there?" She hesitates, then nods, and gets up to get it. Her hand is shaking a little when she puts the box in mine. "Here you go." I pull her to sit back down facing me and open the box. "I bought this for you and had planned on giving it to you that day when my world turned upside down. You stayed right by my side even when I told you not to. You proved to me that everything I thought about you before was right. You're the strongest, smartest, most loyal person in my life. I was a fool for the way I've been treating you." "No, it's really normal, Jude," she says with a smile on her beautiful face. "Well, normal or not, I'm sorry. And I'd like to know if you'd like to marry me. You can say no if you want to. I'd completely understand." She laughs and holds out her hand, wiggling her ring finger. "If it fits, I'm yours." Taking it out of the box, I act as if I'm nervous it might not fit, even though I know it will. "If it doesn't, then what?" I ask as I hesitate at the tip of her finger. She winks. "Let's see what happens." I laugh and slide the ring onto her finger, and she holds it up and looks at it. "That's one very big diamond, Jude. I picked it out to show you how big my love for you is," I say as I take her hand and pull it to my mouth. I kiss her finger and look into her eyes. "So your answer is, yes, I know that. But can I hear you say it?" "Yes," she says, then she leans in and kisses me gently. "Yes, Jude. I would be more than honored to become your wife." For the first time since that terrible day, I pull her into my arms and kiss her like we used to kiss. My hands move up her neck, and I pull that damn rubber band out of her hair, releasing the ponytail so I can run my fingers through the soft waves. Our breathing gets heavy. Then she ends the kiss with little kisses. "We can't get you too excited, baby." "Not yet, but soon we can get me as excited as you want," I tell her as I hold her tight. "Now that we have that settled, let's read this mountain of paperwork and get this all signed." She moves to sit on the bed beside me and picks up the clipboard. "Okay, these are a list of all the things that can go wrong." "Great. They've left nothing out. Paralysis, hives, fever, and even death. So here you go. Sign at the bottom of the page." I take the pen from the top of the clipboard and sign the bottom, then look at her. "Hey, how about you and I get married before I get this surgery? That pastor said he could do it. My father is good friends with a judge who would gladly backdate a marriage license for us. We could do it tomorrow. What do you say?" "Do you really think we could get that all pulled together that quickly?" she asks as her eyes dance. She's excited, and I think I have another yes. "I bet we can," I say. "So, what do you say to becoming Mrs. Jude Hurst tomorrow?" Her smile makes my heart fill with love and joy. I say yes. "Yes, Jude Hurst. I'd love to become your wife tomorrow." She turns and I take her into my arms again, and we seal the deal with another kiss. Our hearts are both pounding in our chests. I can feel hers as I hold her tight to my body. I've been an idiot. I've had the perfect woman for me right here, and waited to ask her to be with me forever. I was a fool, but this fool is through feeling sorry for himself, and I am taking things into my own hands. Running my hand under her shirt, I place it over her heart, then pull my mouth away from hers. "Mercy, I promise you that I'll always guard your heart with everything I have in me. I'll do my best not to hurt you. I'll do my best to be here for you, even if I'm not 100% of the man I used to be." A tear falls down her face. "Jude, you're one hell of a lot of man, even when you aren't 100%. In my eyes, you'll always be the complete package that you've always been. Nothing can take that away from you. Mercy, I'm never going to let you go. Not ever. I love you more than words can express." I pull her close and kiss her gently. It's a strange feeling. Though I have no physical sensation in certain areas, my heart aches with the overwhelming love I feel for her. It aches with the need to hold her close and kiss her tenderly. Then I stop the kiss and push her back a little. Do you think that door locks? Huh, she asks as she looks worried. You can't do anything, Jude. My mouth works, doesn't it? I say with a smile. And this bed lays back, doesn't it? And if that door locks, I can kiss you somewhere else so I can show you how happy you've made me by accepting my proposal. Her eyes glow as she shakes her head. Jude, that's not fair to you. I want to. Let me. Go lock that door, lose those panties, and come back over here so I can show you and myself that I'm still a man who can please a woman. She hesitates, but only for a moment, then she's flying off the bed and hurrying to the door. Huh? There is a lock. Watch out, baby. Here I come.
Mercy.
My heart races as I cross the small hospital room to Jude, my fiancé. His presence pulls me like a magnet, and I can't help but smile at the warmth in his eyes. Mercy, he murmurs, his voice soft but full of feeling. You light up this room. I blush, reaching for his hand as I sit on the edge of his bed. I just want to be close to you. His fingers intertwine with mine, strong and steady despite his time in the hospital. You have no idea how much that means, he says, his gaze locking onto mine. Carefully, I lean closer, resting my forehead against his. I've missed you so much, I whisper. Every moment with you feels like a gift. He chuckles, a low warm sound that sends butterflies through me. You're making my heart race, Mercy. His hand brushes my cheek, gentle and loving, and I feel my breath catch. I shift to sit beside him, careful not to jostle the bed. His arm wraps around me, pulling me into a comforting embrace. My heart swells as I nestle against him, feeling the steady beat of his heart under my hand. It's been too long since we've been this close, and my soul aches to stay here wrapped in his warmth. I can't wait to marry you tomorrow, he says, his voice thick with emotion. You're my everything. I smile, tears prickling my eyes. And you're mine. Always. His hand moves to my hair, tucking a strand behind my ear. Come closer, he teases, his eyes sparkling with that familiar mischief I love. I laugh softly, leaning in until our noses nearly touch. You're impossible, I say, but my voice is full of affection. And you love it, he replies, his smile widening. He presses a gentle kiss to my forehead, and I close my eyes, savoring the tenderness of the moment. We stay like that, wrapped in each other's arms, the hospital room fading away. I rest my head on his shoulder, listening to his steady breathing. It's quiet, peaceful, and perfect. But I can't help worrying about him. Are you feeling okay? I ask, glancing up at him. Better than ever with you here, he says, his hand squeezing mine. You make everything right. My heart flutters at his words. You're going to make me cry, I say, laughing through the emotion. Good, he says with a playful grin. I want you to feel how much you mean to me. I shake my head, smiling. You're too much, Jude. Only for you, he whispers, pulling me closer. His warmth surrounds me, and I let myself sink into the moment, grateful for every second we have together. After a while, I notice his expression shift, a flicker of nervousness in his eyes. He takes a deep breath and presses the button to raise the head of the bed. Mercy, he says, his voice quieter now. There's something we need to check. I nod, sensing the importance of the moment. He pushes back the blanket, his hands trembling slightly as he adjusts the medical garment. We both hold our breath, our eyes meeting with a mix of hope and fear. Then we see it, and his face lights up with a smile that makes my heart soar. Tears spill down my cheeks as I laugh, overwhelmed with joy. Miracles can happen.
Jude.
With the realization that I can regain some function down there, Mercy looks at me with concern etched on her face. Jude, do you really need to go through with that surgery if you're already making progress? Absolutely. I say, pulling the blanket back to cover the medical garment. Mercy, I want to walk again. I want to feel like myself. You can't imagine how frustrating it is to rely on others to move your body, because you can't. I need this surgery. Mercy studies me for a long moment before taking my hand and placing it gently on her stomach. Jude, I was going to wait to tell you this. But given what we know now, I think you should know everything. Her hand over mine, resting on her stomach, sets my mind racing. I'm fully aware that we haven't used any form of birth control since the night I brought her home after the tornado. But she had taken a test and assured me it wasn't the right time, that we were safe for a while. She better not be springing something unexpected on me. Jude, I felt sick today. It's not the first time either. So I decided that it would be smart to take a test. It came back positive. Now I have no idea how far along I am, or anything like that. I don't know for a fact that the test was accurate. But we might be pregnant. She looks at our hands covering her stomach, and then I look at her to find her eyes very misty. I'm numb. I can't think. I really don't know how to feel. I may be paralyzed forever, or die on an operating table in the near future, and I may have a kid coming. How? I ask. She laughs, then says, "Okay, Jude. When a man and woman really love each other, they show that in a way that can create human life." Mercy, damn it. I can't believe I'm yelling at her, but I am. She looks at me and frowns. I know. This is a big deal. All of it is. I know that. It is part of the reason I didn't come up here doing a dance and jumping for joy that you and I might have made a little human out of our love. I know this can be looked at as a blessing or another tragedy. Don't ever say that, I tell her. The baby is no tragedy. So don't ever say that. Okay? I look at her with a stern expression. It's not a mistake or anything like that. But it has come at a difficult time in my life. And yours. I run my arm around her shoulders and pull her back to lie with me on the hospital bed. I know this isn't how you wanted things to happen, Jude. I really do. Things have never really happened the way I wanted them to either. I never wanted to become a mother the way I did. By losing my family. I never wanted to do something to cause the man I loved to become so broken. And I certainly never wanted an unplanned pregnancy. This cycle seems to be following me. I am the key at the center of this tornado that is my life. Don't, Mercy, I say as I lean my head against hers. Don't act like this is anything that's your fault. It's life and things like this happen. But in my life, they happen a lot more often than in other people's lives. I'm a jinx. I have a dark star following me or something. Maybe I should do everyone a favor and disappear. She looks spaced out. Like she's so far away right now. She doesn't look like Mercy at all. Never say that stupid thing again. I kiss her cheek. Okay, so here we have it. Tomorrow, we get married here in the hospital. You need a gorgeous white dress, and if you could find one of my black tux jackets and a white shirt to go under it, that will suffice for me. A nice black blanket would look good to cover me, for our photos, I think. She looks at me, and I see it in her eyes. She's thinking about the surgery, and what might go wrong. Please consider not doing the surgery. I will marry you tomorrow anyway. But think about it long and hard before you agree to the surgery. You are alive right now, and obviously more than capable of being a man. But I can't walk, Mercy. I'd like to do that, and the surgery sounds like it could do that for me. Come on, baby. Be in my corner. Show me some of that faith you have. You told me that you prayed for me to make it through that crash, and I did. Believe, baby. I touch her warm cheek and graze my lips over it. She sighs. But maybe you were in that wreck because of my bad luck, or whatever you call this. A curse is really what it is. A horrible curse. You're being crazy. I'll be fine. I have to do it, Mercy. You know I do. I pull her into my arms again and hold her tight. You're pregnant. I want to walk the floor with my little man. She laughs a little. Or little girl. Yeah, maybe that. Whatever that baby is, I want that kid to know they have a daddy who has the courage to do what he had to in order to be all he could be for them. Mercy climbs out of my arms and off the bed as she gathers her clothes. Jude, do me a favor. Read every word on those forms. Make your own decision without me. Because I'm telling you that I can't, in good conscience, tell you the safest or best thing is for you to go through with that surgery. I love you. I want you around to help me raise this kid. I just want you around, period. I watch her pick her clothes up and put them back on. Then she comes to me and puts the hospital gown back on me and ties it up behind my back. I take her face and hold it in front of mine and say, "Do you want to push me in a wheelchair while poor Carter pushes our baby in a stroller? Do you want to change both mine and our baby's diapers every few hours? Tell me how great that sounds to you, Mercy." Her eyes cloud over as she says, "If this was my first bout with tragedy, I'd say go for it, Jude. I would. But this isn't my first or even second. This is our life. This is me and you, and a baby and my niece and nephew we're talking about. I can do it all on my own. I know I can. I have. But I want you there with me. I want you there every step of the way. You said it yourself, Mercy. Every step of the way. So I'm getting the surgery and you will just have to pray and have faith, and that's that." I wish like hell she could wipe that unbelieving face away and show me that face she had when I first came to this hospital with hardly any hope at all. I need her to have faith.
Surrender. Mercy.
Page by page, Jude signs them all, cementing the fact he will be getting the surgery. With each page he signs, my worry increases. I can't think of a life without him in it. "Stop," he says as he glances at me. "Just stop. You're getting all worried, and I'm not even going into surgery yet. You'll be a wreck by the time the actual surgery date comes if you keep this up." "I can't," I say, then his fingers go to my lips, shushing me. "No," he says. "You can and you will. I want you to go home and get some rest. At 8 a.m. sharp, I want you to get up and get going on our plans. Get a dress and I want it to be really gorgeous. I know it'll have to be off the rack, but make it a great one and spend lots of money on it. You have 3 of my cards, so you better not spare any expense." "Jude, I shouldn't," I say, then he pulls me in for a kiss, stopping me again. He ends his sweet kiss and looks at me with so much love in his eyes, it makes me want to cry. "Go do what I said. Get the kids something nice to wear too. I want tons of pictures with us all, and I want everyone to look fantastic. Get your hair and makeup done, and come back here when you're ready and we'll do this thing." I don't know what to say to him. So I don't say anything. I just nod and climb off the bed and grab my purse and head toward the door. Then I stop and turn back to see him still signing papers. "Good night, Jude. I love you." "I love you too. Go get some rest. Tomorrow you and I are tying the knot, and I want that worried, doubt-filled expression you're wearing completely gone." "Got it." I nod and turn to leave the room. I wish he could see inside my head and feel how heavy my heart is. I wish he could understand how much has gone wrong in my life and know that just him being alive is enough for me. A woman's voice stops me in the darkened hallway. "He's up for that surgery with Dr. Padron." I lean against the wall to listen, as I know she has to be talking about Jude. Another woman says, "He should definitely do it. I know the risks are huge, but he's young and has a lot of life in front of him. Being a paraplegic has more problems that go along with it than just the inability to walk. All kinds of health problems come along with it." "I know that," the other woman says. "But the risk of death is worse than that, in my opinion. What about the fact that being a paraplegic most definitely will limit his lifespan and his quality of life? My uncle completely lost his legs in the war, and he had one ailment after another. He was miserable. When he passed away at 45 from pneumonia, his wife was sorry he was gone, but happy he was no longer miserable. I lean back on the wall and press my cheek against its cool surface and know in my heart she's right. So I turn and go back into Jude's room. I'm on board with you, Jude. I'll be in your corner through this whole thing. No matter what happens, I want you to know that I am on your side. I watch his eyes turn glassy, and he puts the clipboard down, then holds his arms open. Moving into them, we hug, and I know there's a huge risk, but I'm going to put fear and worry behind me, and only allow faith and hope in my head. It's good to hear you say that, he tells me as he lets me go and runs his hand through my hair. I know I've only been in this condition for a week, but it's been one horrible week. I know, I say and try hard to put my worries away, but it's not easy. I mean, I have no idea how it must feel to be so helpless, but I know it has to be one of the worst feelings in the world. I'm glad you're starting to understand, Mercy. The risk is worth it to me. The word risk is a word I don't like very much. I don't like taking risks. I never have. But I guess I'm learning that when you get involved with someone, everything becomes a risk. There's always a risk that one day they will simply be gone. I know that better than most people do. Just like in the matter of a few minutes, I found out I just might be bringing another life into the world. Someone else might have been finding out someone they love just left it. Running my fingers through his dark hair, I say, Jude, you're teaching me so much more about life. You've been a godsend in more ways than one. So I'm going to go home and get some rest and wake up in the morning and get myself ready to become your wife. His smile makes my heart pound, as it's a thing I haven't seen much of this last week. Good. Go home. Sleep. As I turn to walk away from him, he slaps my butt and I laugh. Bad boy. Walking back out into the hallway, I make my way down it once more. As I pass the nurse's station, I see Jude's night nurse. He's got those papers signed, I let her know. So he's going to get the surgery? She asks. He is, I say, then walk away. Mercy, she calls out to me. I know it's scary, but I think he can make it. I turn back and smile. I hope he can. She nods and I turn to walk away. The fact is, life hangs in the balance most of the time. Little things here and there can happen to change it all in the blink of an eye. So I have to accept it and move on. But I'm praying with everything in me that my bad luck, or whatever this is that has tragedy following me around, doesn't affect Jude and his outcome. Walk you to your car, ma'am? The security guard at the entrance asks me. It's pretty late. That would be nice of you, I say and walk out of the door he's opened for me. I've never stayed here this late before. I didn't realize it had gotten so late. He walks next to me, and I notice he keeps looking around the parking lot that's not completely empty, but only a few cars are still in it. You have someone here in bad condition? My fiancé, I say and hold up my hand and wiggle my new ring. He asked me to marry him tonight. That's some rock. He must be loaded, he says and smiles. He has a crooked smile. Looking at him, I can sense that he's a sweet young man. He is. How old are you? I ask him. I just turned 25 last week. Why do you ask that? I unlock the car using my key fob and answer him. I have this girl who could use a nice man in her life. You seem very nice and protective. She needs a man like that. What's wrong with her? He asks as he opens the car door for me and makes sure to look inside of it. Nothing, she's just a poor judge of character. I don't suppose you're available. As I slide into the car, he smiles at me. I might be. What's this woman look like? I tell you what. I look at his security badge and read his name. Mr. Crosby, I'll be getting married in room number 553 tomorrow evening. I'd like to invite you to join us there, and you can check her out for yourself. She'll be the only single lady there. I might just do that, he says, then gives me a wink. Will there be cake? Of course, I say. What's a wedding without cake? He extends his hand and I shake it. Name's Randy. And what might yours be? I'm Mercy and the young lady's name is Rose. If you forget the room number, all you have to do is ask for Jude Hurst's room and they'll get you there. I start the car and he closes the door, so I roll my window down. See you tomorrow, Randy? I think you just might, he says with a smile. I never pass up cake. With a laugh, I roll the window up and smile to myself. Maybe Rose can find a nice man with a tiny bit of help from me.
Jude.
Mom, you are a miracle worker, I tell her, as she's managed to get everything lined out for Mercy and me to get married this evening. I have Judge Clancy bringing the marriage license up with her, and she'll just need your signatures on it. Then that pastor can do the ceremony, and you two will be officially, legally wed. Mom kisses my cheek as a nurse comes in with a smile on her face. I hear we're losing another bachelor today, she says, as she comes toward me with a thermometer. You are, I say, then she places the thing into my mouth like she's done every day for the last week. A beeping sound has her frowning and pulling the thing out of my mouth. Oh, I ask. Let's be sure this is right, she says, then puts another sleeve over it and places it back into my mouth. When it beeps again, her frown makes the grooves on either side of her mouth deepen. Mom looks over the nurse's shoulder and reads the thermometer too. Jude, you have a fever, she says, now wearing a frown too. Do you feel bad? I haven't felt good since I woke up here, I tell her. How high is it? The nurse shakes her head. Not too high. 100 right now. But this means we need to have a doctor come in and check you all out. Sorry. Dad comes into the room with a tray of coffees and sees Mom sitting on the edge of the bed with her hand on my forehead. What's this about? He asks as he sits the tray on the small table. Your son has a fever, Mom says as she looks at me. Stick out your tongue. I do as she says, and she peers into my mouth. Your throat's not red. Boom. The doctor will figure it out, Mom. I am in the hospital, you know. I laugh and lie my head back. I have felt kind of lightheaded today. I thought it might be from how excited I'm feeling about getting married today. After a few minutes, some female doctor comes into my room and says, I'm Dr. Sweeney here to examine you, Mr. Hurst. She eyes my parents, then me. I have to do a thorough examination. Would you prefer for them to step out? Yes, I say quickly. Bye, guys. Do me a favor, and don't call Mercy and tell her about this. She'll stop what she's doing to haul ass down here, and I don't want that. They nod and leave, and I watch the young woman as she pulls out a small light and shines it into my eyes. I read your file, and it looks like you're being placed in line for the operating room for the day after tomorrow. If you have any fever at all, that surgery will be postponed. Okay, I say, and she places a tongue depressor in my mouth and shines the small light down my throat. Nothing there. She gets out a slender silver cylinder from her pocket and then looks into my ears. Ears are clear. With one hand, she tosses back the blanket and pushes my hospital gown up, then rips the side of the adult diaper, then the other side as well, and lays it out. I find myself feeling warm with embarrassment and say, it's so not cool to have to wear a diaper. No, it's not cool, she agrees. But it is better than a catheter. And have you been touching yourself, Mr. Hurst? No. I say with surprise she'd ask me such a thing. Her light blue eyes look into mine with a no-nonsense expression. Someone has. I shake my head. No, ma'am. I'll be right back. I have to go get a kit and bandage this back up since you broke the stitches, she says as she turns away from me. The stitches are broken? Where? I ask. She opens a drawer, retrieves gauze and medical tape, and turns back to me. In the affected area. So, do you want to tell me if someone interfered with it? If it was a nurse, I need to know. It wasn't a nurse, and it wasn't exactly interfered with, I reply. What happened exactly? She asks, as she cleans the area with an alcohol-soaked cotton ball. I feel my cheeks flush with embarrassment. My fiancé and I got a little carried away, and there was some tension. She shakes her head, her tightly pulled back bun wobbling slightly. Didn't the urologist explain that there should be no stimulation of any kind until the wounds are fully healed. That includes when the stitches are no longer visible. He did, I admit, looking away, frustrated that this happened. I had plans for tonight. I'm getting married later, and I was hoping for a repeat of last night. Well, I'm afraid that would be unwise. The blood flow to this area is limited due to the injuries to your pelvic region and back. Your white blood cells have started to repair the open areas, but now you're leaking them as pus. Gross, I groan, cringing at the thought. Yes, it's unpleasant, she agrees. If you don't follow your doctor's instructions, you'll face repeated delays in your recovery. This is critical, no stimulation of any kind. Understood? Yeah, I get it, I whine. What a crappy wedding night I'm going to have. Be glad you're having one at all, Mr. Hurst. From what I heard about your condition when you arrived, you're lucky to be alive at all. She's right about that, and I'm a dumb ass for forgetting about that all the time.
Mercy.
In an empty hospital room down the hall from Jude, I've gotten a white wedding dress on, and Rose took the kids to the room already. Everyone is waiting for my arrival so the ceremony can begin, and I'm shaking as I take one last look in the mirror and have to admit that the hairdresser and the makeup artist have made me the best possible version of myself. As I walk out of the room, I'm met with some oohs and ahs as the nursing staff gazes my way. And as if on cue, the handsome young security guard, Randy, is walking this way. His eyes roam over me, and he gives a wolf whistle. Hey there, beautiful lady, you need a lift to your big date? He comes to me and holds out his arm, and I slip my hand into the crook of it. That would be greatly appreciated, Randy. And the uniform makes me feel like royalty. I find a smile plastered on my lips as we walk down the hallway. One of the nurses grabs her cell phone and attaches a speaker to it, and begins playing the wedding march as she follows us down the hallway. I look over my shoulder at her. Thank you. You all are so sweet. Hold up. A nurse shouts, and we stop and watch two of them run around us. The taller of the two gives me a wink and a smile. You have to have some bridesmaids. And we have these extra flowers from the ICU ward, where they're strictly prohibited. The other older woman, who is now my bridesmaid, says, so at least they won't be wasted. Thank you both, I say as I beam at them. You don't know how much I appreciate all of this. Randy starts walking again. So here we go. Your official wedding procession. Just as we get near the door, the wedding march ends and the nurse behind me says, wait. Let me start it over and I'll cut it off once you get to his side, Mercy. So we stop and wait for her to get it going again, and then continue on our way to make me Mrs. Jude Hurst. One of my bridesmaid nurses opens the door to Jude's room and they go in, then Randy takes me in, and I see Jude's family, and find Jude looking completely gorgeous in his black tux top and black blanket bottom. He can only look at me, and his jaw is unhinged. Then he mouths, Mercy. I know I'm blushing as my face heats up. Randy walks me to the right side of the bed, and Rose steps in on the other side of me and whispers, I have the ring you're going to give him. I give Randy a nod to gesture he might want to stand on the other side of her, which he does with a huge smile on his handsome face. I also notice that Rose cuts her eyes sideways to check him out. I might have just become Cupid. I hand my bouquet to Rose and take Jude's outstretched hand. All I can see is him as the pastor starts the ceremony. I suppose he says the normal things. I have no idea, really, as I look at the man who is about to be my husband. All I can think about is how we've come to be here. In a hospital with our family around us, and a few of the people who've taken such great care of him. I think about the baby who's presently in my tummy, and wonder what kind of kid we've created with our love. He looks so deep into my eyes, I wonder if he's reading my mind. Then I see his lips move and the words, I do, come out of them. So I stop spacing out and start listening, as it's about to be my turn to say those words. The pastor asks me if I promise to love this man, and I agree to. He asks if I will honor this man, and I agree to that too. He asks me all of the questions there are to answer, when you want to join your lives together. I agree to them all, and then he tells to put the rings on each other's fingers, and we do, then he tells us that we can kiss. Jude's eyes is so sparkly as his hands go to either side of my face, and he pulls me in for a sweet kiss. Then all I can hear is cheering, and a couple of little kids are hugging my legs. Jude's lips touch my ear and he whispers, "The next ceremony will be when you and I officially adopt the kids." I look at him with tear-filled eyes and throw my arms around his neck and whisper back, "You are the best man in the world, Jude Hurst." I don't recall a time when my heart felt as full as it does now. And this is only the beginning. We have more and more that needs to fit into this heart of mine, and I just know it will continue to grow so it can fill even more. Champagne is popped and fizzy glasses are poured. Jude gets some sparkling white grape juice, and I join him in drinking that bottle. No one knows our little secret yet, and we're not going to tell that bit of news until I've seen a doctor. As I sit next to him on the bed, and we gaze into each other's eyes, his mother comes up to congratulate us. "You two look great. So happy. The fever reducer worked on you just fine, Jude. You look like you're feeling fine now." "Fever reducer?" I ask as I look at Loretta. "Never mind," Jude says a little too quickly. "That dress is amazing. I can't believe you found something so beautiful that quickly and off the rack." "Well, it didn't come off the rack. It was my sister's and it cost our parents $5,000, so I went back to my house and got it out of what was once her closet. We're the same size, so it all worked out." I lean in close and whisper, "I knew it would fit. I've drank some wine from time to time after the kids went to bed and tried it on." He laughs, and then I recall the mention of fever, and place my hand on his forehead. "Don't, Mercy." I pull it away, but only because it's cool. "You had a fever earlier?" He nods. "Let's not talk about that. They gave me pills, I'm better, end of story. So that hair is completely gorgeous. So many beautiful pins and curls, it's amazing. I got a picture off of Pinterest and showed it to the stylist, and she was able to recreate it for me. It is pretty, isn't it?" I tilt my head so he can see it all. "Don't touch it though. It's stiff as a board. I'm a bit worried about washing it later. I bet I'll have to let the shampoo sit for a while to break down all the stiff hairspray. And I don't even want to think about all the makeup wipes I'll have to use to get this goop off of my face." With a chuckle, he kisses my cheek. "You look like a movie star." "Thank you, Mercy. Thank you for doing all of this for me. I mean it." And with his simple little words, he's made all the trouble and effort I went through to get this all done worth it. Appreciation goes a hell of a long way.
Jude.
With the deed done, and the congratulations said, our wedding guests are taking off a couple at a time, and I notice my sister talking to the security guard who walked Mercy to my side. "Who is that guy, Mercy?" "Oh, him?" she asked with a grin. "I met him last night. He walked me out to the car, and I thought he was nice and might make Rose a better love interest than her usual suspects." "So I've married a matchmaker, have I?" I ask her with a laugh. The festivities come to an end as Dr. Sweeney enters the room with her usual stoic/intimidating expression, and she's got those steely eyes trained on the woman sitting on the bed next to me. "Mrs. Hurst?" she asks as she walks straight up to Mercy. "Now I am, yes," Mercy answers. "I need a word with you," she says and looks around the room at the last of the guests. "The rest of you need to leave. This man needs his rest." Mercy cuts her eyes at Rose. "Rose, can you take the kids out and wait for me?" Rose nods, and she and the security guard take the kids and leave the room. I wait for them to get out before I say, "Look, I'll talk to her about it, Doc." "Talk to me about what?" Mercy asks with a frown. "About your makeout session last night, and how it set him back several days in his recovery process, and could have even been worse," the doctor tells her. "What happened?" Mercy asks and gives me a little shove. "You should have told me about this, Jude." "Mercy, come on. There was a room full of people. It wasn't the right time to bring this up." Well, I'd like to speak with her, the doctor says, placing her hands on her hips. Since you two are newly married, I feel it's important to explain your husband's condition. The tension he experienced last night caused some of the stitches to come undone in the affected area. For his recovery, it's crucial to avoid any activity that might lead to such incidents. Mercy looks at me and her lips form a straight line as she hisses at me, "Damn it, Jude. I told you so." "I know," I say and look at the doctor. That was really all my idea. She wasn't the one starting anything. And now that I know what can happen, I'm not about to go trying to get excited again until I'm healed. The doctor focuses on Mercy once again as she says, "I need to hear it from her." Mercy laughs a little. "I won't be trying to excite him either." "Okay, because I don't know you, but I know this man has a ton of money, and you just married him right before he's to go into a dangerous surgery, and I have no idea if you love this man or want him to die so you can end up with his money," the doctor says, making both Mercy and my jaws drop. Before I can say a word, Mercy gets off the bed and throws her arms around the young woman, who seems to think I need her to guard me for some reason. "Oh my gosh. Thank you," Mercy says, then stops hugging the woman who looks as if she hasn't been the recipient of very many of them, as she's as stiff as a board. "Thank you for really looking out for him. That means so much to me. And I love this guy with everything in me. We haven't told anyone, as I haven't gone to the doctor yet, but I took a pregnancy test, and it came back positive. I want this man alive and well. But thank you for caring enough to tell me what you did." I look at the doctor, who is still wearing a stoic face. "She handled that a lot better than I thought she would," I tell her. "So we're all good here." The doctor nods and spins around, and now I can see she was nervous about the whole thing, as she stumbles a little. "Okay, see you in the morning to examine you again, Mr. Hurst." "In the AM, Doc." "Good night," I say, and take Mercy by the hand and pull her back to sit next to me. So that was weird. Mercy's eyes are shimmering, and she dabs underneath them with her fingers. That was the sweetest thing I've ever seen. I pull her in for a hug and say, "I think those pregnancy hormones are already kicking in. I thought you'd be mad for her talking like that." "No, she cares, and that's a relief. I want all of the doctors and nurses to care that much," she says with a little whimper. "And now I'm going to get the kids so they can tell you good night, and we'll go home and let you rest. It's been a long day, and you apparently weren't feeling well." I keep telling everyone that I haven't felt well since I woke up here, but no one seems to get that, I say as she walks out and waves, then comes right back in. Carter and Mia come running into the room. "Tell Uncle Jude good night, kids." Mercy picks up Mia so she can reach me, and she gives me a kiss on the cheek. "Good night, Mia." "Night, Uncle Jude." As I run my hand through her perfectly coiffed blonde locks, which are usually on the unruly side, I think about the day when we adopt her and make her our first Hurst daughter. Mercy puts her down, and Carter gives me a salute. "Good night, sir," he says, then laughs. "Me and my friends were pretending we're in the army. That's how we say hello and goodbye now." So I give him a salute back. "Good night to you too, sir. And that little man will be our first Hurst son, our oldest child, and my heart swells with love for my little family." Mercy kisses me on the forehead. "I'll see you in the morning after I drop the kids off at daycare." "Mercy, about that. About help with the kids. How about we hire Becky as our full-time, live-in nanny?" I ask. The kids' faces light up, and they both jump up and down. "Yes." Mercy looks at them, and then me. "I'll ask Becky what she thinks about that. Make sure you tell her a safe car comes along with that, to cart the kids around when necessary. And tell her she'll have every other weekend off. We won't monopolize her time. I'm sure she'll like that." Mercy kisses my lips only for a moment, then they're gone, and I feel the absence of them already. The room is quiet, and I feel lonely. For the first time since I've been here, I feel lonely. I wish I was going home too and spending the night in bed with my wife. But that day will come soon. Please let that day come soon.
Mercy.
In the small waiting room, we all wait for news of how the surgery has gone. We had an update a little while ago, and the nurse said Jude was doing well. The surgery was pushed back 3 days after he spent 2 of them with fever. But once the small infection cleared, he was fever-free and eligible for the surgery once more. Rose and I are sitting in a corner, looking at the pictures on her phone of our little wedding, and laughing at some of the sillier ones. We look up as we hear a man's voice say, "I wanted to be the first to tell you," Randy walks in and says as he looks at Rose. "He's in recovery. He looks great." Rose gets up and goes to hug him. The two have been inseparable since they met at our wedding, and I have to say my matchmaking skills rival those of the best. I get up to hug Loretta, as Dr. Padron comes into the room. We all look at him as he smiles at us. It went better than I even expected it to. I was worried about all that time in bed affecting his muscles, and I have to say if it did, I sure as hell couldn't tell. That man is in perfect shape. I don't know how he did it, but he needs to patent his workout and diet. I laugh. He pretty much is going to do that, Doc. So he might walk again? He nods. The odds are in his favor now with the repairs I made, and the new bones I put in to replace the damaged ones. His recovery time is around 3 months, give or take. In my opinion, with his determined spirit, it will be less than that. I fall back into the chair and let out a sigh of relief. This is the first good news we've had since the accident. I needed this little pick-me-up. When can I see him? He wiggles his finger at me. Right now, Mrs. Hurst. You're his wife, you can come see him in recovery. Your face can be the first one he sees when he wakes up. I jump up and go to the waiting doctor. Well, what are we waiting for? Come on, Doc. Going with him down the different hallways, I find myself giddy with emotion. You know, Jude told me that you went to the doctor yesterday and got the news that you two are having a baby. He told you? I ask as he takes another hallway to the left, and I'm now completely lost. He told me not to tell anyone until tomorrow. Well, he told me right before we put him under. He said if he didn't make it, he wanted us to know he was having a baby, and he felt he'd accomplished at least one good thing in his life. I get a little choked up as I think about my Jude, lying there on an operating table, and thinking he might not make it through the surgery. That man. Finally, we get to a door that says recovery on it, and he opens the door. This is Mrs. Hurst, Bonnie. The older woman gives me a nod as she runs a wet cloth over his forehead. Good, maybe he'll wake up for you. She hands me the cloth. Run it all over him and call for him to wake up. I look back the doctor. Thank you for everything, Doc. Then I turn back to Jude and wipe the cool cloth over his cheeks. He looks pale compared to his normal tan skin. But he's been inside for quite some time now, and with more surgery and blood loss, I guess it's pretty normal. Jude, honey, it's time to wake up. His hand moves to touch my arm and he holds it with a weak grip, then his dark eyes flutter open and he's looking at me. How did it go? He croaks with a scratchy voice. It went better than the doctor expected. He said your recovery time is around 3 months. His smile is weak, but he looks 1,000% happier than I've seen him since his accident. Even happier than on our wedding day. Good. I had a dream, Mercy. I had a dream that we had 5 kids, including Carter and Mia. I had a dream we lived in a beautiful home, he whispers to me, then his eyes close again. He needs to stay awake, the nurse tells me. So I try to keep him talking. And what kinds of kids were they? Boys, girls, a mixture of them all? I touch his cheek with a cloth, and his eyes open again. You have to be surprised. Come on, I say with a smile. Did we have any pets? There was a bird, he says, and he looks past me like he can see something behind me. Hey, is that her? What? I look back and see no one there. Is who her and who is her? I think that's your sister, Mercy. She's nodding her head. Her hair is blonde, but her eyes aren't blue like yours, they're green like Carter's. I look back again and feel no presence at all. Then I look back at him. You're right. She's mouthing thank you to me. He blinks and smiles. You're welcome, Hope. I promise to always take excellent care of them all for you. I'll never let them forget you guys. I glance back again. Me too, Hope. Even though I can't see you. Which isn't fair at all, may I add. It's the medication, baby, Jude says, drawing my attention back to him. She's gone. I run my hand through his hair and kiss his forehead. The medication, huh? Yeah, this stuff is working well. I don't feel anything, but in a good way this time. And when I'm fully recovered, you'd better watch out for me. His hand moves slowly up my arm and rests gently on my shoulder. Because I'm going to make up for lost time, over and over. Shush, Jude. I say as I blush. There's a nurse in here. The older woman laughs. I think it's sweet. I lean over and kiss his lips. Okay, we can talk about that much later in your recovery. I get it, he mumbles. You're afraid of that little Dr. Sweeney getting all over our asses again, huh? Don't worry about her. I'll protect you. I look at the nurse. He sounds like he's drunk. She nods. You wouldn't believe some of the things people say when they're coming out from the effects of the anesthesia. It's hilarious. All I know is I can't wait to get this man home where he belongs. And in our bed. Right, baby? He asks as he pulls at a lock of my hair. Oh my, how am I going to keep him calm with this attitude?
Jude.
Standing in front of the judge, Mercy, Mia, Carter, and I become a legal family under one name. I know pronounce you the Hurst family, the judge says. Carter asked, so now my name is Carter Hurst? The judge nods at him. How do you like that? I like it just fine, he says with a smile, and he turns to me and holds his hand up for a high five, which I give him. So can I call you Dad now? You better call me that, buddy, I say as I pat him on the back. I'm your dad now. Mercy picks Mia up and straddles her over her large baby bump. You can call me Mom now, Mia. If you want to. Mia takes Mercy's face between her palms and places a kiss on the tip of her nose. I do, Mama. That little girl has never been able to call anyone that before, and it stirs my heart. I just might cry. But men don't cry in my family, so I sniffle and shake away the tears. See you, Judge. I'm taking my family for pizza. Carter jumps up and down as he walks out ahead of us, and Mercy puts Mia down to join him in his jumping as they shout, Pizza, yes. I put my arm around her as we follow them out and whisper in her ear, I love you, Mrs. Hurst. Her hand flows over my cheek. I love you too, Mr. Hurst. We're a real family now, aren't we? I nod. We always were, but now it's official. She runs her hand over her stomach. And in about a week, we'll have this little guy to add to us all. Our son will be born soon, and then things will really be flowing with us. It's hard to believe that less than a year ago, I had no hope of ever walking again, much less having an entire family of my own. Mercy won't let me talk openly about things like her days of tragedy being behind us all, but I do think that's the case. We've only had blue skies since my surgery to regain mobility and feelings, which went better than the doctor ever expected it to. I feel almost like the man I was before the accident. Thanks to his special work on my broken body and my continuous work on keeping it strong and healthy. It seemed like forever until I could take those first steps, but once I managed that, the rest went pretty quickly. And as we get out to the parking lot, and we each grab a kid's hand, Mercy and I look at each other, and all we can do is smile. All those little things that make people aggravated each day roll off us like water off a duck's back. We don't sweat the little things. Not one bit. When you know you've come to the edge and made it back, it makes you see life in a whole new light. As I buckle Carter into his car seat, I say, how about you join me later to go fishing at the pond this evening? If you catch a fish, I'll teach you how to clean it, and Mom can teach you how to cook it. He holds up his little hand, and I give him another high five. Cool, Dad, he says with a laugh. That feels funny calling you that. But don't worry, Dad, I'll get used to it. Dad. Mia laughs and kisses her hand, then throws it at me. Dad, WUVU. I'm having to fight back the tears. Man, these kids are making it rough on me today. So I mess up Carter's hair and throw a kiss back to Mia and climb into the driver's seat of the new Range Rover I bought to replace the Jag. I figured something a little more family-oriented would be better than another speedy car. Mercy takes my hand once I get going on the road and holds it on the armrest between us. She smiles at me. Dad, looks like we have a pretty great day ahead of us, doesn't it? Why, yes it does, Mama, I say and pull her hand up to give it a kiss. Carter asks, can we name the baby Rock? Mercy laughs. No, Carter. We're naming him Stanley after my father. I watch Mia in the back seat as she crinkles up her nose. That name's not good. Not at all. I don't want to call the baby Stanley. Carter nods. Come on. Let's name him Rock. I think that name sounds cool. I don't want him to be cool. I want him to be my little man, Mercy says as she turns to look back at the kids to try to explain to them for the 1000th time why she's insisting on that awful name. Cool is not a thing I want any of you kids to be. Forget cool. Just be good and nice and kind. Mia giggles. You can be all of those things and still be cool. And I don't want to call my new baby brother Rock either. I want to call him Paco. I have to interject because it's obvious all of these people are related and have terrible ideas of what a person's name should be. How about I get to name this one? And maybe if you guys can learn anything about picking out good names, one of you can name the next one. So what name do you like, Dad? Carter asks, then laughs again. Dad, that's still weird. But anyway, Dad, what name do you like? Mercy's forehead is creased, as I think she's not super happy with my idea. But I kind of hate the name Stanley too, so someone has to step in and save this kid. I would like to name him Rogan. I wait and let the name sink into their brains for a moment. Rogan, Mia says. Carter echoes her, Rogan. Then Mercy, the person I'm most worried about, looks out the window for a second, then whispers, Rogan. So what do you think? I ask as I tug at her hand. She looks back at me. You know, I hate to let you have your way all of the time, Jude. I don't know how come you're so easy to spoil and give you everything you want. But damn it. I like it. Rogan, it is then. I don't know why it's so easy for me to get my way either, but I'm not trying to find that out anyway. All I know is I get to call my son Rogan instead of Stanley, and I'm damn happy about that. As I pull into the pizza place's parking lot, I look back at Carter. Bet I can beat you at skee-ball, buddy. Bet you can't, he says as he holds up his little fist. 'Cause I am the champion of that game, Dad. I know it sounds crazy, but hearing that little guy calling me that just sends sparks of love all through me. And all I can think about is how lucky I am. I'm so glad I took that horrible tramp to the spa that day.
Mercy.
Stepping out of the bathtub after a long relaxing soak while Jude puts the kids to bed, I feel a mix of nerves and anticipation about tonight. The baby turned 6 weeks old today, and my doctor officially cleared me to resume normal activities with Jude. I know we've gone through longer periods of waiting, like when Jude was recovering from his surgery, but this time it's me who has been through a life-changing experience. My body feels different now, with stretch marks on my stomach and a bit of lingering softness. My chest feels fuller than usual, and I'm unsure how things will go. Wrapping myself in a robe, I step into our bedroom and find Jude lying comfortably on the bed. He turns to one side, his eyes following me as I enter. "Lose the robe," he says with a playful grin. I knew he'd say that. Since the delivery, I've been keeping myself covered, feeling self-conscious about my new body. Now that the doctor has given the green light, Jude seems eager to help me regain my confidence and strength. Jude, I protest softly, my voice carrying a hint of hesitation. He shakes his head, his expression unwavering.
Lose it.
I do as he says and drop the robe on the floor, and he smiles. Don't. I can smile if I want to, Mercy. You look so gorgeous. Come here. I walk slowly toward him, feeling a bit worn out. Don't expect a miracle. I'm exhausted. I can fix that, he says with a warm smile, reaching for my hand as I reach the edge of the bed. He pulls me down to lie beside him, facing each other. His finger traces my cheek, then he leans in, kissing me softly. His kiss is gentle, full of care, and his hand rests lightly on my back, pulling me closer. I wrap my arm around him, feeling the strength in his frame, and wiggle nearer until we're pressed together, heart to heart. My chest tightens with emotion, and I feel a spark of warmth. Jude's heartbeat quickens, and I can feel it against me. His kiss deepens, slow and tender, as he holds me closer, his hand steady on my waist. He pulls back, his eyes searching mine. You let me know if you're too tired, baby. I just want to make you feel loved. I smile, his words melting my fatigue. You already are, I say, resting my hand on his chest. He shifts, pressing soft kisses along my shoulder, each one sending a shiver through me. My body relaxes, anticipation replaced by comfort in his presence. He looks at me, his eyes twinkling with mischief. You like that, don't you? I run my fingers through his hair, laughing softly. You know I do. His kisses trail to my cheek, and he wraps me in his arms, pulling me into a warm embrace. The closeness sends me to a place of peace, rekindling feelings I'd missed these past 6 weeks. You're everything, he whispers, his voice thick with emotion. I sigh, content, as his hand rests on my arm, grounding me. Jude, I murmur, my heart full. He smiles, pressing a kiss to my forehead, and I feel myself unraveling, lost in the joy of being with him again. He shifts to lie beside me, his arm around my waist. You're perfect, he says, his voice low. Slowly, he pulls me closer, and I nestle against him, feeling whole. Is this okay, he asks, his eyes soft. Better than okay, I reply, my voice catching. Show me what I've been missing these last 6 weeks. He chuckles, brushing his lips against my temple, each touch slow and deliberate. My heart races as I lean into him, our breath sinking. I rest my head against his chest, feeling his warmth, and a sudden dampness catches my attention. He pulls back slightly, glancing down with a grin. You're leaking a bit there, Mercy. Oh no. I laugh, covering my face. I'm so embarrassed. Don't be, he says, his tone light. It's kind of adorable. He pulls me back into his arms, his embrace reassuring. Feels like us, you know? I giggle, the awkwardness fading. You're ridiculous, but I love it. His movements slow, and he holds me tightly, his breath warm against my neck. I love you, Mercy, he murmurs, his voice full of conviction. I love you too, I say, my heart swelling. This feels like home. He kisses my cheek, lingering there. I missed you so much. He rolls to his side, propping himself up. I don't want to overwhelm you. I turn to face him, reaching for his hand. You're not. I love how you make me feel. I pause, smiling. A bit sticky though. I think we need a shower. He laughs, his eyes crinkling. I think it's charming. He stands, pulling me up and scooping me into his arms with ease. Come on, let's get you cleaned up. I gaze at his handsome face as he carries me, marveling at his strength after everything. I'm so glad you found me, Jude. Me too, he says, pressing a kiss to my lips. You're my greatest treasure. And I think he's mine.
Jude.
You see that footprint right there, Carter? I ask him as we walk through the woods to our hunting blind. Coyote, he asks. Good job, buddy. Do you have the new camera I bought you in that backpack full of snacks you brought with you? I ask him as we start walking again. I sure do. I hope to add some new animals to my collection today. When do you think we'll see one of those jackalopes Uncle Ram told me about? He asks as he steps over a fallen tree. I'm afraid your uncle was kidding you about that. Those aren't real, I tell him as I chuckle. He showed me a picture, the little 6-year-old tells me as he looks at me from underneath his orange hunting cap. Some people put little deer horns on stuffed jackrabbits. That's how he showed you a picture. I'm not about to start lying to you about anything, Carter. But your Uncle Ram's just pulling your leg, son. Well, how about me and you get a picture of something and add some things to it and pull his leg right back, he asks with a grin on his little face. Now that's what I'm talking about. I saw a fish one time that had the bottom half of it covered in hair. That had to be a joke, I say as we get to our hunting blind, and I help him climb up to the long seat that's up in a tall tree. I like it up here, Dad, he says as he climbs up and gets all settled in. I pull the safety bar up in front of us and settle in for our front row seat to nature's movie studio for the next few hours. I like it up here too, Carter. My grandfather and I would sit up here almost every morning and every evening during hunting season when I was a kid. Yeah, but you actually shot the animals with a gun, Dad. He looks at me and shakes his head. You said I can't have a gun yet. You're a bit on the young and small side yet, son. Learn how to shoot them with a camera, and later on, when you're old enough to make your own decision about actually shooting them, then we'll talk about getting you a gun and teaching you how to shoot. It might not be a thing you want to do. He nods and points to a squirrel at the bottom of our tree. You think he'll come up here? No, I say and point to a hole in the bottom. I think he'll go into that hole. I bet that's his home. We sit and watch the little animal scurry around for a while, then he slips into that hole and Carter seems amazed. How did you know that? When you spend a lot of time in the woods, you learn things. So how was school today? I ask him as we settle back and look up into the tree above us. The sun's light is filtered through the already sparse leaves as fall is setting in well, and most of the leaves have fallen off the branches. It was okay, he says, then he bumps his shoulder to mine. I think this girl likes me. Her name is Trudy, and she's kind of pretty. She's missing one of her front teeth right now, but I can see past that and see that she's pretty. Well, that's good. But the main thing is this, I tell him. Is she nice? Well, she had an apple in her lunch today, and she asked me if I wanted it 'cause she hates them now on account of it was one of them she bit into, and that's how her tooth came out. So I think that was a nice thing for her to do, he says, then points at a cardinal as it flies into the tree and lands on a branch not too far from us. You should get out your camera, I tell him. As he takes his backpack off and digs through it to find the elusive camera, the bird flies away with the noise. But he finally finds it and takes it out. I'm ready now. With a nod, I look around, and so does he. A little baby deer comes out of the brush, and I touch his shoulder to get him to look that way. He pulls the camera up and takes the picture, then shows it to me as he whispers, I got it. You did. I whisper back and pat him on the back. When I was a kid with my gramps, I just thought I loved doing this. But I found out it's even better on this side of the game. The teaching side. Every single day, these kids teach me a little something I never knew about myself. I learned from Rogan that I am an expert diaper changer. I'm much faster than Mercy is at it. A thing I wish I hadn't gloated about so much because now she uses that to get me to do most of the diaper duty. Mia taught me that I can braid hair like a professional. She likes the way I do her hair, so that's another thing that I'm the go-to guy for. And Carter has taught me that being a good role model is my top priority. That little guy watches my every move, so I have to be on my game when he's around. Never did I think the thing that would make my life better than it had ever been would be having a family to call my very own. Life is good, and it just keeps getting better.
Mercy.
Sitting in a rocking chair on the wraparound porch of the ranch house we recently bought, I rock little Rogan to sleep as I watch Jude teaching Carter and Mia how to ride the horses he just brought home for them. He spoils these kids the same way he was spoiled. Not a thing comes out of their mouths that they have the slightest interest in, that he doesn't show up with one day out of the blue. At first, I was all over him about doing that. But in true Jude fashion, he was going to do what he was going to do. So, like everything Jude related, I got over it and let him have his way. There's no stopping the man anyway. That determined spirit he has might seem like a real pain in the butt at times, but it got him through a patch of his life that would have been devastating if he didn't have that. So I have to respect that aspect of him. Jude has made my life so much more than what my initial plan was. To become a lonely woman who lived her life merely to work and raise kids, and leave romance and relationships out of it. He forced his way into my world, and I can't stop thanking God that he did that for me. Pulling the baby off my shoulder, I look at his sleeping face. He's a combination of me and the man I love with all of my heart. A testament to our love and our commitment to one another. Our family will be strong because of Jude and his love for us all. And I'll never take that man for granted. He is a gift to us, and I'll always treat him like that. The day Jude Hurst came into my life is a day I'll never forget, and I will cherish the gift I was given on that day for the rest of my life, and then some.
The end.
Sneak peek for Burning Tides. We hope you enjoyed listening to Billionaire's Quarry by Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for Burning Tides by W.C. West. Burning Tides, an enemies to lovers romance.
Chapter 1. Jackson.
The second I step into Harper's Haven, her voice slams into me like a rogue wave, cursing my name to a crowd sharp and fierce, slicing through the hum of the espresso machine spitting steam behind her. Elise Harper stands on a rickety stool, auburn hair a wild tangle framing her face, hazel eyes blazing with that fire I've spent 16 years trying to outrun. Her shirt soaked, coffee dripping from a busted valve, clinging to every curve I swore I'd forgotten, white lace peeking through the drenched fabric stark against her sun-kissed skin. Jackson Ryder thinks he can waltz back here with his billions and buy our souls, she snaps, arms flailing, her words jagged as broken glass. He's a soulless creep who'll pave over Haven's edge without blinking. A dozen locals cram the cozy seaside cafe, clutching mugs like their lifelines, Joe's calloused hands tight on his chipped blue one, Sue cradling her decaf with a scowl. They murmur agreement, a low growl rippling through the mismatched chairs creaking under their weight. I lean against the doorframe, arms crossed over my blazer, letting the salty breeze from the open windows cool the heat crawling up my neck, ocean air curling through, rattling the bell overhead. She's wrong, I'm not here to gut this town. I'm here to save it, drag it kicking and screaming into the future, even if they don't see it yet. But damn, she's a sight, curves and defiance, her voice a punch to the gut, dragging me back to nights under Marcus's porch light, her laugh soft against my lips before it all went to hell. Elise, I say, loud enough to cut through her tirade, my voice steady despite the jolt of seeing her like this, untamed, glorious, hating me with every breath. Her head snaps toward me, and the room drops dead silent, coffee spoons clinking to a halt, the espresso machine's hiss the only sound left. Her eyes widen, hazel storms flashing, then narrow venom pooling dark and deep. Jackson Ryder, she spits, stepping off the stool with a thud that rattles the wobbly tables, mismatched legs scraping the worn hardwood. What the hell are you doing in my cafe? I smirk, strolling toward the counter like I own the place, which technically I could if I pushed the board hard enough. My shoes click on the floor, polished leather out of place among sand-dusted sneakers. Saving your ass apparently, I say, hands in my pockets, unless you'd rather this dump sink without my help. Her mouth drops open, a perfect O of fury, and a rag flies at my head, coffee-soaked and wild. Her aim's terrible, it smacks the chalkboard menu behind me, leaving a wet brown streak over Daily Brew $3. The crowd gasps, Joe's gravelly cough masks a laugh, Sue's hand flies to her mouth, and my throat tightens, her bras outlined sharp through the shirt, a distraction I don't need. Not now. Focus, Ryder. Your help? She storms around the counter, coffee dripping from her chin onto the floor, plink plink, her boots scuffing the boards, fury in every step. You're here to bulldoze my town for your precious energy grid. Don't act like some knight in shining armor. I'm no knight, I say, closing the gap, close enough to smell the vanilla and espresso clinging to her, sweet and bitter just like her. But I'm the only one who can keep this place afloat. You're hemorrhaging cash, Harper. That protest outside my town hall last night? Cute torches, megaphones, but it won't pay your bills. Her fists clench, knuckles white, nails biting her palms, and for a second I brace for a swing, her fire close enough to singe. Instead, she snatches a tray of pastries from the counter, croissants flaking, cinnamon wafting, and shoves it at me hard. Take your bribe and get out, she snaps, voice trembling with rage. We don't need you. I catch the tray, barely, cinnamon dusting my tie, the scent hitting me warm and sharp. Not a bribe, I say, setting it down slow, deliberate. A peace offering. You should try listening for once. Listening. Her laugh cuts, bitter, slicing, bouncing off the peeling paint walls, the cracked window framing the boardwalk beyond. To the guy who left us for his big shot dreams. You don't get to waltz back here and play savior. The jab lands harder than I expected, dragging up the ghost of that night, her on my porch, tears streaking her face, my MIT letter crumpled in her fist, Marcus laughing in the background as I walked away. I shove it down, straightening my tie, the silk cool against my fingers. I'm not here for a reunion, I say, voice flat. I'm here for business. And you're making it personal. It is personal, she hisses, jabbing a finger at my chest, nail sharp through my shirt. This is my home. My cafe. You're threatening everything I've built. Built? I glance around, paint flaking in curls, tables wobbling on uneven legs, the windows crack spiderwebbing toward the frame, boardwalk dust glinting through. Looks more like you're hanging on by a thread. My deal brings jobs, a lease, stability. You'd see that if you weren't so damn stubborn. Her cheeks flush, red blooming under freckles, and she steps closer, her breath hot against my jaw, espresso sharp on her tongue. Stubborn? You're the one who thinks money fixes everything. You don't know this town anymore. You don't know me. I know you well enough, I say, voice dropping, daring her to push me, close enough to feel her heat, see the spark in her eyes I used to chase. Still the same firecracker who'd rather burn it all down than compromise. Her lips part, breath catching, but before she can fire back, Joe pipes up, his flannel shirt straining over his gut. He's got a point, Elise. My cousin says writer techs offering 6-figure salaries. Maybe hear him out? The room erupts, half cheering, half jeering, chairs scrape and voices clash. Elise whirls on them, betrayed, her hair whipping like a flame. You're seriously taking his side? After he? A loud crash cuts her off. The espresso machine sputters, a geyser of steam and brown liquid erupting across the counter, splashing the chalkboard. She yelps and jumps back, and I lunge on instinct, grabbing her wrist and yanking her out of the spray. Her skin's warm under my fingers, pulse racing, and we're too close, her chest heaving, my heart slamming against my ribs, the crowd blurring into a hum. Let go, she snarls, wrenching free, but her eyes flicker, panic heat, a crack in her armor I feel in my bones. You're welcome, I mutter, stepping back as the machine wheezes its last, smoke curling up bitter and thick. The crowd scatters, Joe muttering about the fire department, Sue ushering folks out, and Elise stares at the wreckage, hands trembling, coffee pooling on the floor. Perfect, she says, voice breaking. Just perfect. You show up and everything falls apart. Maybe I'm the one who can put it back together, I say, crossing my arms, soot smudging my sleeve. Your cafe's toast without cash. My deal could fund repairs, keep you open. Think about it. She glares at me, hazel storms raging, but there's desperation behind it, a crack widening. I don't need your charity, she snaps, but it's weaker, her fingers twisting in her apron. It's not charity, I say, lowering my voice, leaning in, close enough to see the freckles I used to trace. It's a trade. Town's pissed at me after your stunt last night, torches, banners, the works. I need a win. You need money. We could help each other. Her brows shoot up, shock then suspicion. Help each other? What's that supposed to mean? I glance at the gawking locals, Joe lingering, Sue whispering, then back at her. They love you, trust you. If you're with me publicly, it sells my deal. Makes me look human. In return, I bankroll this place. No strings? Her laugh's incredulous, sharp, echoing off the walls. With you? Like what, your arm candy? You're delusional. Not arm candy, I say, smirking despite the tension. Fiancé. Fake it for a month. Press eats it up, I get my deal, you get your cafe. Win-win. Her jaw drops, eyes wide, breath stalling, and the room spins quiet, all ears on us. She's close, freckles stark, hazel depths I could drown in, and her voice drops to a whisper. You're insane. Am I? I tilt my head, holding her gaze, daring her. Or are you just scared to admit you need me? She swallows hard, throat bobbing, and I've got her hooked, rattled, teetering. The door bangs open before she can answer. Mia storms in, pixie cut glinting, megaphone swinging. Elise, the protest's moving to the cliffs. Drones banner, so damn. She freezes, clocking me, her glare a blade. Elise doesn't break eye contact, her lips curling, dangerous, sharp. Making me an offer I can't refuse, apparently. Mia snorts, loud and brash. Tell me you're not buying his crap. Oh, I'm not buying anything, Elise says, voice steel now, stepping back, coffee dripping from her chin, a warrior unbowed. But I might just play his game, long enough to bury him. My gut twists, she's in but not my way. That look says war, one I might not win. Careful, Harper, I warn, easing toward the door, hands up. You're playing with fire. Good, she shoots back, grabbing a towel and wiping her shirt, fabric hiking up, flashing skin I can't unsee. I've always liked the heat. Mia drags her out, protest chants rising, and the crowd follows, buzzing gossip thick as the salt air. I'm left in the wrecked cafe, steam fading, coffee pooling, her words burning in my skull. Fake fiancé or not, this is personal now, and she's already got me lit up. My phone buzzes, Tom, sabotage at the site. Get here now. I curse, shoving it in my pocket, the game shifting under me. Marcus's shadow looms, porch nights, his laugh, a grudge I thought I'd buried, and Elise is the spark that might burn us all down.
Chapter 2. Elise.
I'm still shaking from Jackson Ryder's insane proposal when I storm out of Harper's Haven, the salty wind whipping my hair into a tangle. Fake fiancé? To him. The man who broke my heart and now wants to bulldoze my town? I'd rather swim with sharks. But as I march toward the cliffs, protest signs bouncing in my arms, the cafe's foreclosure notice burns a hole in my pocket. I can't lose it, not my dad's dream, not my anchor. Mia jogs up beside me, megaphone swinging from her hip, her pixie cut glinting in the late summer sun. Tell me you told that billionaire to shove it, she says, eyeing me like I'm a traitor. I didn't say yes, I snap, adjusting the sign that reads, Ryder Tech equals greed. But I didn't say no either. Elise. Mia stops dead, grabbing my arm. You're not seriously considering this? He's the enemy. I know who he is, I say, yanking free. But the cafe's 3 months behind. If I don't find cash, it's gone. He's offering a lifeline. A lifeline with a chokehold, she mutters, falling back into step. He'll own you. The thought twists my gut, but I shove it down as we reach the cliffs. The protest is in full swing, 20 locals waving banners, a drone buzzing overhead for footage. Haven's Edge sprawls below, pastel cottages hugging the coast, the boardwalk alive with tourists. I climb onto a rock, raising my own sign. Ryder Tech thinks they can buy us out. I shout, voice hoarse but fierce. We're not for sale. The crowd cheers, and for a moment I feel in control, until a sleek black SUV rolls up and Jackson steps out, all tailored suit and smug grin. A press crew trails him, cameras flashing. My stomach flips. He's crashing my protest? Ladies and gentlemen, he calls, voice smooth as whiskey, I'm here to listen. To work with Haven's Edge, not against it. Liar, someone yells, but a few locals waver, drawn to his charm. I jump down, storming toward him. This is my turf, Ryder. Get lost. He turns those piercing gray eyes on me, a smirk tugging his lips. Your turf's about to be mine, Harper. Thought you'd want to hear my side. Your side? I shove my sign at his chest, he catches it, unfazed. You're here to sell lies to the press. Maybe, he says, stepping closer, voice dropping. Or maybe I'm here to sell us. My breath catches. The cameras zoom in, and before I can react, he grabs my wrist, pulling me into a pose, arm around my waist, my sign angled just right. Smile, he murmurs, breath warm against my ear. They're eating this up. I should knee him, but the crowd's watching and Mia's gaping, and damn it, his touch sends a jolt through me I can't ignore. You're a creep, I hiss, forcing a grin. Been called worse, he says, releasing me with a wink. The press snaps away, and locals whisper. He's winning them over, and I hate it. Elise, what the hell? Mia hisses, dragging me aside as Jackson glad hands the crowd. You're playing his game. I'm not, I say, but my resolve's cracking. The cafe's numbers flash in my mind, red ink, overdue bills. I just need time to think. Think fast, she says, pointing skyward. The drone's wobbling, spiraling. Then it crashes into the cliffside, metal crunching. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Jackson's at my side in an instant, frowning. That wasn't me. Sure it wasn't, I snap, heart racing. Another stunt to look like the hero? His jaw tightens, eyes scanning the wreckage. I don't need stunts, Elise. Someone's messing with me too. I freeze. Sabotage. Against him. Before I can process it, a reporter shoves a mic in my face. Ms. Harper, what's your relationship with Mr. Ryder? I glance at Jackson, his gaze daring me to answer. Play along or burn him. My mouth opens, and I don't know what's about to come out.
Chapter 3. Jackson.
I'm still tasting the salt of Elise's defiance on my tongue when I peel out of the cliffs in my SUV, the press's cameras fading in the rearview. She didn't answer that reporter's question. She didn't have to. The way she glared at me, all fire and suspicion, said plenty. She's teetering on the edge of my offer, and I will push her over it. But first, I've got a bigger problem. Someone's screwing with my project, and I'd bet my penthouse it's not her ragtag protest crew. The energy site's a mess when I roll up, yellow tape flapping in the wind, my crew huddled around a severed cable thicker than my arm. Tom, my COO, jogs over, his tie uneven, sweat beading on his bald head despite the cool evening air. Boss, this wasn't an accident, he says, voice low. Clean cut. Someone knew exactly where to hit us. I crouch, running a hand over the jagged metal. Haven's edge sprawls below, lights twinkling along the coast like a postcard, but someone's turning my postcard into a war zone. Marcus, I mutter, standing. Tom frowns. Kane? You sure? Who else? I say, brushing dirt off my hands. He's been sniffing around since I left him in the dust at Ryder Tech. This is personal. Marcus Kane, ex-partner, ex-friend, and a Grady Crepe who'd sell his own mother for a profit. We built the company's first AI prototype together, but I cut him loose when I caught him skimming funds. He's been a ghost since, popping up only to screw me over like now. Get security on this, I tell Tom, heading for the SUV. Cameras, patrols, the works. And pull any footage from today, I want proof. On it, he calls, but I'm already dialing Elise. She picks up on the third ring, her voice sharp as a blade. What now, Ryder? Another photo op. Meet me at La Mer in an hour, I say, naming the swanky seafood joint on the boardwalk. We need to talk. Talk? She laughs, dry and bitter. You mean sell me more of your fake fiancé crap? Wear something nice, I say, ignoring her jab. Press'll be there. We're going public tonight. She hangs up without a word, but I know she'll show. She's too stubborn to let me have the last say, and too desperate to ignore the cash I'm dangling. An hour later, I'm at a corner table at La Mer, the ocean crashing beyond the glass walls, a tumbler of bourbon in hand. The place is all sleek lines and candlelight, packed with Haven's elite, perfect for our little show. She walks in right on time, and damn if she doesn't stop my breath. A black dress hugs her curves, slit high enough to flash a tan thigh, her auburn hair loose and wild. She's not playing nice, she's playing to win. Nice? She asks, sliding into the seat across from me, her hazel eyes daring me to argue. More than nice, I say, leaning back, letting my gaze linger. You clean up well, Harper. Don't get used to it, she snaps, snagging my bourbon and taking a sip before I can stop her. This better be quick. I smirk, signaling the waiter for another drink. Quick's not my style. We've got a story to sell, fiancé. You agreed, remember? I didn't agree to anything, she says, but her fingers tighten on the glass. I'm here to hear you out. That's it. Fair enough. I lean forward, elbows on the table, voice low. Here's the pitch, we're childhood sweethearts reunited by fate. I'm saving your cafe, you're softening my edges. Press eats it up, my deal gets traction and you get your cash. Simple. She snorts, setting the glass down hard. Simple. You're delusional if you think I'd. Elise, I cut in, catching her wrist as she moved to stand. Her pulse jumps under my thumb, and I don't let go. You're drowning. I saw the foreclosure notice in your pocket at the cliffs. Let me pull you out. Her eyes flash, anger, shame, something softer, and she yanks free, but she doesn't bolt. You don't get to swoop in like some hero. You left me, Jackson. Left us. For your big dreams and bigger ego. The words hit like a sucker punch, dragging up memories I've buried deep. Her dad's boat, the summer we were 17, the night I told her I was leaving for MIT. She'd cried, then dumped me cold. I'd spent years convincing myself I didn't care. I had to go, I say, voice rougher than I mean it to be. You wanted me to stay here, fishing nets and small town nothing? That wasn't me. It was me, she says, quiet, and damn if it doesn't twist the knife. And now you're back, acting like you can buy my forgiveness. I'm not buying forgiveness, I say, holding her gaze. I'm buying a chance. For both of us. She stares at me, lips parted, and for a second I think she might soften. Then the waiter arrives, setting down a fresh bourbon and a plate of oysters, our romantic cover. The press across the room snaps photos and she stiffens, pulling back into her shell. Fine, she says, voice clipped. I'll play your game. But no touching unless it's for show. No lies beyond what we agree on. And when this is done, you're out of my life. Deal, I say, raising my glass. She doesn't toast back, just downs hers in one gulp, wincing at the burn. We eat in tense silence, the clink of silverware loud against the crowd's murmur. She's all edges tonight, but heat licks up my spine every time her knee brushes mine under the table. I'm halfway through an oyster when she leans in, voice a whisper. They're watching us. Sell it. I don't hesitate. I slide my hand over hers on the table, lacing our fingers, and flash her a smile that's all charm. You're beautiful when you're pissed, you know that? Her cheeks flush, but she plays along, leaning closer, her breath brushing my jaw. And you're a jerk when you're smug. Perfect match, I murmur, and the cameras love it, flashes popping like fireworks. Her hand trembles in mine, and I wonder if she feels it too, this pull we can't shake. The night drags on, small talk, forced laughs, her foot accidentally grazing my calf and sending my pulse into overdrive. By the time we're done, the press has their shots, and she's itching to bolt. I walk her to the door, keeping up the act, my arm around her waist. She doesn't push me off, but her stiffness screams she wants to. See you tomorrow, I say, low enough for just her ears. Fiancé. Don't get comfortable, she shoots back, stepping into the night air. I watch her go, her dress swaying with every furious step until the boardwalk crowd swallows her. I'm about to head for my car when the waiter jogs up, a folded napkin in his hand. Sir, this was left for you. I unfold it, and my blood runs cold. Scrawled in black ink, you're not the only one watching her. I scan the restaurant, but no one stands out. Marcus? Someone else? My grip tightens, crumpling the note. This isn't just sabotage anymore, it's a threat. And Elise is in the crosshairs.
Chapter 4. Elise.
I'm still reeling from Jackson's bourbon-laced charm offensive at Lemaire when I wake up to Mia banging on my apartment door, her voice loud enough to rattle the seagulls outside. Elise Harper, you better not be fake engaged to that jerk, she yells, barging in with a crumpled newspaper in her fist. The headline screams, "Billionaire Jackson Ryder rekindles old flame in Haven's Edge," and there's a grainy photo of us at dinner, his hand over mine, my face caught mid-blush. "Morning to you too," I mutter, snatching the paper as I shuffle to the coffee pot. My tiny place above the cafe smells like salt and burnt toast, the ocean roaring through the cracked window. Mia plants herself at my rickety table, arms crossed. "Explain. Now." I sigh, pouring coffee with hands that still tremble from last night, his touch, his words, that damn smile. "It's not real. He's got this crazy idea to sell his deal, make him look human, save my cafe. I'm just playing along." "Playing along." She snatches the paper back, jabbing at the photo. "You look like you're about to climb him, not fake it." Heat floods my cheeks. "It's an act, Mia. Cameras were everywhere. I had to sell it." She narrows her eyes, unconvinced. "And the foreclosure notice? You're letting him bail you out?" I slump into the chair across from her, its weight crashing down. I don't have a choice. The bank's breathing down my neck, 3 months behind, plus repairs from that espresso disaster. His money's the only thing keeping Harper's Haven alive. Mia softens, but her jaw's still tight. "I get it. But Jackson Ryder? He broke your heart, Elise. Left you crying on my porch while he chased his billions. You sure you can handle this?" "I'm not that girl anymore," I say, forcing steel into my voice. "This is business. No feelings, no mess. I've got rules, no touching unless it's public, no lies beyond the script. When it's done, he's gone." She snorts. "Good luck with that. He's got a way of getting under your skin." I don't argue, she's not wrong. Last night, his hand on mine, his breath against my ear, stirred up ghosts I've spent years burying. But I'm not letting him in again. I can't. My phone buzzes. "Jackson. Boardwalk noon. Press op. Dress cute." I groan, tossing it on the table. "Cute?" Mia reads over my shoulder, smirking. "What's next, a ring?" "Don't jinx me," I mutter, heading for the shower. By noon, I'm on the boardwalk, the sun blazing, the air thick with fried dough and sea salt. I've ditched the dress for denim shorts, a flowy white top, and sandals, cute enough to play the part but me enough to keep my armor up. The crowd's buzzing, tourists snapping pics of the Ferris wheel when Jackson strides up, all casual confidence in a linen shirt and jeans that hug him too well. His gray eyes lock on me, and my traitor pulse skips. "You're late," I say, crossing my arms. "Traffic," he says, smirking. "You look good, fiancé." "Save it," I snap, but my cheeks burn as he steps closer, the press crew trailing him like seagulls after crumbs. "What's the plan?" "Simple," he says, voice low. "We're the happy couple out for a stroll. Smile, hold my hand, maybe trip into me, give him something cute. No touching unless it's public," I remind him, nodding at the cameras. "Guess this counts." "Guess it does," he says, offering his hand. I take it, his grip warm and firm, and we start walking. The boardwalk's alive, kids with ice cream, buskers strumming guitars, and the press eats it up, lenses clicking. "Relax," he murmurs, squeezing my hand. "You're stiff as a board." "I'm not a natural liar," I say through a forced smile. "Unlike you." He chuckles, deep and low, and damn if it doesn't ripple through me. "You're doing fine. Look at them, they're buying it." I glance over, locals are whispering, some smiling, others skeptical. A woman with a toddler waves, and I wave back, easing into the act. Maybe this could work. Maybe I can save the cafe, without losing myself. Then it happens, I catch my sandal on a loose plank, stumbling forward. Jackson's arm snakes around my waist, catching me, and I crash into his chest, his scent, cedar and ocean, flooding my senses. The crowd gasps, cameras flash, and he grins down at me, all smug triumph. "Nice one," he whispers, his lips too close to mine. "Couldn't have scripted it better." "Shut up," I hiss, but I don't pull away, not yet. His hand lingers on my hip, heat seeping through my shirt, and for a stupid second, I forget this is fake. The press loves it, shouting questions, "When's the wedding? How'd you reconnect?" And I force a laugh, stepping back. "Clumsy me," I say, loud enough for them to hear, brushing my hair back. "Good thing I've got him to catch me." "Always," he says, winking, and the crowd coos. I want to slug him, but I play along, looping my arm through his as we keep walking. His bicep flexes under my fingers, and I hate how much I notice. We stop at a lemonade stand and he buys us cups, handing me one with a flourish. "To us," he says, loud enough for the cameras, and I roll my eyes but clink mine against his. The tart sweetness hits my tongue and he watches me sip, his gaze dropping to my lips. "Stop staring," I mutter under my breath. "Can't help it," he says, leaning in so only I hear. "You're too damn pretty when you're mad." My stomach flips and I shove the feeling down hard. "Stick to the script, writer." He grins unbothered and we pose for a few more shots, me laughing fake, him tucking a strand of hair behind my ear, staged. The press disperses, satisfied, and I drop his hand like it's hot coal. "Done?" I ask, stepping back. "For now," he says, sipping his lemonade. "You're a natural, Harper. We might just pull this off." "Don't get cocky," I say, turning to go. "This doesn't mean I trust you." "Didn't think it did," he calls after me, but there's an edge to his voice, something raw. I don't look back, weaving through the crowd toward the cafe, my heart pounding too fast. Mia's waiting when I get there, perched on the counter with a smug grin. "Saw the pics online already. You two are trending." "Great," I groan, slumping into a chair. "Just what I need." She hops down, pulling out her phone. "Found something else though. Check this." She shoves it in my face, a blurry photo from years ago, Jackson and Marcus Kane, arms around each other, grinning like brothers. My chest tightens. "Where'd you get this?" I ask, zooming in. "Old social media dive," she says. "They were tight, Elise. Before whatever split them." "You sure Jackson's telling you everything?" I stare at the screen, Marcus's smirk eerily familiar, Jackson's younger face softer than I remember. He's never mentioned Marcus, not once. What's he hiding? My phone buzzes, Jackson again. "Dinner tomorrow. My place. We need to talk." "Talk about what?" I mutter, dread curling in my gut. Mia's right, there's more to this game than he's letting on, and I'm already too deep to back out.
Chapter 5. Jackson.
I'm pacing the energy site at dusk, the ocean's roar barely drowning out the curse I mutter when Tom hands me the latest report. Another sabotaged hydraulic line slashed on the main rig, clean and deliberately, like someone's playing surgeon with my project. The crew's scrambling to patch it, but we're hemorrhaging time and money, and my gut screams Marcus Kane louder than ever. "Footage?" I ask, shoving the report back at Tom. "Nothing clear," he says, wiping sweat off his brow despite the chill creeping in. "Cameras caught a shadow last night, hoodie, no face. But the cut's too precise for a random." "Get me prints, tool marks, anything," I snap, heading for my SUV. "And double security." "This stops now." "On it," Tom calls, but I'm already peeling out, tires spitting gravel. Marcus is a ghost with a grudge, and I've got to pin him before he sinks me, or worse gets to Elise. That note from Lemaire still burns a hole in my pocket. "You're not the only one watching her." I haven't told her yet, don't know how without sounding paranoid or possessive, but tonight I'm locking this fake engagement down. She's in, whether she likes it or not. My apartment overlooks the city, lights flickering below. I send her the address, "Let's talk." She replies fast, "No touching unless it's part of the act. Non-negotiable." I smirk and pour 2 drinks. She's acting tough, but I saw the hesitation when she glanced back earlier. She arrives at 8, banging on the door like she's raiding the place. I open it and she storms in, all denim jacket and attitude, her auburn hair loose and wild from the wind. "Nice cave," she says, eyeing the sleek furniture and the floor-to-ceiling windows. Screams I compensate for something. "Funny," I say, handing her a glass. "Sit. We've got work to do." She takes the wine but doesn't sit, pacing instead, her sandals clicking on the hardwood. "Work? You mean your little fantasy where I'm your doting fiancé? I'm here for the cafe, Ryder. That's it." "And you'll get it," I say, leaning against the counter watching her prowl. "But we need a story, details, timelines." The press is sniffing and my deal's taking hits. We sell this right or we're both screwed. She stops, glaring at me over the rim of her glass. Hits? What kind of hits? I hesitate, then pull the report from my jacket, tossing it on the coffee table. Sabotage. Second time this week. Someone's trying to tank my project. Her eyes narrow, scanning the page, severed lines, estimated losses. Marcus, she asks, voice sharp. Probably, I say, sipping my wine. He's got the motive and the means. Old score to settle. She sets her glass down hard, crossing her arms. Old score? What does that mean? And don't play with me, Jackson. I saw a photo of you two, thick as thieves. What aren't you telling me? My jaw tightens. Damn, Mia is probably digging up ghosts. He was my partner at Ryder Tech, I say, keeping it short. Caught him stealing, cut him loose. End of story. End of story? She steps closer, hazel eyes blazing. He's threatening your deal, my town, and you're acting like it's nothing? If he's after you, I'm in this too now. I deserve the truth. You're getting the truth, I say, voice low, meeting her halfway. He's a jerk with a vendetta. I'm handling it. Handling it how? She snaps, close enough I can smell her vanilla, salt, a hint of wine. By dragging me into your mess? I didn't sign up for sabotage, Jackson. You signed up for cash, I counter, holding her gaze. And I'm delivering. But I need you all in, publicly, fully. No half-assing it. She laughs, bitter and sharp. All in? You want me to, what, swoon at your every word? I've got rules for a reason. Rules, I say, stepping closer, crowding her against the window. The glass is cool behind her, the ocean dark and endless beyond. No kissing, unless it's public. Fine. What else? No touching unless it's for show, she says, chin up, defiant. No lies beyond the script. And no acting like you own me. Fair, I murmur, my hand hovering near her hip, not touching, just testing. But we need chemistry. They'll see through it if we don't sell the heat. Her breath hitches, and I catch it, the flicker in her eyes, the way her lips part. I can fake heat, she says, voice softer, less sure. Can you? Try me, I say, and before she can stop me, I lean in, not kissing, not breaking her rule, just close enough that our breaths tangle, her heat seeping into me. Imagine this in public. Cameras rolling. Me looking at you like you're mine. You're not, she whispers, but she doesn't move, her body swaying toward me like gravity's winning. Not yet, I say, smirking, and her hand lands on my chest, not pushing, just resting, her fingers curling into my shirt. My pulse kicks up, and I'm a heartbeat from breaking her damn rule when she steps back, breaking the spell. Script, she says, voice shaky, grabbing her wine and retreating to the couch. Let's stick to that. I nod, grabbing my glass and joining her, keeping space between us, for now. All right. We met in high school and fell hard. I left for MIT, and you stayed. Years later I'm back, see you at the cafe, sparks fly. Now I'm saving your business, and we're picking up where we left off. She snorts, sipping her wine. Romantic. Too bad it's half lies. Half's enough, I say, stretching an arm along the couch back, not touching her but close. We fill the rest with public stunts, dates, smiles, maybe a kiss when the cameras demand it. No kissing unless. Public, I finish, grinning. I heard you. But you'll have to practice not flinching. I don't flinch, she says, glaring, and I laugh, the sound easing the tension. We hash out details, fake dates, a backstory tweak about a prom night promise, until the wine's gone and the room feels warmer, softer. She's still guarded, but there's a crack in her armor and I'm slipping through it. You're good at this, she says, almost reluctant, setting her empty glass down. Making it sound real. Had practice, I say, thinking of boardrooms, not her, never her until now. You're not bad yourself. She rolls her eyes but doesn't argue, standing to go. I follow her to the door and she turns, too close again, her jacket brushing my chest. Tomorrow, she says, what's the next stunt? Dinner, I say, leaning against the frame. Here. No press, just us working. Her brows shoot up. No press? Scout's honor, I say, holding up a hand, and she smirks, stepping into the night. I watch her go, her silhouette fading down the cliff path until my phone buzzes. Tom. Boss, he says when I answer, voice tight. Marcus is in town. Spotted meeting with Councilman Hayes an hour ago. I freeze, the wine souring in my gut. Hayes is corrupt as hell, and Marcus is perfect. Keep eyes on him, I say, hanging up. Marcus isn't just sabotaging my site, he's playing the town, and Elise is caught in the middle. I need her closer than ever, but if she finds out.
Chapter 6. Elise.
I'm still buzzing from Jackson's penthouse showdown, his heat, his half-truths, when I walk into Haven's Edge Town Hall the next afternoon, my stomach a knot of nerves and coffee. The place is a relic, peeling paint, creaky wooden benches packed with locals, the air thick with sweat and suspicion. I'm here to play fiancé per our deal, but after Mia's photo and Jackson's vague dodge about Marcus, I'm on high alert. He's hiding something, and I'm not just a pawn in his game, I'm a target now, whether I like it or not. Mia slides in beside me, her denim overalls clashing with the stuffy room. You look like you're about to puke, she says, nudging me. Fake love that bad? Fake everything, I mutter, scanning the crowd. Jackson's up front, all polished charm in a dark blazer, fielding questions from the council about his energy grid. He catches my eye, flashing a smirk that's half reassurance, half dare. I force a smile back, my denim skirt sticking to my thighs in the heat. Look at him, Mia whispers, nodding at Jackson. Thinks he's the king of the damn world. He does, I say, but my voice wavers. Last night, inches from him, rules teetering, I felt it, that pull he's always had, the one I swore I'd buried. Now I'm here playing his game, and it's messing with my head. The meeting drags, councilmen drone about permits, locals grumble about jobs, and I'm half listening when Jackson steps to the podium, voice steady as steel. Haven's Edge needs this, he says, gesturing to a sleek model of his grid. Jobs, power, progress. I'm not here to take, I'm here to give. A murmur ripples through the crowd, some nodding, others scowling. I spot Councilman Hayes in the front row, a squat man with a sleazy grin, clapping too hard. Something about him prickles my skin, and then Jackson's eyes find mine again. And I'm not doing it alone, he adds, beckoning me up. Elise Harper's with me, my fiancé, my partner in this. The room erupts, gasps, whispers, a few cheers. Mia groans, but I stand, smoothing my skirt, and walk to his side, every step heavier than the last. His arm slides around my waist, public, so it's allowed, and I lean into him, playing the part. Hi everyone, I say, voice brighter than I feel. Jackson's right. This is about our future. I trust him to make it work. They lie mostly, but they buy it. Faces soften and skepticism ebbs. Jackson's hand tightens on my hip, a silent good job, and I hate how it steadies me. We field questions together, softballs about our love story, harder ones about the cafe, and I'm almost believing the act when I catch Hayes whispering to a man in the back. Tall, lean, a sharp jaw under a baseball cap. My gut twists. Marcus. Elise? Jackson's voice pulls me back. A local's asking about my dad's fishing legacy. It's personal, I say, forcing a smile. Harper's Haven is his dream. I'm keeping it alive with Jackson's help. There were more nods and a few claps. Jackson squeezes my side, murmuring perfect, and I don't pull away, not yet. The meeting wraps and we're swarmed, handshakes, selfies, old ladies cooing over young love. I'm smiling so hard my cheeks ache when I spot Hayes slipping out a side door, the capped man trailing him. Be right back, I mutter to Jackson, slipping free before he can stop me. He frowns, but I'm already weaving through the crowd, heart pounding. Outside, the air's cooler, the sun dipping low, casting long shadows. I hug the building, peering around the corner, and freeze. Hayes is there, gesturing wildly at the man. Definitely Marcus, his smirk unmistakable even from here. You said you'd handle him, Hayes hisses, voice carrying on the breeze. Ryder's still pushing. He's distracted, Marcus says, calm as ice. Her too. Keep the council in line, I'll finish it. Finish what? My breath catches, and I press against the wall, praying they don't turn. Marcus adjusts his cap, glancing my way, not quite seeing me but close. Too close. I duck back, pulse hammering, and dart inside before they spot me. Jackson's waiting, arms crossed, brow furrowed. Where'd you go? Bathroom, I lie, brushing past him. My mind's racing, Marcus and Hayes, scheming, and Jackson's deal smack in the middle. He's not telling me everything, and now I've got proof it's bigger than sabotage. You okay? He asks, following me to the exit. The crowd's thinning, twilight settling over the parking lot. Fine, I say, too sharp. Just tired of smiling. He grabs my arm, gentle but firm, and spins me to face him. Hey. Talk to me. I yank free, rules be damned. You talk first. Marcus, what's his deal with you? And don't give me that ex-partner crap. I heard him with Hayes outside. They're planning something. His face hardens, gray eyes stormy. You heard what? Enough, I snap, stepping closer, voice low. He said he'd finish it. You, me, the deal, I don't know. But you're not surprised, are you? He runs a hand through his hair, jaw tight. Elise, I told you, he's after me. I'm handling it. Handling it. I laugh, bitter and loud. By keeping me in the dark? I'm not some prop, Jackson. If he's coming for you, I'm in this too, thanks to your brilliant plan. He steps into my space, his voice dropping. You think I'd let him touch you? I've got security, eyes on him. Then why's he meeting Hayes? I cut in, poking his chest. What's he finishing? Tell me or I walk right now, the deal's off. He grabs my hand, holding it against him, and for a second I feel his heartbeat, fast, unsteady. He wants rider tech, he says, low and rough. Always has. He's sabotaging the site and stirring the council. Hayes is dirty, probably on his payroll. But I don't know the end game, not yet. Not yet? I pull back, but he doesn't let go, his grip warm and maddening. That's not good enough. I'm risking everything, my cafe, my town, and you're guessing? I'm not guessing, he says, eyes locked on mine. I'm fighting. For this, for us. There is no us, I hiss, but my voice cracks and he hears it, damn him. His thumb brushes my wrist, a quiet violation of my rules, and I don't stop him. Not this time. There could be, he murmurs, stepping closer, his breath brushing my lips. You feel it too, I know you do. My chest tightens, heat flooding me, and I'm a heartbeat from shoving him or kissing him, public or not, when a siren wails in the distance, sharp and sudden. We both freeze, turning. Smoke rises from the pier, black against the orange sky, and the crowd spills out, shouting. Fire, someone yells, and Jackson's grip tightens, then drops. Stay here, he says, already moving, but I'm right behind him, adrenaline surging. The pier's ablaze, wood cracking, flames licking the night, and I spot a figure in a hoodie slipping away, too fast to chase. Marcus. Jackson's barking orders into his phone, calling his team, but I grab his arm, voice shaking. He was there, I saw him. This isn't just sabotage anymore. He turns, face grim, and for once he doesn't argue, just nods, pulling me close as the sirens scream louder. Someone's burning my town to get to him, and I'm caught in the flames.
Chapter 7. Jackson.
The pier's an inferno by the time I reach it, flames clawing at the night sky, the stench of charred wood and gasoline thick in my throat. Elise is right behind me, her grip on my arm tight as steel, and I don't shake her off, not now, not with panic roaring through the crowd and Marcus's shadow still fresh in her words. He was there, I saw him. If she's right, this isn't just sabotage anymore, it's a declaration of war, and she's caught in the crossfire because of me. Stay back, I shout over the chaos, pulling her toward the boardwalk's edge as fire trucks scream in, sirens splitting the air. Locals are scattering, some crying, some snapping pics like it's a damn show, but I spot a kid, maybe 10, frozen near the railing, his face pale under the flickering light. Jackson! Elise yells, tugging at me, but I'm already moving, shoving through the crowd. The heat's brutal, licking at my skin as I reach the kid. He's clutching a melted ice cream cone, eyes wide with terror, and I scoop him up without a word, his small frame trembling against my chest. Hold on, I mutter, dodging a collapsing plank as sparks rain down. The pier groans, a deep dying sound, and I sprint back, adrenaline pumping. I hand him off to a sobbing woman, his mom I guess, near the lemonade stand, and she clutches him, babbling thanks I barely hear. Elise is there when I turn, her hazel eyes wide, hair wild from the wind and smoke. "You're insane," she says, voice is shaky but there's something else in it, relief maybe awe. "Had to," I say, wiping soot off my face, my lungs burning. The fire's spreading, devouring the old wooden struts, and firefighters swarm, hoses blasting. I grab her hand, rules be damned, and pull her farther from the blaze, the crowd thinning as panic gives way to exhaustion. We end up on the beach, the sand cool under my shoes, the ocean's crash a stark contrast to the crackling fire behind us. She doesn't let go, her fingers laced with mine, and I don't make her. "Not yet." "You okay?" I ask, turning to her. Her face is smudged with ash, her white top streaked gray, but she's steady, fiercer than I expect. "Fine," she says, pulling her hand free to brush hair from her eyes. "You?" "Been better," I admit, coughing into my sleeve. My shirt's singed, my pulse still racing, but it's not the fire that's got me rattled, it's her standing here, closer than she's been since this whole mess started. She stares at the pier, flames reflecting in her eyes. "That was him, wasn't it? Marcus." "Probably," I say, voice rough. Matches his style, bold, messy. "He's escalating." "Escalating?" She rounds on me, anger flaring. "You said you were handling it." "A kid almost," she cuts off, swallowing hard, and I see it, the fear she's been hiding under all that fire. "I am handling it," I say, stepping closer, my hands itching to steady her. "Security's on the site, Tom's tracking him." "But yeah, he's slipping through." "I didn't think he'd go this far." "This far?" she snaps, poking my chest. "My town's burning, Jackson. Because of you." The jab lands sharp and true, and I don't flinch. "I know," I say, catching her wrist before she pulls back. "And I'm fixing it. Starting with you." She freezes, her pulse jumping under my fingers, and I don't let go, not this time. The beach is quiet now, just us and the distant shouts, the fire's glow painting her in golden shadow. "What's that supposed to mean?" she asks, voice soft or wary. "Means you're not just a prop," I say, low and steady. "You're in this, too deep to walk away." "So am I, I'm not letting him touch you, Elise. Not now, not ever." Her lips part but no sound comes out. Her eyes search mine, and I feel it, that old pull, the one that kept me awake nights after I left her at 17. "You don't get to say that," she whispers, but she doesn't pull away, her hand still caught in mine. "I just did," I say, stepping closer, the space between us shrinking to nothing. Her breath hitches, and I'm close enough to see the freckles on her nose, the ones I used to count under the stars. "You're mad at me, fine. Hate me if you want. But I'm not losing you again." "Again?" Her voice cracks and she yanks free, but she doesn't retreat, just stands there, trembling, fists clenched. "You lost me when you left, Jackson. Don't rewrite history." "I'm not," I say, hands dropping to my sides. "I screwed up, I know that. I left because I thought I had to, thought I'd build something worth coming back for. But I never stopped," I cut off, throat tight, the words too raw to finish. "Stopped what?" she presses, stepping into me now, her anger a live wire. "Thinking about me. Caring? Don't lie to me, not now." "I'm not lying," I say, voice rougher than the surf. "Never stopped thinking about you. Every damn day." She stares at me, chest heaving, and for a second I think she'll swing or bolt. Instead, her hand lands on my chest, tentative, like she's testing something fragile. "You're a jerk," she mutters, but her fingers curl into my shirt, and I feel her heat through the fabric, steadying me. "Always have been," I say, covering her hand with mine, holding it there. "Doesn't mean I'm wrong." Her laugh's brittle, but it's there, cutting through the smoke and tension. "You're impossible." "You're one to talk," I murmur, and her lips twitch, almost a smile. The fire's dying behind us, embers drifting like fireflies, and we're alone now, the world shrinking to just this, her touch, her breath, the weight of 16 years hanging between us. I don't push, not yet, but I don't pull back either, letting her decide. Her hand slides up, brushing my jaw, and my pulse kicks hard. "This doesn't change anything," she says, but her thumb lingers, tracing the stubble, and I know she's lying, to herself, maybe to me. "Doesn't have to," I say, voice low, daring her. "Yet?" She pulls back then fast like she's burned, wrapping her arms around herself. We should go, she says, nodding at the firefighters wrapping up, the crowd trickling away. People will talk. Let 'em, I say, but I follow her lead, sand crunching under my shoes. We walk back in silence, her ahead, me watching her silhouette against the fading glow. She's rattled, hell so am I, but there's a shift, a crack in the wall she's built, and I'm not letting it close. We reach the boardwalk, her truck parked crooked near the cafe when my phone buzzes, Tom. I answer, keeping my voice low. What? Got a hit, he says, tense. Witness saw Marcus near the pier before the fire, matches her description. But there's more. More? I glance at Elise, who's fiddling with her keys, pretending not to listen. Yeah, Tom says, and his paws twist my gut. He texted you, spoofed number. It just hit my inbox too. Says she'll never forgive you when she knows. I freeze, the words sinking in like lead. Knows what? No clue, Tom says. But he's got something, boss. Something big. I hang up, staring at Elise as she climbs into her truck, her eyes catching mine through the windshield, wary, searching. Marcus isn't just burning piers, he's digging up graves, and whatever he's got, it's aimed at her. At us. Everything okay? She calls, voice cutting through the night. Yeah, I lie, forcing a nod. Get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow. She drives off, taillights fading, and I'm left standing there, the text echoing in my head. She'll never forgive me when she knows what? I've got secrets, sure, but nothing worth this. Unless Marcus knows something I don't, and it's about to blow us all apart.
Chapter 8. Elise.
The summer festival spills across the boardwalk like a living memory, its pulse thrumming through the warm evening air, laughter weaving with the hum of 100 voices, lights strung over the pier's charred skeleton casting a golden glow against the bruised purple sky. I step onto the weathered planks, the salty breeze tugging at my red sundress, the fabric brushing my knees as I weave through the crowd, the scent of fried dough and spun sugar curling around me like a hug. It's Haven's Edge at its best, kids darting with sticky hands, buskers strumming lazy tunes on chipped guitars, the Ferris wheel spinning slow and steady, a beacon against the dusk. My earrings, big, dangly hoops Dad gave me years ago, catch the light jingling faintly with each step, and for a moment I'm 16 again, trailing him through these same stalls, his gruff laugh echoing as he won me a stuffed crab I'd treasured until the seams split. Mia's at my side, her arms crossed, her festival flower crown swapped for a practical cap dug low over her pixie cut, her jaw tight as she scans the throng. You sure about this? She asks, her voice cutting through the chatter, her eyes flicking to the press milling near the cotton candy stand, their cameras glinting like hungry eyes. After last night, the pier fire, Jackson's big rescue, you could back out. Say it shook you too much. I'm sure, I say, adjusting my earrings. The lie is steady on my tongue as I smooth the dress over my hips. It's soft cotton, a shield against the nerves fluttering in my chest. The cafe's still on the line, foreclosures breathing down my neck. I can't walk away now, not when the town's watching. My voice holds firm, but inside, I'm a tangle. Jackson's words from the beach last night, I never stopped thinking about you, looping through my mind, his hand warm over mine as the fire roared behind us. I shouldn't feel this pull, shouldn't let it root so deep, but here I am, dressed to play his fiancé, stepping into the spotlight for a crowd I'm not sure I can fool. She snorts, unconvinced, kicking a stray pebble across the boards. Right. And this has nothing to do with him running into that blaze for some kid, or spilling his heart about missing you all these years. Hush, I mutter, heat creeping up my cheeks, but she smirks, knowing she's struck a chord. Last night changed something, I can't deny it. The way he scooped that boy from the flames, his shirt singed, his voice raw as he laid bare a truth I'd buried. I shove it down, focusing on the festival's hum, the clatter of ring toss, the sizzle of corn dogs frying, the distant crash of waves against the cliffs. It's about the cafe, I insist, my fingers tightening around the strap of my small purse. That's all. Sure it is, she says, her grin sharp, but she lets it drop, falling into step as we weave past a juggler tossing flaming pins, the crowd's cheers swelling around us. The pier's ruin looms to my left, a jagged scar against the horizon, its blackened struts a reminder of Marcus's shadow creeping closer, his laugh from the sight, his taunts, a threat I can't shake. I push it aside, breathing in the festival's warmth, the way it wraps Haven's edge in a glow Dad would have loved, his rough hands once steering me through these nights with a promise to keep this place alive. Jackson finds me before I can dodge him, striding through the crowd like he belongs here, all lean strength in a white shirt rolled to the elbows, jeans hugging him just right. His gray eyes lock on mine, piercing through the chaos, and my breath catches. Goodness, he looks at me like I'm the only one here, a spark in his gaze that sets my pulse racing despite my resolve. "You're late," he says, his voice low, a grin tugging his lips as he closes the distance, his cedar scent cutting through the festival's sweetness. Fashionably, I shoot back, crossing my arms to hide the flutter in my chest, my cheeks burning as he steps closer, the press trailing him like gulls after crumbs. "What's the plan, fiancé?" "Simple," he says, his voice dropping, warm and steady, his hand brushing near mine, not quite touching, but close enough to feel the promise of it. "We're the golden couple, strolling the festival, laughing, maybe a dance or two. Give them something sweet to believe in." He nods toward the cameras, their lenses glinting in the dusk, and I swallow, the weight of the act settling over me. "A dance?" I stiffen, my rules flashing, no touching unless it's public, but the press is here watching and this counts, doesn't it? "I said no fussing unless it's for show," I remind him, my voice firm, though my resolve wavers under his gaze. "It's for show," he says, offering his hand palm up, his fingers steady and inviting. "Are you ready?" I hesitate, my throat dry, but I nod, slipping my hand into his grip warm, firm, a tether I didn't expect to need. We start walking, the boardwalk alive beneath us, kids squealing over melting ice cream, couples swaying to a busker's tune, the air thick with salt and sugar, and the press follows, their clicks a steady rhythm. "Relax," he murmurs, squeezing my hand, his thumb brushing my knuckles, a quiet reassurance. "You're stiff as a plank." "I'm not a natural liar," I say, forcing a smile for the cameras, my earrings swaying as I tilt my head. "Not like you, Mr. Smooth Talker." He chuckles, deep and low, a sound that ripples through me despite my guard, and I hate how it softens me, how it echoes those summer nights before he left. "You're doing fine," he says, his voice warm, guiding me toward the game stalls. "Look at them, they're buying it." I glance over, locals whispering, some smiling, a few skeptical, their faces familiar from years behind my counter. A woman with a toddler waves, her grin wide, and I wave back, easing into the role, my shoulders loosening as the festival's charm pulls me in. Maybe this could work. Maybe I can save the cafe without losing myself in the lie. Jackson stops at the ring toss, his grin turning playful as he hands over $1, the vendor, a grizzled man with a sunburned nose, nodding us on. "Watch this," he says, tossing a ring with a flick of his wrist. It sails, clatters, and lands square on a peg, the crowd clapping as he wins me a stuffed whale, its blue fabric soft in his hands. He offers it with a flourish, his smirk insufferable, and I take it, tucking it under my arm. "Show off," I tease, but my smile slips free, real and unguarded, the whale a small anchor against the chaos swirling beyond this moment. He buys us corn dogs next, the golden batter crisp as we pose for the cameras, messy bites, mustard dripping on his shirt, and I laugh, a sound that bubbles up unbidden, bright against the evening's hum. "Classy," I say, wiping the mustard with a napkin, my fingers brushing his chest, lingering a heartbeat too long before I pull back, flustered by the warmth seeping through the fabric. His eyes darken, a flicker of something deeper, and I step away, clutching the whale tighter. "Ferris wheel," he says, his voice a touch rough, nodding toward the glowing circle rising above the stalls, its slow creak cutting through the festival's buzz. "Big finish, something they'll remember." I nod, letting him lead me to the line, the press hovering as we climb into a rickety car, the door clanging shut behind us. The wheel jerks upward, Haven's edge shrinking below, boardwalk lights smearing gold, waves crashing soft against the cliffs, the pier's ruin a stark shadow in the twilight. We're alone up here, almost, the crowd's murmur fading, and I feel him beside me, too close, too real, his shoulder brushing mine as the car sways gently. "You're good at this," I say, clutching the whale, staring out at the horizon to avoid his gaze, the vastness of the sea a shield against the pull of him. "Making it look easy, making them believe." "Years of practice," he says, stretching an arm along the seat back, not touching, but close, his fingers hovering near my shoulder. "You're not bad either, Elise." That laugh down there almost had me fooled. Fooled? I turn, meeting his eyes, and there's that look again, intense, unguarded, piercing through my defenses. "It's an act, Jackson." Don't forget that, or let it mean more than it should. Is it? He asks, his voice low, leaning closer as the car sways, stopping at the top, the world holding its breath below us. You laughed, really laughed. It felt real to me. I swallow, the air thinning between us, my heart thudding against my ribs. Doesn't mean anything, I say, softer now, my hands fidgeting with the whale's fin. Just caught up in the moment, the festival, the lights. Caught up, he repeats, his hand shifting to my shoulder, brushing the bare skin there, a touch so light it's almost a whisper. Like now. My breath hitches, rules screaming in my mind, no touching unless it's public, but the cameras are waiting below, aren't they? This is the show, the moment they want, and I don't stop him, don't move, just hold his gaze as he leans in, slow and careful. Tell me to stop, he murmurs, his lips a heartbeat from mine, his breath warm against my cheek. I can't, and his mouth brushes mine, soft and tentative at first, then firmer, a kiss that's all longing and quiet promise, no rush, no wildness, just us here now. My hands find his shirt, resting there, feeling the steady beat beneath, and he pulls me closer, the whale tumbling to the seat as the wheel creaks, starting its descent. The crowd cheers below, faint and distant, and I break away, breathless, his taste, salt and warmth, lingering on my lips. That was. I trail off, my voice unsteady, my fingers brushing his jaw as I pull back, the world spinning back into focus. For them, he says, his voice ragged, but his eyes say more, say everything I'm afraid to hear, a truth that roots deeper than this act. The car jolts, settling at the bottom, and we climb out, my legs shaky, his hand steadying me as the press swarms, shouting questions, when's the wedding? How's it feel? And I force a smile, clutching the whale like a lifeline. Backstage, he whispers, steering me behind a tent, away from the chaos, the noise fading to hum as he pulls me into the shadows, his breath warm on my neck. Elise. Don't, I say, my voice trembling, holding the whale between us. Its softness is a barrier I need. That was for show, it's done. Nonsense, he says, stepping closer, his hands hovering near my arms, not caging, just waiting. You felt it, I know you did. Don't run from this. I'm not running, I snap, but my hands rest on his chest again, pushing and holding at once, torn between the pull and the fear. I can't, Jackson. Not again, not after everything.
Again?
He catches my wrists, gentle but firm, holding me there, his eyes searching mine. This isn't high school, I'm not leaving, not unless you tell me to go. My throat tightens, tears pricking, and I hate how much I want to believe him, how much I want this, here amid the festival's fading glow. I don't know what I want, I whisper, the truest thing I've said all night, my voice barely carrying over the distant music. Then let me show you, he says, leaning closer, and I'm a heartbeat from giving in, letting him close the gap, when a boom splits the air, sharp and close, not thunder but something wrong. The crowd screams and we jerk apart, spinning toward the sound, the tense shadow stretching long and dark. A firework bursts low over the pier, sparks raining too near the stalls, and people scatter, panic rippling fast like a tide. What in the world? Jackson mutters, shielding me as another explodes, wild off-script, showering embers over the boardwalk. Marcus? I ask, my voice shaking, the kiss fading under a cold wave of dread, my hands clutching the whale tighter. Maybe, he says, his jaw tight, scanning the chaos, kids crying, vendors shouting, the Ferris wheel grinding to a halt. Stay close. But I'm already moving, adrenaline surging, because if Marcus is here, lighting fires, real or not, this game just turned into a fight, and I'm not sure we're ready for what's coming next.
End of sneak peek for Burning Tides. An enemies to lovers romance. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.